On the night of December 26, 2034, according to the lunar calendar, Suang City was shrouded under thick clouds. Yisu stood alone on the balcony, gazing at the neon-lit night sky. As a time traveler, this marked his 18th year living in solitude. Although his parents had left him several properties in Suang, this world was no different from his previous Oni, so mundane that it filled him with a sense of melancholy. As the clock neared midnight, the next day would be his 18th birthday in this world, coinciding with the beginning of spring. Suddenly, a damp spring breeze swept through, and rain began to fall without warning. Instinctively, Yisu reached out his hand, only to be startled by the piercing chill that made him want to pull it back. In that fleeting moment, a mysterious letter appeared wedged between his fingers. To Yisu, personally, the envelope read, with handwriting eerily identical to his own. Overcome with curiosity, he opened the letter. Its contents were shocking. It was a warning from his future self. The letter revealed that this spring rain would trigger a global awakening of professions and provided two crucial pieces of information. At 1:30 a.m., a profession scroll would appear in Central Park, and to beware of evolving plants and animals, as they would become the most dangerous foes. The moment he finished reading, the letter disintegrated into dust and vanished. This supernatural occurrence solidified Yisu's resolve. How could the life of a time traveler remain so ordinary? Without hesitation, he rushed to the rooftop, letting the spring rain drench him completely. The sight in the distance was terrifying. The once bustling city of endless lights was being devoured by rapidly growing plants. The icy rain gradually transformed into a searing warmth, coursing through Yisu's body. He could feel his physical transformation with vivid clarition. Overwhelming surge of strength filled his limbs. His body grew taller and sturdier, and his power increased to the brink of human limits. As one of the first to be exposed to the rain, he had officially gained the qualifications of a professional. Meanwhile, the world plunged into unprecedented chaos. Research centers across nations reported shocking findings. Plants were growing uncontrollably, nuclear reactor efficiency had dropped by 1 and continued to deteriorate, and anomalies in the Earth's magnetic field were detected. Most astonishing of all, a peculiar cloud layer had enveloped the entire globe, even bringing spring rain to the heart of the Sahara Desert. Images from space stations revealed that the once blue Earth was now completely cloaked in gray clouds. Yet this grayness was not a sign of death, it signified rebirth. As the burning sensation subsided, Yisu lowered his head to examine his body, his pupils contracting slightly. The transformation was astonishing. His muscles now displayed well-defined contours, as if honed through years of meticulous training, sharp yet not exaggerated. His height had also increased, reaching 178 centimeters. When he clenched his fists, his knuckles emitted a crisp sound, as though they held the power to take down a raging bull with a single punch. Profession? Is this the power granted by professional attributes? Yisu's heart surged with intense curiosity. As the question lingered in his mind, a glowing screen unfolded within his consciousness. Yisu. Profession, none. Potential constitution, 10 standard human limit. Intelligence, 5 standard human limit. Martial arts, none. Learnable skills, none. The gateway to an extraordinary world had opened before him. A faint smile tugged at Yisu's lips. This was precisely the kind of beginning he had hoped for in his journey across worlds. More importantly, he held a trump card in his hand, a letter from the future. Suddenly, Yisu's expression turned serious. He quickly pulled out his phone to confirm the information. At 1:03 a.m. tonight, a profession scroll would appear in Central Park. While he now had the qualifications for a profession, he had yet to acquire an actual profession or any related skills. Time was of the essence. Yisu swiftly changed into outdoor clothes. Just as he was about to leave, he paused, a thought flashing through his mind. He turned and walked into the kitchen, carefully wrapping a boning knife in cloth and securing it at his waist. In a world on the verge of upheaval, it was unwise to go without some form of protection. Outside, the world was quietly transforming. The trees were growing at an alarming rate, their rapid expansion both shocking and surreal. But Yisu had no time to dwell on it. He dashed toward Central Park at an incredible speed. His newly enhanced body demonstrated remarkable explosiveness. Wind roared past his ears. The scenery on either side blurred into streaks, yet he felt no exhaustion. According to the stats panel, I've already reached the theoretical human limit, Yisu mused as he ran. Under normal circumstances, this kind of physique would make me a champion in any competition. But with global evolution underway, the path of sports is no longer an option. Before long, the distinctive outline of Central Park came into view. However, the park had transformed into a wild, primeval jungle due to the rampant growth of vegetation. Without hesitation, Yisu plunged into the dense greenery. His sharp vision easily pierced through the dim light. He was confident if his future self had only mentioned the vague location of Central Park, it must mean he trusted Yisu's ability to locate the profession scroll on his own. Yisu had a habit of strolling by the lakeside park, and without hesitation, he changed direction and headed straight toward the lake. A few minutes later, after passing through a dense patch of greenery, the lake's surface appeared calm, faintly reflecting the neon lights of the towering buildings around it. His gaze locked onto the opposite shore of the lake where a faint light flickered in the distance. That's it. Yisu was almost certain. That spot was his favorite resting area, with rows of neatly arranged benches. Every time he visited the park, he would sit there for a while. It was an unshakable part of his routine. Fixing his eyes on the flickering light, Yisu quickened his pace, breaking into a sprint. 3 minutes later, he arrived at the spot, panting heavily. The surroundings were eerily silent. Even the chirping of insects had vanished. The faint source of light continued to flicker, and Yisu could even see thin strands of light converging toward it. His watch read 1:25 a.m. Did I come too early? Yisu wondered. I'm always impatient, but if the person on the other side is really my future self, they would have accounted for that. So, I should be able to get it ahead of time. This was his reverse thinking. If the golden opportunity from the future was indeed sent by himself, then every word and hint would align with his personality traits. With that thought, Yisu stepped forward and reached out to touch the glowing point. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted. It was as dazzling as a golden legend during a prize draw, so blinding it nearly overwhelmed his eyes. A few seconds later, the light began to fade, and a scroll magically appeared in his hands. The scroll felt almost like leather, slightly sticky, and gleamed with a golden hua, clear indicator of its extraordinary nature. A golden opportunity is exactly that. I'm practically ahead of everyone else. Yisu's lips curled upward in a triumphant smile. As he brought the scroll closer, a voice sounded. You have obtained a profession scroll. Would you like to use it? Note, the profession is assigned randomly. A blind box. Yisu raised an eyebrow. No problem. This scroll is certified by my future self. Its power and potential must be enough to make my future self envious, so it's definitely something good. Use it. The scroll disappeared instantly, and a system notification followed. Congratulations! You have obtained the profession, Transcender. Transcender, a profession that can be upgraded. Trait 1. This profession has no exclusive skills, martial arts, or weapons. Trait 2. This profession can learn and use any martial arts, skills, and weapons from other professions. Trait 3. This profession can surpass attribute limits. Note, congratulations on obtaining your first profession. You now have access to profession knowledge. Interesting. A jack-of-all-trades profession? No, it's an all-powerful profession. Yisu was secretly delighted. Martial arts, skills, weapons, there were no restrictions, and he could even surpass the conventional attribute limits of other professions. It feels like I'm about to take off. Though he now had access to profession knowledge, this location didn't feel safe. Who knows when these plants and trees might decide to attack? Time to leave. Yisu spent over 10 minutes running back home and immediately began studying the profession knowledge. A profession was a unique power system. While it was hard to define a hierarchy among professions, their effectiveness ultimately depended on how the user employed them. However, there were fundamental differences. Professions were divided into upgradable and non-upgradable categories. Non-upgradable professions had hard limits that were difficult to surpass, making them highly dependent on luck. Since acquiring a profession involved a blind box system, no one could predict what kind of profession a scroll would grant. Well, luck is a part of strength, Yisu thought, grateful that he had bypassed the blind box stage entirely. Next came the concepts of martial arts and skills. Martial arts could be considered the equivalent of basic attacks. Learning them required diligent practice, as there was no shortcut or proficiency system to speed up progress. Interestingly, martial arts had no ranking system, meaning even the simplest martial art could yield results with enough effort. Not bad. Yisu nodded, recognizing that professions revolved around a combination of luck and effort. Then came the most critical aspect, skills. Skills can be seen as powerful abilities, with each profession having its own unique set. However, Yisu's profession didn't come with any specific skills. Instead, Yisu had the extraordinary ability to learn the ultimate moves from all professions. This was truly an exception. As a limit breaker, he defied the norms. There were no restrictions on learning martial arts. As long as you had enough energy and time, you could learn as much as you wanted. However, learning skills did come with limitations. A first-tier profession could only learn 2 skills, and with each profession upgrade, 1 additional skill could be learned. Martial arts and skills were the embodiment of combat power, enhancing various aspects such as physical attributes, martial arts proficiency, and the strength of divine weapons. Ultimately, the key factor that determined combat power was an individual's physical constitution, specifically 2 indicators, physique and intelligence. Physique encompassed all attributes, including strength, agility, recovery, stamina, and endurance, directly influencing combat performance. Regardless of how advanced your martial arts were, if your physique was weak, your overall combat power would suffer significantly. Intelligence, on the other hand, was crucial for activating skills and understanding martial arts. While it could be likened to a mana bar, its significance extended far beyond that. Physique represented the external, while intelligence was more aligned with the internal. Lastly, there was the upper limit for each profession. For a first-tier profession, the cap for physique and intelligence was 100. Once this limit was reached, one had to advance to a higher-tier profession to further improve. Some professions, however, could not be upgraded, which was a source of deep frustration for those individuals, as a cap of 100 would forever be their ceiling. Closing the knowledge panel, Yisu found it all quite straightforward. Martial arts and skills formed the foundation of combat techniques, while overall combat power was closely tied to physique and intelligence. The letter he received mentioned elixirs, which were likely capable of enhancing both physique and intelligence. As for the profession cap, Yisu wasn't concerned being a limit breaker inherently meant he had the talent to surpass such limits. Perhaps future letters would continue to guide him forward. For now, Yisu's goal was clear: to seek out better martial arts and skills, as well as obtain elixirs to enhance his physique and intelligence. This path seemed simple on the surface, but was full of challenges. Yisu was brimming with confidence, and the letters he received gave him a head start over everyone else. The global profession system meant that everyone around the world was starting from the same point, but if Yisu could get ahead, the road ahead would become much smoother. He shook off his gradually drying hair. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. The spring rain had not only brought changes to plants and trees, but also introduced profession scrolls, martial arts techniques, skills, and even elixirs. Yisu increasingly felt the urgency of time. Taking advantage of the fact that the mutated plants and trees had not yet developed offensive capabilities, he quickly set out to search. In the darkness of Suang, a shadow moved through the night. Against the backdrop of mutated vegetation, Yisu rode a small bicycle, swiftly navigating the cracked roads where driving a car would have been more cumbersome. His eyes scanned his surroundings, searching for faint glimmers of light. A profession, martial arts, skills, and a divine weapon. This was the essential set he needed to gather tonight. The changes around him grew more apparent. Street signs had fallen, roads had fractured, and some unknown plants had broken through the barriers of concrete and steel, growing rampantly. Even power lines had begun to suffer damage. The entire world seemed to be undergoing a dramatic and irreversible transformation. The vibrant lights of the sleepless city of Suzhou and Hangzhou began to dim, as the rain of early spring had just ceased, leaving an unprecedented atmosphere lingering over the city. The subtle changes brought by the advent of global professions were starting to reveal themselves, with the city lights becoming sparse and faint. Yisu's figure darted through the darkness like a sharp blade, swiftly weaving through the streets and alleys. Suddenly, a faint glimmer caught his attention. It emanated from an inconspicuous flower bed. Without hesitation, he rushed over to investigate, only to see threads of light flowing in the air, converging into a bright point. The moment he reached out to touch it, the light point vanished, replaced by a small wooden box the size of a palm. Is this a treasure chest? Yisu's heart leapt with excitement as he quickly opened it before anyone else could take notice. A system notification immediately followed. Congratulations on opening the treasure chest. You've obtained the skill, Surging Force. The chest transformed into a small, delicate red jade token, intricately engraved with a lifelike fist, from which wisps of black energy continuously seeped. Yisu knew well that skill tokens were like blind boxes. Once opened, they began a countdown and would disappear if not learned in time. A big move right off the bat. What luck, Yisu thought with a grin, wasting no time in choosing to learn the skill. Although first-tier professions could only learn 2 skills, they could be forgotten and replaced later. He crushed the jade token in his hand, and in an instant, all the knowledge about this unique explosive technique flooded his mind, including how to unleash this powerful offensive skill. The move consumed both mental energy and stamina. Reasonable design, as these were the foundation of all combat power. After mastering the new skill, Yisu felt slightly more at ease. As someone with foresight, failing to seize the initiative would be his greatest mistake. He decided to continue his search not just for skills, but also for martial techniques, spiritual herbs, and divine weapons. Just as he turned to leave, his breath suddenly caught. A pair of glowing red eyes was fixated on him. It belonged to an enormous pit bull. The beast stood nearly a meter tall, with a body length exceeding 2 meters, its gaze radiating a savage, beastly ferocity. Yisu immediately recalled the warning from the future letter. Beware of animals and plants, they will be our most troublesome enemies in the early stages. The pit bull before him was clearly beyond the scope of an ordinary pet. What shocked Yisu even more was the sight of glowing roots stuck between the dog's menacing fangs. It had swallowed a spiritual herb. Damn it, that's mine. Yisu gritted his teeth in frustration. This beast had stolen what should have been his opportunity. The pit bull let out a low, guttural growl, its body crouching low, ready to pounce at any moment. Yisu's blood boiled, his muscles tensing in preparation for battle. In this situation, there was no room for tricks like throwing stones to scare it off. Would have to face it head-on. With a thunderous roar, the pit bull lunged forward, its gleaming fangs aimed straight at Yisu's throat. Taking a deep breath, Yisu steadied himself, ready to unleash the very first global profession skill in this world, surging force. The power surged through his entire body. Yisu could feel every muscle fiber tightening, starting from his feet upward. A wave of immense energy rushed along his spine, finally converging in his clenched fist. This overwhelming force brought with it a trance-like sensation, but he didn't hesitate for a moment. He charged directly at the pit bull in front of him. Bang! His fist landed squarely on the dog's face. Yisu could distinctly feel the impact as his knuckles collided with the dog's teeth. Although there was a brief moment of resistance, the explosive force of the Changsha technique rendered it meaningless. With a sharp pop, the pit bull's head burst apart, spraying a mist of blood into the air, filling it with a metallic stench. The massive dog's body, weighing hundreds of pounds, was propelled into the air by the sheer force, spinning in an eerie arc before crashing heavily to the ground as a headless corpse. This was the power of the Changsha technique, a devastating skill that harnessed the strength of the entire body to unleash catastrophic damage. Its effectiveness was directly tied to the user's physical condition, growing stronger as their physique improved. Even with Yisu's current peak human physical limits, this technique was more than enough to easily take down a large, iron-boned beast like this dog. Shaking his hand, which throbbed slightly from the impact, Yisu pondered to himself. Although the Changsha technique had its own protective mechanisms during use, his current physical state still struggled to fully withstand the recoil from such an explosive attack. Only by surpassing the theoretical physical limits could he truly master this skill. Taking a deep breath, the blood mist entered his lungs along with the air. To his surprise, Yisu felt a wave of refreshing vitality coursing through him, as though he had consumed a rare elixir. This was clearly the effect of the spiritual medicine. Looking down at the headless corpse on the ground, a bold idea emerged in his mind. Since the dog had consumed the spiritual medicine, what if he ate the dog to reabsorb those precious medicinal properties? In these early days of scarce resources, it was an undeniably tempting thought. Today's gains were truly remarkable. After spending half the day searching, he had found a skill chest, and now he had unexpectedly obtained a corpse infused with spiritual medicine. Yisu couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This wasn't stealing a doge, it was delivering justice. A dog that dared to consume spiritual medicine would eventually become a threat to people. Without hesitation, he swiftly hoisted the headless corpse onto the back of his bicycle and sped off down the street. The bicycle's quality was impressive, capable of carrying such a heavy load. Meanwhile, the anomalies caused by the spring rain had already alarmed the entire nation. The rapid and visible growth of plants was shocking, prompting the military to take immediate action. The country entered a state of emergency at a wartime level. Under direct orders from the highest authorities, emergency response teams were quickly established across various regions. At the Natural Science Research Institute in Modu, a secretary hurriedly reported the latest developments to Director Li Qing. Reports of incidents were flooding in from across the country. Rampant plant growth was severely disrupting transportation, and mutated animals were attacking people in multiple locations. Particularly in regions like Sichuan, the imperial capital, Fujianzhujiang, and Kunlun, zoos were facing unimaginable chaos. The military had already begun culling the mutated animals. As one of the most renowned scholars in Daxia, Li Qing had received orders to form a research team. A military aircraft was on standby, ready to transport him to the imperial capital at any moment. As the research team began to take shape, information from all over the nation started pouring in. Li Qing adjusted the glasses on his nose, a strange light flickering in his eyes, and said softly, "If plants and animals are mutating, what about humans?" The secretary froze, her expression stiffening as if the question had struck a nerve. It truly was a critical point, a blind spot everyone had overlooked. Morning light filtered through the gap in the curtains, spilling into the room as Yisu returned home, exhausted. Hours of searching had been grueling, but the results were worth it. He opened 2 blind boxes, examining tonight's spoils. The first blind box contained martial arts monkey fist. It was a white jade token engraved with intricate diagrams of techniques. This monkey fist was a foundation style, a variant of Xingyiquan. Unlike the traditional Xingyiquan passed down in this world, this martial art included an internal foundation special techniques for circulating vital energy and blood. If mastered, it would make wielding weapons like spears or blades effortless in the future. Of course, that would require genuine dedication and practice. The second blind box held an ordinary weapon, a long saber. This blade was vastly different from weapons forged with regular steel. Its surface was etched with unique patterns capable of effectively channeling vital energy. Though of standard quality and far from the legendary divine weapons, it was still a rare find for a professional. Yisu quietly reviewed his current status panel. Yisu. Profession, overlimit practitioner. Constitution, 10. Intelligence, 5. Martial arts, monkey fist. Skill, rushing force. Equipment, standard professional long saber. Additionally, there was a headless dog carcass. Before its death, the dog had consumed a spiritual herb, causing its body to mutate and its fur to become exceptionally tough. Fortunately, with the professional long saber in hand, dismembering it was no challenge. Yisu quickly extracted over 100 pounds of prime meat. Once exposed to the air, the meat immediately released a unique aroma, the scent of the spiritual herb. The tantalizing fragrance instantly stirred Yisu's appetite. He swiftly set up a pot and began cooking the meat. While the meat simmered in the pot, Yisu took out his phone to check on the situation outside. The speed of the nation's response filled him with admiration. Not only had the Suang Zoo been closed, but zoos across the entire country had implemented the same measures. A critical emergency notification popped up on his phone screen, unmissable. Attention all citizens of Longwa. The nation is now in a state of emergency. Please remain in your homes and follow instructions. Avoid going out unless absolutely necessary. The global awakening of professions had brought about rapid and intense changes, and the nation's response was equally decisive. The massive machinery of the state was in full motion, delivering directives to every corner and demonstrating an unparalleled level of organization and strength. Emergency state? That means supplies. Yisu suddenly realized something, striding quickly to the window. He pulled back the curtains and opened the soundproof window, letting the noise from below flood in. The clamor of a classic daxia tradition. Stockpiling supplies rose from the streets. Whenever there was a sign of turmoil, people would rush to hoard essentials, a survival instinct etched into their bones by a history of hunger. But what stood out even more was the sight of armed soldiers stationed at the entrance of the neighborhood convenience store. Yisu immediately understood. Those apocalyptic, chaos-ridden scenes from movies wouldn't unfold here. Daxia maintained firm control over the situation, ensuring that disorder would not take root. Yisu closed the window and didn't join the others in rushing downstairs to panic buy supplies. Come on, this is a world of global evolution, not some apocalyptic wasteland. If even professionals were to starve to death, that'd just be ridiculous. The aroma of dog meat filled the air. Although Yisu's cooking skills were average, the meat of this dog, which had consumed a spiritual herb, was extraordinarily exceptional. A large pot containing about 10 pounds of dog meat was placed in front of him. Unable to hold back his excitement, Yisu grabbed his chopsticks and began devouring the meal. As the first bite entered his mouth, a warm sensation spread from his throat throughout his entire body. Almost immediately, his blood and energy surged within him. In that moment, Yisu realized something profound. By consuming the meat of a dog that had ingested spiritual herbs, he had absorbed the essence of the herbs directly. As the power of the spiritual herbs circulated through his body, Yisu could distinctly feel himself breaking through the theoretical limits of the human body. At this moment, the so-called genetic locks of legend seemed to unlock, revealing an entirely new realm before him, the realm of vital energy and blood. His blood was no longer just a simple liquid flowing through his veins. It transformed into a special energy, coursing through his body via the network of blood vessels. For an average person, blood circulation typically takes 20 to 30 seconds. But now, with the emergence of this vital energy and blood, Yisu's circulation speed had accelerated to under 15 seconds. This increased blood flow meant faster oxygen and nutrient delivery, providing a solid foundation for high-intensity combat. This vital energy and blood also possessed other miraculous effects. As it circulated through his body, it continuously strengthened his physique. The more abundant the energy, the more pronounced the enhancement. It could even replace the nutrients in his blood to fuel explosive muscle strength, though this would deplete his vital energy and blood. As Yisu feasted on the meat, he was completely immersed in the exhilarating sensation of surpassing his limits. When he swallowed the last bite, he eagerly opened his status panel for a look. Yisu profession, overlimit practitioner. Constitution, 11. Intelligence, 5. Martial arts, ape fist technique, rushing force skill. His constitution had risen from the theoretical limit of 10 to 11. Though this might seem like a small increase, it marked a qualitative leap, the birth of vital energy and blood. With this newfound energy, Yisu realized that he could now handle a fight against that massive dog he had encountered earlier without even using any skills. Compared to the pain, fatigue, and dizziness he had experienced after using skills in the past, he now felt capable of relying solely on his vital energy in a direct confrontation. Yisu even fantasized about the possibility of one day condensing protective blood energy, strong enough to withstand attacks from firearms. As his vital energy grew more powerful, snapping out of his thoughts, Yisu suddenly realized that he had managed to eat an entire 10 pounds of dog meat in one sitting. Thanks to the strengthening effects of his vital energy on his internal organs, his body was able to handle such a massive intake of food. At that moment, his entire body was radiating heat, a result of the spiritual herb's essence taking effect within him. Feeling the restless energy surging inside, Yisu began following the guidance of his martial arts techniques to circulate his energy, starting his training at home. Ape fist. Yisu began his movements, wielding a long blade with precision. As an extension of Xingyi Quan, practicing with a weapon was perfectly reasonable, even adding dynamism and practicality. Ape Fist emphasized agility and adaptability, and under the execution of blade techniques, it appeared even more fluid and graceful. All of this was thanks to Yi Su's physique, which had surpassed ordinary limits. Without it, such techniques would be impossible to sustain. Each move he performed was swift as lightning, the air around him charged with heat, and Yi Su was nearly lost in the trance of his practice. His martial arts talent was indescribable. In this new era of materialism, people couldn't cultivate immortality because they didn't believe in its principles. But Yi Su had no such barrier. After all, he was someone who had crossed over from another world. He harbored no doubt about martial arts or immortality cultivation. Those who believe can achieve, while those who don't are left with empty words. Yi Su had already taken the most difficult step. As his blade techniques became more refined, each move flowed seamlessly into the next. Mastery came with practice, and beyond that lay the cultivation of the essence within the techniques. This process required time, patience, and dedication to polish and deepen. Yi Su was completely immersed in the interplay of blade and movement, oblivious to the passing hours. It wasn't until the sound of his phone notification pulled him back to reality that he realized the time. Noon already? He gave a wry smile, realizing he had been practicing for nearly 4 hours. Glancing at the message on his phone, he read, "At 1 p.m., all residents of Ben High Street are required to assist in clearing the trees on the streets." It was a notice from the neighborhood committee. The authorities were always efficient at organizing such activity. Yes, no matter your profession, they could find a way to involve you. These events were typically arranged by higher-ups, part of a nationwide mobilization in response to the sweeping changes brought about by global shifts. Yi Su ultimately decided to go, not because he wanted to, but because he had no choice. Perhaps no one would remember those who showed up, but those who didn't would certainly have their names remembered. At this stage, the authorities remained the sole dominant force, and Yi Su didn't want to entangle himself too deeply with them before solidifying his identity. At 1 p.m., Yi Su stocked the remaining meat in his fridge and headed downstairs. Outside, the street trees remained lush and green. Though their growth had halted, their size was already beyond imagination. One building even had tree roots piercing through its structure, turning it into a dangerous ruin. Small groups of residents stood around chatting, their conversations seemingly full of insider information, though Yi Su knew it was likely just idle gossip. Yi Su understood that the authorities were under immense pressure as well. After all, this was an unprecedented situation. With the trees ceasing growth, the situation was becoming increasingly unpredictable. The authorities could only do their best to maintain control. Keeping people occupied was the most effective strategy. Idleness bred rumors, and rumors threatened stability. By keeping everyone busy and draining their energy, scattered thoughts and chaos could be minimized. Soon, the street coordinator arrived to organize the tree-clearing efforts. Though the task might seem trivial, it was crucial. By keeping people engaged, the authorities channeled manpower, maintained focus, and preserved order. Once the clearing was completed, a nationwide cleanup initiative was announced. Yi Su thought to himself, the tide of evolution has begun. The halt in the tree's growth might only be the prelude. With this ripple set in motion, the events to follow would undoubtedly be far from simple. The true crisis might already be lurking beneath the surface. Suddenly, a piercing scream broke the stillness. Yi Su jerked his head up, spotting a massive bird with a wingspan of over 2 meters soaring across the sky. It streaked past in a blur. Judging by its appearance, it looked like a sparrow. Damn it, are you cheating? Yi Su squinted his eyes, anger spreading in his chest. The plant's growth rate was multiplying, which still seemed reasonable. After all, their roots were continuously absorbing water and energy, so accelerated evolution was expected. But the animals? Their evolution was absurdly exaggerated. Seriously, how did sparrows turn into giant eagles? This was beyond ridiculous. Wait a second, does a sparrow of this size count as a bird of prey? Birds of prey are apex predators in the food chain. Anything they can kill becomes their prey. With a sparrow of this size, it could easily kill an average person, right? Speaking of which, could humans end up on its menu? Don't tell me this sparrow is a vegetarian. Even if it were, anyone with the ability would prefer meat over plants, wouldn't they? Whoosh. A sharp screech pierced the air, followed by chaos on the street. Everyone turned to see the sparrow, or rather, the mutated raptor diving down from the sky with lightning speed, its talons gleaming coldly. If it caught someone, there was no doubt their skull would be effortlessly pierced. Watch out, Yi Su shouted urgently, turning to the soldiers nearby and barking a command. Fire. Quickly. The soldiers reacted instantly, their firearms erupting with a barrage of gunfire. Tat-tat. Yi Su's eyes narrowed, a jolt running through him. What was he seeing? The soldiers' shots were slightly delayed. How could this be? At such close range, how were they missing? Adjust your aim, one soldier called out calmly, his face tense. But it was too late. The mutated raptor was simply too fast. Yi Su's gaze sharpened, his heart sinking as he realized the danger. No, it's too late. He cursed under his breath. watching as the raptor's trajectory subtly shifted, now aimed directly at him. There was no time to dodge. All right, guess I'll have to step in. Yi Su sighed internally and quickly assessed the situation. Calculating the distance, he suppressed his own speed and locked onto the girl who was now in the raptor's sights. In the nick of time, Yi Su lunged forward, grabbing the girl and pulling her to the ground. Just as they hit the ground, gunfire rang out again, this time striking true. The shot was enough to take down the mutated raptor. Yi Su stood up, offering a hand to help the girl to her feet. Are you okay? He asked. The girl, still shaken, stared at him blankly before whispering, thank you. Yi Su gave a brief nod and turned to leave. However, he noticed the soldiers' expressions had changed. These elite fighters all looked grim, as if something about the situation was off. With his enhanced hearing, Yi Su clearly caught snippets of their hushed conversation. How is this possible? I missed at such close range. Exactly. I felt like the gun wasn't right today. The bullets didn't seem to have the same power as before. This is unusual. I think we need to report this. Report what? The raptor attack? No, it's the firearms. I suspect the gunpowder in the bullets is burning less efficiently. We definitely need to prepare a report. This isn't a small issue. Yi Su's heart sank, his eyes deepening with worry. Firearm power decreasing? Gunpowder burning less efficiently? If that's true, this could be a big problem, he muttered under his breath. This was undoubtedly the worst news of the day. If the foundational structures of technological civilization were starting to crumble, and even weapons were losing their effectiveness, humanity's fragility would become glaringly evident. Humans had always relied on tools and weapons to fend off terrifying beasts. But if the tools failed, how would humanity defend itself against these predators? The plants and animals in the early stages will be our toughest enemies. This realization weighed heavier on Yi Su's mind. A soldier approached briskly, gratitude evident on his face. Comrade, thank you so much. No problem, just lending a hand. Yi Su replied casually. The soldier gave Yi Su a once-over. If it weren't for you, things could have gone much worse. Your skills aren't ordinary, are they? Trained before. He was referring to Yi Su's burst of speed earlier, which was at least at the level of a professional athlete. Yi Su chuckled lightly. Just a regular college guy. Strength and speed aren't exactly lacking. The soldier nodded thoughtfully. To him, college students did seem unique. Some were physically strong, but none had reached that so-called superhuman level. The conversation ended with mutual understanding, and they each went back to their tasks. The bodies of the sparrows and raptors were dragged away. The soldier went to write his report, and Yi Su continued clearing the area. Just then, a faint, elegant fragrance drifted over. The girl who had been rescued approached Yi Su. Hey, thank you. Yu, she said with a bright smile. How about I treat you to a meal after we're done here? Yi Su. No need for that. Yi Su replied indifferently. Just keep an eye on the sky so you don't run into danger again. With that, he stepped aside. To him, women only slowed down the draw of his blade. This world was becoming increasingly terrifying. The thought of firearms losing their power lingered in Yi Su's mind. If technological weapons eventually failed, things would only spiral further out of control. But Jingyu wasn't ready to give up. She stepped closer again. Yi Su, you college guys sure are aloof. Fine, no meal then. But I'll tell you a secret as a thank you for saving me. Let's hear it. Yi Su said, barely interested. My family lives in Jingyuan community. Early yesterday morning, I saw a glowing orb in a tree. Later, it got swallowed up by the tree, which kept growing bigger and bigger. Yi Su's eye sharpened. A treasure chest. The glowing orb was likely a chest, and it being consumed by rapidly growing trees made sense. Well, worthwhile info, right? Jingyu asked, looking somewhat smug. Yi Su thought to himself, this isn't men's psychology, it's child psychology. Curiosity really can control a man's entire life. But the intel was indeed valuable, so he gave a nod of acknowledgement. The two exchanged social media contacts and agreed to meet after finishing their tasks. The cleanup continued. The authorities were determined to cut down the trees, and the nationwide mobilization was astonishing. Urban trees were quickly pruned, and routes obstructing traffic were cleared. In just half a day, the city regained its order. However, the towering trees still stood tall, contrasting starkly with the modern urban landscape, almost symbolizing a harmony between humanity and nature. Yi Su felt no sentiment about it. Once home, he confirmed the meeting time with Jingyu. That treasure chest was determined to get it. His current skills and weapons were far from sufficient. Before leaving, Yi Su considered bringing his professional-grade longsword. But after a moment's thought, he opted for a 1-foot-long boning knife instead, carefully tucking it into the back of his waistband before heading out. Yi Su used the positioning system to locate the exact location of Jingyu community. Jingyu personally greeted him at the entrance and pointed to a towering tree nearby, saying, There, that tree. You don't need to climb it. You can get to it from my room. One of its branches stretches right into my living room. The community won't clear the trees until tomorrow, so tonight's your chance. Her plan was meticulous and thorough. Yi Su nodded in agreement and followed Jingyu into her home. As soon as he stepped inside, A sweet fragrance filled his senses. The entire space was decorated in a clean, minimalist white style. The bookshelf on the living room's feature wall was particularly eye-catching. Yisu quickly scanned it and noticed that it was filled with popular online novels from this world. This girl, she's a total homebody, Yisu thought to himself. On the floor of the living room, there were scattered shards of glass. A thick tree branch had pushed through the window, adding a touch of natural greenery to the otherwise pure white decor. Tracing the branch with his eyes, Yisu could see that it led directly to the tree trunk. From this angle, he spotted a noticeable hollow in the trunk, faintly glowing with light. There's no way a plant could open a treasure chest, Yisu calculated internally. The chest must be stuck in there. All I have to do is climb over, reach out, and the jade token representing a skill or martial technique will be in my hand. With that thought, Yisu was already eager to get started. He carefully examined the branches, looking for the best foothold. Don't rush, Jingyu said, handing him a small camera. I've got everything ready. Strap this to your chest, and you can record the entire adventure. Well prepared and quite intriguing, Yisu remarked, momentarily taken aback before nodding. By the way, you're a homebody, huh? So many books. Just something to pass the time, Jingyu laughed. I've got good taste they're all pretty popular. But enough about that. Have some water first. We'll move when it gets a little darker. Yisu accepted the glass of water but didn't drink it right away. It was as if something had suddenly occurred to him. Shouldn't I act now? If it gets dark, I won't be able to see the tree trunk clearly. If I misstep, I could fall. Jingyu froze for a moment. She had subconsciously assumed that as a professional, Yisu's body would be enhanced enough to see clearly even in dim light. Seeing her reaction, Yisu smirked. Details make the difference, you know. In the next instant, the glass slipped from his hand. Yisu suddenly sprang into action, his blood surging with terrifying power. He assumed a monkey fist stance, his movements swift and explosive. Jingyu gasped in shock. Caught off guard by Yisu's sudden attack, she couldn't dodge in time and had to cross her arms to block his punch. Boom! A resounding crash echoed. Jingyu was sent flying by the force of the punch, smashing through the glass door of the dining area and slamming heavily into the refrigerator. Glass shards scattered everywhere, leaving the scene in utter chaos. Her arms were already bruised, her bones cracked, and her fingers trembled uncontrollably. Her hands were completely incapacitated from that single blow. The impact on her back caused excruciating pain. When she looked up, a sharp boning knife was already pressed against her neck. The cold blade sent a chilling sensation coursing through her. Clink! At that moment, the glass Yisu had dropped earlier finally hit the ground and shattered, the sound reverberating in Jingyu's mind like thunder. So strong. Too strong. He's not even human. Jingyu was utterly shaken. Even if I were to awaken, I wouldn't be able to withstand a single move from him. What are you doing? Jingyu's lips turned crimson, blood slowly trickling out as the force of the counterattack crashed through her internal organs like a raging beast. She stared at Yisu in shock, her face filled with disbelief. I told you, details determine success or failure. Yisu's gaze was as deep and cold as an abyss, his words carrying a chilling threat. Choosing to act at night shows you're fully aware of an evolver's night vision abilities. It's an instinctive response. That's how your identity got exposed. And you gave me too much time to observe. From your window, if you look that way, last night, I killed a dog over there. You must have seen it, didn't you? Jingyu was utterly stunned. The world of evolvers was entirely different from what she had known. Her eyes drifted to the wall in the background, adorned with posters from various web novels, each filled with tropes she knew by heart. After her unexpected awakening last night, she had witnessed Yisu kill the dog, and a sense of familiarity with those cliched plots surged within her. The protagonist, the one who seizes the initiative, ace, always the protagonist. She now knew Yisu's identity and was secretly calculating countless ways to deal with him. Whether it was using him to slay the monster in the hollow of the giant tree, tricking him into revealing information, or extracting more opportunities from him, as long as she held the upper hand, she wouldn't lose. However, reality was not a scripted story. Yisu was colder, more cautious, and far more ruthless than she had imagined. She accepted the glass of water, her hand almost restrained, and the opportunity to counterattack came too suddenly. Now the tables have turned. I don't believe you dare to kill me. Jingyu fixed her gaze on Yisu, her tone firm. In fact, I wasn't planning on doing anything to you. You're just too sensitive. Why can't we sit down and talk this through? At the very least, you and I were the same kind of people. Oh, the same kind of people? Yisu raised an eyebrow at her words, nodding slightly in surprise before withdrawing his knife. He turned around, pulling a few tissues from a box on the floor and spreading them over the spilled water where the glass had shattered. The soft paper quickly absorbed the liquid, and Yisu picked it up, walking toward Jingyu. What are you doing? Jingyu suddenly realized something and couldn't help but cry out. I've already been quite polite, Yisu said coolly. The world hasn't completely fallen into chaos yet, so I suppose I still have a duty to maintain some semblance of order. As long as you haven't tried to kill me, I won't kill you. Of course, That's on the condition that you prove this glass of water is harmless, right? Jingye's face turned pale with fear. The water in that glass had been laced with a special itima mysterious tool from a treasure chest that could turn someone into a puppet. It was colorless, tasteless, and though it only granted 3 minutes of control, that was more than enough. Last night, as fate's chosen one, she had awakened almost effortlessly and, without even trying, stumbled upon 2 treasure chests. One chest had yielded this item, the heavenly water, with its extraordinary effects. The other chest was trapped beneath a massive tree. She had wanted to retrieve it, but the tree was guarded by a giant snake. Terrified of snakes, she hadn't dared to approach. Just as she was despairing, she saw Yisu kill the dog, and a sinister plan began to form in her mind. By some stroke of luck, she managed to make contact with Yisu during the day. All she needed to do was wait for him to drink the heavenly water, and then the treasure beneath the giant tree would be hers. Whether or not to keep Yisu alive would depend entirely on what the treasure chest contained. If it was a powerful item capable of suppressing him, she'd gain a servant. If not, she'd have no choice but to let him meet a heroic end. Things had spiraled completely out of control. Yisu's explosive reaction left Jingyu, who had always relied on predictable schemes, utterly flustered. Yisu, no, please. Jingyu cried out in terror as she watched Yisu pick up the cup of water. I know I was wrong. No, you don't realize you were wrong. Yisu responded coldly. You just realize you're about to die. The water in the cup was indeed suspicious, which only made Yisu feel justified in her actions. Grabbing Jingyu's chin with one hand, she forcefully squeezed the paper cup with the other, making the mysterious liquid flow into Jingyu's mouth. Yisu, look. Nothing happened. I swear I had no ill intentions. Jingyu exclaimed desperately. Deep down, she felt a glimmer of hope. Yisu clearly didn't know the correct way to use the heavenly water. All she had to do was stall for 3 minutes, and life would begin to take its course. Though her plan had been crude and full of flaws, it wasn't completely hopeless yet. Yisu blinked, a trace of doubt crossing her face. Huh? No poison? Could she really mean to cooperate? With global professions about to unlock and massive changes on the horizon, having allies for the upcoming challenges was crucial. But this ally was clearly untrustworthy. There had to be more to the water than met the eye. You're right. The water seems fine, Yisu said calmly, feigning warmth. Come on, let me help you treat your wounds. Jingyu was overjoyed, but her relief turned to horror in the next instant. Her body moved against her will, rising to its feet. Even her heavily injured hand pressed against the ground to support her, defying all natural protective instincts. Realization dawned on Yisu. Doesn't seem like you're hurt too badly. Why don't you give me an APT demonstration, she said with a sly smirk. Jingyu was stunned, but her body was already responding. Not bad legs, I have to admit, Yisu remarked, finally understanding the true purpose of the heavenly water. It was a puppet-type, overpowered artifact. To think you managed to get your hands on something this absurd, Yisu thought, clicking her tongue in amazement. What about your destiny now? With the effects of the heavenly water confirmed, Yisu effortlessly took control of Jingyu. The two moved swiftly across the branches extending into the living room, maintaining their balance with the ease of seasoned professionals. Before long, they reached the massive tree trunk, where a faint glow emanated from its center. Suddenly, a cold, slimy sensation swept over Yisu, as if something had locked onto her. A guardian spirit? Let's see what kind of mutated creature this is, Yisu muttered, looking up to meet 2 eerie, glowing orbs. Well, this is interesting, Yisu thought, startled. A massive snake, as thick as a barrel, coiled within the gaping hollow of the tree trunk. Its full length was impossible to gauge, but its piercing eyes radiated menace. Despite the intimidating sight, Yisu felt confident. After all, she had a helper now. Sister, don't be scared, Yisu shouted with mock enthusiasm. Let's give this little snake a taste of what professionals can do. Jingyu's fear had reached its peak. She had always been naturally terrified of snakes, yet under the influence of Tianshui's control, she displayed an astonishing level of ferocity. Without hesitation, she leapt into the massive hollow formed by the tree trunk and engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the giant serpent. The serpent, startled by her sudden attack, coiled its massive body around Jingyu, initiating a deadly constriction. At this critical moment, Yisu seized the opportunity, took a deep breath, and dove headfirst into the hollow. Reaching out, he touched the mysterious glowing orb. Congratulations. You've opened the treasure chest and obtained the martial art technique, Tai Xianjing. As the system notification echoed, the glowing orb vanished instantly, leaving a jade token that materialized in his palm. Without a second thought, Yisu crushed the jade token and quickly flipped himself out of the tree hollow. What met his eyes were Jingyu's despair-filled gaze, yet her hopelessness evoked no pity in Yisu. Instead, it stirred within him a sense of inevitable fate. I've got the martial art technique. Time to leave, he thought to himself. This serpent is no ordinary creature. Jingyu's bones will be crushed in moments. Fighting it hidden in its territory is suicide. Better to leave this to the authorities. Modern weapons are still effective for now. Heavy firepower should take care of it. Suddenly, a thought crossed Yi Su's mind. Come to think of it, the government must already be taking steps to deal with these mutated creatures. Their destructive power after mutation is no joke. As he slid down the tree trunk, he felt a piercing gaze. Looking up, he was startled to see the warrior captain who had shot the mutated sparrow earlier in the day. Ahem. So, couldn't sleep at night, decided to climb a tree. That's not illegal, right? Yi Su said, feigning casualness while rubbing his nose. Would you call this neglecting to save someone, or murder? The warrior's gaze bore into Yi Su, his tone heavy. Haha, this is just a young man seeking adventure. And, well, am not exactly a paragon of morality, so at most, it's neglecting to save someone. Yi Su replied confidently, though had already sensed something was off. The speed and precision of the government's response far exceeded his expectations. Not only were they aware of the mutations and those with special abilities, but they had also clearly formed a stance on the matter. Someone will come to handle the mutated creature shortly, the warrior said. My name is Zhang Hui. Let's talk as we walk. Sure thing. You seem older than me, so we'll call you Brother Hui from now on. Yi Su replied with a cheeky grin, as if Jingyu's death hadn't affected him at all. After all, in his mind, it was self-defense completely justified. As a law-abiding citizen, he believed he had done nothing wrong. Yi Su hadn't paid much attention to the new cultivation technique yet. From their earlier conversation, Zhang Hui had gathered some insight into the government's stance on professional's a crucial point. With a serious expression, Zhang Hui said, you need to register first. After all, this will determine what regulated weapons you can possess in the future. Once you're registered, a lot of trouble can be avoided. Yi Su couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Xia, you're reacting way too fast. The professional management ordinance was only issued less than 20 hours ago, and you've already caught up? Zhang Hui picked up on the meaning behind Yi Su's words and understood to some extent. As a soldier of the new era, he not only carried the traditions of Xia's military, but also had a keen sense of the future. Speaking softly, he explained, the world is changing, and no one can predict the future. The people at the top believe that the future might rest on your shoulders. That's why you've been granted the rights of this new era. To put it simply, it's about mutual cooperation. My interpretation is cooperation is mandatory. He paused briefly before continuing. If there's no cooperation, it means you'll become a threat to the emerging Xia civilization. To avoid such risks, eliminating you early on would actually be reasonable. After all, the most important task is ensuring Xia's survival through this catastrophe. Yi Su nodded thoughtfully. Cooperation? Cooperation. He finally understood why the letters from the future never mentioned the government's stance. Cooperation was unavoidable. It was the only path forward. The government and individuals like him were destined to stand on the same side. If the law doesn't forbid it, then it's permissible, Yi Su mused to himself. The conflict between him and Jingyu mirrored the government's attitude. Professionals could manage themselves, but must not disrupt order. Noticing Yi Su's silence, Zhang Hui smiled. Since we've reached an agreement, I'll be your point of contact from now on. He patted Yi Su on the shoulder and exhaled in relief. The issue I reported about gunpowder combustion efficiency has been addressed, and now you have an official task as well. A task? Yi Su frowned slightly. Am I supposed to handle something big? There's no specific task, Yi Su. Actually, the most important task is to get stronger as quickly as possible. Ideally, strong enough to suppress any rival, just like in the novels I read as a kid. Zhang Hui finished with a laugh, patting Yi Su's shoulder again before waving goodbye. Watching Zhang Hui's retreating figure, Yi Su shrugged, feeling a bit helpless. This is way too much pressure, he muttered. Looking up at the darkening sky, he sighed. Human civilization might really be entering a long night. Let's hope we can endure. Just as he lowered his head, preparing to leave, a sudden urgent shout came from behind him. Stop standing around. Run. Yi Su turned to see Zhang Hui rushing toward him, his expression tense. Behind him loomed a massive, inky black shadow. What the hell is that? Yi Su's heart raced as his eyes instinctively locked onto the dark figure. Yi Su dashed forward a few steps, grabbed Zhang Hui's arm, and turned to run. He knew his physical advantage. If he didn't pull Zhang Hui along, the other man would soon be swallowed by the dark swarm behind them. It's bird sparrows, to be exact, Zhang Hui shouted as he was dragged along, sprinting with Yi Su's momentum. His lungs burned with every breath, each inhale feeling like fire. Sparrows flocking together, that's normal. But these things, each one's the size of an eagle. It's insane. Find somewhere to hide, Zhang Hui gasped, his voice strained. Their instincts haven't fully changed, yet they won't enter buildings. Yi Su nodded. The night had fully descended, and Zhang Hui's limited vision in the dark made him nearly blind, relying entirely on Yi Su's guidance. Returning to their room was out of the question. The flapping of wings was growing louder, closer. Flying creatures were fast, far too fast. Let's just get into any building. This is a residential area. After all, Yi Su decided without hesitation. Bang! Yi Su made a sharp turn, nearly lifting Zhang Hui off his feet as he was yanked along. With a forceful kick, Yi Su slammed open a fire door in the complex and dragged Zhang Hui inside. Sure enough, the mutated sparrow's instincts hadn't completely shifted. They clustered densely outside, but none dared to enter a human structure. The two of them were momentarily safe from danger. Yi Su's forehead was damp with sweat, while Zhang Hui bent over, hands on his knees, gasping for air. Yi Su had pulled him at such a pace that Zhang Hui felt like he'd just sprinted a 100-meter dash as a world-class athlete. Even riding on Yi Su's strength, his heart pounded like a drum in his chest. Once he caught his breath, Zhang Hui immediately pulled out his phone to report the critical situation. Mutated predatory birds flocking together and actively attacking humans. This was no small matter. Taking advantage of the brief reprieve, Yi Su began to review the technique he had just acquired. Introduction to the Tai Xian Manual, a cultivation method that effectively circulates internal qi and blood, promoting rapid regeneration. Yi Su read quietly to himself. Not bad. The system of professionals was essentially a cultivation system, as evident from the need to practice martial arts independently. Techniques like this were likely a core component of the entire cultivation system. By continuously transforming and generating qi and blood, it enhanced one's physical capabilities, strengthening the body and boosting all attributes. We're safe for now. Let's give this a try, Yi Su murmured to himself. With that, he sat cross-legged and began to activate the Tai Xian Manual. The mysteries of heaven and earth begin with Tai Xian. Qi flows like a wandering dragon. Meridians connect the body. Blood forges resilience. Qi consumes. The cryptic phrases were difficult for Yi Su to fully comprehend. However, unlike ordinary cultivators, professionals had martial arts slots. Once a technique was placed into a slot, it became much easier to grasp. These slots functioned like an experienced mentor embedded within, guiding the user step by step. Thus, the enigmatic Tai Xian Manual began to operate within Yi Su's body. Qi and blood surged, his blood circulation accelerated, and his heart pounded like a giant drum, creating immense pressure that forced the blood to flow faster. Yi Su's entire body became suffused with vitality, his temperature rising noticeably. Thin wisps of steam, formed from evaporating sweat, drifted upward from his head. Within this surging environment, qi and blood continued to regenerate, flowing through his veins and enhancing his physical capabilities. Physique 1. A soft chime echoed in Yi Su's mind. On his very first attempt at the Tai Xian Manual, his physique had already improved by 1 point. This technique, it's incredible, Yi Su thought to himself. At this rate, they'll be able to refine my bones and blood much faster, making myself stronger in no time. The body was the foundation of everything. No matter the martial art or skill, the body was the ultimate support. Without it, nothing else mattered. Ahem. Zhang Hui cleared his throat after ending his call, signaling he had something to say. Yi Su opened his eyes and immediately noticed the hesitant expression on Zhang Hui's face. What's going on? He asked directly. Zhang Hui nodded, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I just got off the phone. The military stationed in Suang has decided to launch an operation to clear out the raptor packs. Are you interested? The implication was clear. From an official standpoint, Yi Su was Zhang Hui's achievement, his political credit. Practically speaking, someone like Yi Su, a superhumano, now referred to as a professional, was naturally at odds with mutant beasts. Engaging in combat early on would help avoid reckless decisions in the future. This was the core of the liaison system. Zhang Hui provided information and opportunities, enabling Yi Su to participate in various battles and gain experience, ultimately grooming him into a stronger force. This isn't a mandatory mission. Whether to fight or train, the choice is yours, Zhang Hui added, glancing at Yi Su. He wasn't blind. Yi Su's focus state earlier clearly indicated he had been engaged in some kind of training. Yi Su thought for a moment before replying. All right, let's go and take a look. He needed to understand the military's current capabilities and witness the true threat posed by mutant beasts. This information would be crucial for his future plans. Working blindly was not an option. Great. After confirming that the mutant beast pack outside had left, the two quickly departed the safe zone. However, Yi Su made a quick stop at home to carefully wrap his professional-grade long blade in cloth and strapped it to his back. With that, they headed toward the military's gathering point. The suburban camp was already bustling with people, groups moving through the dim light of night. Most of them were paired as one soldier and one professional. In a short amount of time, the authorities had managed to locate over 90 of Suhong's professionals and integrate them into the liaison system. However, most of these professionals had only recently awakened due to exposure to the spring rain under special circumstances. They barely met the basic qualifications of a professional, their combat abilities only reaching the theoretical peak of human physical limits. Compared to someone like Yi Suho had already developed blood energy, mastered combat techniques, core martial arts, and unique skills, they were simply not in the same league. Zhang Hui had no idea what kind of person he had tapped into across the entire world. Only a handful of people had awakened directly from the early spring rain. Upon entering the camp, Yisu noticed that Zhang Hui seemed to wield unusually high authority, which didn't align with his apparent military rank. After the liaison system was implemented, people like me liaisons were granted higher levels of authority, Zhang Hui explained. This allows me to secure more benefits for you. Breeding competition? Yisu raised an eyebrow. Ahem, let's call it healthy competition, Zhang Hui coughed awkwardly. But seriously, in such a short time, the higher-ups have invested so heavily in professionals. It seems someone has high hopes for their future. After they entered the camp, Zhang Hui went to handle the necessary arrangements, leaving Yisu to observe the others around him. Soon, a girl with a friendly smile approached him. Hi, I'm Mo Xiaoyu, she said directly. So, are you a professional too? She had clear, bright eyes and an air of innocence. She seemed to be about Yisu's age, carrying the fresh, untainted vibe of a university student. Yisu gave a brief nod. I'm Yisu. Yisu? That's a great name, Mo Xiaoyu said, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. By the way, is that a professional-grade weapon on your back? Can I take a look? Without hesitation, Yisu shook his head. No. The incident with Jing Yu had already left him with a bad impression, wasn't about to invite more trouble from women. The unique status of professionals has been officially revoked, and even if conflicts arise among them, the authorities will not intervene. This made Yisu particularly cautious when dealing with professionals. Mo Xiaoyu, however, seemed completely unaware of Yisu's reluctance. Wearing an innocent smile, she said, maybe we can join an official operation to eliminate mutated beasts together. How about forming a team? By the way, I've already gained a profession rank caller, and it comes with healing skills. Yisu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. A healing profession, in an era where even the most advanced technology couldn't provide real-time treatment on the battlefield, was undoubtedly rare and valuable. All right, he said, immediately changing his attitude and deciding to maintain a good relationship. Just as Mo Xiaoyu was about to continue the conversation, her liaison officer returned, a sharp-eyed female officer exuding the aura of a battle-hardened veteran. I have to go now. I'll contact you when I get there, Mo Xiaoyu said. All right, Yisu nodded in response. At that moment, Zhang Hui hurried over with a grave expression. Let's talk somewhere else, he said. The two moved to a corner, and Yisu asked, what's going on? Do you know Li Qing from the magic capital? Zhang Hui countered with a question. Yisu's heart skipped a beat. Li Qing, a scholar of national importance in Xia, had become an authority in multiple fields despite being only in his early 30s. He was currently the director of a research institute. Under his leadership, Xia had overcome numerous technological challenges. Yes, I know. What happened? Director Li's plane was attacked by unidentified mutated raptors while passing over Suhang and was forced to make an emergency landing, Zhang Hui explained. There are two tasks this time: clearing out the mutated sparrows in Suhang City and rescuing Director Li. The higher-ups want professionals to assist in the rescue because Director Li reported that there are a large number of light clusters at the landing site. Got it. I agree, Yisu immediately responded. To him, someone like Li Qing was invaluable even in a world where professions had emerged globally. Whether it was researching the efficacy of spirit medicines or establishing a professional system, talent like Li Qing's was indispensable. Helping him now would surely yield significant rewards in the future. Besides, with the spring rain event having just begun, the wilderness couldn't be that dangerous yet. All right, I'll start making arrangements, Zhang Hui said, handing Yisu a phone and a pair of earbuds. These are specialized communication devices. There's a drone to ensure signal stability and a nuclear-powered wireless charging drone for power supply, so you don't have to worry about signal or battery issues. Also, the most critical thing is, at this point, Zhang Hui looked at Yisu with a serious expression, his eyes revealing an undeniable resolve. I swear on my honor as a soldier, Yisu, you can absolutely trust me. The establishment of the liaison system is not for any individual, but for countless people for the entire Xia. Yisu nodded, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Understood. All right, I'll take you there now. Zhang Hui leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice. Accompanying you will be a small squad. The elite level of this squad will far exceed your expectations. He patted Yisu on the shoulder. Don't worry, for now, you're not the main force. You're being included largely because of those light clusters. I've heard that you can draw power from them. Yisu nodded silently. He knew well that the official intelligence was systematically compiled, and their information was no less comprehensive than that of professional practitioners. In fact, the number of practitioners officially affiliated with the government was likely quite significant. Before long, Zhang Hui led Yisu to the departure point. A fully armed special operations team was already waiting there. They bore no insignias, and their presence exuded an air of mystery. In the realm of special operations, mystery often signified unparalleled combat strength. Like Yisu, several other practitioners were gradually brought to the assembly point, both men and women. Their faces betrayed uncontrollable excitement. The transition in their status had been too rapid suddenly. They were qualified to participate in such a mission. Their ancestors must be smiling down on them. They were finally going to do something monumental. Faced with the heavily armed special ops team, this group of practitioners grew unusually quiet. I am Hu Hai, the captain of the rescue team. A soldier clad in full gear stepped forward, his voice deep and commanding. Hu Hai was privy to much of the inside information. After all, his squad was of the highest caliber, with absolute loyalty. Many critical pieces of intelligence were passed on to him. He understood well that these individuals standing before him were the fortunate ones practitioners. I have only one requirement for this rescue mission. Hu Hai's voice carried authority, enough to suppress the restlessness of the newly initiated practitioners. Follow orders. I need you to obey commands without hesitation. Is that clear? Understood. Yisu responded loudly and firmly, like a well-trained soldier. This response immediately drew the attention of the other practitioners, some of whom cast disdainful glances at him. Yisu smirked inwardly. Power had made them arrogant. These people truly believed they were chosen ones. Stop pretending. It's one thing to talk big without experience, but the reality of a battlefield drenched in blood and chaos would be a rude awakening. Being a practitioner wasn't the source of respect, true strength was. And besides, these people didn't even have practitioner weapons yet. So what exactly were they showing off? Hu Hai gave Yisu a second glance, detecting a hint of a soldier's demeanor in him. College student, perhaps? Looks like military training did leave some impression, Hu Hai mused to himself. Leading a group of inexperienced kids is a hassle. Hopefully, they won't cause me trouble. Then, Hu Hai nodded toward the liaisons and barked. Get ready to move out. The squad members acted swiftly, with 2 soldiers assigned to each practitioner, escorting them onto a series of armored vehicles. The engines roared to life, and over a dozen vehicles sped off into the night, heading toward their destination. In the forested outskirts of Suang, raging flames illuminated the night sky. The wreckage of a shattered aircraft appeared grotesque under the firelight. Black Tiger, thank you for your hard work, said Li Qing, his clothes in tatters, as he turned to the towering figure beside him. Protecting the director is my duty, Black Tiger replied in a deep, gravelly voice. His 2-meter-tall frame stood like a steel tower in the darkness, radiating an unshakable sense of security. Despite being covered in blood, he remained as steadfast as a mountain. After the plane crash-landed and exploded, it was Black Tiger who shielded Li Qing, ultimately tearing apart the wreckage with his bare hands to pull Li Qing out of the dangerous cabin. Even after rescuing Li Qing, he stood firm. Black Tiger scanned the surroundings carefully. After confirming there was no immediate danger, he moved swiftly, rescuing the crew members one by one. This was a private aircraft with only a small number of passengers aboard. Yet, each of them was a bona fide professional. For Xia to assemble such an elite team in such a short amount of time was already a feat. It was precisely this near-unstoppable squad that formed the core of Li Qing's protective barrier. Although most of them bore injuries, their lives were not in immediate danger. The physical resilience and quick reflexes of these professionals had saved them in this critical moment. Standing amidst the shattered wreckage, Black Tiger spoke in a steady tone. At worst, they'll be left with scars. Of course, that's assuming the rescue team arrives quickly enough. Li Qing followed up, his gaze sweeping across the shadowy night. This is the wilderness. The fire and wreckage are so conspicuous, they might attract mutated creatures. His voice was low, his expression grim. The rain of early spring might be a blessing for flora and fauna, but on this land shrouded by mutation, such a blessing signified danger. It accelerated the rate of mutation to a terrifying degree. Li Qing frowned slightly. Su Heng should have already sent reinforcements. Watch out, Black Tiger suddenly shouted, his voice laced with a tension he couldn't suppress. In the darkness, pairs of glowing green eyes emerged quietly, as if staring out from the depths of the void. Li Qing's expression darkened instantly, his voice hoarse. A wolf pack. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't fear such a threat, but given the current situation, this pack of wolves posed a genuine, life-threatening danger. Meanwhile, in the vehicles of the approaching rescue team, you know, I don't particularly like you so-called professionals, Hu Hai remarked casually, not looking at Yisu but clearly addressing him. When the seats were assigned, Yisu ended up in the car with Captain Hu Hai. The decision wasn't without reason. At least Yisu understood military discipline and knew how to follow orders. He wouldn't become a burden at a critical moment. Yisu grinned faintly, his expression ambiguous. Because the way we gain our strength seems too convenient? Hu Hai paused, a subtle change crossing his face. That comment struck a nerve. His strength was the result of years of grueling training and countless brushes with death. Professionals, on the other hand, often gained their power through luck, acquiring abilities others could only dream of overnight. This disparity, this unfairness, made it difficult for him to accept these newly minted powerhouses without resentment. You're an interesting one, Hu Hai said calmly, his tone softening slightly. For this mission, you won't need to do anything. Just stay put and behave. Don't worry, I always behave. Yisu replied with a nod, his tone indifferent. He understood the pride and competitive spirit among men. This psychological gap didn't bother him. After all, this wasn't yet an era dominated by professionals. The real combat power still lay in the hands of these seasoned soldiers. He saw no need to prove himself. He wasn't in a rush, had an edge. The stage of the future would eventually be his. Closing his eyes, Yi Su began practicing the Tai Xian Sutra. Martial arts required diligent practice. As he circulated his energy, a faint warmth emanated from his body. Though riding in an open-top, Mao vehicle, those around him could vaguely sense a gentle heat radiating in the air. The journey was smooth, no attacks from mutated sparrows turned giant eagles, nor encounters with other unknown beasts. The Mao vehicle was adept at navigating diverse terrains, advancing steadily. Hu Hai occasionally glanced at the coordinates, his expression vigilant, never letting the brief calm lull him into complacency. Suddenly, Yi Su's eyes snapped open, a sharp glint in his gaze. I heard gunfire. Hu Hai's brow furrowed, his eyes immediately darting to the tactical tablet. Their position was now almost overlapping with the rescue coordinates. Prepare for combat. Hu Hai commanded without hesitation. His military instincts kicked in, instantly shifting him into battle mode, his professional training taking over. The sound of weapons being loaded echoed as the rescue team quickly assumed combat positions. In the wind, a cloth-wrapped bundle slipped open, revealing an ancient, unadorned blade in Yi Su's hands. If it could be avoided, he preferred not to use it. But if a fight was inevitable, he would never leave his fate in someone else's hands. He hoped Zhang Hui's words were true, that the rescue point was still holding strong. The rapid gunfire echoed in the air as the cat vehicle advanced, reaching everyone's ears. Hu Hai glanced sideways at Yi Su, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. This kid's hearing was extraordinary, could pick up gunfire from such a distance. Yi Su, remember to follow orders. Don't worry, they'll behave. Yi Su replied with a faint smirk, though his gaze was already fixed on a distant point. In the dim light of night, faint flames outlined a gripping scene. A pack of mutated wolves besieging a group of people. The group had formed a circular defensive formation, protecting one individual in the center. What drew even more attention were the glowing orbs scattered around the battlefield. Yi Su frowned slightly. Although the density of the orbs wasn't as exaggerated as the intelligence report suggested, their presence was undeniable. At that moment, Zhang Hu's urgent voice came through the earpiece. Yi Su, Director Li is still alive. This is your chance. Saving him would be a huge achievement. The rewards from Li Qing's laboratory will go far beyond your imagination. But be careful, these mutated wolves can even dodge handgun bullets. Understood, Yi Su answered curtly. The rescue command system operated with remarkable efficiency. Real-time battle updates were transmitted back to the base, analyzed by the command center, and then relayed to the professionals on the ground. This remote command model was perfectly suited for the first collaboration between the two teams. As the cat vehicle approached the battlefield, it suddenly swerved to a stop. Hu Hai leapt out in one swift motion, shouting, "Defenders, hold your positions. Firepower unit, suppress. Assault unit, follow me." "Roger," came the synchronized responses, followed immediately by a barrage of gunfire. Yi Su, however, had already transformed into a swift shadow. With a physique rating of 12, far beyond the limits of an ordinary human, and the added enhancement of his blood energy, he was in a league of his own compared to the other professionals. By the time Hu Hai realized what was happening, Yi Su was already closing in on Li Qing's defensive perimeter. "That kid," Hu Hai cursed under his breath, said he'd behave, but he's charging in the fastest. Yi Su paid no mind to the reprimand. His calculations were clear. First, he had to secure a favor from Li Qing, who, according to Zhang Hui, was highly likely to hold a key position in the Global Professional Research Institute in the future. Second, building a good rapport with Li Qing's bodyguards was equally important. These professionals might all become influential in their own right someday. Lastly, collecting a few extra glowing orbs as spoils of battle wouldn't hurt, and surely no one would object. After all, getting rewarded for your efforts was the most basic principle of human interaction. No one present would utter something as foolish as equal distribution. Suddenly, someone approached at an astonishing speed. Black Tiger, quick-eyed and sharp, was the first to notice a figure from the rescue team rushing forward. The sheer speed left even the professionals on-site feeling inadequate. That was beyond human limits. Li Qing's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise as he thought to himself, Suang truly is a land of talent to produce such a genius. Globally, there are fewer than 10 professionals who can surpass the limits of the human body, and yet Suang has one. As Li Qing pondered this, he watched Yi Su's figure draw closer. The wolf pack also sensed the threat posed by Yi Su. One of the green wolves suddenly turned and charged directly at him. The slowest reacting team of professionals on the scene finally noticed what was happening, and they whispered anxiously among themselves, "He's doomed. These mutant beasts are so powerful now that we can't possibly defeat them. That wolf is almost as big as a calf. How can a human handle that? Even bullets barely phase it. He's finished." The murmurs grew louder, but among them, a girl named Imo Xiaoyu had a flash of worry in her eyes. She took a few hesitant steps forward. As a healer, she could be of great help, but in the face of such a situation, no one dared to act recklessly. It was clear that the professionals were still too inexperienced to handle a threat like this. Suddenly, Yisu let out a long howl, resonating like thunder across the field. His heart pounded like a giant drum, and his blood seemed to boil. The profound energy of the Tai Xian scripture began to circulate silently within him. The essence of Xingyi Quan and Monkey Fist activated naturally in his body. With the wind at his feet, he stepped forward fearlessly to confront the charging giant wolf. At that moment, Yisu's body surged with adrenaline, pushing him into a new state of Baina heightened perception where everything slowed down, as if he had entered bullet time. He could see every detail with clarity. The wolf's bounding steps, the dirt kicked up with each stride, the snapping blades of grass all vividly clear. Time seemed to freeze, leaving only the imminent threat before him. Yisu assessed the situation internally. This speed. It's ridiculously slow. He felt no pressure at all. As the green wolf lunged at him, he easily shifted his body to evade the attack. The wolf, clearly not expecting its strike to miss so effortlessly, showed a trace of astonishment in its eyes. It turned to counterattack, only to be met with a flash of blade. A crimson arc of light swept through the air, slicing through the wolf's head as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. With a sickening sound, the wolf's head fell to the ground, blood spraying everywhere and filling the air with a pungent metallic scent. Yisu executed a graceful spin, his movements nimble, and continued walking toward Li Qing. For a brief moment, the entire battlefield seemed to freeze in the wake of that sudden, decisive strike. What the hell? A blade of light. How is this possible? The professionals watching from afar were stunned by what they had just witnessed. That single strike shattered their understanding of what professionals were capable of. In their minds, professionals were certainly stronger than ordinary people, but only by a margin perhaps enhanced by some spiritual medicines or minor abilities. Even someone like Mo Xiaoyu, with her healing abilities, could at most emit a faint warmth during treatment. But this scene before them was completely beyond their comprehension. That power was tangible, a visible blade of light that elevated professional abilities to an entirely new level. This was the true pinnacle of a professional's potential, far beyond the reach of ordinary humans. Hu Hai was startled, completely taken aback by the scene before him. What on earth? Could they add special effects during filming now? A single slash producing a blade light, was that even possible? Was this normal? Or perhaps, was this the true nature of a professional? A faint sense of defeat crept into his heart. It wasn't personal effort being crushed, but the overwhelming tide of the times devouring everything in its path. Anyone who dared to stand against it would inevitably be ground to dust. Professionals were the true representatives of this era. But soon, Hu Hai regained his composure. He quickly commanded, "Full speed ahead. Fire squad, don't stop. Provide cover for Yisu." As the saying goes, amateurs watch the show, professionals see the craft. Standing next to Li Qing, Heihu's expression suddenly froze. His gaze was locked on Yisu, his eyes flickering with a mix of emotions. In that instant, Heihu realized that Yisu's slash wasn't just the execution of a skill. Skills couldn't possibly be that fast. This was a new kind of power, a martial art that could break through conventional limits with astonishing speed. No, calling it just martial arts seemed inadequate. How had someone managed to train to such a level in such a short time? What kind of prodigy was this? Heihu swallowed hard, silently questioning himself. Su Hang, is there really someone this strong here? Li Qing was momentarily stunned as well. Then, as if struck by sudden realization, he murmured, "Breaking through limits only by surpassing one's limits can a professional attain that fundamental power." He looked at Yisu with a gaze full of admiration and amazement, barely able to contain his feelings. Yisu, oblivious to their thoughts, surged forward after slaying a giant wolf. His energy flowed like a torrent as he swiftly made his way toward Li Qing. Upon reaching him, Yisu spoke softly. "Excuse me, are you Director Li Qing?" Li Qing turned to glance at him and nodded, his eyes brimming with enthusiasm. "Hello, Li Qing," he said, his gaze carrying an indescribable intensity that sent a chill down Yisu's spine. Internally, Yisu cursed. Damn, researchers don't have some weird hobbies, do they? He's not planning to dissect me or something, right? Unable to hold back, he blurted out, "Hey, can you tone down that look? It's making me feel like you're about to dissect me." Li Qing was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Young man, you're quite amusing. Dissect you? What kind of joke is that? You're a national treasure. You've just broken through the limits at unprecedented speed and grasped the essence of a professional's power. Your journey is just beginning. There's a mountain of challenges waiting for you to conquer. How could I possibly think of dissecting you?" Shaking his head with a smile, he added, "Relax. I'm more grateful to you than anything else." Yisu nodded. The man before him was clearly a scientific expert, and while his words carried an undeniable fervor, at least the conversation had shifted. To ease the tension, Yisu chuckled. All right. You stay here, I'll be right back. With that, Yisu turned and dashed toward the wolf pack. The sensation of his earlier slash was still fresh in his mind, an indescribable feeling, as if someone were explaining the essence of martial arts directly into his consciousness. His thoughts and movements were becoming increasingly synchronized. What was even more astonishing was that, in this era dominated by professionals, martial arts were no longer confined to solitary practice at home. Instead, their true depth and meaning were unveiled through actual combat. Combat was the ultimate proving ground for martial arts, the only way to truly test and refine one's skills. At this moment, Yisu's mastery of the ape fist footwork was on full display. His movements were unpredictable, light, and fluid. Every action, whether grabbing, pulling, hooking, or hanging, combined seamlessly with his blade techniques, resulting in slashes, sweeps, and upward strikes that adapted to the situation. All of this precision and adaptability had been honed through countless battles. Meanwhile, Yisu's presence grew increasingly formidable. The energy within him began to circulate on its own, perfectly fusing with the essence of his blade techniques. This transformation no longer relied solely on physical strength, but was supported by an inner energy akin to the internal power described in ancient martial arts novels. Every move, every strike carried immense force. Simple as it seemed, the transformation in power was extraordinary, breaking conventional boundaries. Each slash Yisu delivered was accompanied by a crimson blade, light, sharp, and unstoppable. The blade glimmered with the pure crimson of blood, slicing through the air and leaving a vivid scarlet trail. Yisu's long knife danced like the wind, and wherever its edge passed, blood splattered, leaving behind countless afterimages. The wolf pack, faced with this sudden and ferocious intruder, fell into disarray. He moved effortlessly among them, his agility far surpassing theirs, while the sharpness of his professional-grade weapon was utterly unstoppable. In his combat state, with the added effect of bullet time, Yisu seemed almost like a war god incarnate. Just as he was cutting through the pack with wide, sweeping strikes, a long howl suddenly echoed through the forest. A woo! The wolves froze at the sound, then retreated like a tide, withdrawing hundreds of meters into the shadows. All that remained were pairs of glowing green eyes, flickering ominously in the darkness. Damn it, tail and bite strategy. Yisu frowned deeply. The wolves' tactics were a headache. They would swarm and attack when they had the advantage, but retreat and stalk from a distance when they didn't, waiting for the right moment to strike. That howl clearly signified the presence of a wolf king among them. Yisu was forced to halt. This kind of strategic retreat was frustrating. His original plan to clear the area and leisurely collect the glowing treasure chests was now disrupted. The situation had become tricky. If Li Qing were ambushed and killed, the loss would be catastrophic. The outlook was grim. Modern firearms no longer had the same deterrent effect on mutated beasts. Handgun bullets were almost useless, and only rifles could inflict some damage. Though the rescue team had some combat capability, it was far from sufficient. Under these circumstances, there seemed to be only one feasible way to safely collect the treasure chests. Yisu turned to look at Li Qing. The latter seemed to understand instantly. Stepping out of the encirclement under Black Tiger's astonished gaze, he smiled and said, "Looks like you're planning to keep me attached to your hip. Wow, you really get me." Yisu couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. In the current situation, Li Qing was like a mobile base, couldn't be abandoned, nor could the base be exposed to danger. If he could be carried along, it would be the perfect solution. Black Tiger followed, puzzled, and asked, "Director, this?" Though he was quite capable himself, having not yet broken through his limits, his combat ability was far inferior to Yisu's, making it difficult for him to truly protect Li Qing. "Just stick with him," Li Qing replied simply. By this time, the rescue team had also arrived, and everyone naturally yielded leadership to Yisu. This transfer of authority required no ceremony. It was purely a matter of strength, a choice dictated by the new era. The rescue team captain, Hu Hai, had already set aside his usual sharp demeanor. He fully realized that everything built by technological civilization was now being overshadowed by sheer physical power, a trend that could not be stopped. At this moment, the thought of becoming a professional had quietly taken root in his heart. "Thank you all for your efforts," Yisu said succinctly before leading the group in another direction. In that direction, a glowing orb awaited them. Yisu's intentions were exceedingly clear, almost painfully obvious to obtain more light orbs. Everyone present could see through his motives. No one there was foolish. A single glance was enough to discern his purpose. In fact, those professionals who had initially stayed behind gradually began to gather around him. For one, there was a sense of security in sticking with the group, and for another, the allure of the light orbs was simply irresistible. They all hoped to gain something from Yisu, even if it was just scraps. However, Yisu paid no attention to their expectant gazes. His mind was solely focused on his excitement and determination. Finally, he touched the first light orb. A faint hum reverberated through the air as the light orb disappeared, replaced by a small treasure chest about the size of a palm. Without hesitation, Yisu opened it. "Huh." He was momentarily taken aback. Inside the chest was a spiritual elixir. The chest vanished from his hands, leaving behind a fruit the size of an apricot. As soon as the fruit appeared, it emitted a delicate fragrance that filled the air. The enticing aroma was so strong that it made Li Qing involuntarily swallow. The others couldn't help but drool, their gazes fixated on the fruit. But Yi Su ignored the reactions around him. He picked up the fruit and placed it into his mouth, chewing it thoroughly. The flesh of the fruit had a slight tanginess but was incredibly smooth, leaving no residue behind. As the juice flowed down his throat, a warm current surged from his abdomen, spreading rapidly throughout his body. The Taishan scripture began to operate at full force, intensifying the warm energy. His blood surged like a roaring tide, and heat radiated from Yi Su's body. With every breath he took, faint wisps of white mist rose into the air. Physique 1. Yi Su's heart leaped with joy as the numerical value on his stat panel increased once again. Each increment represented a leap in strength. This wasn't some abstract feeling of power, it was a tangible transformation. Every point added to his physique exponentially boosted his combat ability. The potential of a professional was indeed terrifying. He's getting stronger, stronger by the second. Black Tiger's voice rang in Li Qing's ears. The faster he progresses, the greater the gap becomes. He can absorb the blessings of global professionals and surpass us, reaching heights we can't even fathom. Li Qing nodded, a complex expression flashing across his face. It was the natural progression of things. Those who seized the initiative grew like snowballs, gaining strength and momentum as they rolled forward. Wait! Li Qing suddenly spoke, his gaze landing on the seed in Yi Su's hand. The seed didn't throw it away. He noticed Yi Su finishing the fruit and preparing to discard the seed. Quickly, he interjected, spiritual elixirs are rare, non-renewable resources. We need to keep the seed and see if we can cultivate it. The scarcity of these elixirs is a major issue. If we can grow them on a large scale, it could support the new era for global professionals. All right. Yi Su handed the seed to Li Qing. If you manage to cultivate it, don't forget about me. Li Qing carefully took the seed, wrapping it in a piece of paper. He chuckled, you sly devil. All right, let's keep going. Yi Su smiled faintly and then said, pulling out a blade isn't just about defeating enemies. It's about the treasure chests. His tone carried unwavering conviction. This land was a place of true opportunity, and the light orbs scattered across it were visible to the naked eye. There were several of them in sight. If every orb contained a spiritual elixir, his combat power would skyrocket, creating an insurmountable gap between him and the other professionals. The group pressed onward. Li Qing's teammates and Hu Hai's rescue squad appeared unaffected, maintaining their composure. However, the eyes of the other professionals burned with increasing intensity, filled with jealousy and longing. This feels amazing. The people around could only watch as Yi Su's strength continued to grow, their sense of imbalance growing stronger by the minute. Inwardly, they grumbled. This is just too unfair. These sheltered young individuals clearly hadn't grasped the survival rules of the new era. About 10 minutes later, a second glowing orb appeared before everyone. Just as Yi Su reached out to touch it, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Wait, Yi Su, you've already taken one orb. Shouldn't it be our turn this time? As soon as those words were spoken, a chorus of agreement followed. Yi Su's hand paused briefly but then continued toward the orb without hesitation. A flash of light later, a red jade token appeared in his hand. Yi Su's eyes lit up instantly. It was a skill. A system notification followed. Congratulations. You have acquired the skill, title slash. As a professional, Yi Su could currently equip only 2 skills, and he happened to have 1 skill slot available. Without hesitation, he crushed the jade token, and the information about title slash was immediately imprinted in his mind. This was a martial skill, but unlike traditional martial arts that required prolonged training, the skillified version of title slash allowed the user to instantly grasp its essence. It consisted of 8 blade techniques, each strike stacking like surging waves, growing fiercer with every move. It complemented Yi Su's existing skill, rushing force. One focused on explosive power, the other on sustained build-up, perfectly covering the gaps in his combat style. Yi Su, you're too much. I've never seen anyone so selfish, someone finally shouted angrily. The speaker was a youth dressed in designer clothes, his eyes full of disdain. Li Qing and Black Tiger exchanged a glance, their eyes showing a mocking expression, while Hu Hai shook his head slightly. Yi Su turned around, his gaze icy as he stared at the youth. Say one more word, and I'll kill you. This statement caused an uproar among the crowd. Faces went pale as they glanced at Li Qing and Hu Hai, who showed no intention of intervening, and they quickly averted their eyes. The youth opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to argue, but Yi Su's aura left him speechless. Listen up, the rules for professionals have been long established, Yi Su said coldly. Zhang Hui demonstrated them clearly under that tree. This is both power and a gift, both a wave and a competition. The strong will always reign supreme. At that moment, a voice came through Yi Su's earpiece. Yi Su, No need to sound so harsh. The youth seemed to hear the same message through his own earpiece. His face flushed red, and through gritted teeth, he muttered, "Sorry, I overstepped." It seemed the person advising him from the other side understood the situation well. The wolves' whimpering continued in the background. They watched the group intently, their eyes glinting with predatory focus, yet they dared not attack recklessly. Yisu, meanwhile, was fully immersed in collecting the scattered orbs of light around him, his steps light but resolute. The earlier minor dispute had merely been a brief interlude. Through the liaison system, Yisu grasped the intention of the higher-ups. It was a strategy to prevent infighting among the professionals. After all, at this stage, those who had awakened their professions carried a certain kind of fortune. Yisu pondered silently. Why them and not others? Sometimes, you have to admit that luck is also a part of strength. The wolves' cries ebbed and flowed, but Yisu moved toward the next glowing orb without hesitation. His movements were fluid and precise, as though he had done this countless times before. Though cunning, the wolves had yet to develop true intelligence. They failed to realize that Yisu was growing stronger. If they had, they would have either launched a desperate attack or retreated wisely. After all, as Yisu's power increased, the threat these wolves posed was rapidly diminishing. Before long, Yisu reached another orb and touched it, causing it to burst into light in his hand and condense into a small, intricately carved wooden box. If it's a spiritual herb, martial art, or weapon, I can use it. If it's another skill, though, it'll end up benefiting someone else, Yisu calculated silently. The contents of these loot boxes were always unpredictable, and opening them was an act of chance. He carefully opened the box, revealing a red jade token that emitted a faint glow. Damn, it really is a skill. Yisu muttered, his movements pausing momentarily. This brief hesitation did not escape Li Qing's sharp eyes. At the early stage of their professions, individuals could only equip 2 skills. The fact that Yisu didn't immediately use the new skill revealed one thing: his skill slots were already full. To equip a new skill, he would have to abandon one of his existing ones. Li Qing's eyes gleamed with understanding. He grabbed Black Tiger and stepped forward, saying, "Yisu, money, special privileges, or a closer alliance with me, you choose." Smart people don't need unnecessary words. A bitter smile appeared on Yisu's face. The moment Li Qing spoke, Yisu knew his situation had been completely seen through. This trade made sense, but the problem was the skill that just dropped. It's inherently unsuitable for Black Tiger, Yisu said, looking at the information displayed on the jade token. Rain cleansing technique. Compatibility. Usable by all professions. Compatibility. Enhanced for support professions. Effect. Weak healing and removal of abnormal statuses. It was a healing skill, akin to a purification ability. Because Yisu's skill slots were full, the system revealed additional details. The usable by all professions label highlighted the uniqueness of Yisu's profession. If someone else had opened the box, the skill would likely have been tailored to their specific role. Loot boxes are ultimately designed to suit the opener, not to randomly match other professions, Yisu thought to himself. Yisu, I'm a melee profession. If this skill is compatible with me, name your price, whether it's money or something else. I'll do my best to meet your demands. A slender young man wearing glasses suddenly spoke up, his sharp eyes gleaming with intelligence. My surname is Zhao, as in the wealthy Zhao family from Suang. Yisu didn't have a strong impression of this quiet young man from their journey together. Unexpectedly, he was the second person to assess the situation accurately. From his self-introduction, it was clear he came from significant wealth. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare compete with Li Qing. Soon, others began chiming in, offering their own terms. Whether they realized the situation themselves or were prompted by their liaisons, they all saw an opportunity. Yisu shifted his gaze to Li Qing and spoke calmly. According to official information, how many categories of professions are there? 6 categories, Li Qing responded immediately. Life, melee, ranged, agility, support, and special. Special professions are unique. Snap! Before Li Qing could finish, Yisu decisively crushed the jade token in his hand. The red glow dissipated into the air, vanishing without a trace. What a waste. Everyone stared at Yisu in shock, unable to believe he had so casually discarded such a valuable skill. Li Qing froze for a moment, a flicker of unusual light flashing in his eyes, before falling silent. The crowd around them began whispering among themselves, with some speculating on Yisu's unwillingness to trade even at the cost of losing his skill. They suspected it was a deliberate move to suppress others. Soon, the truth came through a contact. There was a strong possibility that Yisu was a special class holder, and the skill he offered was essentially useless to others. Deep in thought, Yisu reflected, my situation is even rarer than a special class. If the skill jade token gets out, my universal attributes will inevitably be exposed. Although he wasn't sure whether others could see the full attribute rules on the jade token, it was a risk he couldn't afford to take. A treasured possession invites trouble, Yisu reminded himself. Ever since receiving that letter from the future, he had erected an unshakable mental barrier, determined never to let anyone glimpse his true identity. As an overlimit practitioner, his class was overwhelmingly powerful. While it might not stand out early on, its potential would become terrifyingly evident later. To ensure his own steady growth, Yisu had to build layer upon layer of protection. Next light orb, someone else can open it, Yisu said. But whatever it yields, it belongs to me. If you want it, we can negotiate a price. The crowd nodded, their gazes toward Yisu subtly changing. The combination of his suspected special class and Li Qing's hints of its uniqueness made them more accepting of Yisu's assertiveness. The principle that the strong dictate the rules was beginning to take shape. Under the watchful green eyes of the surrounding wolf pack, the group pressed on. These wolves, devoid of human intelligence, acted purely on instinct, unaware that their hesitation only allowed Yisu's group to grow stronger. The third light orb was opened by He Hu and revealed a class scroll. The discovery made everyone's hearts race. He Hu himself hadn't yet obtained a class. From their reactions, Yisu deduced that aside from the seemingly innocent Mo Xiaoyu, most of the group hadn't awakened a class yet. A melee class, shield bearer. And it comes with a talent skill. He Hu beamed with joy. The class suited his temperament perfectly. Yisu, thank you. He Hu said sincerely. Li Qing quickly added, you won't be disappointed by us. Although He Hu, as military personnel, was part of Li Qing's team, both pledged to provide appropriate compensation. Yisu nodded in agreement. Building a good relationship with top researchers at the academy was undoubtedly a worthwhile investment. All right, let's move on to the next one, Yisu said with a smile. This area truly seemed like a treasure trove, yielding abundant rewards. 2 light orbs remained ahead. As Yisu stepped forward, he suddenly halted. His abrupt movement immediately put the entire team on edge. Wait, where are the wolves? Yisu asked, frowning. The eerie green eyes that had previously surrounded them had vanished without a trace. Li Qing's instincts screamed danger. He quickly crouched down and touched a blade of grass with his fingers. With just a light touch, his finger was cut, a thin line of blood appearing. At some point, the grass had become razor-sharp. In an instant, Li Qing's expression shifted dramatically. Even worse, the mutation in the plants was still spreading. Yisu was the first to notice Li Qing's unusual behavior. Damn it! Everyone run! Yisu shouted, immediately sprinting back the way they had come. Don't look at the glowing orbs. The mutations are the real danger. A light drizzle began to fall, and plants and animals started to mutate. Yisu understood all too well the mutation of animals was slower compared to plants, as plants constantly absorbed groundwater. No one could predict what terrifying forms they might take. The warning from the letter about the future echoed in his mind. The mutated plants and animals in the early stages would be the most formidable enemies. Without hesitation, Yisu abandoned the enticing glowing orbs and led the group in a swift retreat. The crowd quickly followed, but amid the chaos, one figure broke away from the group. It was the same young man who had earlier criticized Yisu. A greedy smile spread across his face as he thought. Yisu ran away. That makes the glowing orbs mine. This perfectly aligns with the rules of this new era. Idiot, Yisu muttered under his breath. The grass blades had already begun mutating, becoming razor-sharp and changing at an alarming rate. Pants were slashed open, and cuts began appearing on their calves. Yisu's heart sank. If the grass blades grew even more aggressive and pierced through their shoes, someone would inevitably be left behind. Ah! A blood-curdling scream pierced the air. The greedy young man let out a cry of agony as a blade of grass had pierced through his foot. Even worse, the mutated grass was visibly growing, like sharp swords, enlarging the wound on his foot. He was pinned in place, and it wouldn't be long before he was skewered by countless blades. Hearing the scream, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Compared to this, the earlier wolf pack seemed trivial. The unknown nature of the grass mutation was the most terrifying part. Nothing was more frightening than the unknown. A few others who had considered breaking away from the group now regretted their thoughts, wishing they had more legs to run faster. Yisu, Li Qing called out, reminding everyone of the differences in physical endurance. Within the group, Black Tiger, who had just completed his job transition, was the strongest, followed by the other professionals, with Huhai's rescue team members being the weakest. If they ran at full speed, the rescue team would undoubtedly be left behind. Black Tiger, get to the front. Yisu commanded. Black Tiger glanced at Li Qing, who nodded in approval, before moving to the front. Everyone reached back to grab the hand of the person behind them, forming a human chain. Captain Hu, this is no time for pride. Drop all your weapons and gear, and hold on tight to the hand in front of you. Yisu barked. Letting go means death. Use every ounce of strength you have. As Yisu shouted, he reached out and hoisted Li Qing under his arm. With his physique now at 13 points, bolstered by the effects of a spiritual elixir still digesting in his body, his strength was steadily increasing. Combined with the power of his blood energy, his stamina far exceeded that of untransitioned professionals. Carrying someone under his arm was effortless. Under Yisu's direction, The group quickly formed an arrowhead formation. Yisu and Black Tiger led at the front, with Yisu holding one person under each arm and gripping Black Tiger tightly with his other hand. Then, with a burst of power, he surged forward, one man dragging 20. The blood energy within Yisu surged, and Li Qing could feel the intense heat radiating from his body. Yisu was already channeling his blood energy. The razor-sharp grass blades were spreading outward from the depths of the forest. As long as they could escape quickly enough, they could leave this dangerous area behind. The vehicles are just ahead, Hu Hai gasped, struggling to speak as his lungs felt on the verge of bursting. As Yisu approached the vehicle, a sharp, piercing sound of a tire bursting suddenly broke through the air. The blades of grass are here. Hu Hai's warning had barely left his lips when a blood-curdling scream erupted from the group. Clench your teeth and push through. Yisu roared. Even if your feet turn to bare bone, you must keep moving. Stopping is a death sentence. The sound of gritted teeth rippled through the team like the gnashing of bones. Some felt moisture on their faces, not rain, but the blood seeping from the feet of the teammates ahead. At this moment, sheer madness and willpower kept everyone going. Adrenaline surged, numbing all pain. Yisu knew all too well that if this determination faltered for even a moment, Hu Hai's squad would be doomed. Even among the professionals, only a handful might survive. Yisu keenly sensed the deteriorating state of the group behind him. Without hesitation, he released his grip on Black Tiger, spun around like lightning, and pulled Mo Xiaoyu out of the team, placing her on the other side. Snap out of it, and use your healing power now, he barked at her. The situation at the rear had become dire, on the verge of a horrifying scene of exposed bone. Mo Xiaoyu jolted awake, her hands trembling as she grabbed Black Tiger's arm. The rain caller's innate healing power quietly activated, sending a warm, restorative energy flowing from Black Tiger's hand and spreading to the rest of the team. The group felt a collective surge of relief, as parched bodies were rejuvenated and the wounds on their feet began to mend. Though the injuries would soon reopen, a glimmer of hope had returned. Yisu, what's the status? Zhang Hui's voice crackled through the communicator. The main camp had lost contact with the professionals. Only faint, intermittent breaths could be heard. A helicopter. Send a helicopter now. Yisu shouted. The grass blades on the ground have turned into deadly knives. We're trying to break through, but the people in the rear won't hold out much longer. Understood. The helicopter is airborne. Zhang Hui's response was immediate. Despite the risk of predatory birds attacking during a night flight, there was no other option. The survival of professionals like Li Qing, Yisu, and the others was critical to Su Hong's future battles. Losing them all would be a devastating blow to their strategic plans. Back at the camp, the rumble of tanks and armored vehicles filled the air. The commanding officer regretted his earlier decision. Had they sent armored vehicles to assist earlier, the situation might not have escalated to this point. Mo Xiaoyu's healing powers had bought them some time, but Yisu could sense her strength rapidly waning. The large-scale, continuous healing had pushed her to her limits. To make matters worse, the speed at which the blade-like grass was advancing was slightly faster than their own pace. A grim thought flashed through Yisu's mind. Sacrificing part of the team might give the others a chance to survive. But Li Qing seemed to read his thoughts, grabbing his collar and shaking his head firmly with unyielding resolve. Just then, Hu Hai let out a heart-wrenching roar. Rescue team, listen up. Let go. The group split in two instantly. The front group surged forward with renewed speed, while the rear group came to a silent halt, awaiting the inevitable fate that loomed over them. Sacrifice requires qualification. The first line of defense will always be the most admirable. Hu Hai stood still, like a statue. This death order was one he had given himself, not one from his superiors. He was fully aware that he was holding the entire team back. If things continued this way, everyone could face certain doom. Those ahead were far too valuable. Li Qing, Yisu, and the last remaining professionals like Su Hang. In comparison, his own worth was negligible. Brothers, I'm sorry. Hu Hai murmured softly, unable to turn back and meet the eyes of the rescue team. Yet, there wasn't a hint of blame in their gazes, as if this was all just expected. Yisu quickened his pace. After losing nearly half the team, he finally managed to lead the remaining members through the radiation zone, where the grass blades were as sharp as knives. The entire team fell into a deathly silence, especially those at the rear, many of whom had been caring for the injured rescue members. He Hu's eyes were bloodshot, yet his face felt cold. Mo Xiaoyu, half supported by Yisu, was crying uncontrollably, her tears falling and landing on He Hu's face as they moved. He Hu forced a grim smile, trying to reassure the sheltered young woman with his gaze. This is responsibility. This is what we must do. Yisu felt a burning heat coursing through him, an uncontrollable surge of anger boiling in his chest. He wasn't a saint and didn't want to carry the weight of these sacrifices, yet the frustration refused to subside. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of helicopter blades echoed from the sky. The base had responded swiftly, and the roars of armored vehicles followed closely behind. Soon, the survivors were spotted. Yisu, are you all okay? Zhang Hui, aboard the helicopter, visibly breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Yisu. Yisu carefully set down Li Qing and Mo Xiaoyu, then spoke through his headset to Zhang Hui. You take the helicopter and follow me. Before the words fully left his mouth, he had already turned and charged back into the grass blade zone. Everyone was stunned. That area was a true death trap, where the mutated grass blades were as sharp as real knives. Charging back in was practically a death wish. Zhang Hui, though aware that the rescue team had been entirely wiped out, didn't stop Yisu from this seemingly irrational act. Instead, he immediately ordered the helicopter to follow. Facing the grass blades capable of shredding flesh with ease, Yisu roared in his heart, "Move! Start moving!" The Taishin Sutra operated at full force, his energy and blood surging, channeling entirely into his legs. The grass blades shattered under his feet as his vision turned blood red, and insights into martial arts flooded his mind. With the energy flow from the Taishin Sutra, his strength continued to climb. His speed was astonishing, leaving even the helicopter pilot in awe. At this moment, Yisu resembled a race car speeding down a highway, a blazing red trail of energy bursting behind him. This was the true manifestation of energy and blood unleashed. This was the inevitable aftermath of intense combat. Yisu had pushed himself to the absolute limit. If not for the support of the spiritual herb earlier, he would have been unable to endure such immense exertion. Inside the helicopter, the pilot glanced back slightly. Zhang Hui, I'm sorry, but I have to report the situation. At that moment, Yisu was moving rapidly across the ground, his entire body enveloped in crimson flames. His speed had surpassed 130 kilometers per hour, and from a distance, he resembled a streak of blood-red lightning. A few seconds later, a stern command came from the base. Zhang Hui, recall Yisu immediately. There are still my comrades ahead. Zhang Hui's voice was choked with emotion. Face reality. This is a cruel era. Millions of our comrades are prepared to make sacrifices. Those nuclear weapons only have a few dozen days left before they expire. Professionals are the future. Yisu is exceptional. Director Li has already reported to the Imperial Capital will receive an SS-level evaluation and is qualified to become the torchbearer of our civilization. Zhang Hui wanted to argue but couldn't find any reason to refute. He knew how critical Yisu was. Finally, gritting his teeth, he shouted, Yisu, come back. We're dropping the rope now. Preserving ourselves is what matters most. But the fire in Yisu's heart only burned brighter. In his mind, it was as if a giant ape was roaring in his martial arts reservoir. You can't persuade me. If I don't save them, I won't find peace. These words left everyone in silence. Yisu pressed forward. The grass blades grew increasingly sharp, now piercing through his protective aura of blood energy. His pant legs were shredded, but he showed no intention of stopping. At this moment, he was truly stepping onto the path of a professional martial artist. Ahead, the grass blades had grown over 30 centimeters tall. Without hesitation, Yisu drew his blade. Wave slash, the long blade, infused with his blood energy, roared forward, cutting through the dense sea of grass like a surging wave. Standing atop the wave he created, he carved out a path. The helicopter pilot watched in stunned disbelief. This had already transcended what a professional should be capable of. It was nothing short of godlike. Soon, Yisu unleashed a second slash, for he had spotted his target 10 rescue team members whose legs had been pierced and pinned to the ground by 40-centimeter-tall grass blades. Blood poured from their wounds. Among them, Huhai swayed weakly, murmuring, I think. I'm seeing things. Found them. In the low visibility and nearly impossible lighting conditions, the helicopter finally pinpointed the rescue team's location, guided by Yisu's near-flawless directions. Get over there now, Zhang Hui shouted urgently, his voice tinged with relief at finally finding their target. Though the rescue mission had been fraught with peril and challenges, they had succeeded. They had brought their people back. Huhai snapped out of his daze. Even though he was utterly spent, he realized with startling clarity. Someone had come back for them. The surrounding grass blades were growing wildly, and the blade-like terrain was taking shape, but a crimson wave surged directly toward their position. Yisu, Huhai choked up, tears welling in his eyes as his voice quivered. Brother, you really came back. Seeing that Huhai and the others were still alive, Yisu took a deep breath, circulating his inner energy as he prepared to unleash a third strike. His stamina was at its limit, his body nearly depleted, sustained only by the effects of a spiritual elixir. He had no idea how much potency the elixir still held, but he had no choice but to push it one more time. If the grass blades weren't severed, Huhai and the others would remain trapped, their legs at risk of being shredded by any attempt to pull them free. Such injuries would lead to catastrophic blood loss, essentially a death sentence. Yisu swung his long blade in an arc, unleashing the third strike of his stacking wave slash. The crimson wave surged forward once again, sweeping across the terrain like a ground-clearing storm. Crack, 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 the grass blades beneath Huhai and the others snapped under the immense force. What followed was a chorus of agonized screams. The pain was unbearable. Without the support of the grass blades, the 10-person rescue team collapsed to the ground, their injuries pressing against the soil, sending waves of searing pain through their bodies. Yisu's vision darkened momentarily. The effort of the strike had nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Thankfully, the elixir's power could still be forced to sustain him. He pushed himself forward, rushing over as the helicopter lowered its rescue cables. With practiced efficiency, Yisu began securing each person. Don't worry about the grass blades still embedded in your legs, he instructed curtly. They'll help stem the bleeding. We'll deal with them once we're back. 11 cables secured everyone, Yisu included, as the helicopter began lifting them all into the air. As they ascended, leaving the perilous blade-covered terrain behind, a wave of fatigue washed over Yisu, consuming him from head to toe. Even so, he forced himself to remain alert, scanning the area below. The blade-covered landscape had fully taken shape, with the severed grass blades already regenerating. As the helicopter climbed higher, Yisu took in the full view a massive circular region. The layers of grass blades radiated outward, becoming larger and more menacing toward the center, their sharp surfaces reflecting the cold glow of the moonlight. At the very center stood a towering blade of grass, as tall as a tree. 9 enormous grass blades shot skyward, their golden hue shimmering with dark, intricate patterns. Just looking at them made Yisu's eyes sting. Suddenly, the grass blades began to sway, like waves on a jade-green ocean. Amid the undulating motion, a golden orb of light was lifted, bobbing up and down within the sea of blades. That's bait for prey. Yisu's expression darkened. The core of this blade-covered region was that colossal grass blade. Its existence was far too extraordinary. It had even developed a predatory instinct, using the glowing orb as bait. This was beyond anything he had ever encountered. Thankfully, it was just instinctual, not sentient. If it had developed true intelligence, who knows what could have happened? The blade-covered terrain would expand uncontrollably, eventually threatening the entire Swang region. Climbing into the helicopter via the cable, Yisu collapsed onto the floor, grabbing a nearby tool bag to use as a makeshift pillow. He was utterly drained. Thank you, Zhang Hui said softly, a smile on his face. In the noisy helicopter, his voice couldn't be heard, but Yisu caught the words on his lips and gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. His entire body felt relaxed and comfortable. This time, with his mind clear and unburdened, Yisu felt as if he had consumed a divine ginseng fruit, his whole being immersed in bliss. Turning his focus inward, he examined his body and was astonished to discover a peculiar change in his brain's internal imagery. The skill slot for Ape Fist had undergone a transformation. A small white ape was now leaping and bounding within the martial arts slot. Each movement of the ape deepened his understanding of the Ape Fist technique. Huh, is this some kind of ape tutoring? Yisu couldn't help but quip sarcastically. Though the change was puzzling, his instincts told him it was undoubtedly a positive development. However, after observing it for only a short while, Yisu felt mentally drained, his energy significantly depleted. He surmised that this phenomenon would persist, leaving him ample time in the future to study it further. The martial arts of a professional were truly extraordinary. What Yisu didn't realize was that he had already touched upon the essence of martial arts. In the world of professionals, martial arts were notoriously complex. They weren't merely a sequence of techniques, but a state of Minda's spiritual condition requiring profound immersion. Against the backdrop of a global professional system, power was often gained through elixirs, skills, or even the plundering of stronger abilities. This approach, however, was at odds with the true nature of martial arts and inherent conflict between agitation and tranquility. This was a subtle threshold imposed by the advent of global professions upon humanity. The imbalance between the frenzy of plundering and the serenity of the martial mindset limited the true combat potential of professionals. Yet Yisu, a transmigrator, adhered to the principle of a clear and unburdened mind, inadvertently cultivating a pure and untainted heart. The manifestation of the heart ape marked the gradual materialization of the chaotic state of his inner mind. If he could grasp the concepts of locking the heart ape and calming the Zen mind, his martial arts prowess would undoubtedly advance by leaps and bounds. The global professional system beneath its absurdity concealed profound truths. The whirring of helicopter blades roared in his ears. The greatest stroke of luck that night was the absence of raptor attacks. Otherwise, the situation would have been even more disastrous. Yisu exhaled deeply, turning to gaze down at the ground from midair. On the ground, rectangular objects were moving in formation tanks. Are they preparing to eradicate that blade mountain? Yisu quickly deduced. Yes, Zhang Hui confirmed with a nod. It's spreading rapidly. Although its expansion has temporarily halted, the threat it poses is too great, so. Before Zhang Hui could finish, streaks of fire lit up the night sky, meteoric streaks racing toward Blade Mountain. Katyusha rockets? Yisu's eyes widened in astonishment. When the machinery of the state springs into action, it does so with decisive force. The long-range bombardment had already commenced. In this world, humanity remained the protagonist, and it wasn't yet time for flora and fauna to run rampant. Feel the wrath of technology, Yisu thought to himself. Perhaps one day, technology may falter, but that day is not today. Today, humanity still reigns supreme on Blue Planet. The stage belongs to us, not to you. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh like 1,000 blossoms bursting in the night. The fire rained down like stars. The cleansing operation had begun. Heavy artillery roared to life. Blade Mountain would now face the test of whether it could withstand this fiery onslaught. Heavy rockets struck the ground, unleashing plumes of fire and smoke. The destructive power of the weaponry roared like the thunderous wrath of gods. Amid the billowing smoke and ash, countless blades of grass were severed and incinerated. Even the massive leaves at the core of Blade Mountain couldn't withstand such a ferocious assault. They collapsed and burned one after another. After the barrage of heavy firepower, the armored units advanced, systematically clearing the surviving remnants of grass. And so, under the blazing inferno and amidst the global professional era, the war for dominance over the world's stage of battle to determine the protagonist of this era officially began. The flames in the southern part of Suang burned throughout the night. Accompanied by the roaring sounds of heavy construction equipment entering the site, it seemed that not even the grassroots would be spared from being unearthed completely eradicated. This operation was a wake-up call. The unease brought by the rainfall during the beginning of spring was too overwhelming, with the most evident sign being that the Great Xia had already entered a state of war. Indeed, this was a war battle to claim the role of the protagonist of the world. Of course, all of this now felt somewhat distant to Yisu. At this moment, his eyes were fixated on the large pot in front of him. A large chunk of dog meat had been cut from the refrigerator and was now boiling in the pot, releasing an irresistible aroma. The strain from the previous night had been severe. The potency of the spiritual herb he had consumed was almost entirely depleted. If it weren't for the additional energy consumed during the rescue journey, the remaining power of the herb might have further enhanced Yisu's physique. Now, his only hope for recovery lay in the pot of dog meat. Before long, the enticing fragrance filled the air. Yisu immediately began devouring the meal, the spiritual herb-infused meat making him sweat and leaving him with an oily mouth as he ate to his heart's content. As his body gradually recovered, the mind ape, in his consciousness, leapt out from its skill slot, bounding and frolicking in his mind, displaying the profound essence of ape-style martial arts. Little rascal, wait until I've had my fill, and he'll deal with you, Yisu thought to himself. The mind ape was indeed fascinating. On one hand, it provided insights into the ape-style martial arts, but on the other, it caused restlessness, disrupting Yisu's ability to fully comprehend the essence of the martial art. Yisu had been attempting to suppress and capture it, but for now, this was merely an idea with no feasible way to execute it. Fortunately, its benefits outweighed its drawbacks, so Yisu decided to let it be for now. After all, it wasn't like something emerging from a martial arts skill slot could turn around and devour him. With nothing urgent to attend to in the morning, Yisu spent his time digesting the mutated meat while practicing the ape-style martial arts. However, rather than using the martial art itself, he integrated the insights gained from the mind ape into his blade techniques. While it might sound abstract, it was essentially just treating the blade as an extension of his fists and practicing relentlessly. Master the myriad variations, and the meaning will reveal itself, a simple, yet effective approach. Meanwhile, in the temporary research institute in Suang, Li Qing was staring at several palm-sized boxes in front of him, marveling at their mysterious properties. As long as an awakened professional touched them, the boxes would open, revealing the items inside. However, the exact contents remained unknown. It was essentially a blind box. Li Qing reached out to touch one, but since he hadn't undergone awakening, he couldn't actually open it. Do you think there's any chance we could overcome the blind box property of these containers? Li Qing asked Black Tiger, who was standing nearby. Black Tiger scratched his head. How would he know? Not a single clue, huh? After a moment of silence, Li Qing sighed. There's no way to tell what's inside just from the exterior. Forget it. Let's put this research topic aside for now. Notify Zhang Hui to have Yisu come by this afternoon. When the time comes, you'll open these boxes. If there's anything like a spiritual herb, give it to Yisu. He expended a lot of energy yesterday. Even though Li Qing was an ordinary person, he could clearly see how much Yisu had pushed himself the previous night. His body had been so overheated. Just imagine how much energy it would have taken to sustain such an outburst. Even with the global arrival of professions, the law of conservation of energy wouldn't just cease to exist. Got it. I'll let him know, Black Tiger replied with a nod. When it came to Yisu, Black Tiger had nothing but respect. He himself had undergone a profession change and become a true professional. In fact, a blind box had been allocated to Suang, and he had opened it to find a spiritual herb, allowing his physique to surpass its limits. However, though both were pushing their limits, he still felt that Yisu was on a completely different level from him. In terms of sheer combat power, It was hard to estimate how many of him it would take to truly stand against Yi Su. It was almost inhuman. Li Qing carefully set down the box in his hands and picked up a golden blade of grass to examine it closely. Under the light, the blade emitted a faint metallic sheen, and its surface revealed intricate patterns upon closer inspection. Devoid of life, the golden blade felt no different from an ordinary grass leaf to the touch, showing no trace of its once razor-sharp nature. Essentially, it was the corpse of a mutated plant. Yet, for this very reason, it sparked Li Qing's intense curiosity. His eyes stayed fixed on the blade as his fingers gently traced its patterns. In the afternoon, Zhang Hui knocked on Yi Su's door. Let's head to the Suang Research Institute together later. Director Li seems to have something for you, Zhang Hui said, standing at the door. Yi Su's expression shifted slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. All right, I'm coming. I guess this is the reward. He thought to himself that he had taken a loss yesterday, and Li Qing must have noticed that it was only fair to offer some kind of compensation. After all, even emperors wouldn't let their soldiers starve. By the way, how are Hu Hai and the others? Yi Su asked while packing his things, his tone carrying a hint of concern. After all, he had risked his life to save them. Zhang Hu's face relaxed into a smile. They've already undergone surgery. All the grass blades have been removed, and there's no threat to their lives. Thanks to you, Yi Su, otherwise, they wouldn't have made it. That's good to hear. Yi Su nodded before carefully wrapping his long blade in cloth and heading out with Zhang Hui. It was the second day of spring, and the sky was a clear blue with the sun shining brightly. The trees lining the streets had grown taller than they were a few days ago, and most of the cracks in the concrete roads had been repaired. On the surface, the city seemed to have returned to peace. But Yi Su knew better. True challenges were only beginning. While human cities had temporarily stabilized, the situation in the wild was another story entirely. On their way, several workers were busy clearing fallen branches from the trees. Watching this, Yi Su suddenly asked, "How's the situation across the country?" Suang seems to have calmed down. Zhang Hui hesitated for a moment, looked around cautiously, and then lowered his voice to reveal some insider information. Nationwide, the mutations during the beginning of spring didn't discriminate by region. But starting last night, things changed. Cities, towns, and villages have remained relatively unaffected, but the wild has become almost unrecognizable. Desolate mountains have turned into dense, primordial forests. All scenic areas and zoos across the country have been shut down, and the government has issued directives urging people to stay in population centers and avoid venturing into the wild. What is this, some kind of divided stage? Humans and flora and fauna, each confined to their own arenas? Yi Su frowned, deep in thought. If I'm not mistaken, today is the 28th of the lunar calendar, right? Just 2 more days until the new year. Yeah, the new year's almost here, Zhang Hui confirmed with a nod. What's the government planning next? There's no concrete news yet, but there are rumors about a large-scale migration if the mutations continue. The two fell into silence. The global onset of professionalization had already caused massive upheaval. If the mutations carried on, preserving civilization itself would become the ultimate concern. The government's shifting stance toward professionals was largely driven by this looming threat. Mushroom clouds now have an expiration date, Yi Su muttered under his breath. And it's not a quality issue, it's a matter of principle. After a certain point, nuclear fusion or fission might simply stop functioning. Physics itself could cease to exist. It's terrifying. Before long, they arrived at the Suang Research Institute. At the entrance, they saw Black Tiger directing workers to replace the sign. The large characters Suang Research Institute were prominent, with the word temporary now removed. Li Qing, for some reason, had abandoned his plan for a nationwide survey and decided to settle down in Suang. For Yi Su, this was undoubtedly good news. Yi Su, you're here. Black Tiger's eyes lit up, and a smile spread across his face. The carefree way Yi Su had turned and left last night left an unforgettable impression on him, making him eagerly anticipate today's meeting. In front of the research institute, Black Tiger grabbed Yi Su's arm impatiently and started pulling him inside. Come on, I can't wait anymore, he explained excitedly. Over at Grassblade Mountain, the engineering machinery team finally found a few light clusters. The camp handed them over to the director, but the director specifically instructed that they shouldn't be opened until you got here. Yi Su rubbed his hands together, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Building good relationships with Li Qing and the authorities was proving to be a wise move. Now, whenever there's a benefit, they think of him first. The two of them moved quickly, like a gust of wind sweeping through the corridors of the research institute. It was then that Yi Su noticed something. Black Tiger seemed to have pushed past his limits. There was a faint flow of qi and blood circulating within him. However, compared to himself, the gap was still vast. Black Tiger only had a single strand of qi and blood, whereas Yi Su, thanks to the miraculous effects of the Taishin Sutra, already possessed 200 strands. Before long, they arrived in front of Li Qing. Seeing their eager expressions, Li Qing chuckled and said, "Why the rush?" Yi Su and Black Tiger both rubbed their hands in unison. Opening mystery boxes to boost our strength, how could we not be excited? Li Qing waved his hand, and a staff member brought over a safe. Once opened, it revealed 3 small boxes. Just these 3, Li Qing said seriously. Let me make it clear, any martial arts manuals go to Yi Su, and so do any spiritual herbs. As for divine weapons or tools, he paused. We'll discuss that further if it comes up. Yi Su nodded in agreement. Divine weapons and tools were the rarest treasures. Thinking of Jing Yu's mysterious water that could control people still sent a chill down his spine. Black Tiger was practically bouncing with excitement. Can I open one now? Go ahead, Yi Su replied, though he couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. Typically, having an unclassified professional open the mystery boxes would yield a high chance of obtaining a profession-related item. For Black Tiger to be the one opening them, it was either because his companions had already secured their professions, or Li Qing was genuinely trying to repay a favor. Black Tiger reached out and opened the first box, his eyes immediately lighting up. It's a spiritual herb. Though tempted, he handed the herb over to Yi Su. Yi Su didn't hesitate and directly placed the herb in his mouth, chewing it thoroughly. The tough, fleshy leaves slid down his throat, spreading waves of gentle warmth through his body. It was clear this was a spiritual herb with mild medicinal properties. Li Qing hesitated, extending his hand only to retract it again, struggling to find the right words. The scene before him was hard to accept. Yi Su had consumed the spiritual herb before it could be examined. However, on second thought, it made sense. For professionals, the desire to enhance one's strength was almost irresistible. Yi Su's actions could be seen as preparing for the future. Does it taste good? Black Tiger asked, his curious eyes blinking. Chewing, Yi Su nodded. Not bad. There's a hint of minty freshness. Black Tiger swallowed hard, then turned to open the second treasure chest. To everyone's surprise, it contained another spiritual herb this time, a seed resembling a peanut. He glanced back and forth between Yi Su and Li Qing, unsure what to do. Yi Su took the herb and immediately handed it to Li Qing. Director, do you want to study this one? This gesture adhered to typical distribution rules while also acknowledging social etiquette. Technically, all the herbs belonged to Yi Su, but keeping both for himself would seem too selfish, especially since maintaining a good relationship with Li Qing was important in the long run. Li Qing froze for a moment, then gave Yi Su a thoughtful look before taking the herb. All right, I'll take a look at it. Its shape does resemble a seed. Maybe it can actually be planted. Black Tiger had no objections to this arrangement. As someone on Li Qing's side, he found Yi Su's decision to be quite fair. I'll open the last chest, Black Tiger declared, reaching out to unlock it. Inside was a red jade token. It was a skill. What skill is it? Yi Su asked immediately. Black Tiger's expression darkened. Healing spell, exclusive to support professions. The odds of me, a melee class, getting a support skill are ridiculously low. This is just. Hearing this, Yi Su's expression turned serious. Currently, the only awakened support professional in Suang was Mo Xiaoyu, a raincaller. If the Research Institute gave her this skill, it would essentially confirm her formal alignment with the official faction. Professionals were currently divided into 2 categories. Those like Black Tiger who were fully integrated into the official system, with all resources controlled by the authorities, and independent freelancers under the liaison system, who enjoyed greater autonomy. Yi Su pondered silently. Perhaps it's time to consider forming a professional team, especially with the addition of a healing-type support professional. At that moment, both Yi Su and Li Qing spoke simultaneously. They exchanged a glance and instantly understood they were thinking the same thing. That morning's video conference had emphasized the importance of exploring the potential of collaborative combat among professionals. Li Qing's mind raced. The elite squad model I proposed is about assembling a well-rounded combat unit with professionals of different specialties. This skill could secure Suhong's only support professional. Could Yi Su be a transmigrator? The global era of professionals has only just begun, and he's already planning the next steps? Li Qing felt a bit overwhelmed. Could it be true that some people are born for the global profession? A glimmer of surprise flashed across Yi Su's eyes. He hadn't expected Li Qing to have the same thought as him. Pointing to the item in his hand, he said, "This jade token will dissipate in at most 10 minutes. Li Qing pressed his lips together, finding it momentarily hard to respond. The official stance on professionals had already been set: freedom and unrestricted growth, with the government only maintaining the bottom line. The reason was simple. The mutations were too fierce, and trying to control everything would only stifle the development of professionals. He looked at Yi Su, weighing his options. He had a strong desire to win Yi Su over, especially given the impact of Yi Su's actions the previous night. He knew he needed to be fair and balanced, even if it meant making concessions. Besides, the second spiritual herb originally belonged to Yi Su, though it was now in his possession. It'll help you contact Mo Xiaoyu, Li Qing finally said, his tone carrying a hint of compromise. Yi Su's importance was immeasurable. Li Qing's decision to establish a research institute in Suang was largely due to Yi Su's connections. It wasn't worth souring relations with Yi Su over a single healing professional. If the global profession continued to evolve, there would undoubtedly be more healing professionals in the future. Hearing Li Qing's words, Yisu nodded, a trace of astonishment flashing in his eyes. The government was actually making concessions? Li Qing's attitude undoubtedly reflected the official stance. This concession left even Yisu feeling surprised. Had the entire national machinery truly shifted gears? Were they now tacitly acknowledging the rising status of professionals? Could professionals even influence government interests? Bold indeed. With a wave of his hand, Yisu grabbed the jade token. For Mo Xiaoyu at this stage, a healing skill was an immense blessing. Early-stage healing professionals had no combat abilities to gather resources in the wild. I found Hershey's at the entrance of the Minghua Hotel, Li Qing said, but before his words had fully landed, Yisu had already disappeared. As a Shuang local, Yisu was thoroughly familiar with the area. The Minghua Hotel was nearby, and there was no way a taxi could beat his full-speed sprint. 10 minutes? More than enough. Director. Black Tiger scratched his head as he looked at Yisu's disappearing figure. I think Yisu's pretty good. Li Qing nodded, indicating he understood. Black Tiger had a unique status. Not only was he Li Qing's bodyguard, but he was also a pioneer in the military's professionalization efforts. From a certain perspective, Black Tiger could sometimes represent the military's stance. Come on. Let's all gather and enjoy ourselves since we know each other, a young man said with a smile at the entrance of the Minghua Hotel. The place was packed with almost all the professionals in Shuang, including Mo Xiaoyu. This was a small gathering organized by Zhao Yuan. And who was Zhao Yuan? He was the skinny, bespectacled young man from the previous night who had offered a large sum of money for Yisu's skill that left everyone conflicted. He wasn't lying this, Zhao truly had money. His family owned shares in almost all the high-end hotels in Shuang and was heavily involved in the lucrative real estate industry. And let's be honest, whether real estate was profitable or not had nothing to do with the real estate tycoons, right? The Minghua Hotel was also part of his family's portfolio. Zhao reacted quickly, or rather, his family did. Professionals had only been around for a few days, but it was already clear they were an unstoppable force of nature. So, at the earliest opportunity, the Zhao family used Zhao Yuan's connection to professionals to try and build relationships with all the professionals in Shuang. If they could win over a few people, all the better. One by one, the professionals were welcomed into the hotel. The small gathering Zhao Yuan had mentioned was indeed of high caliber. The entire hotel was dedicated to serving the professionals. Watching them file in, Zhao Yuan's chest swelled with emotion, as if the fate of the world was now within his grasp. Yet, in the end, Mo Xiaoyu remained outside. Mo Xiaoyu, right? Xiaoyu, why are you still out here? Everyone's almost here. Let's head inside. Zhao Yuan chimed in at just the right moment. Mo Xiaoyu was no ordinary individual. During the retreat last night, her healing abilities had practically covered the entire team. Without her, many might not have made it here today. Furthermore, healers like her were extremely scarce in the Shuang region. She was practically one of a kind. Zhao Yuan had always regarded her as someone to prioritize for recruitment. You go ahead. I'm waiting for someone, Mo Xiaoyu replied calmly. Zhao Yuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Waiting for someone? This gathering was arranged ahead of time, with all the professionals' contacts. Most of them are already here. Except for Yisu. He paused briefly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. There's nothing I can do about it. Zhang Hui indulges Yisu far too much, completely ignoring the Zhao family's goodwill. No matter how we try to invite Yisu through contacts, he just won't come. Mo Xiaoyu simply shook her head without responding. Zhao Yuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of irritation. This innocent-looking girl, such a tough nut to crack, can't even tell good from bad. But then, his gaze deepened, and he thought to himself, healers are far too rare. If I have to win her over, maybe lowering my stance a little wouldn't hurt. Before Zhao Yuan could say anything more, a sudden flash of vivid red light streaked toward them from the distance at an unthinkable speed. Pedestrians on both sides of the street turned their heads in astonishment, and some even whipped out their phones to capture the bizarre sight. It was clearly a person, yet their body emitted a red mist that enveloped them as they moved with incredible speed. Is that Yisu? Zhao Yuan stared, dumbfounded, at the scene unfolding before him, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Seeing Mo Xiaoyu's expression light up with excitement, Zhao Yuan immediately sensed trouble. A sinking realization hit him. Mo Xiaoyu, the only healer in Shuang, might soon fall under Yisu's influence. At that moment, Yisu called out sharply, "Hold out your hand." Mo Xiaoyu froze for a second before instinctively extending her hand. In the next instant crack, their hands clasped tightly, and a jade token shattered between them. What are you waiting for? Absorb it now. Yisu's voice was urgent. Right on time, Zhao Yuan murmured under his breath, his pupils narrowing as he watched the powdery remnants of the shattered jade fall from their hands. A heavy sense of foreboding overtook him. It was clear Mo Xiaoyu and Yisu were now bound by a debt and connection that ran deep. Without hesitation, Mo Xiaoyu began absorbing the energy with all her might. She could feel it clearly. This was a skill uniquely tailored to her. so precious it was almost indescribable. Yisu. I'm done, Mo Xiaoyu said softly, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. With a slight wave of her hand, a green light extended from her palm and landed right on top of Yisu's head. The glowing green energy shimmered brightly, instantly turning Yisu's black hair into a pale green hue. His expression shifted, and a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Hey, 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 could you not aim for my head? This is hardly a good omen. Mo Xiaoyu quickly caught on and let out a light chuckle. Just then, Zhao Yuan approached with a smile on his face. Yisu, you're just in time. The professionals from Suang are having a small gathering today. Thanks to you, I was saved last night, and we haven't had the chance to properly thank you yet. Yisu slightly turned her head, her gaze landing on Zhao Yuan's face. His smile appeared gentle and harmless, but the timing of his words seemed to carry a subtle undertone. Yisu quietly pondered, was this an intentional move by Zhao Yuan or merely a coincidence? Either way, Zhao Yuan's interruption broke the private conversation between her and Mo Xiaoyu. This kind of conversational redirection, common in business settings, was undoubtedly a subtle way of applying pressure, disrupting the atmosphere and sending an implicit message. Instead of directly responding to Zhao Yuan, Yisu turned to Mo Xiaoyu and said in an even tone, professionals might form teams in the future, and the authorities don't impose many restrictions on that. From now on, you should stick with me. Her words were decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. Mo Xiaoyu instinctively nodded without hesitation. All right, done deal. In fact, after returning last night, Mo Xiaoyu had given it a lot of thought. Her combat abilities were too weak, especially during the early exploration phase. As a support-type professional, the challenges were even greater. Having a powerful teammate would undoubtedly be a tremendous help in her future development. She had even discussed this with her liaison, who shared the same opinion. The options were clear: either rely on the authorities or align with Yisu. While the authorities could provide stable support, it came with less freedom. Yisu, on the other hand, represented strength among professionals. Unexpectedly, the opportunity presented itself so soon. This was undoubtedly the best outcome for Mo Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuan stood to the side, seething with anger. The sole support professional in Suang had just been taken by Yisu, leaving Zhao Yuan deeply frustrated. His family had gone to great lengths to discern the authorities' stance, yet Yisu had already made her move, recruiting people even before the gathering. If Yisu brought Mo Xiaoyu to the meeting, Zhao Yuan could only watch as Yisu's team gradually expanded. Was he supposed to pave the way for someone else's success? That would be too much to swallow. Fuming, Zhao Yuan realized he had to act quickly now that he had spoken up, or the situation would spiral out of control. Furrowing his brow, Zhao Yuan finally spoke up. Yisu, I trust you understand what I mean. Internally, he was strategizing how to prevent Yisu from dominating the gathering, as losing control of it would shift all the power to her. A faint glimmer flickered in Yisu's eyes as her mind raced, instantly grasping Zhao Yuan's intentions. The world has changed. Regardless of starting points or backgrounds, wealth and power still hold a significant edge. Money and authority remain the strongest forces in the world, Yisu said calmly. But I don't like making enemies, so you'd best not focus your attention on me. Zhao Yuan was momentarily stunned before nodding slightly. I understand. Confronted with Yisu's composed response, Zhao Yuan began to realize that his earlier provocations might not go as planned. Yisu's unhurried demeanor left him with an unsettling sense of unease. Clenching his fists tightly, Zhao Yuan's knuckles audibly cracked as frustration boiled within him. Yisu, being a step ahead for now doesn't mean you'll always stay ahead, he muttered under his breath, as if convincing himself he could turn the tables in this game. Right now, a single light orb chest on the black market is already selling for $1 billion. He couldn't help but glance again at Yisu's retreating figure, jealousy and rage surging in his heart. Zhao Yuan turned and strode into the hotel, as if stepping into a new era. Meanwhile, the distant roar of fighter jets echoed through the air. In the state of war within the Great Xia, all weaponry roared with fury. Cannons aimed at mosquitoes? The moment these tiny creatures dared to step onto the stage as protagonists of the world, they were destined to face annihilation from humanity's most powerful firepower. As for those plants rooted in the ground and unable to move, daring to encroach on humanity's living space, they would inevitably face the most ferocious counterattacks. Orbital satellites were currently scanning the globe for mutated plants resembling kings. Once a target was locked, firepower would be unleashed immediately, even if it meant leveling a mountain by several meters. To the military, this was a price worth paying. Fighter jets roared across the sky, and steel torrents surged on the ground. Drone formations, armored convoys, tank battalions, combat robots, mechanical hounds, and individual flight devices. A sweeping task force equipped with various modern weapon systems was conducting a carpet search on the ground. This large-scale operation yielded significant results, with a vast number of glowing orbs recovered. Most of these mysterious orbs were confiscated by the authorities, but some found their way onto the black market through special channels. Consequently, the price of these orbs skyrocketed to an astonishing 1 billion each, with prices still climbing. Anyone with a bit of foresight realized what these orbs represented. They were tickets to the future, guarantees of status. At this moment, wealth demonstrated unimaginable value and power. Soon, professionals breaking past their limits began to emerge like mushrooms after a rainstorm. This was the result of resource allocation and the lingering power of the previous era. A combat power evaluation system for professionals was quickly established, and a video of Yisu braving a mountain of blades went viral online, even becoming a standard unit of combat strength. Reaching Yisu's level was considered the baseline for entering the ranks of true professionals. As the nationwide orb clearing operation continued, the first professional with combat power surpassing Yisu appeared, followed by the second, third, and fourth. The combat power standard for professionals was continuously redefined. By nightfall, Yisu had practically become synonymous with a basic combat strength unit. However, Yisu himself was completely unaware of all this. At the moment, he was diligently training in martial arts with his young companion, Immortality. Martial arts and spiritual elixirs were the items most likely to be obtained from the orbs. After returning from the hotel, Li Qing had acquired several martial arts jade plaques, spoils from the Great Cleansing Campaign distributed by the army. He first equipped each member of the Black Tiger squad with one, and then gave one to Yisu. Since Mo Xiaoyu had no martial arts skills yet, she benefited as well and finally had her own martial art. Humph. Mo Xiaoyu's palms moved gracefully, and a set of falling flower palms gradually revealed its power in her hands. However, compared to active skills, the combat effectiveness of martial arts was not immediately apparent. Even if she mastered the falling flower palms, it would still be no match for Yisu's wave slash, which could end the fight in a single move. Yisu, this martial art doesn't seem very strong, Mo Xiaoyu said, puzzled. Yisu handed her a steaming bowl of meat and said, I think quite the opposite. Perhaps martial arts are the true path. With his thoughts racing, Yisu's understanding of ape fist progressed rapidly. He even began to glimpse the essence of a secret technique within the style. Once martial arts are cultivated to the level of birthing secret techniques, their power can rival, or even surpass, active skills. Skills can be forgotten from the skill slots, but martial arts secret techniques remain etched in the heart. Skill slots are limited, but martial arts have no such restrictions. Which path is the true path? To Yisu, the answer was crystal clear. However, everyone else was blinded by the immediate combat power of skills. At the dawn of global professionalization, everyone had their own interpretation. Yisu felt it was reminiscent of the internal conflict between the Sword Sect and Qi Sect in The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. Meanwhile, in the Yunnan Guizhou region, steel creations roared as they eradicated mutated plants without mercy. Suddenly, with a thunderous boom, a massive vine burst from the ground, swiftly coiling around a heavy tank. With a fierce yank, it dragged the vehicle deep underground. Moments later, a violent explosion echoed from beneath the earth, shaking the entire valley. The plants counterattack. No one doubted humanity's dominance in ground warfare. To everyone, plants were nothing more than stationary, clumsy targets. Until a certain kind of plant that could move emerged. The rain eventually seeped into the earth, and the plants in the underground world became the true beneficiaries of this early spring rain. From the footage at the scene, it seems to be some kind of vine, Li Qing said softly during the video conference, rubbing his temples. Ever since the spring rain, he had barely slept, as one emergency after another drained all his energy. He thought he could take a short break today, but another major incident had emerged from the Yungue mountain area. Subterranean mobile plant was engaging in combat with mechanical forces. What was even more concerning was that the mechanical forces seemed to struggle in the underground environment. Even ground-penetrating bombs had been deployed, but they failed to locate the plant's core, rendering them ineffective. Soon, samples of these vines will be sent to your research labs, said the person presiding over the meeting in the video. The capital has speculated that it is indeed a vine. Study its properties. Hearing this, the heads of over a dozen research institutes across Dachau nodded in agreement. All right, let's adjourn the meeting for now. Once you receive the samples, we'll discuss further conclusions. With that, the video conference ended. Not long after, a military aircraft landed at the Suang airport. He successfully received the sample, and Li Qing began his research immediately after obtaining it. He frowned, noticing that the sample had not been transported in a sealed container, and quickly placed it into a sealed box, operating with great care while hydrating it with water. Then, a horrifying scene unfolded. The piece of vine moved. It's alive, Li Qing exclaimed in shock as he watched the hardened remnant, resembling an old tree root, sprout fine, thread-like structures upon absorbing the water. It was growing, and its growth was visible to the naked eye. This pattern of growth. If that's the case, then its main body must be mycelium. Damn it. Li Qing hastily removed his gloves from the sealed box, his hands trembling as he dialed the capital. His voice was almost a roar. It's mycelium. It's alive. Notify everyone operations must be conducted in sealed environments, or else. Before he could finish, a more terrifying realization struck him: the sample had already been transported to him in an unsealed state. There was a moment of stunned silence on the other end of the line before a nearly sobbing voice responded. It's too late. No one anticipated that the sample would be mycelium. It wasn't transported in a sealed environment. It's over. The phone slipped from Li Qing's hand. The mutated mycelium from Yungue had, through human actions, already spread across the entire nation. A catastrophe. A disaster of human making. The laboratory was as silent as a graveyard. Li Qing stared at the mycelium in the sealed box, watching it grow relentlessly, his whole body trembling. In truth, no one could be blamed for this. Mycelium has its own form, but in this mutation, it had taken on the characteristics of a vine. What was even more puzzling was that the sample had been retrieved from a fire. Ordinarily, if it were mycelium, it should have been incinerated. But unfortunately, this defied all logic. A boiled egg might just turn back into a chick. There was no way to guard against it. Director, what's wrong? He, who heard the sound of the phone hitting the floor and rushed in to ask. Li Qing furrowed his brows tightly. What's done is done, and frustration serves no purpose. The fungal spores have already dispersed into the wind. Once they absorb moisture, they will rapidly swell and spread. The nature of these fungi is such that even the tiniest remnant can regenerate at an alarming rate. Eliminating them entirely through physical means is nearly impossible. The only viable solution lies in developing a specialized antidote. This antidote must be capable of merging with water systems and possess sufficient potency to eradicate the fungi, no matter how far they spread across the country. Taking a deep breath, Li Qing said, "Prepare everything. I'm calling a video meeting." The atmosphere during the video conference was unusually tense, as all participants were clearly aware of the gravity of the situation. The discussion focused solely on the development of the antidote. An old saying, "Within 3 steps lies the cure," became their guiding principle. Finally, Li Qing declared bluntly, "Only the one who tied the knot can untie it. The mission leads to the Yunnan-Guizhou region. Let's move." Meanwhile, Yisu was deeply engrossed in his work when he suddenly received a message from Zhang Hui. It was rare for Zhang Hui to contact him, and this time, his tone seemed particularly urgent. "Yisu, the authorities have a major task at hand. Are you interested in joining?" Yisu glanced at the message, wearing headphones, and casually replied, "What task?" Instead of jumping straight to the specifics, Zhang Hui started by mentioning the rewards. "Of course, there's a task, but the authorities won't let you work for nothing. We've established a merit-based reward system. A minor merit is worth 1 million, and just participating in the task guarantees you 1 minor merit. As for major merits, they're valued at 10 million. That said, converting merits directly to money isn't the best deal. They'll send you a conversion chart, and you'll understand." Zhang Hui laid everything out clearly, showcasing the authorities' comprehensive reward system. What truly caught Yisu's attention was the rare treasure chest listed under major merits on the card, a unique and precious item. At the very top of the list was the divine weapon, valued at 10 major merits. Now that's the real highlight. The power of the state is truly remarkable, Yisu thought to himself. Zhang Hui continued, "You see, the reward system is pretty solid. So what do you think about the task? Are you in?" After a moment of contemplation, Yisu replied, "The rewards sound good. What's the task?" "The task is this," Zhang Hui explained. "You'll head to the Yunnan-Guizhou mountains to investigate a substance that can counteract a specific fungus. Just participating guarantees you 1 major merit." Yisu was taken aback. 1 major merit as a baseline? That's a high price. Is the task particularly dangerous? "This fungus is a real headache," Zhang Hui said gravely. "From what I know, it's already spreading across the entire country." Yisu's expression immediately darkened. "Spreading across the country?" He quickly followed up, "What about Suzhou and Hangzhou?" After a brief pause, Zhang Hui replied, "Suzhou and Hangzhou are affected too. Don't worry, the authorities already have countermeasures in place." Yisu's mood grew heavier as he lowered his head in thought. Finally, he looked at the screen and forced a bitter smile. All right, I'm in. He understood that this mission was far more complex than he had initially imagined. Sigh. Can a guy get some sleep around here? Night had already fallen. Yisu had just sent Imo Xiaoyu on her way when his phone screen lit up with a message from Zhang Hui. This was a major event sweeping across the nation, one that hardly anyone could stay uninvolved in. Yisu quickly glanced at his personal stats in his mind. Occupation, limit breaker. Physique, 16. Intelligence, 6. Martial arts, ape fist. Skills, Taishin Sutra, raging force, layered wave slash. The rate of his physique improvement was impressive, especially after consuming spiritual medicines at the research institute. Supplemented by hearty meal sit was a natural progression. As for intelligence, its growth seemed tied to his martial arts training. The Taishin Sutra, as his core technique, was proving increasingly valuable. Meanwhile, Ape Fist's core secret techniques were gradually taking shape in Yisu's mind. Once he fully comprehended them, it would undoubtedly become a trump card on par with his other skills. Raging Force served as a burst technique, while Layered Wave Slash was a weapon for sustained power. His overall setup had no glaring weaknesses. Well then, let's test the waters in Yungue, Yisu pondered. For a professional, growth could only come through combat. He sent a message to Mo Xiaoyu, arranging to meet at the main camp. At the camp, nearly all the professionals from Suzhou and Hangzhou had gathered. Aside from Yisu and Mo Xiaoyu, the others seemed to have split into two distinct groups. Zhao Yuan's side was the larger, a 7-person team that clearly operated as a cohesive unit. The other group consisted of 5 scattered individuals whose names Yisu hadn't bothered to ask. As soon as Yisu approached, the 5 quickly surrounded him. It was obvious that word about forming a team had spread. These people were looking to join, but Yisu only gave a few perfunctory responses. He didn't consider a team as his core focus. Mo Xiaoyu's unique abilities made her crucial in key moments, while the others weren't trustworthy. Who knows if they'd stab him in the back when it counted. Still, Yisu spared Zhao Yuan an extra glance. This guy was making rapid progress. The flow of blood energy within him was substantial, clearly bolstered by spiritual medicine. From Zhang Hu's earlier comments, Yisu had learned about the black market prices for orb treasure chests. TSK. Even in a pre-collapse world, the power of money is undeniable. Zhao Yuan met Yisu's gaze, his eyes carrying a provocative glint. Interesting. Violence truly is the ultimate power. The skies were clear, the rain had stopped, and Zhao Yuan seemed to think he was unstoppable again. Without sufficient strength, he wouldn't even dare to meet Yisu's eyes. Zhao Yuan definitely someone worth keeping an eye on. Is everyone here? Several coordinators and the head officer of the camp approached, prompting everyone to nod in acknowledgement. The coordinators then began briefing the professionals on the details of the mission. This was a nationwide operation, bringing together fighters from all over. Monsters of all kinds were expected to emerge, including some whose physiques had been enhanced to a staggering 20 points through spiritual medicine. In the face of such power, Yisu's achievements from yesterday suddenly seemed far less impressive. However, Zhang Hui had quietly shared some insider information with Yisu. The effects of spiritual medicine on physique had an upper limit. Beyond 20 points, the benefits from the current grade of spiritual medicine were negligible, if not entirely absent. Yisu nodded, taking it all in but not dwelling on it. The biggest physical difference lies between 10 and 11 points. That single point is a chasm, an insurmountable gap, a world of difference. However, the gap between Yisu's 16 points and 20 points isn't as unbridgeable as a great divide. In actual combat, the deciding factor is the professional's performance in the moment. After the liaison officer gave a brief explanation of the mission details, the group boarded the military aircraft. The plane tore through the night sky, its engines roaring, and in just over an hour, they arrived at a temporary landing pad in the Yunnan-Guizhou region. Yisu, there are so many professionals here, Mo Xiaoyu said, her eyes sparkling with amazement as she looked at the bustling crowd on the tarmac. Every city has its share of professionals. When gathered together, it's naturally quite a lot. Yisu responded, scanning the crowd before pointing to a group. Look over there, they're from the imperial capital. Mo Xiaoyu's eyes darted around as she studied the professionals wearing matching uniforms. No wonder they're from the imperial capital, they even have style. Yisu focused his gaze, sensing the surging vitality within those uniformed individuals. Tisk. Mo Xiaoyu lowered her voice. That's the semi-official team from the imperial capital, Songlong. I heard their bodies have been enhanced to the limit with spiritual elixirs, reaching a physique level of 20 points as shown on the mental display. Their power is just insane. How do you know all this? Yisu asked curiously. Mo Xiaoyu's face reddened slightly. My liaison told me. Don't be fooled by her serious demeanor. She loves collecting this kind of gossip. Yisu gave her a thumbs up. Impressive. Your headset communicator still works, right? She's probably hearing all of this. Mo Xiaoyu turned her head away, her expression revealing that her liaison was likely yelling in her ear at that very moment. In truth, it wasn't just Mo Xiaoyu's liaison who enjoyed gathering intelligence. Zhang Hui, Yisu's own liaison, was also chattering in his ear, sharing details about powerful professionals from across the country. At the same time, many eyes were on Yisu. As a renowned combat powerhouse, Yisu was well known in the professional circles. People even joked about measuring their strength by how many Yisus they could take on. Among the gazes directed at him, there was admiration, goodwill, and even disdain. Yesterday's genius becoming today's ordinary individual was a common occurrence in this new era. The leader of the Yunnan-Guizhou base did not interact directly with the professionals, as other cities were wary of them recruiting talents. The entire mission process was relayed from the Yunnan-Guizhou base to headquarters, then passed on to the liaisons, who finally informed the professionals. This process hinted at the emerging factional struggles. Though still in its early stages, the intention of each city to protect its own professionals was becoming evident. For Yisu, this arrangement was ideal, sparing him the hassle of navigating political maneuvering. Zhang Hui would provide all the information he needed. Yisu, the mission details have been issued. "I'm sending the map to you." Zhang Hu's voice came through the headset. "The mission site is a cave system, extremely dangerous. Ordinary people can't venture deep into it, and the chaotic geomagnetic fields will disrupt communications. The objective is simple. Find something that the fungal threads fear, whether it's a plant or an animal, and bring it back." His tone grew serious. "Remember, without real-time communication, the cave's dangers aren't limited to the mutant fungal threads. Be wary of people too." A faint smile played on Yisu's lips. He had just learned from Mo Xiaoyu that he had become a unit of measurement for combat strength. Perhaps it was time to show everyone that this combat unit had leveled up. What is the largest living organism in the world? It's not an ancient tree or a massive blue whale, but mycelium. A spring rain in the Yunnan-Guizhou region gave rise to a colossal entity. Beneath the ground, a network of mycelium stretched out like greedy tendrils, interweaving and merging until it formed an enormous whole. From a bird's-eye view, this vast web of mycelium now blankets nearly half of the Yunnan-Guizhou region, its scale far exceeding the limits of human measurement. This sprawling network of mycelium behaves like an insatiable devourer, relentlessly drawing energy from the underground water systems. The nutrients brought by the spring rain have been almost entirely consumed by it. Big data analysis reveals that the number of self-awakened individuals in the Yunnan-Guizhou region is alarmingly low, and the root cause lies in this ever-expanding underground giant. The authorities have exhausted all measures to combat it. However, in the electromagnetic turbulence underground, communication signals are completely disrupted. Fiber optic cables laid down are repeatedly attacked and severed. Elite squads sent in have suffered heavy losses. Just a single strike from a vine-like mycelium, as thick as a barrel, can instantly take a person's life. Under such dire circumstances, only professionals can step in. Upon receiving news from Zhang Hui, Yisu immediately headed to the cave with Mo Xiaoyu. At the temporary airfield, numerous open-top jeeps designated for professionals were parked and ready. In this urgent situation, no one bothered checking driver's licenses. Officials provided on-site guidance. As long as you can operate the gas pedal and brakes, the automatic transmission will take you wherever you need to go. The convoy advanced in an imposing formation, the sound of scraping and collisions adding to the already tense atmosphere. Tensions were palpable between teams from different cities, with young professionals exchanging provocative glances filled with hostility. As a combat specialist, Yisu naturally became the center of attention. Even with surveillance drones circling overhead, Yisu remained composed. As the convoy entered the dense forest, someone approached him provocatively, saying, "I heard you're some kind of combat specialist now. How about a little sparring? Let me see how many of you I can take down." Laughter erupted around them. Another person cast a meaningful glance at Mo Xiaoyu, remarking, "The only healer from Suzhou and Hangzhou healing professionals are rare nationwide, and she's even a sweet, innocent college student." Yisu shot them a glance, a faint smile curling on his lips. "Sure, it'll be your benchmark. Just so happens my ape fist technique is a bit rusty, and that so-called secret skill could use some fine-tuning. Martial arts, after all, only improve through real combat. Just sparring sounds boring." Another voice chimed in. "We're all young here, how about we raise the stakes a little?" This immediately stirred up a wave of excitement. "What stakes?" Yisu asked. The other person grinned slyly. "Let's bet on teammates. Professional squads are the trend now, especially those with unique professions. They can only truly grow by sticking with the strong. Don't you agree, Yisu?" Yisu glanced at him. The young man appeared to be about 25 or 26 years old, exuding a sunny disposition. Yet, there was a trace of unhidden defiance and darkness in his eyes. "Strength above all. I like it," Yisu responded directly, his tone brimming with undisguised interest. Mo Xiaoyu tugged nervously at Yisu's sleeve and leaned in to whisper, "Li Minjuan has a criminal record and is known for his ruthlessness. This guy's been through quite a lot. Without any official support, he managed to break through his limits on his own. Later, he assisted the authorities with missions and earned resources for himself. Now he's a powerhouse with a physique that's hit the 20-point threshold." Yisu nodded slightly, acknowledging Mo Xiaoyu's reminder. To him, paper strength and real combat were two entirely different matters. A mere 4-point difference in physique meant little to someone like him, who possessed the Taishan scripture and mastered ape fist. Ever since the heart ape emerged within him, Yisu had been influenced by a peculiar, overwhelming dominance that sought to crush everything in its path. The violent nature of the heart ape, tempered by Yisu's cautious personality, had evolved into a unique mindset of invincibility. The convoy moved forward, with members occasionally cracking jokes to lighten the mood. Before long, a rugged terrain of scattered boulders appeared ahead, the air still thick with the acrid scent of lingering smoke. A massive mountain had been forcibly hollowed out, leaving a gaping maw that resembled the mouth of a giant beast. The convoy unknowingly drove into this wild and desolate opening. Magnetic interference began to take effect, and the earphones crackled with harsh static. A trailing drone suddenly plummeted from the sky with a loud bang, a burst of sparks erupting into the air. As the flames rose, so too did the unrestrained primal instincts of the group. Beneath the surface of order lay civilization. Beyond it lay savagery. Female combatants instinctively moved closer to the core of the team. The men's feral nature only slightly restrained itself around their own female members, but was utterly unbridled when it came to those of other squads. Yisu took a deep breath. The wild, untamed atmosphere stirred something deep within him, a sensation both strange and exhilarating. It was as if a beast, unshackled from the chains of civilization, was roaring and howling, thirsting for blood. Yisu, Mo Xiaoyu stared at him, wide-eyed and trembling. The raw, savage energy overwhelmed her, and in that moment, she seemed to understand what humanity, as a higher form of life, truly represented when stripped of order's protection. Yisu turned to her, grinning. Remember this well. This is human nature when order is lost. If you don't want to witness scenes like this in the future, then pay attention. You'll learn from me what to do moving forward. As he spoke, he reached behind him and grasped the long blade concealed beneath his clothing. His gaze swept across the crowd as he raised his voice. Anyone here interested in testing their combat skills? The people, who had just torn off the veneer of civilization and were reveling in the rawness of the moment, were jolted back by Yisu's booming challenge. Countless pairs of eyes turned toward him, their once gentle expressions now tinged with a faint red hue. Breaking taboos had awakened the greatest thrill in their humanity. They tightened their grips on their weapons, suddenly realizing that, in this lawless place, killing seemed far more justifiable. Zhao Yuan's heart pounded as he stared at Yisu, his gaze filled with a startling intensity of murderous intent. He couldn't even pinpoint where this desire to kill came from. What he did know was that if he eliminated Yisu, Mo Xiaoyu would be his. It was that simple. He assessed his own combat strength and was just about to step forward. But he was too slow. Yisu, let me see what you're made of. The voice came from the young man who had initially questioned Yisu's worth. Seeing the playful grin on the man's face, Yisu couldn't help but laugh even louder. Perfect timing. A menacing aura spread through the air as the Taishan scripture surged wildly within Yisu's body, like an uncontrollable torrent. Meanwhile, the white giant ape within his martial arts reservoir had completely gone berserk, its power skyrocketing. Yisu could clearly sense the source of this overwhelming energy stemmed from a martial art that, upon reaching its pinnacle, began to manifest its true essence, influencing the external world. At the moment he grasped the root of it, the influence ceased to be merely external. However, Yisu made no attempt to suppress it. Instead, he allowed it to flow freely, as if this force was the very fuel he needed. My name is Zhou Su. Let me make this clear. Blades and swords are blind. Zhou Su's voice was cold and threatening, like a concealed blade ready to strike. We professionals are not like ordinary people. Despite the chaos brewing within, Yisu remained clear-headed, mentally prepared for what was to come. To avoid a fatal mistake, he had already taken precautions, patching up his resolve. After all, if he were to land a lethal blow, he needed to ensure his own composure to prevent any unnecessary deaths. Fair point. Yisu nodded, slightly bowing as he reached out and ran his fingers along the blade, producing a sharp, resonant sound. In the next moment, both of them assumed their stances, drawing the attention of onlookers nearby. Yisu wasted no time. He stepped away from his jeep, positioning himself a few meters away, his gaze steady and resolute, waiting for Zhou Su to make his move. A flicker of anger passed through Zhou Su's eyes. This kid, Yisu, was far too arrogant. He smirked coldly and said, "My physique is at 18 points. Be careful, or you really might die." Confidence brimmed in his voice. He refrained from activating any skills after all. With an overwhelming physique of 18 points, relying on skills against someone like Yisu would seem excessive. Besides, he had to be wary of Yisu activating his own skills. The hidden threat of an opponent was always the most dangerous. To Zhou Su, Yisu was merely a combat unit, nothing more. Yet Zhou Su was fully prepared to end the fight with a single decisive blow. Letting out a thunderous roar, he launched himself forward with explosive force. His energy surged through his body like two massive waves, crashing into his limbs with searing intensity as he charged at Yisu. Relying solely on raw power, Zhou Su threw a punch that seemed capable of obliterating everything in its path, suppressing all resistance. He was confident if Yisu didn't evade, the sheer disparity in their physiques would send him flying or even kill him outright. Zhou Su believed his superior physique guaranteed Yisu's utter defeat. But before Zhou Su's fist could connect, a deep sigh echoed in his ears. Suddenly, everything around him seemed to slow down, and his brutish, violent attack appeared laughably clumsy. Yisu vanished from his position, like a fleeting shadow. Before Zhou Su could react, he felt a cold sensation brush against his neck, as though a blade had lightly grazed it. Drops of blood fell to the ground, staining it red. His eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what had just happened. A surge of intense confusion filled his mind. How could this be? He had the overwhelming advantage in physique, Yet he couldn't even react to Yi Su's move. Beneath him, the blood slowly pooled into a small puddle. He reached up to his neck and felt a thin cord encircling it. His fingers tore through flesh, and blood immediately gushed out, streaming down between his fingers. "I you this." Jose stammered, his voice trembling with fear, his throat seemingly gripped by terror, making it impossible to form coherent sentences. A profound, indescribable dread surged within Hyman's instinctive reaction to facing death. Indeed, the fear of dying was unparalleled. I, I gurgle. Before he could finish speaking, a fountain of blood erupted, tracing a crimson arc through the air. His head spun off his neck and crashed heavily to the ground. It all happened in an instant, as the two crossed paths. Yi Su's blade left his hand, effortlessly circling Jose's neck with precision, the motion as fluid as a juggler's performance. Jose's own momentum drove him straight into the sharp edge of the blade. It was hard to say whether this was Yi Su's kill or Jose's own doing. At that moment, the entire scene fell into a deathly silence. A chilling dread coursed through everyone present, as if an icy spike had been driven from the base of their spines to the tops of their heads. Even breathing seemed frozen in place. Terrifying. In the blink of an eye, Yi Su had decapitated Zhou Su with a single strike. Is that even human? Someone murmured under their breath. They were all professionals, and Zhou Su's physical attributes were even superior to Yi Su's. Yet, when it came to a real fight, the disparity was staggering. What was even more frightening was the realization that just days ago, they had all been ordinary people. Becoming a professional, as people often said, meant living with death constantly hanging over one's head. The atmosphere was suffocatingly cold, as if the life had been drained from the air. The primal, savage energy that had once permeated the space, the kind that stirred wild impulses, seemed to have been suppressed by an invisible force. Standing there in the center, Yi Su seemed to have caged the ravenous wolves in everyone's hearts with his mere presence. His existence silently declared a simple rule: go wild or die. The choice was yours. Clap, clap, clap. The sudden sound of applause shattered the silence, drawing everyone's attention. It was Li Mingyuan. "Martial arts, right?" he said, his tone tinged with admiration. "Professionals aren't mindless brutes, nor are they Superman from DC Comics. Numbers on paper don't mean everything." As he spoke, his gaze didn't even flicker toward Jose's dismembered body on the ground. To him, death was as mundane as a daily occurrence. Among professionals, his mindset was already far ahead of the rest. "Exactly," Li Mingyuan continued as he stepped out of the crowd. "Extraordinary combat power can even make state machinery yield. Privilege comes with life and death. What's so hard to understand? Combat power is called combat power because it reveals itself in battle." He stopped in front of Yi Su. "Yi Su, I think highly of you. What do you say? Join me. The future will be ours." Li Mingyuan made no effort to hide his ambition. As professionals, they knew far more than most, even classified information like the shelf life of nuclear weapons. The future would inevitably see the decline of technology, ushering in an era dominated by individual strength. At that time, the size of one's fist would dictate the weight of their words. As one of the first wave of professionals, they were uniquely poised to take advantage. Li Mingyuan's confidence came from the powerful backers supporting him. He had money, resources, and manpower at his disposal. On the black market, he had opened countless treasure boxes worth $1 billion each, which had fueled his remarkable growth. Without such resources, his current level would have been unattainable. He saw potential in Yi Su, particularly in his understanding of martial arts, a rare trait among professionals. Combined with the fact that Yi Su had a healer in his corner, recruiting him was an offer too good to pass up. Combat power only reveals itself in battle. "Huh," Yi Su said, meeting Li Mingyuan's gaze with calm defiance. "You've never fought me. Why would I submit to you?" "Excellent," Li Mingyuan exclaimed, delighted. "Then let me show you what I'm capable of." Yi Su was equally eager. At last, the savage restlessness within him surged uncontrollably, as though the earlier bloodshed hadn't been enough to quench it. Moreover, his mastery of the secret techniques of the ape fist was stuck at a bottleneck. That lingering, unresolved feeling gnawed at him. He needed bloodshed to witness the birth of his breakthrough. The battle at the entrance of the karst cave in the Yunnan-Guizhou region did little to conceal the truth. News quickly spread across the various camps. Zhou Su was dead. He Hu reported to Li Qing in a low voice. Li Qing continued working on the task at hand without pause, responding coldly. "Who killed him? It certainly didn't happen in the cave." He paused briefly before continuing. "When professionals gather in one place, without clear distinctions in rank, it's impossible to enter the cave so easily. Besides, in situations like this, some people deserve their fate. The speed at which privilege corrupts is truly astonishing. It's only been a few days, and some are already nearing the brink of destruction." He furrowed his brows slightly as he spoke. Take someone like Li Mingyuan, for example. From the moment he broke through the limits of the human body, it was inevitable that he would commit bloody crimes. Unfortunately, he's backed by a powerful conglomerate that covers everything up, making it impossible to gather evidence against him. Switching topics, he added, Zhou wasn't innocent either. With a blade in his hand and a ruthless heart, the officials likely had intentions of using this trip to the Yunnan cave as a way to clean up some of the professionals. It was Yi Su. He Hu suddenly interrupted. Li Qing put down his pen and looked at He Hu. If I recall correctly, Yi Su doesn't have an advantage in physique. How could he? Once professionals are targeted by corporations and the elite, many things can't stay hidden. He paused. There are also light orbs being traded on the black market 1 billion per box. The lure of wealth is just too strong. He Hu nodded, his excitement evident. Exactly. Yi Su's physique isn't as strong as Zhou Ce's, but their fight was over in an instant. Zhou Su was practically killed in a single move. Yi Su is a monster unbelievably powerful. It was a true one-hit kill. Li Qing jotted this down. It seems the potential of professionals is far from fully realized. Simple data alone can't represent actual combat strength. True combat strength is only revealed in real battles. Li Mingyuan smirked, casting a sidelong glance at the other professionals. A professional-grade long blade, a pretty decent weapon, he remarked with confidence, as if it was more than just an ordinary tool. After all, he wasn't just someone who relied on data. He was also a competitive warrior. Having mastered martial arts, his blade techniques were unparalleled. Moreover, he was likely the only one present who had clearly seen Yi Su's movements during the fight with Zhou Su. Noticing the other's confusion, Li Mingyuan spoke again. Martial arts are truly fascinating. Although you're all professionals, let me give you some advice. Skills may enhance combat strength, but martial arts are the key to building your foundation. Relying solely on data will lead you nowhere. The people around him seemed thoughtful, nodding in agreement as they finally understood how Zhou Su had been defeated so quickly in that lightning-fast duel. Zhao Yuan thought to himself, so that's how it is. Yi Su really isn't an ordinary person. He set aside his earlier fear, and the disdain returned to his face. But Yi Su's physique hasn't yet reached the limits of the elixirs. What a pity. In the end, Li Mingyuan will finish him off. Li Mingyuan stepped into the center of the field, his voice low and taunting. Come on, Yi Su. Let's see what your blade can do. His eyes gleamed with anticipation, as if Yi Su's challenge was the ultimate thrill for him. Yi Su let out a cold laugh, his gaze unwavering and resolute, but he said nothing. Martial arts, for most people, remains at the level of physical techniques. Behind Li Mingyuan's lengthy arguments was nothing more than his ambition to seize the title of champion. In this place, where the majority of the nation's freelance professionals gathered, being the champion meant holding the power of discourse. Quite the unhidden ambition, Yi Su remarked coldly as he stepped forward. Well then, let me see if your strength is worthy of that ambition. As the distance between the two closed, the spectators held their breaths. Everyone realized that this duel would determine the strongest among the current professionals. Li Mingyuan's smile faded, replaced by a solemn expression. Although he had a deep understanding of martial arts, he knew nothing about Yi Su's state, which had reached an extraordinary level. To him, the approaching figure wasn't Yi Su, but a ferocious beast from some untamed wilderness. Specialized professionals must possess terrifying exclusive abilities, Li Mingyuan thought to himself, feeling the oppressive aura emanating from Yi Su. This overwhelming pressure is undoubtedly an advanced version of a close combat profession. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the long blade in his hand. Finally, the two stood face to face. With a thunderous roar, two surges of red energy exploded into the air. In the blink of an eye, the stillness gave way to a storm of movement as their auras collided fiercely. There was no probing, no holding back. Every swing of the blade aimed directly at vital points. Sparks flew, and the low, resonating clash of weapons made the spectators' hearts nearly stop. Yi Su's blade techniques carried the ferocity of a rampaging white ape, seamlessly integrating moves derived from ape-style boxing. Each strike targeted Li Mingyuan's critical zones with precision and force. Shock flashed across Li Mingyuan's eyes. While Yi Su's physical constitution was indeed inferior to his, the sheer momentum behind his blade more than made up for that disadvantage. Could this really be the enhancement brought by martial arts? Li Mingyuan was stunned. I only made some rhetorical remarks, and yet you've mastered this art to such a degree? As a staunch believer in data, Li Mingyuan understood the fundamental difference between a strike with 100 pounds of force and one with 500 pounds. However, the gap between 4 points of constitution and 16 points wasn't enough to create an absolute advantage of overwhelming strength breaking all techniques. With martial arts mastery and physical statistics each having their strengths and weaknesses, the two fought to a standstill. Excitement flickered in Yi Su's eyes. This was a sparring partner sent by the heavens. Amid the battle, his comprehension of martial arts soared rapidly, and the rampaging white ape within his mind coalesced into an indescribable force. Meanwhile, the Taishan Sutra continued to adapt to the evolving martial techniques. In this duel, where time seemed to slow, Yi Su split his focus, fighting with all his might, while seizing the opportunity to grasp the secret skill that was beginning to take shape. A surge of energy seemed to gather within his body, and Yisu's heart was roaring with intensity. Just a little more, just one final step. What exactly was accumulating within him, and how could he unleash it? It was so close, so tantalizingly close. At that moment, Yisu suddenly remembered the technique he had used on the blade grass mountain stacking wave slash. Each strike was like an endless tide, powerful and unstoppable, waves upon waves building in strength, with every slash mightier than the last. It was this sense of continuous, flowing power that sparked inspiration in Yisu. However, the violent energy within his body seemed trapped in his blood and qi, unable to fully break free. Each fluctuation of his qi and blood only caused this energy to rampage within him, unable to escape its confines. Yisu vaguely realized that this situation aligned with the principles of martial arts techniques. The essence of this power originated from the core of martial arts, but it required the support of qi and blood to truly erupt. A determined glint flashed in Yisu's eyes as he resolved inwardly. Let's give it a try. He quickly activated the qi and blood within him, crimson energy spreading through his limbs and bones, guiding the violent force to the surface. Then, in that instant, Yisu wrapped the ferocious energy around the blade and struck fiercely. Roar! A thunderous red shockwave erupted, releasing an earth-shaking roar. The violent energy spread outward like an invisible torrent, carrying an overwhelming killing intent that seemed to pierce the very soul. At the same time, a deafening roar echoed in Li Mingyuan's ears, as though a feral beast was charging straight at him. The vibrating air caused his heart to clench tightly, almost stopping. Instinctively, he looked up to see Yisu's crimson blade aura, like a blood-red storm, surging towards him with a suffocating pressure that carried the weight of life and death. The more intense the aura, the stronger the survival instinct it provoked, and this terrifying oppression made Li Mingyuan instinctively want to retreat. Devouring tiger, he shouted, clenching his fists as his qi and blood erupted. A white energy surged forth, forming the phantom of a mountain tiger that roared and charged toward Yisu's crimson shockwave. Boom! A deafening explosion followed as the colliding energies erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. Fierce winds howled, sand and stones flew through the air, and clothes flapped wildly. Onlookers had to quickly retreat, holding their breath. The impact of the two forces tore through the air, leaving the atmosphere heavy and frozen. After the clash, both sides paused. Li Mingyuan took a small step back, a flicker of surprise and admiration in his eyes. Impressive. The seamless combination of martial arts and technique is truly remarkable. Yisu's lips curled into a faint, composed smile. So, that's how it works. The key to martial arts techniques lies in the fusion of qi and blood. He shook his head slightly, feeling the violent energy within him completely unleashed. His body felt as if it had been reborn, light and unbound. The essence of martial arts, like the white ape moving freely, once again stirred a wave of ferocity. As he clenched his fist lightly, he thought to himself, this power feels like holding the ability to balance life and death in my hands. The battle had only just begun, yet with a single thought, he could release the accumulated power again at any moment. Unlike the massive consumption of energy required for powerful techniques, martial arts techniques demanded minimal energy and could quickly recover after use. Li Mingyuan, if you want to be the top dog, words alone won't cut it. You need to show some real skill, Yisu said with a cold smirk, his tone carrying a hint of provocation. Don't stop now, just as it's getting exciting. Yisu's eyes sparkled with battle intent, and the blade in his hand flashed with a cold gleam. Integrating martial arts and skills, this is definitely a path worth exploring. Li Mingyuan is the perfect sparring partner for this. Might as well make full use of him. Beads of sweat formed on Li Mingyuan's forehead as he found himself in a precarious situation. Every time he activated his skill, his stamina took a significant hit. Although Yisu's physical stats were slightly inferior to his, Yisu's mastery of martial arts more than compensated for the gap. More importantly, if he couldn't subdue Yisu today, it would jeopardize the plan to recruit more first-generation professionals during this nationwide event. Gritting his teeth, driven by his ambition, Li Mingyuan resolved to fight to the end. The clash between the two reignited with intensity. Onlookers, who had long been stunned into silence, watched wide-eyed. Most of them were ordinary people who had only recently gained extraordinary powers and hadn't fully adjusted to their new reality. The sudden exposure to such a ferocious battle left them momentarily at a loss. But soon, the realization that they too might one day reach such heights filled them with excitement. As the battle resumed, Yisu had already acquired the secret technique he sought and no longer treated this as mere sparring. He channeled the Tai Xian Sutra with ferocity, his internal energy surging, and his combat strength climbing steadily. The moment their weapons clashed again, Li Mingyuan immediately sensed that something was wrong. The balance between them had been shattered. His prized physical stats, which he had always relied on, were no longer enough to hold his ground against Yi Su. He was retreating, forced back by Yi Su's relentless advance. The advantage had shifted entirely to Yi Su. The slight improvements in Yi Su's physique, coupled with Li Mingyuan's stamina drain from activating his skill, created a stark disparity that tipped the scales. As Li Mingyuan retreated, Yi Su pressed forward. Strike after strike, his blade gleamed like a cascading waterfall, forcing Li Mingyuan into a desperate defense. Sweat poured down Li Mingyuan's face as he struggled to keep up. Damn it, Li Mingyuan cursed internally. We both activated our skills, so why isn't your stamina decreasing? On the contrary, it feels like your overall strength has surged. He tried to read Yi Su's eyes during the fight, but found only an icy indifference. Suddenly, a chilling realization dawned on him. Yi Su's earlier remark about submitting if defeated had never been sincere. Yi Su's true intention was to kill him. How dare he? Li Mingyuan was shocked. He wasn't just an elite with peak physical enhancements. He also had powerful forces backing him. If he were to die here, the corporations and factions that had invested in him would suffer massive losses. Yi Su would undoubtedly face retaliation. Someone is calculating, as Yi Su couldn't possibly overlook this. Then why that cold, unyielding gaze? Yi Su, let's end this, Li Mingyuan said quietly, suppressing his discomfort. I acknowledge your strength. You've proven your point. You fight to prove your strength, Yi Su replied in a low, icy tone. I fight to teach everyone a lesson. And what lesson is that? Li Mingyuan asked. Where there's no surveillance, no signals, no civilization, and no order. Yi Su's voice grew even colder as his blade sliced through the air with a chilling gleam. Everyone must understand one thing. Wherever I, Yi Su, stand, that is where order begins. Li Mingyuan's mind reeled as he finally grasped Yi Su's intent. He himself had ambitions and made no effort to hide them, using force to assert dominance. But Yi Su, ever since toppling Zhou Si, had been doing the same thing on an entirely different scale. Yi Su wasn't just vying for a crown. He aimed to become an uncrowned king. His goal was to dominate through sheer, undeniable combat power, subjugating everyone present. In the upcoming mission, only with Yi Su holding true authority could he avoid being exploited or sabotaged. Damn it, this guy's scheming runs way too deep. Li Mingyuan cursed internally. Zhou Su and A were just stepping stones for him. Gripping his weapon tighter, a flicker of determination crossed Li Mingyuan's eyes. But, I won't let him have his way. You won't get your way. Li Mingyuan growled through gritted teeth, his eyes blazing with defiance and fury. Do you really think you can kill me in a real fight? He sneered coldly, his gaze unwavering. Yi Su's lips curved into a faint smirk, his demeanor calm and unhurried, though a trace of mockery gleamed in his eyes. Stop pretending. I've already seen your skills. Before his words fully landed, he let out a chilling laugh. Now, it's time for you to witness mine. The moment he finished speaking, Yi Su abruptly activated his skill-raging surge. In an instant, he felt a surge of energy coursing through his body, like a torrential flood, overwhelming and unstoppable. This sensation was entirely different from when he had used this skill to hunt down a pack of wild dogs. Back then, Raging Surge merely unleashed the strength of his muscles. But now, Yi Su could feel that even his vital energy had been fully mobilized, elevating his power to an entirely new level. Even the latent ferocity within him was drawn into the storm of Raging Surge. The stronger the user's attributes, the more terrifying the skill's power became. It was a process that seemed directly proportional. His muscles, vital energy, and savage aura, three immense forces, were all summoned and seamlessly merged with his spirit and focus. The power of Raging Surge surged forth like a colossal tidal wave, engulfing everything in its path. Black energy erupted from Yi Su's body, unrestrained and growing ever more intense. It resembled a merciless gale sweeping across the battlefield, carrying an indescribable sense of oppression. The appearance of the black energy immediately struck fear into everyone present, sending shivers down their spines. Li Mingyuan's face turned ashen, his heart sinking like a stone as he felt the suffocating presence of death enveloping him. A chilling sense of impending doom weighed heavily on him. This is a skill, he muttered as realization dawned, but his eyes betrayed a flicker of terror. This wasn't just any powerful skill. It was one unique to special class users like Yi Su. Yi Su's skill, combined with his flawless martial arts execution, had reached a level of seamless perfection. Li Mingyuan swung his blade with all his might, but the opening created by this strike left him vulnerable. What followed was a storm of relentless attacks. Panic and despair began to creep into Li Mingyuan's eyes. How? How could I have exposed such a glaring weakness so easily? His mind was in turmoil, unable to comprehend the situation before him. He had always thought of himself as a seasoned fighter, hardened by countless street battles and skilled in combat techniques. Yet, in front of Yi Su, he felt like a complete novice, utterly powerless to resist. "No, please. Let's talk this out. Stop. I surrender." Li Mingyuan pleaded desperately, struggling to muster his strength to unleash his own skill. But the moment had already passed. Yisu's skill was swifter, leaving no room for retaliation. Yisu's strikes were precise, while Li Mingyuan's skill required time to charge. In such circumstances, the outcome was clear, and his fate was sealed. If not you, then who else? The black energy surged forward like a raging tide, crashing directly into Li Mingyuan's body. In that instant, Li Mingyuan distinctly heard the sound of his bones shattering, followed by excruciating pain that tore through him. His vision blurred, the colors around him fading away as his wild ambitions clashed with his fading consciousness. In his final moments, an image surfaced in his mind of Mo Xiaoyu's face, the one that had once stirred something within him. That face seemed to overlap with the memory of another girl from long ago. And then, darkness consumed everything. A dull thud echoed as Li Mingyuan's lifeless body crumpled to the ground like a broken ragdoll, scattered and grotesque in death. Everyone stared in horror at the scene, unable to look away. He's dead. Li Mingyuan is dead. This man, who had been quietly amassing power and was seen by his associates as someone not to be trifled with, had been killed in an instant so decisively, so brutally. At the cave entrance, where the battle had unfolded, Yisu stood tall, black energy swirling around him like an unyielding harbinger of death. The aura he exuded was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Countless eyes instinctively turned toward him, only to quickly avert their gaze. They all understood this man was terrifying beyond measure. Each person silently prayed that they wouldn't become the next victim. Zhao Yuan kept his head bowed so low it was nearly touching the ground, his heart pounding violently in his chest, as if ready to burst. Cold sweat drenched his body, and his mind was consumed by fear. He was terrified that Yisu's gaze might fall on him next. An indescribable turmoil brewed within Zhao Yuan. He deliberately shifted his steps, positioning his teammates between himself and Yisu, trying to avoid Yisu's gaze. But it was all unnecessary. Yisu was entirely immersed in the thrill of victory and paid no attention to Zhao Yuan, let alone sense the murderous intent stirring within him. No one present dared to meet Yisu's eyes. His aura had thoroughly subdued everyone. When Yisu climbed back into the jeep, Mo Xiaoyu's eyes widened in shock, her voice trembling as she said, "Yisu, you killed someone." Yisu spread his hands casually. "Come on, it was self-defense." Then, raising his voice, he asked, "Everyone, tell me, wasn't it self-defense?" The scene fell silent for a moment before erupting into a chorus of agreement. Yeah. Good thing brother Yes strong. Those two deserved it. Thought they could act recklessly just because there were no cameras? Serves them right. They started it, no one to blame but themselves. Yisu locked eyes with Mo Xiaoyu, his tone soft but resolute. "Did you hear that? Right now, I am the law." Mo Xiaoyu nodded repeatedly, as if she had finally grasped something. The atmosphere around them had indeed shifted, the air of savagery dissipated, and the restless beasts in everyone's hearts seemed to have been tamed once more. Yisu glanced at his watch and reminded the group, "It's getting late. The mission from above takes priority. Everyone, move out and good luck." With that, he stepped on the gas and drove into the cave. The others exchanged hesitant glances before gradually following in their vehicles. Inside the car, Yisu exhaled deeply, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. He knew exactly why he had acted this way. The letter from the future. That letter wouldn't be the last. There would surely be more opportunities ahead. If order collapsed and the city fractured into chaos, those crucial opportunities could be lost forever. Professionals were the root of disorder, and this trend had to be suppressed. Such actions would inevitably invite challenges, but that was precisely what Yisu wanted. True combat strength could only be honed in real battles, and his martial arts skills required the grindstone of conflict. Yisu silently vowed to himself, "The global rise of professionals is a perilous opportunity. It must not become the end of the world. I will do my part and bear my share of responsibility. I have faith in the future, and I hope it won't let me down." Snapping back to the present, Yisu's gaze fixed on the path ahead. Yunanguejo mycelium? Let's see if it's really as deadly as they say. Director, latest news: Black Tiger is causing a commotion again over there. Li Qing's expression remained unchanged as he flipped through the documents, replying calmly, "Go on." His voice was steady, tinged with a hint of resignation. Black Tiger's voice came through the phone, sounding unusually urgent. "Li Mingyuan is dead. Right at the entrance of the karst cave, Yisu killed him with a single strike." Li Qing froze, instantly placing the documents down as a flicker of disbelief crossed his eyes. Li Mingyuan, a top-tier professional in the field, backed by a powerful conglomerate, known for his fierce competitiveness and fearlessness, had been killed by Yisu in one stroke. The news was almost incomprehensible. "Are you certain it was him?" Li Mingyuan, Li Qing asked, his voice carrying a touch of hesitation. "Absolutely." Black Tiger's response was firm. "The military channels have already confirmed it. We've been closely tracking Yisu's movements. What's more important is that Zhang Hui and the official oversight team have verified that Yisu hasn't exceeded the infusion limits of spiritual medicine. His physical stats haven't even peaked." "That's strange." Li Qing frowned, pausing to think. It seems Yi Su has discovered a different path on his own. True combat power only reveals itself in real battles. When he returns, I need to meet him. Perhaps we can explore deeper collaboration in this area. I understand. Black Tiger replied succinctly before ending the call. Meanwhile, at the top floor of a skyscraper in the capital, an elderly man sat at a table, his brows deeply furrowed, the atmosphere around him heavy. Several others sat around the table, their gazes filled with contemplation. Li Mingyuan is dead, a young man asked coldly, his voice betraying his shock. Yes. Another older man spoke slowly. The news has reached us, and the entire club is now in a state of tension. Li Mingyuan was not only the face of our club, but also one of the top professionals in the country. If even he could be killed, how are the others supposed to cope? Li Mingyuan's skills, martial arts, weaponry, and the infusion of spiritual medicine combined, he was at the pinnacle. Even the veteran powerhouses in the capital couldn't guarantee a win against him, another elder sighed. And yet, someone managed to take him down. It's simply unbelievable. The global emergence of professionals has become not just a national focus, but a worldwide hot topic. Especially among the affluent families and conglomerates, they sensed this shift early on and began devising strategies to adapt, a young man in a suit said. Lately, many have established clubs, leveraging their wealth and networks to use professionals as their banners, attracting significant resources. Publicly, they claim to support the growth of professionals, but in truth, there's much more ambition behind the scenes. The Yungue Karst Cave incident was clearly an official setup, the older man continued. The authorities didn't send any professionals and it's too obvious. Everyone knows it. Enough of this discussion, another elder waved his hand. The real issue now is how strong Yi Su truly is. If he could take down Li Mingyuan, he's no ordinary individual. More importantly, with Li Mingyuan gone, what happens to our club? Without him as our figurehead, securing professional resources will become a challenge. Not to mention, the limited number of treasure chests other clubs will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to compete. That's the most pressing concern, another person said in a low tone. We mustn't act rashly. The eldest among them finally spoke. The key now is to fully understand Yi Su. His capabilities go beyond combat. When he returns, we must find him immediately and uncover the strength behind him. Only then can we regain control of the situation. As his words fell, silence enveloped the room, as though everyone could already foresee the storm looming on the horizon. You no longer have a strong leader, do you? In the conference room of the Yuntian Club, several senior executives sat around the long table with grave expressions. A middle-aged man tapped the table lightly, his tone heavy. Whether it's official missions or team expeditions, without a strong leader, the other professionals will hardly be able to move forward. To put it bluntly, losing Li Mingyuan, our backbone, means this club is essentially finished. Another senior executive in a tailored suit shook his head and sighed. All the wealth we invested earlier has almost gone to waste. In the corner, a woman raised her head, her voice icy and piercing. Killing Yi Su will send a clear message. Only then will other clubs think twice before poaching our professionals. At the same time, it will show our professionals how much the club values them. She paused, her gaze sharp. Of course, it will also remind them not to overstep their bounds. That's difficult, someone objected, frowning. The man sitting at the head of the table slammed his hand down and rose abruptly. Difficult or not, it must be done. As the founder of Yuntian Club, I hereby issue the order. Kill Yi Su. With that, he strode out of the room, leaving behind a heavy silence. The air in the conference room froze for a few seconds before someone murmured. If Yi Su were an ordinary person, they wouldn't dare. But Yi Su is a professional, so this can proceed. The official stance is clear. Professionals and ordinary people don't belong to the same world. Yi Su had no idea he was being targeted. At this moment, his jeep could no longer navigate the cave. Although the cavern was spacious, the terrain grew increasingly rugged and uneven the deeper they went, forcing them to continue on foot. Both Yi Su and Mo Xiaoyu had dim headlamps hanging on their chests, which, combined with their enhanced vision as professionals, allowed them to barely make out the path in the darkness. Captain Yi, what exactly are we looking for? Mo Xiaoyu asked nervously, glancing around. Her voice trembled slightly, the claustrophobic underground environment clearly unsettling her. Yi Su spread his hands and said calmly, I don't know either. Let's explore for now. We haven't even seen any fungal threads yet. Inwardly, he reflected. He had long seen through the officials' breeding tactics. It was too calculated, providing opportunities for growth while simultaneously suppressing, ensuring survival while plotting ways to eliminate. Contradiction is the essence of reality. Captain Yi, look ahead. Mo Xiaoyu's sudden exclamation interrupted his thoughts. Yi Su looked up, seeing only the same network of cave passages stretching into the distance. Yet Mo Xiaoyu's eyes were wide with shock, as if she had witnessed something extraordinary. What is it? Yi Su asked, his tone steady. My night vision isn't very good. Without hesitation, Mo Xiaoyu replied. It's a fungal carpet. There's a white fungal carpet ahead, spreading deep into the cave. Yisu nodded, pretending to see it as well. I see it too. Be careful, we've entered the fungal zone. In truth, Yisu saw nothing. The two continued forward. Mo Xiaoyu frequently reported the situation ahead, her impression of Yisu's poor night vision prompting her detailed descriptions. Based on her words, Yisu tried to reconstruct a mental image of the cave's actual appearance. An illusion? Yisu wondered silently. Why don't I see it? Or am I also trapped in an illusion, only perceiving something different from her? He recalled the information about the guizhou fungal threads. Their most infamous property was creating vivid hallucinations. There was a saying, mushrooms taste great, but if you see your dog start talking after eating them, it's time to visit the hospital. Mo Xiaoyu's current state bore an uncanny resemblance to such descriptions. Still, Yisu wasn't sure if he was immune to the fungal effects or if he was simply trapped in a different kind of hallucination. Step by step, they pressed on. After turning a corner in the cave, Yisu's pupils suddenly contracted. Before them lay a vast stretch of white fungal carpet. Ah! Mo Xiaoyu exhaled in relief. Captain Yi, it looks like we've made it out. The cave ahead seems normal again. The situation was growing increasingly bizarre. Yisu grinned, a faint, almost imperceptible shadow flickering in his eyes. Damn it, something strange is happening here too. Hold on, he said, taking a few steps back without hesitation. Mo Xiaoyu frowned slightly, a hint of caution in her gaze. She watched as Yisu's steps halted on the fungal mat beneath them. The sensation reminded her of stepping onto snow, soft, yet chilling. A shiver involuntarily ran through her. Still, seeing Yisu already on it, she gritted her teeth and followed. This is far enough for today, Yisu said abruptly, his tone firm and leaving no room for debate. They'll keep watch while you take a sample, then we'll head out. Mo Xiaoyu nodded. Though reluctant, she didn't argue. The cave exuded a sinister aura, and lingering too long felt unbearable. She quickly crouched down, scooping a handful of moist soil from the ground, carefully sealing it in a bag. All done, Captain Yi. We can leave now, Mo Xiaoyu said with a sigh of relief. Her expression lightened a bit. The sampling had gone smoothly without any incidents, easing her nerves and fueling her desire to leave this unsettling place as soon as possible. Yisu gave a slight nod and led the way out, his pace brisk and purposeful, as if driven by a vague sense of unease. As they approached the cave's exit, Yisu glanced back briefly. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a vine slowly extending from the depths of the cave. It wasn't chasing them, rather, it seemed to be observing, silently watching as Yisu and Mo Xiaoyu departed. The cave's exit was surprisingly spacious, making their way out relatively easy and straightforward. Along the way, they encountered several other professionals. Though some appeared slightly awkward upon seeing Yisu, they still waved their bags containing soil and dried twigs, clearly also collecting samples. Yisu, however, remained unsettled. His thoughts grew heavier, more tangled. Was it just his imagination, or was everyone unknowingly being affected? Were the samples merely ordinary soil, or could the fungal network possess some kind of hallucinogenic properties, subtly influencing them all? Let's focus on getting out first, Yisu resolved silently, quickening his pace. Before long, they emerged from the cave. Yisu climbed into his car, started the engine, and began driving toward the temporary camp in Yunnan-Guizhou. He drove with purpose, the vehicle cutting swiftly through the winding roads. Midway, his earpiece crackled to life with Zhang Hui's voice. Yisu, you're out? Did anything happen? Zhang Hui's tone carried a hint of concern. Yeah, I'm out. Nothing major for now, Yisu replied curtly. Saw some fungal mats in the cave, took a sample, and left. Good. It's normal to familiarize yourself with the environment, Zhang Hui said, pausing briefly before continuing. Actually, others are working on this mission too. That fungal network isn't confined to one cave. The military is investigating other areas as well. Recently, signs of fungal spread have been found in sewer systems of several cities. Its vitality and propagation ability are alarming. If we can't develop an effective solution, the consequences could be catastrophic. Don't worry, there's always a way, Yisu reassured him, his tone calm and steady. The new era has just begun. It's not going to be wiped out by some fungus right off the bat. True, saving the world isn't solely on the shoulders of these half-drained professionals. The military is taking action too, Zhang Hui replied, his tone slightly more at ease. Figured as much, Yisu said. They'll head back to the camp and take a closer look at the samples. Got it, Zhang Hui responded before ending the call. The two drove on toward the camp, arriving within half an hour. Staff members were already waiting. Mo Xiaoyu handed over the sample bag, which the staff accepted without comment, preparing to leave with it. Wait a moment, Yisu suddenly spoke up. Can I accompany you? The staff member was momentarily stunned, but then a look of delight appeared on his face. He eagerly said, of course. The rules here in Yunnan are different from other cities. They're afraid of losing professionals, so they prohibit contact. But if the professionals themselves are willing to reach out to our personnel, that's a different matter. Lowering his voice, he added, you know, Naturally awakened individuals are rare here in Yungue. If a professional wants to switch sides, that's a godsend for us. Captain Yi, let's go together, someone suggested. All right, Yisu agreed. The two of them followed the staff member through the camp and arrived at a temporary building. Before entering, they underwent a thorough disinfection process, now a standard procedure. Once disinfected, they stepped into the highly sterilized temporary laboratory. The moment Yisu entered the lab, his pupils contracted sharply. In his field of vision, the entire laboratory was filled with dense, white mycelium. The fungal threads blanketed the floor like snow and even coiled around the lab coats of the staff. These fungal filaments had solidified into tangible forms, swaying gently like white vines throughout the lab. Mo Xiaoyu visibly relaxed, her shoulders no longer tense. The clean, orderly environment of the lab seemed to reassure her. She turned to Yisu with a faint smile. However, in Yisu's eyes, a horrifying scene was unfolding. The mycelium was emerging from Mo Xiaoyu's pores, spreading rapidly. Her robust physique, typical of a professional, had ironically become the perfect breeding ground for the fungus, which grew at an alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, Mo Xiaoyu was entirely enveloped in white fungal threads, resembling a walking mummy. Suddenly, her body swayed slightly, as though she was losing her balance. Mo Xiaoyu, wait for me outside, Yisu said in a calm voice. Despite the shocking sight, he maintained remarkable composure, his mind already piecing together the truth. What he saw was real, while everyone else seemed trapped in an illusion. What was even stranger was that, in this high-density spore environment, Yisu himself remained unaffected by the fungal parasitism. All right, Mo Xiaoyu nodded. Yisu's words carried special weight for her after all. She had witnessed his abilities firsthand. Reluctantly, Mo Xiaoyu left the lab. Through the glass window, Yisu observed the mummy step into the sunlight. As soon as she did, the white fungal blanket began to shed, revealing her true appearance bit by bit. Mycelium temporarily avoids sunlight. Yisu mentally noted this crucial discovery. Hello, are you Yisu, the professional from Suang? A figure, also covered in mycelium like a mummy, approached and extended a hand. Hua Zhuang, the head of this laboratory. I've already examined the sample you brought. It's indeed mycelium. He held up a sealed bag that was now half empty of soil and continued. As expected from a sample taken from the cave, the mycelium is highly active and incredibly resilient. Unfortunately, we haven't found any substance that can inhibit its growth. You understand, without a way to suppress it, it's nearly impossible to eradicate it completely. Yisu nodded expressionlessly. As a transmigrator with decades of experience across 2 lifetimes, staying calm in such situations came naturally to him. Moreover, he had long prepared himself for the challenges of an extraordinary world. In other words, among all the professionals globally, Yisu was undoubtedly the most composed. Do you have any information or any idea what might be able to suppress it? Yisu asked directly. The mummy, Huizhuang shook his head. We have no data, but I believe in the principle. For every challenge within 3 steps, there must be a solution. That's my understanding of the Yungue mycelium. Yisu stepped out of the makeshift laboratory, and Mo Xiaoyu immediately approached him. As a professional, she was not yet fully mature, still maintaining a forced sense of innocence. She knew that staying close to Yisu always gave her an indescribable sense of security. Yisu's gaze fell on her, and he noticed that the fungal threads on her body had disappeared. What once made her look like a mummy had turned out to be nothing more than an illusion. I'm feeling a bit tired. Can your healing talent help me feel better? Yisu asked. He remembered that Mo Xiaoyu had 2 skills, one of which was her innate ability. Sure, Mo Xiaoyu replied without hesitation. She reached out and touched Yisu's arm, activating her talent. In an instant, a refreshing sensation spread through his entire body, and all fatigue seemed to vanish. As Yisu enjoyed this newfound comfort, Mo Xiaoyu suddenly froze. Her pupils dilated, and she looked as if she had been struck by lightning. Her face turned deathly pale. Ah! Her piercing scream shattered the peace. Yisu reacted swiftly, covering her mouth immediately. Mo Xiaoyu's face was filled with terror, as though she had seen something utterly horrifying. She struggled violently, trying to break free from Yisu's grasp. All right, stop screaming. It's just some fungal threads, Yisu said calmly. Hearing his words, Mo Xiaoyu gradually calmed down, and the panic on her face began to fade. Yisu released his hand and said softly, the auxiliary healing profession of the rain caller is indeed something special. Her talent, it seemed, had a purification effect. When she activated her skill, Mo Xiaoyu herself also experienced the purifying power. In an instant, her hallucinations disappeared, and the world before her eyes returned to normal. She stood there in a daze, finally realizing that she was now seeing the real world. Well, there's a good reason why auxiliary professionals are so sought after, Yisu remarked with a smile. Captain Yi, Mo Xiaoyu stammered, still struggling to recover from the fear she had just experienced. Although the fungal threads on the professionals had fallen off under the sunlight, In dark corners, the threads remained hidden on ordinary people. Yisu was still unsure why this was the case. Perhaps it was because professionals had stronger resistance combined with exposure to sunlight, which made the fungal threads less apparent. However, without sunlight, they too would be covered by the threads. Don't panic. Weren't you wrapped up like a mummy by those fungal threads earlier? Yisu teased with a grin. Emo Xiaoyu shuddered, as if touched by something unclean. She lowered her head, avoiding the sight of any possible remnants on her body, and quickly followed Yisu. Let's go. We'll talk while we walk, Yisu said. As they walked, Yisu continued. From what we know so far, the fungal threads have incredible reproductive and parasitic abilities, but they haven't shown any signs of intelligence yet. If they were intelligent, that would be a real problem. Their reproductive and parasitic instincts alone are enough to pose a significant threat. Without intelligence, they're just a nuisance. So what are we doing now? Going back into the cave? Emo Xiaoyu asked, puzzled. Ah. She tensed up immediately at the mention of the cave. Little girl, saving the world is up to you now. After all, your skills can break through illusions, Yisu joked. Emo Xiaoyu froze for a moment, seemingly just realizing the responsibility she bore. She wasn't naive and quickly caught on. Wait a minute, Captain Yi, were you never affected from the start? Yisu nodded lightly. Emo Xiaoyu's surprise quickly faded, replaced by a sense of inevitability. Of course, my Captain Yi is invincible. The jeep roared to life once more, and the two of them headed back toward the cave. Nearby professionals witnessing this couldn't help but sneer. Saving the world, huh? We're just freelancers, mere pawns nurtured by the authorities, nothing more than decorations. If the world really needs saving, it will have to rely on the official forces. We're only here for appearances, to show our faces. How could we possibly hope to achieve anything significant? That fight at the cave entrance, any professional, no matter how slow their reactions, could tell something was off. This mission was a lost cause from the start. Seeing Yisu's anxious and panicked expression, Emo Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a twinge of disdain, silently mocking him in her mind. Yet, as she observed the people around her, she noticed faint traces of mycelium on all of them, hidden in the shadows where sunlight couldn't reach. The mycelium swayed softly in the faint breeze, like delicate threads. A cold chill ran down Emo Xiaoyu's spine as she recalled Yisu mentioning how he had once been wrapped up like a mummy by these very mycelium. Anxiety gripped her even tighter. Before long, a voice suddenly came through the headset. Though the device had an on-off switch, Zhang Hui hadn't been monitoring all conversations continuously. However, Yisu hadn't turned it off earlier, which meant Zhang Hui must have heard Yisu's words just now. Yisu, I can't tell what's real anymore. Huh? Hey, what are you even talking about? Yisu pressed the voice button to respond. Zhang Hui's voice carried a trace of struggle. When it comes to hallucinations, I can't tell what's real. I've already reported it to the higher-ups there, taking it seriously. They've even warned us not to use weapons for the time being, and all tasks involving the elimination of mutated creatures have been suspended. I think the authorities are aware of the situation, but I don't know if what I'm seeing is real or fake, or if even the official response I received could somehow be an illusion. Man, you're overthinking it, Hui. Don't get too caught up in this, Yisu chuckled lightly. Sure, the spores of this mycelium spread quickly and reproduce efficiently, but so far, they haven't posed a direct threat to life. So relax. They'll head over to the cave and check things out. Worst case scenario, it's life or death, right? If we're not dead yet, just sit tight and wait. Zhang Hui fell silent for a moment, then let out a bitter laugh. Yisu, you've got nerves of steel. With that, the headset fell silent once more. In truth, Yisu wasn't as carefree as he appeared. The letter from the future had clearly stated that the early stages of mutated flora and fauna were merely minor annoyances. It was a grim foreshadowing of far worse things to come. The mycelium itself had the potential to destroy the world, and yet, the future letter hadn't even mentioned it, implying that it was considered a trivial matter in the grand scheme of things. How do you make someone stop fearing the present crisis? Simple, tell them even greater disasters lie ahead. How infuriating. The vehicle sped up as Yisu grew more familiar with the route. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the cave. As soon as he stepped out of the car, he noticed Emo Xiaoyu heading towards the dense forest. Hey, wrong way. How could you miss such a big cave entrance? Emo Xiaoyu froze, staring intently at the forest. Isn't the entrance over here? She suddenly jolted, realizing her mistake. I need to activate my innate skill. She promptly activated her ability. Instantly, the world before her eyes turned stark white, a result of the strange power she had just tapped into. The effect disoriented her for nearly half an hour. Yisu calmly reminded her, your skill only keeps you clear-headed for 30 minutes. You should set an alarm to remind yourself. As the surroundings slowly came into focus, Emo Xiaoyu nodded. Got it. She was gradually coming to terms with the fact that, as a professional, encountering bizarre and unsettling events was becoming the norm. There was no need to panic when faced with such things. The two of them ventured further into the cave. Once inside, Imo Xiaoyu spoke in a low voice. Captain, I'll mark the key points for you. Mark what points? Didn't you say your night vision isn't great? Yisu raised an eyebrow. Imo Xiaoyu paused, realizing her slip. Oh, right. Never mind, I get it. Imo Xiaoyu suddenly realized that Yisu had said those words on purpose back then. If she had been just a bit more clear-headed, she could have seen through his words. After all, they were in the midst of the Blade Grass Mountain at the time, and Yisu's night vision had always been impeccable, better than hers, even. How could he suddenly claim his night vision was poor at such a critical moment? She hadn't noticed this detail at the time, which now seemed like a careless oversight. Let's move, and watch your step, Yisu said in a low voice, his tone filled with caution. We should be approaching the core of the mycelium soon. Mo Xiaoyu nodded, feeling a slight tension in her chest as the two quickened their pace. Although the path was winding and complex, Yisu's memory was exceptional. Before long, they arrived at the fork in the road where they had retreated during their first attempt. Stepping back into the passage, the sight before them sent chills down their spines. The cave floor was blanketed with a white fungal carpet, resembling a massive spider's lair. The air was damp and heavy, as if every inch of the ground had been claimed by the encroaching mycelium. Captain Yi, I see the fungal carpet. We're not in a rush. Let me treat myself again, Mo Xiaoyu said hesitantly, glancing down at the fungal layer beneath their feet. There's no need for that. I see it too, Yisu replied, his eyes scanning their surroundings. His voice was calm but resolute. From here on, we're officially in the core of the mycelium. If this fungal carpet is indeed the heart of it, then the task shouldn't be too difficult. Wherever there's a vacuum or absence, that's where we'll find something that can suppress the mycelium. It's that simple. Without intelligence, these mycelium organisms have plenty of exploitable weaknesses. Let's go. The two stepped onto the snow-like fungal carpet, the slick, damp texture underfoot, evoking a sensation akin to walking through mud. The discomfort was palpable. Mo Xiaoyu forced herself to suppress her revulsion, while Yisu seemed unaffected, his steps steady and deliberate. This time, Yisu drew a long blade from his back, a flicker of vigilance flashing in his eyes. After all, during their last retreat, a sudden attack by vines had nearly caught them off guard, an incident that was anything but trivial. Swish! A faint sound of something slicing through the air broke the tense silence. Yisu reacted instantly, turning sharply as his blade slashed through the air. The sharp edge cleaved through a vine, severing it in one swift motion. The broken piece, resembling a withered branch, fell onto the fungal carpet and immediately fused with the mycelium, vanishing without a trace. Speak of the devil, Yisu muttered, frowning as his gaze grew sharper. Be careful. Even though these mycelium organisms act on basic instincts, they will attack us. It's their predatory nature. If they sense a threat or are cornered, they'll go into a frenzy. Mo Xiaoyu nodded silently and stayed close behind him. As they ventured deeper, the number of vines around them increased. Some emerged silently from beneath the fungal carpet, catching them off guard. Yisu's blade slashed through one vine after another. Though the vines retaliated instinctively, their attacks posed little challenge to him. For a seasoned professional, such threats were almost negligible. Watching Yisu fend off the attacks with ease, Mo Xiaoyu felt a complex mix of emotions welling up inside her. Captain Yi, she began hesitantly, pausing as if unsure whether to continue. Finally, she spoke. I feel like I'm just a burden. How could you be? Yisu replied casually. You're my trump card. If I were here alone and got injured, that would be the end for me. But with you here, at least we have a chance to escape. His words were no exaggeration. In the depths of this hostile nest, an injury would spell certain death, leaving no chance for escape. The synergy between Mo Xiaoyu and Yisu was their only hope of survival. With her, Yisu gained an extra layer of security, and their combined efforts were their greatest asset. Let's keep moving, Yisu said, his gaze fixed ahead, his eyes as sharp as blades. There's no turning back now. Official rewards are great, but you need to stay alive to enjoy them. The only reason Yisu ventured into the cave was because he had a support professional by his side. Otherwise, he would never risk it for the so-called antidote within 3 steps. Am I really that important? Mo Xiaoyu asked nervously. Yisu stopped, turned around, and said seriously, do you still not understand your value? Go take a look at the hospital. You and ordinary people live in completely different worlds. The ability to save someone on the brink of death is nothing short of a miracle in the eyes of regular people. Forget curing cancer. Just having the power to heal life-threatening injuries would be enough for others to revere you as a deity. Seeing Mo Xiaoyu's thoughtful expression, Yisu continued, stop doubting yourself and adapt to your role as a professional as soon as possible. He understood that Mo Xiaoyu needed time to grow, unlike himself, who was able to adjust quickly after receiving messages from the future. Inside the cave, thick vines sprawled across the surroundings. Yisu warned cautiously, watch out for the vines, don't get injured. If you get hurt, we'll have to abandon the exploration. Remember, 2 people, 3 lives. If one life is used up, the remaining ones are your own. The deeper they went, the more entangled the vines became, and the fungal mats grew thicker. The cave space began to narrow. Yisu frowned, pondering. If it got any tighter, they would have no choice but to retreat. Suddenly, static noise came through the earpiece. Yisu quickly pressed the communication button. "We go, are you there?" "Yisu? You're out already." Zhang Hu's surprised voice came through. "Not yet. We're deep in the cave, but for some reason, we've got a signal now." Before Yisu could finish, shadows flickered ahead. A team of heavily armed soldiers rushed forward, their guns aimed directly at them. Yisu quickly raised his hands to show he was unarmed and spoke into the earpiece. "We go. It's the military." The soldiers lowered their weapons upon seeing his gesture. The team leader stepped forward and asked, "Professionals?" "Yes," Yisu replied, then asked, "How did you get here?" These ordinary people didn't seem to be affected by the hallucinations. The soldiers exchanged glances before the leader finally said, "This place isn't safe. Come with us." As they moved forward, a melodious and clear singing voice echoed through the cave. Yisu felt a surge of clarity, his mind instantly refreshed. Turning a corner, the space opened up. A group of people was tightly protecting a young girl in the center, and the enchanting voice was coming from her. A wide-range support professional. Yisu's eyes lit up. This rare type of professional was an absolute treasure. Yisu's arrival caught the attention of the group. However, their gazes quickly shifted to Mo Xiaoyu. This was not surprising. To be here and unaffected by the illusion required a strict condition: there must be a support class individual in the team, and that individual must possess purification abilities. Currently, all known support class individuals in the world were female. Cross-referencing information, it's Yisu from Suang, which means the one beside him must be Mo Xiaoyu, the only support class individual from Suang. Someone in the group murmured. Cross-referencing information? Yisu squinted and took a closer look. Sure enough, he noticed someone carrying a small device, with a fiber optic cable extending into the distance. This was no small operation, bringing in a fiber optic cable directly. It seemed this was the elite military squad Zhang Hui had mentioned. "Hello there." Yisu raised his hand in a casual greeting. A young man stepped out from the group and extended his hand. "I'm Guanli." "Yisu." Yisu replied, shaking his hand. In an instant, a surge of energy coursed between them. Yisu could feel that Guanli's vitality was no less potent than Li Mingyuan's, marking him as one of the military's top-tier professionals. Guanli, too, was quietly impressed. No wonder Yisu had managed to bring down Li Mingyuan's vitality might not be as abundant, but its intensity was overwhelming, like an army under the command of a formidable general. "We're all here for the mission," Guanli said, releasing Yisu's hand without any intention of competing. "We might as well join forces. Things have gotten a bit complicated." Yisu nodded. "What's the situation?" Guanli gestured for Yisu to follow. They were in a sizable cavern with numerous branching tunnels extending in all directions. At the farthest point, the terrain dropped off steeply like a sheer cliff. As they approached, Yisu saw that it was indeed a cliff. At the bottom of the drop, there was light, likely from illumination devices or flares that Guanli's team had deployed. Using the faint light, Yisu took in the scene below. Fungal threads, endless fungal threads. These threads formed a network beneath them, creating a kingdom-like structure that nearly filled the entire space. Strangely, at the center of the fungal web, there was a clear opening. Through this opening, Yisu could see a patch of space devoid of fungal threads. In this empty area, a single blade of grass swayed gently, its leaves emitting a faint, mysterious glow in the dim light. Within 3 steps, there must be an antidote. Yisu said, "Is that the object the fungal threads fear? Does this mean we've found it?" Guanli nodded. "Yes, we found it. But now we have a new problem. Under these circumstances, it's almost impossible to retrieve it." Indeed, the fungal threads avoided the grass, leaving an opening. But who would dare descend through that opening to pluck the grass? With such dense threads, a single movement could trigger a lethal entanglement. "The karst caves in the Yungue region are numerous," Guanli explained. "We've discovered 6 caves with similar grass, but only this one has even a slim chance of retrieval. The other 5 are entirely inaccessible. Even so, this one presents a huge challenge." His expression grew serious. "It's not that we're afraid of sacrifice. The real fear is that the grass might be destroyed by the fungal threads during the retrieval attempt." One of the caves had already experienced a similar dangerous incident. At that time, a mechanical dog was sent in to retrieve an item, but during the recovery process, it was fiercely attacked by countless vines. The antidote was just within reach, yet unattainable. Suddenly, Yisu furrowed his brows, realizing something. This kind of grass, we've already found several of them. It's clearly not some rare treasure. Why don't we just send a photo to the researchers for identification? Guan Li's face turned even grimmer, almost on the verge of tears, as he replied bitterly, "We've already done that." But the response from the experts was, "This is just ordinary cabbage." Yisu opened his mouth, his gaze shifting between the grass and the abyss and Guan Li's face, before finally letting out a helpless exclamation, "Damn." The truth was chilling. The fungal spores had already spread, not just in the Yunnan-Guizhou region, but likely across all of Xia and even half of the Eurasian continent. Fortunately, the fungal mycelium had yet to develop intelligence. Otherwise, it could easily trigger a global catastrophe. Now, a glimmer of hope had appeared. A natural nemesis capable of suppressing the mycelium had been discovered. However, with all the experts and scholars misled, Guanli found himself in a dilemma. It was imperative to retrieve it and use its properties to awaken the experts, thereby resolving the crisis once and for all. Yi Su, Guanli looked at him with a solemn expression. Join me in saving the world. Save the world, my foot. Yi Su rolled his eyes. How about we think of another way? Hey. Charging in like this is a death sentence. This isn't about saving the world, it's about the fact that we can't retrieve it at all. Even if we called in every professional from the temporary Yunnan Guizhou camp, it wouldn't be enough to fill this pit. The group exchanged glances, each racking their brains for a solution. Just then, members of the Yuntian Club appeared in Suong. They had come specifically to kill Yi Su, wearing cruel smiles as they searched through the mycelium-covered streets. To them, Suong seemed as normal as ever. Captain, we've spotted Yi Su. One of the professionals suddenly shouted, startling Yi Su. You idiot! The captain roared, but for the sake of the club's reputation and future, he had no choice but to lead the charge. Wielding a weapon exclusive to professionals, he struck at an armored vehicle with all his might. The blow left his arm numb, yet Yi Su remained unmoved. What are you waiting for? Attack together. The entire squad launched a ferocious assault on the armored vehicle. Meanwhile, in another laboratory, Li Qing was peering into a microscope when a look of ecstatic joy appeared on his face. Through his research, he had finally discovered the fatal weakness of the mycelium seed of the mystical herb Yi Su had given him contained a component that could inhibit the growth of the mycelium. Even better, this component could be synthesized in the lab. I found it. Li Qing shouted in excitement, standing on the fungal-covered floor and waving a tattered towel. Hearing the commotion, Black Tiger rushed into the lab and excitedly hugged a pillar. I knew it, Li Qing. You've found the solution. The mycelium, it's finally going to be eradicated. Although Li Qing's state seemed a bit off, Black Tiger, lost in his joy, failed to notice this detail. The world had gone mad. In the capital city, Chui Hu walked down the streets covered with a thick layer of fungal mats, his face clouded with concern. On both sides of the road, silvery white mycelium blanketed everything like snow, transforming the bustling metropolis into something eerie and unrecognizable. He fiddled with his phone and dialed Professor Zhang's number. On the other end of the line, an excited voice answered. Didn't I already develop the antidote for the mycelium? Don't worry, it's being sprayed from the planes as we speak. In fact, I'm on one of the planes right now. Chui Hu looked up and almost burst into laughter. Professor Zhang from the capital's research institute was riding a broomstick like a horse, galloping wildly down the street while making whoosh whoosh and puff puff sounds with his mouth. Oh no, we're doomed. Chui Hu threw up his hands, silently lamenting the situation. By now, half of Asia was likely in the grip of madness. Under the influence of the mycelium, everyone seemed to have fallen into a hallucinatory frenzy. The silver lining, however, was that there had been no reports of mass casualties. The hallucinations appeared to stem from people's innermost desires, manifesting as joy, excitement, and other positive emotions. Chui Hu grabbed a passerby who was wrapped in mycelium like a mummy and carefully peeled back the fungal threads to check their pulse. Not bad. Vital signs are stable, actually better than usual, he noted thoughtfully. It seems the mycelium has adopted a symbiotic strategy. Instead of consuming its host, it draws nutrients from the fungal mats to sustain them. It's like how fruit grows enticing flesh to attract animals for seed dispersal. This is just the instinctive strategy of life forms. But this situation clearly couldn't go on. Chui Hu continued making calls, trying to reach others who might still be unaffected. As for why he himself remained lucid, he suspected it had something to do with the Taisho Sutra he practiced. This powerful martial art could generate supernatural combat instincts, keeping his blood and energy surging, which made it impossible for the mycelium to infest him. Hello, Guanli. Chui Hu asked weakly. Have you become an unstoppable warrior yet? In a cave, Guanli froze for a moment upon hearing this, then exploded in anger. What unstoppable warrior? Are you mocking me, you little punk? His reaction made Chui Hu's eyes light up. Guanli was indeed unaffected. After all, while this military professional had also reached the physical limit of 20 constitution points like Chui Hu, he was always outmatched by Chui Hu, the natural-born fighter, in every sparring session. If Guanli had fallen into a hallucination, his first instinct would have been to seek revenge. Great, you're still clear-headed, Chui Hu said, his spirits lifting. You're in a cave right now? Then you probably don't know what's happening outside. The mycelium has covered the entire country, maybe even the whole world. Everyone's dreaming sweet dreams. As he spoke, Chui Hu caught sight of someone drooling at a roadside exhaust pipe. Quickly, he covered his eyes. That's too much for my eyes to handle. Holy crap, Guanli exclaimed, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. Hearing Guan Li's phone conversation by accident, Yi Su's heart skipped a beat. So soon? He quickly stepped back a few paces, hurriedly pulling out his phone to contact Zhang Hui. Brother Hui, how's the situation on your end? Yi Su asked urgently. Yi Su, where have you been? Professor Li has already developed the suppressant, and they're spreading it across the city now. Zhang Hui's voice came through the phone. Huh? A suppressant? Yi Su frowned. Where did it come from? What are you talking about? Weren't you the one who brought it back? Didn't we just meet with the leaders together? Yi Su paused for a moment before replying. Very well. This is bad. In such a short time, everything had spiraled out of control. Guan Li approached with a grim expression, his gaze fixed on Yi Su. Right now, there are probably fewer than 10 people in the entire country who are still clear-headed. He gestured toward a girl not far away. Over here, Rongxi's stamina is almost completely drained. Yi Su's eyes followed his gesture and landed on the girl. Yes, Rongxi was the one singing earlier. Even support specialists had their limits when it came to stamina. We don't have much time left, Guan Li said in a low voice. Chui Hu is on his way here. He can pilot a fighter jet and should arrive in about half an hour. Yi Su, can you have your team help us maintain order for a little while? When Chui Hu arrives, our squad will head down with him to retrieve that plant. By then, Rongxi's energy will be heavily depleted. Yi Su nodded. Guan Li's team was clearly preparing to risk everything. They had to secure that plant at all costs, or it would be the end for everyone. At this moment, Yi Su couldn't help but feel frustrated. The letter from the future hadn't mentioned any of this. This was an apocalyptic crisis. Was it really not worth even a passing mention? All right, Yi Su shook off his thoughts and focused. He turned to look at Mo Xiaoyu, who understood his signal and nodded. Mo Xiaoyu stepped into the center of the group, motioning for everyone to join hands. When she activated her innate healing ability, a refreshing sensation immediately spread through everyone. The singing stopped. Rongxi's legs buckled, and she nearly collapsed. Maintaining the range of her talent's effect was clearly taking a heavy toll on her. Thank you, the girl said to Mo Xiaoyu, her voice tinged with exhaustion. Mo Xiaoyu nodded and returned to Yi Su's side. It should last for about half an hour, she said softly. Good, Guan Li replied, then turned to Rongxi. Take a 20-minute break, and then we'll need you again. Understood. Rongxi's response was brief, her expression devoid of complaint. Her discipline was evident. Yi Su understood Guan Li's caution. Once the fungal hallucination struck, it was easy to become completely ensnared, unable to break free. What followed was a quiet period of waiting. Yi Su took the opportunity to ask about Chui Hu. In an environment covered by a fungal canopy, Chui Hu had managed to stay clear-headed. Could it be that he, like Yi Su, possessed some kind of unique trait? From Guan Li's description, Chui Hu was incredibly strong, exceptionally so. This sparked some speculation in Yi Su's mind. Typically, the combat power gap within the 20-point physique range wasn't too extreme. Of course, if Yi Su himself reached 20 points in physique, his combat abilities would undoubtedly be formidable. Thanks to his martial arts training and the special abilities granted by the core technique, Taishan cannon such as bullet time, he could far surpass ordinary professionals. As for Chui Hu, boom. Just as Yi Su was mulling over these thoughts, a sudden explosion sounded outside. In less than half an hour, a figure came sprinting toward them at full speed. Guan Li, I pulled off an epic parachute jump. Make sure you testify later so I don't have to pay for the plane. That was an electronic warfare aircraft. I can't afford to replace it. The figure shouted as he ran, his voice booming. Chui Hu was surrounded by a surging aura of blood energy, accompanied by the sound of roaring rivers. It was the sound of his blood energy, similar to what Yi Su experienced when fully activating the Taishan cannon, waves of energy rolling and crashing like tides. As Chui Hu approached, his gaze first landed on Guan Li. But for some reason, his eyes suddenly shifted, locking onto Yi Su. He seemed to sense something familiar in Yi Su's feeling of shared essence, as if the two of them had something in common. Chui Hu walked straight towards Yi Su, and Yi Su met him without hesitation. Almost simultaneously, they extended their hands and gripped firmly. The moment their palms touched, they both felt the surging energy coursing through each other's body, a clear indication of their core techniques in motion, as well as their mutual intent to test each other. Taisho Sutra, Chui Hu declared directly, naming Yi Su's technique. Yi Su paused for a moment, then replied after some thought. Taishan Sutra. Sometimes, fate works in mysterious ways. Without any preamble, the two revealed their cards to each other, as if recognizing a shared lineage at first glance. Chui Hu nodded in satisfaction, a glimmer of approval in his eyes, as though he had found a long-lost brother. Ah, nonsense. Chui Hu quickly dismissed the thought and said seriously, Guan Li, where's that herb? Down there, at the base of the cliff. Guan Li pointed into the distance while swiftly sorting his gear. It's visible from here, but retrieving it is extremely risky. His team of professionals was also busy, shedding their cumbersome protective suits to prepare for the dangerous task ahead with as little burden as possible. We'll go down together. My team will support you. No matter what, We have to bring it back, Guanli said, without directing his words at Yisu. Freelance professionals couldn't be coerced, and any moral pressure could backfire, potentially causing resentment. Besides, Yisu's teammates, as support specialists, had their own valuable roles to play. All right, Chuehu agreed decisively, without a trace of hesitation. Risk meant potential sacrifice, but if a single sacrifice could resolve the crisis, it would be worth it. Is the situation outside that bad? Yisu asked with a frown. Very bad, Chuehu replied gravely. Have all the researchers been affected? Every single one. The fungal mat is spreading at an alarming rate. It's covering the entire country. Will it kill them? No, Chuehu said with a faint smirk. In fact, the fungal mat provides nutrients. It might even fatten people up. The humor felt jarringly out of place in the tense atmosphere. Nearby, Guanli was growing visibly impatient, his fingers drumming incessantly against the gear on his waist. If time isn't too pressing, there might be another solution, Yisu said after a moment of thought. I know someone who can wake the researchers up. Once they're conscious, identifying the herb would just be a matter of a single photograph. Unless it's an extremely rare specimen, someone would recognize it. As soon as they're awake, the problem could be solved. Yisu had always believed that since the letters from the future didn't mention this crisis explicitly, it must not be an unsolvable problem. Perhaps the solution was simpler than it seemed, maybe even as straightforward as showing a picture. He thought back to how events might have unfolded if he hadn't awakened early. Mo Xiaoyu would have been taken in by the authorities, and perhaps Li Qing would have stayed conscious. A single image or photograph might have been enough to resolve everything. Yisu, we can't afford to gamble. Guanli interrupted his thoughts, his tone firm and unwavering. Right now, it's clear that we're the only ones still conscious across the entire country. That means it's up to us to address the root of this crisis. He took a deep breath and continued. What if this herb or plant turns out to be irreplaceable? What if the fungal mat develops sentience after some time? What if your teammates encounter trouble on their way back? He paused briefly. I'm sorry, I don't mean to offend, but what I'm saying is we can't take that risk. We need to bring that herb back today, no matter what. Yisu sighed. No one could have anticipated things escalating this quickly. Because of the letters from the future, he had always felt a certain reassurance and never gave it much weight. But from Guanli's perspective, there was no room for gambling. This was a saturation approach to completing the task, pursuing absolute certainty. Could fate really exist? Yisu muttered, scratching his head as his thoughts drifted. The future letters had influenced him, subtly altering some events. And so, the plot had reached this critical point, and Yisu knew he had to step up and fill the gap himself. There was no room for hesitation, now made up his mind to take the risk. Standing at a height and looking down, Yisu couldn't help but let out a sigh. Observing the situation below, he realized there was no turning back this time. By the way, will this mission earn us any merits? Yisu asked, his gaze resolute as he drew his blade. Guanli and Chuehu froze for a moment, clearly not expecting Yisu to make such a request. His words signaled that he was ready to join the fray himself. Good man. Chuehu's lips curled into a grin. Perhaps it was some kind of shared resonance in their core techniques, but from the moment he first saw Yisu, he had felt an inexplicable sense of kinship. Guanli's expression, however, revealed a flicker of complex emotion. After a moment of silence, he nodded firmly. Now that's true determination. All right. As long as I'm still breathing and we get this done, I'll make sure you get all the credit you deserve, more than you can handle. Say no more, let's get to it. Yisu replied, his eyes unwavering. Captain Yi. Mo Xiaoyu called out in shock, grabbing Yisu's arm with a worried expression. You should stay up here and support us from above. Yisu gently shook his head, his tone light, yet tinged with gravity. Healers are invaluable. Now is the time to show just how precious you are. Guanli's concerns were not unfounded. After all, what they were about to face wasn't just the dangers lurking underground. What if we fail? If we don't get that herb, the whole team is finished. But now, the preparations were nearly complete. Chuehu pulled out a sandalwood box from his backpack. Opening it revealed a rare medicinal herb. The processing speed at the imperial capital was impressive. The chest's properties have been unlocked, and the herb is in perfect condition, he said, carefully dividing the herb into 7 portions and distributing them to the team. This time, let's use the herb in place of the traditional battle wine, Chuehu suggested with a smile. The team members consumed their portions, and a surge of potent energy coursed through their bodies. Rongshi, Guanli shouted, and the battle chant erupted. At that moment, Yisu felt a sudden jolt course through his body. It was as if his strength had been amplified by some strange force. His vision sharpened, and his reflexes heightened. Brothers, there's no mission we can't complete. Charge! Guanli roared, tossing a rope over the edge and leaping off the cliff first. The team followed in quick succession, with Chuehu and Yisu bringing up the rear. The cliff wasn't particularly deep, about 40 or 50 meters, but it was covered in layers of dense fungal threads, with only a narrow 3-meter wide opening below. At the bottom of the opening lay the herb they sought. Guanli was the first to land. But the moment his feet touched the ground, countless vines erupted violently, spreading in all directions. The herb, it seemed, was the nemesis of the fungal threads, and the vines would not allow any life form to take it away. Swish, swish, swish. The vines lashed out at him like phantoms in the night, ferocious and relentless. Yisu and Chui, who simultaneously released their grip on the ropes, descending rapidly. Using their formidable physical prowess, they drew their blades and began slashing at the vines. Each strike severed a cluster of tendrils, but the overwhelming numbers made it impossible to clear them all. Move faster, Chui who shouted, urging the team to pick up the pace. Meanwhile, Guanli quickly began digging, extracting the herb along with the surrounding soil. He wrapped it securely in fabric, fashioning a makeshift bundle to protect the precious plant. Let's go. Chui who tied the bundle tightly and barked the command, leading the charge toward the exit. But just as they were about to leave, an oppressive force suddenly enveloped the area. Yisu and Chui, whose hearts raced as they instinctively looked up. Darkness descended. From all directions, an endless wave of vines surged forth, sealing off the opening above. It was as if the entire cliff had been consumed by the fungal threads. They were now trapped in this subterranean world of fungal dominance, with no way out. The underground realm was steeped in the stench of death. Every inch of space seemed to threaten their very existence. Against a threat of this magnitude, it felt as though even the combined might of all the world's professionals would be futile. This was the true ruler of this domain. Damn it, Chui, who felt the surging blood within his body, yet his full 20-point constitution now seemed utterly insignificant. Faced with the overwhelming onslaught of mycelium, this advantage was practically meaningless. Yisu frowned deeply, his mind swirling with various speculations. How reliable could his future self truly be? This thought briefly plunged him into a vortex of conspiracy theories. But soon, based on his understanding of himself, he chose to trust the version of him from the future. Suddenly, Yisu's gaze locked onto a plant in Chui Hu's backpack. He quickly grabbed the bag, and as he opened it, his fingers unintentionally brushed against a leaf of the plant. The sharp texture instantly drew a thin line of blood on his fingertip. That familiar sensation jolted Yisu awake. It was unmistakably a mutant variant of blade grass. This discovery brought sudden clarity to Yisu. Blade grass could suppress the mycelium, offering a glimmer of hope in their dire situation. He quickly pieced together the timeline. In the future, without his awakening, the absence of delays in searching for the light orbs had allowed Li Qing and Hu Hai to return in time. When the mycelium encountered the blade grass, its spread was halted. Following Li Qing's research, the mycelium was eradicated and swung before it could spread on a large scale. Butterfly effect, Yisu muttered with a bitter smile. It was his very presence that had led to the destruction of the blade grass, ultimately resulting in the catastrophic spread of the mycelium across the nation. Chui Hu and Guanli watched Yisu in confusion as he seized the mutant plant. I've seen this before, Yisu explained. And look up. The group lifted their heads and noticed that ever since the mutant plant had been exposed to the air, the aggressive advance of the vines had come to a halt. However, if they attempted to leave the cave, the vines would undoubtedly fight back with all their might. Seeing the puzzled look on Chui Hu's face, Yisu briefly explained that this might be related to ecological niches. The mycelium and the mutant blade grass reproduced in similar ways. Once the mycelium dominated the ground, it had displaced the blade grass from its habitat. Now, the mycelium ruled the underground while the blade grass occupied the surface, with each side maintaining a delicate balance. Although the group didn't fully grasp the concept of ecological niches, their immediate priority was finding a way out of their predicament. Yisu crouched down to examine the ground and found it completely desiccated as a result of the mycelium draining all the moisture from the surroundings. This was also how it had suppressed the growth of the blade grass. Do we have any water left? Yisu asked. No, Guanli shook his head. We brought some earlier, but once we came down here, we didn't have a chance to keep track of it. Silently, Yisu placed the mutant blade grass on the ground and loosened his belt. Well, this is all we can do now. Gentlemen, let's hope we still have some reserves in us. Moments later, with the nourishment of moisture, the mutant blade grass began to spread like a tide, forcing the mycelium into a frenzied retreat. The blades of grass were as sharp as knives, incredibly lethal. This mutant grass began to dominate the ecosystem, not only competing for water resources, but also slicing the mycelial network into shreds with its blade-like leaves. Even more shocking was the fact that these blades of grass were growing at an alarming, visibly rapid pace, getting taller and taller by the second. The group clung tightly to the swaying vines, suspended in midair, their backs soaked with cold sweat. Yisu, I think you've opened Pandora's box. Chui Hu's voice trembled, unable to hide his fear. The terrifying nature of the mycelium was well known, but the power of this mutant grass was no less formidable. It was growing at an astonishing speed, directly taking over the mycelium's territory. The razor-sharp grass blades were like cutting machines, shredding the thick fungal carpet into fragments. Seriously, still talking about this? Yisu's tone was firm. mycelium gets pesticides, and this grass gets herbicide. These things will be solved by researchers. What we need to do now is survive and take a few samples of these grass blades back with us. The concept of ecological niches was merely Yi Su's hypothesis, not a formal conclusion from researchers. The immediate priority was survival, leaving the problem solving to the professionals. Compared to the overwhelming spread of the mycelial illusion that had already engulfed the globe, these knife-like grasses seemed slightly easier to handle. At this moment, the mycelium seemed to have forgotten about Yi Su and the others, focusing all its attention on the battle for survival against the grass. The war within the plant kingdom had officially begun, with the mycelium and grass fiercely competing for territory and resources. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Su and his team found a rope amidst the violently shaking vines and quickly climbed up. Captain Yi, Mo Xiaoyu shouted excitedly upon seeing Yi Su return safely. Earlier, when the mycelium erupted and sealed off the cave entrance in an instant, she was terrified out of her wits. Now, seeing Yi Su back unharmed, she finally felt a weight lifted off her chest. Yi Su tightly gripped the collected grass blades and gave a brisk order. Retreat, retreat, retreat. After Cui Hu and Guanli climbed up, they, too, led their respective team members to retreat quickly. In less than half an hour, the group had successfully escaped the cave. Wow, that grass is incredible. There's not even any mycelium left outside, Guanli exclaimed excitedly as he observed the area outside the cave. Problem solved. Yi Su and Cui Hu exchanged a glance, their mouths twitching slightly in unison. Mo Xiaoyu immediately ran over to purify Guanli. The scene before Guanli's eyes suddenly shifted, revealing the white mycelial world. He froze in place, completely stunned. Cui Hu, pretending to act nonchalant, rubbed his nose and discreetly took a small box out of his backpack, handing it to Mo Xiaoyu. She accepted the box, glanced at it, then turned to look at Yi Su. After receiving a nod from him, she carefully put the box away. Throughout the journey, Mo Xiaoyu had been under immense pressure, ensuring everyone remained lucid. Cui Hu's gesture was a way of giving her some compensation in advance. As for Rongxi, she was nearly at her limit. During their descent into the cave, her battle cry had been filled with resolve. Yi Su could tell she had mentally prepared herself for a one-way trip, leaving no strength in reserve. Head back to the temporary camp in Yungue immediately, Cui Hu ordered decisively. Then get the researchers to snap out of it and resolve the mycelium issue as fast as possible. After speaking, Cui Hu glanced back at the cave. On the fungal carpet surface, blades of grass were already sprouting. Let's deal with the mycelial illusion first, and then we can hit the mutant grass with herbicide. No one objected to this. They located their mycelium-covered vehicles, stepped on the gas, and sped toward the temporary camp in Yungue. Yi Su, familiar with the route, led the way. He had been to the research facility at the Yungue temporary camp before. Along the way, the sights were utterly absurd. The mycelium environment had fully integrated into everyone's lives. The professionals at the camp stood stiff like mummies, yet they appeared animated, shouting at thin air. Some even went as far as exclaiming, "All my subjects, rise." "Wow, aiming high, aren't you?" Yi Su remarked, pulling out his phone to snap a photo. He mentally made a note of the scene. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the research institute. Yi Su kicked the door open, revealing a group of mummified researchers lost in their own illusions. Cui Hu and Guanli sprang into action, swiftly apprehending the researchers and restraining them together. Moments later, Mo Xiaoyu stepped forward and began using her purification ability. Following her command, the mycelium started to shed on its own, seemingly eradicating the fungal threads within their bodies. The researchers who regained their senses looked terrified, as though they'd seen ghosts. They murmured to themselves, "Mycelium. What happened to us? What's going on? I thought the mycelium issue was resolved, and the government even gave me a wife. Where is she?" At that moment, Huozhuang also came to his senses. Among them, he was the quietest, muttering to himself. Could it be that the mycelium only ever created illusions? He lifted his head to look at Yi Su and exclaimed in surprise, Yi Su, we've met before. Professor Hua." Without hesitation, Yi Su approached him and handed him a blade of grass, his tone resolute. "Focus your mind. The lives of billions are in your hands right now." Huozhuang stared at Yi Su, then at the blade of grass in his hand, and finally nodded with determination. "Everyone." Huozhuang's voice boomed like thunder, a roar he swore was the loudest of his life. "Clean the laboratory and begin the experiments." Following his command, the researchers snapped into action, though their trembling hands betrayed their lingering fear. Outside, the white world seemed no longer a realm for humans, but a kingdom ruled by mycelium. Yi Su and Cui Hu breathed a sigh of relief. It was now up to the researchers. The two walked out of the makeshift research institute, looking at the professionals outside who were still entranced by their illusions. Cui Hu joked, "They're all high as hell. Do you think they're having the time of their lives right now?" Yi Su shrugged. "Definitely. Illusions come from the heart. Whatever they want, they get." Just thinking about it must feel euphoric. Actually, I'm curious, Chuehu said. This mycelium incident could destroy humanity, yet you don't seem to care much. How are you staying so calm? Yisu countered. You're calm too. Chuehu gave a wry smile. I only look composed. My hands are shaking like crazy. The end of the world. Huh, so sudden. If it weren't for Guan Li and the others being cautious enough, you and I might have been the only ones not trapped in illusions. He wasn't wrong. While the rest of the world indulged in their own fantasies, their awareness felt like the cruelest illusion of all. Yisu gazed into the distance, the whiteness of the world growing heavier. The truth was, the future would only become stranger, more abrupt, and utterly unpredictable. After all, it had only been a few days since the global transformation of professionals began. The two fell into silence, watching as the sunset faded and the crescent moon rose among the branches. Time quietly slipped away. Eventually, Chuehu grew restless. We can't just keep waiting like this. The whole country is still white. Just then, a cheer erupted from the makeshift research institute. Chuehu and Yisu immediately sprang into action, rushing inside. Did it work? Chuehu asked urgently. Yisu's eyes fell on Huozhuang, who was holding a small spray bottle. The mist it emitted caused the mycelium to dissolve like snow. It worked, Huozhuang said excitedly. The grass contains a special compound that is incredibly effective at destroying the mycelium. Chuehu stared at the documents in his hands, his voice trembling with excitement and urgency. Now this is truly good news. Quickly, take the documents to the research institute in the provincial capital of Yunnan. The equipment there is sufficient. Once we start, we can mass-produce the original solution. I'll head to the airport to check on the helicopters and make sure we have one ready to go. We'll fly there. Huozhuang responded promptly. No problem, I'll take care of it. He turned to Yisu, his eyes filled with anticipation. Hand me the original solution. We'll go together. Yisu nodded and then, along with Huozhuang and the other researchers, began their journey to the provincial capital of Yunnan. Meanwhile, Chuehu led Guan Li and the team to the temporary airfield to inspect the aircraft. The situation at the airfield was smoother than expected. 2 aircraft were already prepped for takeoff. Chuehu quickly selected a helicopter and decided to pilot it himself, heading straight for the research institute in the provincial capital. The other fixed-wing aircraft was loaded with a portion of the original solution and set to fly to the imperial capital. Given the stakes, the imperial capital needed to receive the solution as soon as possible. The plan to divide and act was now fully in motion. At the provincial capital, Chuehu's helicopter was the first to break through the clouds, arriving over the research institute. He began dispersing the diluted solution. The sky instantly turned a misty white, as if enveloped by an invisible net. In this white world, researchers who had been parasitized by fungal threads gradually regained consciousness. Dazed and incredulous, they stared at the sudden transformation around them. Meanwhile, Huozhuang, under Yisu's protection, led the team into the research institute and quickly took charge. They worked to stabilize the situation and ensure smooth operations. The machines in the institute roared to life, and the pharmaceutical factory swiftly began production. The production lines churned out a steady stream of the original solution. The recovery process snowballed rapidly. Those who regained clarity joined the efforts to disperse the diluted solution. The pace of recovery in the provincial capital was evident, and the air seemed to carry a palpable sense of renewal. Above, one aircraft after another took off, spreading rays of hope to nearby cities. The momentum of recovery showed no signs of slowing. Instead, it was accelerating. Good news soon arrived. Cleanup operations in the imperial capital had already been completed in record time. The swift response from the imperial capital ensured that, as soon as the original solution was produced, resources were concentrated on supporting the revival of research institutes nationwide. As diluted solutions continued to be dispersed, research institutes in major provincial capitals gradually resumed normal operations. The formula from the Yunnan provincial capital was made public, signaling the start of a massive coordinated effort. The machinery of the nation was in full gear, with all efforts focused on rebuilding and recovery. By the next day, the entire country began to show signs of revival. At that moment, Yisu's earpiece crackled with the voice of Zhang Hui. Yisu, the original solution has already been dispersed in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Everyone's woken up from the illusion. How's it going on your end? Yisu, are you there? Yisu's tone remained calm. Brother Hui, this might be a bit late, but I still have to say it Happy New Year. Zhang Hui paused for a moment, silent. Then, as he processed the words, his voice softened. Yeah, it's a new year. At that moment, the eastern horizon began to glow faintly red. The morning sun broke over the horizon, casting warm rays of light across the land. The world seemed to come alive in an instant, and under the first rays of the new day's sunlight, the earth embraced its gradual recovery. The reproductive ability of the mycelium left the world in awe. In a short amount of time, it broke past the borders of Daxia, spreading across the globe like a relentless tide. Even more terrifying was its eerie ability to create illusions, which shattered the very foundations of technological logic. This disaster could have meant the end of the world if not for the fact that some professionals managed to resist falling into the illusions. It was as simple as this: what appeared to be mere mycelium was enough to completely upend the global order. Amid the global professionalization process, a harsh truth emerged. It wasn't the world that was fragile, but rather humanity's dominion over it. If a certain plant or animal were to gain a major opportunity, it could potentially overturn everything humanity had achieved over millennia in a matter of moments. After this year, countries around the world became exceptionally cautious, significantly increasing their investments in scientific research. Governments understood that in the face of unknown threats, science and technology remained humanity's most reliable defense. The roar of the airplane engines gradually faded as a private jet came to a steady stop on the runway of Suwon Airport. The cabin door opened, and Yi Su and his team finally returned. Mo Xiaoyu followed closely behind Yi Su with a broad smile on her face. This mission had been particularly rewarding for her. Cui Hu, who worked for the government, had given her a wealth of valuable items: spiritual medicine that boosted her physical constitution to 13 points, and a pair of custom-made combat gloves for professionals. These gloves were exceptional. Once worn, they blended seamlessly with human skin, making them nearly impossible to detect without close inspection. They were incredibly soft yet remarkably durable, with excellent conductivity for directing energy, making them the perfect weapon. Cui, who had his own peculiar principle, she never offered anything to Yi Su, believing that someone like Yi Su, who possessed great fortune and unique skills, shared the same unspoken pride as himself. He didn't want to insult a strong individual, so he poured all his resources into Yi Su's teammates instead. Yi Su could only click his tongue in exasperation. Unbelievable. Just throw it my way already. My physical constitution hasn't even hit the upper limit of 20 points yet. Fortunately, Yi Su had played a pivotal role in this incident and received an exceptionally generous reward from higher authorities, so he had little reason to complain. As Yi Su stepped off the plane, Zhao Yuan and the others followed behind him, their expressions complex. This time, they had barely contributed and had even been indirectly saved by Yi Su. On this land of Suong, no professional could match Yi Su's achievements or combat prowess. A sense of humility began to creep into their hearts. The scene at the Yungue cave entrance had been overwhelmingly shocking. Coupled with the recent mycelium incident, it made them realize that it was far too early for anyone to claim dominion over the world. Stay low for now, Zhao Yuan thought to himself, deciding to keep a low profile for the time being. Yi Su, welcome home, Zhang Hui shouted excitedly from below. As Yi Su's contact, Zhang Hui took immense pride in Yi Su's accomplishments. This time, Yi Su had truly made a monumental contribution, had, quite literally, saved the world. While the official team had been involved, Yi Su's role as a core participant ensured he wouldn't be overlooked in the spotlight. Yi Su smiled in response. Through the mycelium's illusions, he had gained some insight into Zhang Hui's desires. The young soldier yearned to make a name for himself. This perfectly encapsulated Zhang Hui's character. It's been a while, Yi Su said sincerely. Although it had only been a few days, it felt like an eternity. Standing by the window, Yi Su gazed at the bustling streets outside, his mind filled with complex emotions. The world had indeed teetered on the brink between destruction and normalcy. Yi Su, this is serious, Zhang Hui's voice came from behind. There will definitely be a lot of directives coming down from above, but I suggest you head to the research institute first. Li Qing has been looking for you. All right, Yi Su nodded, his thoughts drifting to Li Qing at the research institute. The scholar, who had been deeply focused on studying the Daoshan grass leaves, was probably at a loss by now. If he and Mo Xiaoyu hadn't gone to Yungue back then and had stayed here instead, perhaps the issue could have been resolved more effectively. After all, Li Qing had samples of the Daoshan grass leaves on hand. Suddenly, Yi Su furrowed his brow as another thought struck him. Over in Yungue, while the mycelium had suppressed the Daoshan grass leaves, he had inadvertently unleashed them. It was reported that the Daoshan grass leaves in that area had already begun spreading uncontrollably. Relying solely on firepower and steel to crush them would come at an immense cost. The speed at which this plant claimed territory was alarmingly aggressive. Perfect timing to check with Li Qing at the lab, Yi Su muttered to himself. This can be considered wrapping things up. After all, I was the one who opened this Pandora's box. Meanwhile, in the roundtable meeting room of the Yuntian Club, the expressions on everyone's faces were a mix of anger, frustration, and a reluctant sense of resignation. Originally, they had planned to send someone to deal with Yi Su. After all, professionals weren't bound by ordinary laws. Life and death were determined by strength. However, the mycelium incident had completely disrupted their plans. The professionals they had sent out ended up venting their frustrations on armored vehicles in the streets, only to return in humiliation. After the mycelium incident was made public, other clubs began calling, advising Yuntian Club not to act recklessly. At this critical juncture, even the financial groups backing the club had to face reality. No matter how powerful they were, they were still ordinary people. This incident had sounded a wake-up call for everyone. At the Swang Research Institute, Yisu entered the building with Black Tiger in tow, calling out from afar, "Director Li." "Got it. Come on in," Li Qing's weary voice responded, clearly drained from sleepless nights. As soon as Yisu stepped through the door, he was startled by Li Qing's dark circles. "Whoa, Director Li, you need to take care of yourself." "Cut the chatter," Li Qing shot Yisu a glance. "I know you rushed over because you had your eye on something good from the exchange list. Spill it, what do you want?" "That's not urgent," Yisu said seriously. "I need to know if there's any kind of agent that can eradicate the Daoshan grass leaves. The situation in Yungue isn't looking good." Li Qing stared at Yisu in shock, then suddenly seemed to realize something. "Wait a second. Don't tell me you're the one who released the Daoshan grass leaves." Yisu nodded, his expression grim. The situation was indeed critical. If it hadn't been for the large group of men using their urine, they would have been trapped and killed by the mycelium in the cave. It was truly a life-and-death moment. "It seems there are indeed many dangers in the mycelium incident that we haven't reported," Li Qing said confidently. His sharp intelligence often allowed him to deduce many things. Hearing this, Yisu couldn't help but want to retort. The report was written by Cui Hu. He probably left out a lot of details in the name of being meticulous. Honestly, it's not entirely wrong, too many details. And who would dare to proceed? Li Qing glanced at Yisu. "Come here, take a look at this with me." He led Yisu and He Hu into the sealed laboratory, which was filled with various sampleless mycelium, knife blade grass leaves, and more. Pointing to one of the samples, Li Qing said, "The Yungue report mentioned the ecological niche competition you talked about, but actually..." Yisu frowned. "Stop with the speculations. That idiot Cui who writes everything into the report. Last time, when dealing with the knife blade grass leaves, I discovered they contained a very unique component. But as soon as the mycelium appeared, I quickly fell into an illusion. If I hadn't been interrupted, I would have already extracted the raw liquid." He paused and gave Li Qing a sharp look. "Mo Xiaoyu is the key. If it weren't for you taking her away, the mycelium incident wouldn't have escalated to this level. The knife blade grass samples have been here for a while. As long as one stays clear-headed, it's really not that difficult to handle," Li Qing said with a hint of pride. Yisu rubbed his nose. "But there's another problem. I found another component in the mycelium." Li Qing smiled faintly. "This is the raw liquid extracted from it." With that, he activated the machine on the operating table, spraying the raw liquid onto the knife blade grass leaves. In the next moment, the knife blade grass leaves withered rapidly, and visible decay spread across them. Li Qing continued, "A certain substance in the mycelium can kill the knife blade grass leaves, and conversely, a component in the knife blade grass leaves can counteract the mycelium. This kind of mutual restraint phenomenon defies conventional biological and ecological logic." He turned to Yisu. "What do you think? Any thoughts?" Yisu furrowed his brows. "Fate. This is the destiny of the protagonists." He Hu burst out laughing, unable to hold back. "That's ridiculous." "You think so too?" Yisu was stunned. This theory seemed completely far-fetched. Li Qing appeared thoughtful before suddenly nodding as if realizing something. "I think you have a point. The destiny of the protagonists. Knife blade grass and mycelium, if both possessed intelligence, it would naturally lead to a life-and-death struggle." He Hu looked puzzled. "Does that even make sense?" "You wouldn't understand," Yisu said, equally confused. Li Qing smiled knowingly. From a broader perspective, the idea of fate isn't entirely unreasonable. If people can accept the phenomenon of global professional awakening, why not the concept of fate? It's a line of thought. When a species or existence gains evolutionary dominance, it will inevitably progress to a level of supremacy, Li Qing said, fixing his gaze on Yisu. Whether it's knife blade grass or mycelium, they'll find ways to counteract each other. That's their fate. Then, its counterbalance would appear on the second protagonist, much like the destined entanglement in the battle between the Demon King and the hero. He Hu and Yisu stood frozen in place, their eyes filled with shock and admiration. "Director Li, you're truly ahead of your time," Yisu exclaimed, deeply moved by the groundbreaking research. No boundaries, no taboos. This wasn't just science, even metaphysics could be part of an experiment. It was utterly astonishing. Indeed, the laboratory is capable of achieving many unexpected things, Director Li replied with a faint smile before turning to the topic at hand. "Now, has the issue with the blade grass been resolved?" Yisu nodded, exhaling in relief. With a hint of anticipation, he asked, "How's the raw liquid for suppressing the blade grass coming along?" Li Qing answered calmly, "It's already been uploaded. The team in Yunnan will handle it. The plan is to distribute it on a large scale through the water systems, which should lead to the complete eradication of blade grass in the wild. The only place it might barely survive is within the laboratory." That's a relief. A trace of ease flashed in Yisu's eyes. He had once opened this Pandora's box, but now, it was sealed once again within the confines of the lab. "Scientific research truly has the power to change the world," Li Qing remarked, walking over to a cabinet and retrieving a test tube filled with a golden liquid. He gently swirled it, and the liquid inside shimmered with an unusual ripple. Its golden hue, reminiscent of the blade grass king's leaves, seemed to radiate a mysterious power. Yi Su, do you think it's possible to create a serum that could awaken a person? Li Qing's eyes suddenly lit up, as if a new possibility had just dawned on him. Something that could push the human body beyond its normal limits, granting abilities akin to those of professionals. While it may not compare to divine phenomena like the celestial rain, as a supplementary agent, it could bring someone to the brink of awakening. In theory, it sounds incredible, Yi Su replied softly, but reality often proves to be far harsher. Perhaps I was overthinking it, Li Qing said with a chuckle, turning away. All right, you two can step out for now. I have a few matters to handle. I'll come out shortly to help you assess what can be exchanged. Got it. Yi Su quickly exited, though his heart was brimming with anticipation. Meeting Li Qing was significant, but even more so were the insights he could gain from him, which would determine the most valuable items he could acquire. After they left, Li Qing watched their departing figures, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Madness, he thought, was the greatest force in this world. He glanced down at the test tube in his hand and, without hesitation, drank the golden liquid in one gulp. A wave of heat surged through his body, as scorching as molten lava. Li Qing exhaled deeply, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. Not bad. Moments later, Li Qing emerged from the lab, holding a tablet as he approached Yi Su. Seeing Yi Su growing impatient, Li Qing spoke calmly. Don't rush. The rewards haven't been finalized yet, but you can already start locking in items from the exchange list. Yi Su rubbed his hands together, inwardly thrilled finally. It was time to reap the rewards. He had always felt left behind while others pushed past their limits, and it had left him restless. However, Li Qing's first statement caught him off guard. Your physical condition hasn't reached its peak yet. I recommend you avoid exchanging for spiritual medicines. Pausing for a moment, Li Qing's gaze sharpened. According to internal data from the capital, it's possible to reach a greater physical limit through self-training. My advice, go for tools instead. When he mentioned tools, Li Qing's eyes gleamed with unprecedented excitement. Tools are unique to global professionals' mysteries that cannot be fully understood. Props. Not only were Li Qing's eyes gleaming with excitement, but Yi Su's gaze also revealed an eager anticipation. While Yi Su could understand the power of professionals, having encountered some before, it was the concept of props, those almost miraculous artifacts, that continued to amaze him. Jing Yu had once demonstrated a technique by controlling water flow, making Yi Su realize the existence of such extraordinary items in the world. And now, amidst the mycelium incident, he had the chance to obtain one of these props. It was an unbelievable windfall. Noticing the longing in Yi Su's eyes, Li Qing immediately understood. Without further ado, he quickly pulled out a tablet, his fingers swiping deftly through a list of exchangeable items. Finally, his hand stopped at the very bottom, pointing at the screen as he said, this one. Martial essence. Li Qing's voice was low and meaningful. Effect. Allows you to perfectly replicate another person's martial arts once. Yi Su's eyes lit up, and his first thought was of Chui Hu's Taisho Sutra. But almost immediately, a concern crossed his mind, prompting him to ask, directly, Chui Hu is with the government, right? Li Qing nodded. Yes. Then, has core martial arts, something so secretive, already been made public? Yi Su frowned slightly, his emotions a mix of curiosity and unease. Core martial arts were rare. He had only encountered two so far, his own Taishin Sutra and Chui Hu's Taisho Sutra. Given Chui Hu's official role, it was likely that after this incident, he would report the unique nature of core martial arts. You catch on quickly, Li Qing said with a small smile. Yes, the situation surrounding core martial arts will likely be disclosed following the mycelium incident. You and Chui Hu are practically the only ones who could resist the illusions, relying on your own abilities rather than external support. Coupled with your combat prowess, which far surpasses the average person, it's only natural for core martial arts to come under scrutiny. Unfortunately, while core martial arts are powerful, neither you nor Chui Hu can record them in writing. Yi Su fell silent for a moment, rubbing his chin as he pondered. It was true his Taishin Sutra operated autonomously within his martial arts slot, making it impossible to transcribe it into a written form. That's just how it is, he muttered. Li Qing nodded and continued. But within this exchange vault, there's a prop that can accomplish just that. Don't blame Chui Hu, Li Qing added gently. As a government official, his reports are detailed and thorough. His core technique isn't exactly the same as yours, but it feels like they share a similar origin. I believe that if you learn his core martial arts, the results could be greater than the sum of their parts. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Yi Su's eyes. Then let's go for it. Naturally, Yi Su was tempted by Chui Hu's Taisho Sutra. The potential of core martial arts was undeniable, just as his Taishin Sutra had granted him the incredible ability of bullet time. Chui Hu's Taisho Sutra might unlock equally extraordinary powers. Seeing Yi Su's approval, Li Qing immediately began locking in the reward. As he operated the tablet, he continued to reassure him, "Don't worry about Shui Hu. As a government representative, he'll cooperate, and everything will proceed according to protocol." Suddenly, Li Qing stopped mid-sentence, his expression shifting as if he had noticed something amiss. He glanced down at the screen, a trace of confusion in his eyes. "Wait a second. This reward can't be locked in. What's going on? I already coordinated with the capital about this. Why is there an issue now?" He frowned deeply. "Yi Su, hold on for a moment. I need to make a call and figure this out." Yi Su froze for a moment, his anticipation quickly giving way to unease. For him, this prop represented the most valuable opportunity at hand. While other resources like elixirs could speed up his cultivation, he could achieve similar results through his own efforts. But this was the key to transforming the way he fought in the future. The weapon in question wasn't a true divine artifact, it had its flaws. Yi Su carefully examined the martial marrow tool in his hand. Compared to this, the items from the glowing orb treasure boxes were mostly mediocre. It seemed unlikely that anything truly extraordinary would be obtained from the first round of rain. Without a doubt, the value of this martial marrow tool was the highest. Li Qing stood by the window, his brow furrowed in frustration. He had already communicated with the capital before Yi Su's return, but now, unexpected obstacles had arisen. Quickly, he dialed a number in the capital, and intense arguments erupted on the other end. Though brief, the heated exchange left Li Qing's face dark and grim as he hung up the phone. "Yi Su, this tool, it's going to be tricky," Li Qing said as he turned around. Yi Su narrowed his eyes slightly, already sensing what was coming. Given his and Shui Hu's exceptional performance during the mycelium incident, it was inevitable that they had attracted attention from various parties. The matter of core martial arts must have already spread. He pondered whether someone might be aiming to replicate a powerhouse like Shui Hu. "Three factions have set their sights on this tool," Li Qing stated bluntly. "But the real competition comes from Shui Hu." Yi Su was momentarily at a loss for words. The two individuals who had made significant contributions both sought to obtain the other's core martial arts. Though the tool was invaluable, few could truly rival the two of them in this competition. "The Capital Research Institute is determined to ensure Shui Hu gets this tool," Li Qing continued. "While I am advocating for you, both of you have made outstanding contributions in this incident, and the higher-ups are now in a difficult position. If they gave it to Shui Hu, it would undermine the official reward system. If they gave it to Yi Su, it could dishearten other professionally trained individuals." As Yi Su mulled over a solution, Li Qing revealed the capital's proposal: a fight. "But not just between the two of you, you'll meet in the final round." Yi Su's sharp mind quickly grasped the idea. "The capital wants to host a martial arts tournament." Li Qing gave a wry smile. "That's one way to put it." "Essentially, yes. The others are just there to fill the ranks. In the end, it'll still come down to you two." Li Qing then lowered his voice and added, "Let me tell you something, keep it to yourself. This martial marrow tool isn't considered a major contribution reward. Your major contribution is still intact, and I'll make sure you get something that will truly excite you." Yi Su nodded in understanding. This major contribution was already an unexpected bonus, and besides, there weren't many things in the official's possession that could rival his current core techniques and profession. Still, he was curious about the competition structure. Why involve so many participants? Li Qing didn't answer directly, instead giving him a meaningful look. A realization struck Yi Su. "You sold tickets, didn't you?" "Ahem. Tickets? We're providing a platform for professional fighters across the nation to exchange skills," Li Qing said with a serious tone. "After all, the global profession system is still in its infancy. We need to create opportunities for people to connect and form networks." Yi Su immediately saw through the strategy. With an enticing reward and such a platform, the tickets were undoubtedly highly valuable. He even suspected that they weren't sold for money, but were exchanged for resources like glowing orb treasure boxes or spiritual medicines. And indeed, this was the case. It was a perfect opportunity for the officials to reclaim resources hoarded by private clubs. Whether these clubs operating in a gray area would be shut down remained to be seen. "Don't worry. No matter the outcome, I guarantee you'll come out ahead," Li Qing assured him. His support for Yi Su was straightforward. Research needed practical application, and that required capable individuals. While Yi Su might currently be an unknown, who could say what the future held for him? 2 treasure chests as the registration fee? The members of the Yuntian Club sat around the conference room, exchanging puzzled looks. As the secret of the mycelium time was gradually unveiled, the extraordinary abilities of Shui Hu and Yi Su, who were immune to illusions, made everyone present realize what it meant to be truly powerful. When detailed reports were released, Yi Su's astonishing combat prowess at the cave entrance was finally explained. "Core martial arts. Core martial arts, just like that freak in the capital," someone exclaimed. "Does that mean if we equip our professionals with core martial arts, we could also train experts like Yi Su and Shui Hu?" For the club, this was undoubtedly an exhilarating discovery. The importance of having a strong pillar of support for the club could not be overstated. 2 treasure chests. then 2 treasure chests. We must figure out a way to get our hands on this item, the founder of Yuntian Club said through gritted teeth. But even if we get the ticket, so what? Someone questioned. Who could possibly stand a chance against Yisu and Hu? This question plunged everyone into silence. Securing the ticket was one thing, but competing with Yisu and Hu on strength was an entirely different challenge. Not just Yuntian Club, but clubs across the country were grappling with the same dilemma. This investment seemed destined to lose money, but without the ticket, there wouldn't even be a chance. Staying ahead in the global professional competition was often critical. At the Capital Research Institute, Director Zhang Jinzhong patted Hu on the shoulder, laughing as he said, "I told you we'd be flooded with ticket requests. Even though that bastard Li Qing will take half the profits, we'll still make a fortune." Hu wasn't interested in the profits. His concern lay elsewhere. "Director Zhang, will Yisu be fighting with everything he's got?" "Of course. Then I need to prepare well." Hu clenched his fists eagerly. Ever since he first encountered Yisu in the cave, he'd been harboring a strong fighting spirit. The Taishan manual against the Taisho manual. This battle would determine the strongest among professionals. As someone with an official background, Hu valued this title greatly. This was why he agreed to use martial essence as a catalyst to create buzz. It would allow him to showcase his skills, help the authorities suppress the club's resources, and enhance the credibility of the official reward system, a win-win situation on all fronts. Meanwhile, at the training ground, Imo Xiaoyu was practicing her falling blossom palm as she asked, "Captain Yi, are we really going to the capital to fight Hu?" Yisu nodded in confirmation. Though the martial essence was tempting, the prospect of facing a true powerhouse was even more exhilarating. The understanding of martial arts and the improvement of combat ability often advanced rapidly through actual combat. As for the competition schedule, Yisu had plenty of time. Those who had purchased tickets would first have to go through a preliminary round. Speaking of tickets, it was indeed perplexing. Despite official information clearly stating that Yisu and Hu were in a league of their own, a large number of people were still scrambling to register, as if hoping to create a miracle. Perhaps, some people just don't believe in fate. Yisu sat cross-legged on the floor of his home, his gaze focused as a luminous screen unfolded in his mind. Yisu, profession, overlimit practitioner, constitution, 17, intelligence, 17, martial arts, 6, skills, ape fist, white ape's blade offering, Taishin sutra, rushing force, stacked wave slash. His constitution had already reached 17 points, and the Taishin sutra's techniques seemed to be constantly at work, quietly enhancing his physical condition with the circulation of his energy and blood. Li Qing had once said that while spiritual medicines could effectively boost one's constitution, the results from self-discipline and training far surpassed those from external aids. He calculated silently and realized that he was only 3 to 5 days away from a breakthrough. His fridge was still stocked with plenty of dog meat, and the official exchange items could significantly accelerate his progress. All in all, a breakthrough was merely a matter of time. Yisu couldn't help but feel a little proud of himself. However, if combat strength was the measure, Hu was undoubtedly his strongest opponent. Li Mingyuan was no pushover, but compared to Hu, he fell short by quite a margin. Thinking of Hu's Taisho Sutra, a question suddenly surfaced in Yisu's mind. If the Taishin Sutra allows him to enter bullet time, then what kind of transcendence could Hu's Taisho Sutra achieve? His gaze remained firm, though his heart wavered for a moment. He knew this showdown would be a clash of titans, and he had no intention of backing down. Clearing his mind of distractions, he quickly focused his spirit and fully activated the Taishin Sutra. His energy and blood surged like a roaring river, tempering his body. At the same time, he guided the volatile spirit of the white ape, attempting to delve deeper into the essence of the ape fist. Nearby, Mo Xiaoyu's falling flower palm technique flickered faintly, her palm strikes as light as feathers, rising and falling in rhythm like a living, dynamic painting. Meanwhile, the community of practitioners was abuzz with excitement. The official rewards system had been announced. The title of the strongest practitioner would come with a mysterious treasure, a prize that set many hearts ablaze with ambition. Independent practitioners were envious, but could only sigh at the steep costs. Recent reports indicated that the price of treasure chests on the black market had soared to an astonishing $3 billion in amount, far beyond the reach of ordinary freelancers. This situation fueled the rapid expansion of major clubs. Backed by substantial funding, these clubs could acquire resources through various means. The authorities maintained an ambiguous stance toward the clubs, prompting many practitioners to join them, while those who chose not to align themselves instead headed directly to the imperial capital. After all, since the emergence of practitioners, this was the first large-scale martial arts event of its kind. And so, practitioners from all over flocked to the imperial capital. Even those unable to participate were eager to witness the spectacle, as mere spectators to see the true strength of the two strongest contenders was excitement enough. At this critical juncture, the authorities launched a covert operation, initiating a large-scale purge with a clear objective to eliminate all potentially threatening flora and fauna. The skies were painted red with flames as forests rapidly vanished. Areas once protected for environmental reasons had now become new sources of danger. A brutal tug-of-war between humanity and nature's evolution unfolded on this land. It wasn't just the Great Xia Kingdom facing such challenges. Other nations were grappling with similar predicaments. In the northern regions, one country even resorted to deploying tactical mushrooms in action, whose radiation effects triggered unpredictable mutations, causing global use of such weapons to plummet to nearly zero. In the days that followed, battle reports poured into Li Qing's hands. He stared at these documents in silence for a long time before murmuring to himself, "The decline of technology is inevitable. Enhancement serums are the way forward. I must move faster. The world is fractured." While the authorities are struggling in a tug-of-war with the wild flora and fauna, the imperial capital is hosting a grand gathering for professionals. Not only have career professionals from all over Xia flocked to the event, but even top talents from abroad have arrived as well. What was initially planned as an internal competition has quietly evolved into an international exchange gala. Major clubs are now engaged in both overt and covert battles to secure spots for their members. Yi Su and Shui, who have already advanced directly to the semifinals, a seemingly unfair privilege that no one dares to question. After all, without the leverage of their tickets, others wouldn't even qualify to participate. As a result, only 2 spots remain for the club professionals to contest. After several days of intense competition, the final 2 spots were decided. Zhang Xiao of the Modu Club and Chu Wanting of the Black Sea Club emerged victorious. Both are elite professionals with extreme physical attributes maxed at 20 points, exceptional skills, and, most notably, they are special class professionals. Now, everyone is eagerly awaiting the appearances of Yi Su and Shui Hu. At the airport, Zhang Hui looked slightly worried. "Yi Su, are you confident?" Zhang Hui wasn't too concerned about Zhang Xiao and Chu Wanting. Given the limited resources brought by the spring rain, these two were likely just there to make up the numbers. The real threat was Shui Hu, the genius cultivated meticulously by the imperial capital's officials. Not only did he master the same core martial arts as Yi Su, but he also had the capital's abundant resources backing him. Yi Su's lips curved into a faint smile. "Don't worry, it's not a big problem." Over the past few days of training, combined with a secret spiritual herb provided by the Suang base camp, Yi Su had successfully raised his physical attributes to 20 points. This is the upper limit that professionals can achieve through the infusion of spiritual herbs, the maximum threshold brought by the spring rain. It seemed that 20 points of physical attributes marked the ceiling for this stage. Any further enhancement would require exponentially more nourishment and time, akin to a hard cap set by the game's version limits. When everyone is at the 20-point physical level, the core of combat is no longer raw strength, but rather the understanding of combat, the depth of martial arts mastery, and the resilience of one's fighting spirit, among other factors. "All right then, I wish you a triumphant return," Zhang Hui said with a smile. Every step Yi Su took forward would grant Zhang Hui greater authority. The liaison system is closely tied to the bound professional, and Yi Su's success would also elevate Zhang Hui's status. Yi Su nodded in agreement and then boarded the private plane to the imperial capital with Mo Xiaoyu. As the plane took off, Zhang Hui turned around, only to see Li Qing and Black Tiger standing not far away. "Director Li, you're late." Yi Su just left. Li Qing's expression remained calm. "I'm here to see you." "Me?" Zhang Hui raised an eyebrow in surprise. What's so important that it couldn't be said over the phone? Is something wrong? Li Qing met Zhang Hui's gaze directly, his tone steady, yet filled with temptation. "I have a serum that can awaken someone. Are you interested in trying it?" Zhang Hui was instantly stunned, his Adam's apple bobbing as his eyes flickered with a trace of longing. A professional who wouldn't want to become one. "What? A serum? Has it already been developed?" Zhang Hui asked, his voice filled with shock. He had heard vague rumors from the Suang base camp about Li Qing researching a serum that could awaken ordinary people. He hadn't expected it to actually bear fruit. "Well, it's almost ready," Li Qing replied slowly. "But I still need some samples, like the branches of that giant tree in the Shinnong Forbidden Zone." At the mention of the Shinnong Forbidden Zone, Zhang Hui instinctively took a few steps back. That was a place even the nation struggled to deal with. If not for the unpredictable consequences of a nuclear strike, they might have already dropped a mushroom cloud on it. "I heard there are many kings over there." Zhang Hui stood in the office, shaking his head vigorously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Director Li, that's absolutely impossible. You can't expect me to go into the Shinnong Forbidden Zone to retrieve it." His voice carried a clear note of hesitation. Though he didn't say it outright, Zhang Hui had already sensed Li Qing's true intentions. After the conclusion of the Capital Prodigy Assembly, the Imperial Research Institute planned to form a special task force. With his hands clasped on the desk, Li Qing calmly said, "When the time comes, go and talk to Yi Su. See if you can persuade him." Zhang Hui understood immediately. The Imperial Research Institute's boldness stemmed entirely from the merits accumulated by Cui Hu, which could be exchanged for military action authorization. Li Qing reaching out to him was less about contacting Yi Su and more about leveraging his connections with the military, a direct line to higher-ups. Outwardly, it seemed like he was tasked with approaching Yi Su, but in reality, he was being used to report the matter to the military. The entire plan was straightforward. Involve Yi Su in acquiring the serum, then use the serum to convince the military. With military backing, the path Li Qing was paving for Yi Su would be complete. What was even more astonishing was that Yi Su's achievements could potentially make history, redeeming an entire city. Such an incredible exchange could only be realized with military support. Zhang Hui swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing as he considered how Li Qing was betting everything on Yi Su. Doubts began to waver in his heart. At that moment, Li Qing's voice turned low and resolute. Nuclear weapons can no longer decide the outcome of wars, and technology will lose its dominance. We need this serum. The Xia needs it even more. Only by transforming billions of people into prodigies can we ensure the survival of our nation in this era of global upheaval. He locked eyes with Zhang Hui. I came to you because you're a soldier. Facing this situation, you have no choice. Zhang Hui remained silent for a long time before finally nodding. All right, I'll notify the military. You handle Yi Su. Meanwhile, at the capital airport, Yi Su and Mo Xiaoyu had just stepped off the plane when they were greeted by an unexpected figure. Cui Hu. Well, it's you. Yi Su exclaimed in surprise. A confident smile spread across Cui Hu's face. What? I can't come to pick you up? When the time comes, they'll beat you so thoroughly that you'll hold fewer grudges. Fair enough. Yi Su gave him a thumbs up. You're even cockier than me. I only ever said I'd definitely win. The two burst into laughter, a shared sense of camaraderie evident in their eyes. Nearby, the official personnel sighed in relief, worried that any tension between them might jeopardize the larger picture. Besides Cui Hu, Guan Li's team and Rong Shi, a prodigy known for her wide-range support abilities, were also present. As the group left the airport, Yi Su noticed an unusually high number of prodigies on the streets. They're all here to watch our match, Cui Hu explained. Us? What about the other two contestants? Do you really think they stand a chance of threatening us? Fair point. Wait, are there foreigners here too? That's right. Quite a few prodigies from other countries have shown up. Yi Su suddenly spotted an East Asian-looking prodigy. Judging by their lip movements, they seemed to be from Sakura country. Detecting Yi Su's rising hostility, Cui Hu quickly interjected, Hold it. The international situation is delicate right now. The lighthouse country has even proposed researching prodigies, demanding global blood sample submissions, using the excuse that prodigies are too violent and uncontrollable. He sneered. Huh. Their prodigies rampage unchecked, committing atrocities, and now they want to play world peacekeepers? What a joke. Yi Su shrugged lightly, a hint of contemplation flashing across his eyes. Since the advent of global professions, the world order had indeed become much more stable. Who would still think about waging wars? The opportunities brought by extraordinary powers were far more enticing than conflict. Of course, such power also came with new threats, and every nation was preoccupied with handling their own extraordinary issues, leaving little room for external concerns. We're here. Cui Hu led Yi Su to a hotel on the outskirts of the imperial capital. The location was carefully chosen. Professionals indeed needed to maintain a certain distance from the center of power to avoid unnecessary concerns. Rest for now, Cui Hu said succinctly. I won't disturb you tonight. Tomorrow, the matches begin directly. Once we each take care of our opponents, we'll meet again for the final battle. Yi Su, don't let the club take you down. Yi Su's eyes flickered slightly. You too. The two exchanged a glance, and in an instant, their blood surged, a strong fighting spirit naturally emanating. This was the unique aura of martial artists who had reached a certain level of mastery. Cui Hu nodded to himself. This young man could still focus on studying martial arts even in the environment of the imperial capital, which was no small feat. Yi Su, in turn, silently acknowledged Cui Hu's strength. Finally, they both smiled faintly, and the tension dissipated. See you tomorrow. The hotel had arranged for a top-floor suite, spacious enough for both Yi Su and Mo Xiaoyu. That night, Yi Su sat cross-legged, regulating his breathing and organizing his state of mind. His panel displayed. Profession, limit breaker. Physique, 20. Intelligence, 6. Martial arts, ape fist, Tai Shin cannon. Skills, crushing force, layered wave slash. Although the stats appeared unremarkable, his actual combat strength had increased several times compared to when he defeated Li Ming, all thanks to his progress in martial arts. He had fully mastered the first form of ape fist, and the second form was beginning to take shape. The white ape imagery in his mind had also become much calmer, indicating that he was making progress in suppressing his inner turmoil. The Tai Shin cannon, as his core martial art, remained shrouded in mystery. Yi Su looked forward to receiving more clues about it in future messages from himself. As for the profession of limit breaker, it was likely a deliberate choice by his future self, suggesting its potential far surpassed ordinary paths. though its unique qualities had yet to reveal themselves. Tomorrow, I'll finally get to see Chui Hu's true strength. Yisu took a deep breath and continued focusing on taming the inner ape in his training. On the sofa nearby, Mo Xiaoyu pouted, watching Yisu tirelessly switch between practicing swordsmanship and meditating. She muttered under her breath. Such a workaholic. She had no choice but to join the fray. Resigned, Yisu stood up, her hands performing the intricate moves of the falling petal palm technique. Crimson energy surged like tidal waves, rippling through the spacious living room. The next morning, there was a knock on the door. A staff member politely informed Yisu of the upcoming schedule. Shortly after, Yisu and Mo Xiaoyu headed to the venue together. Before them stood a nearly cubic stadium. As soon as they stepped inside, Yisu noticed a sea of people bustling about. Among them were both professionals and ordinary spectators. Chui Hu approached with an awkward expression, while Yisu looked at him in disbelief and said, "Don't tell me. You're selling tickets for this?" Chui Hu let out an embarrassed laugh. Huh. Ha ha. Well, research costs money. I knew it. It must be the Imperial Capital Research Institute behind this, Yisu said, shaking her head in exasperation. Unbelievable. They truly live up to their reputation for finding creative ways to make money. Honestly, if they're selling tickets, they might as well sell broadcasting rights too. Who knows, they might even start selling merchandise. Making money isn't shameful, I suppose. Chui Hu, having resigned himself to the situation, replied directly. Don't worry, we've set aside a share for you. It'll be transferred directly to the Swang Research Institute. Oh, and by the way, you've got shares in the Swang Research Institute now. He grinned mischievously. Yisu blinked, thinking to herself, shares in the Swang Research Institute? That's not bad at all. But something about Chui whose tone feels off, there's got to be a catch here. So what's the plan now? Yisu asked, her mind still filled with doubts. Chui Hu pointed to someone standing on the central stage. First, we need to take down that idiot on the stage. Are you going up first, or should I? No need to draw lots or anything. Draw lots. Do you think their club is worth that much? Just letting their star player face off against us is already giving them enough respect, Yisu replied. So, are you going, or should I? Chui Hu asked again. You go first. They'll take a moment to get used to the environment, Yisu said. All right, Chui Hu replied, turning to step onto the stage. The moment the person on stage saw Chui Hu approaching, their excitement was palpable. To Yisu and Chui Hu, these opponents were merely there to fill the roster, but to the other side, this was a rare chance to compete for an opportunity. Within just a few moves, Chui Hu knocked his opponent off the stage. The gap in skill was glaringly obvious. It was like a seasoned champion boxer up against a rookie who had just learned the rules of the sport. Beyond raw strength, the disparity lay entirely in technique. The crowd erupted into cheers like waves crashing against the shore. Chui Hu's performance seemed to justify the ticket prices. Yisu shook her head and then stepped onto the stage. The person facing her took a deep breath and greeted her respectfully. I am Chu Wanting. Yisu nodded in acknowledgement. Under the glare of countless camera flashes, Chu Wanting made his move. He was well aware that Yisu was in the same league as Chui Hu, and his initial thoughts of competing for an opportunity gradually faded. Instead, he became more curious if they shared the same physical stats. What made her so much stronger? Chu Wanting didn't use any weapons, and neither did Yisu draw her blade. However, as soon as he moved, Yisu couldn't help but feel as though his movements were laughably slow. Her perception had entered bullet time. Chu Wanting's kicks were powerful and forceful, as if even the air trembled with their impact. Whoosh! This kick was heavy and fierce. Though Yisu was strong, his leg techniques were not weak either. He thought to himself that even if he couldn't win, he could at least exchange a few moves and gain some experience. Yet, Yisu's reflexes were almost teleport-like. She effortlessly dodged the kick, her figure instantly appearing at Chu Wanting's side. Sorry to say, but your ticket was a waste of money. Chu Wanting froze, utterly stunned. His mind raced. That kind of evasion, if this were a real fight to the death, had already be dead. Was the gap really this vast? He stopped in his tracks, dazed for a moment, then clasped his fists respectfully toward Yisu before stepping off the stage in silence. At that moment, Chui Hu stepped back onto the stage. The entire stadium fell into a hushed silence. Two of the nation's top-tier professionals were about to face off for real. Being a runner-up means always being second best. The two individuals from the Imperial Capital Research Institute and the Swang Research Institute dared to collaborate in ticket selling, clearly full of confidence. They had gone to great lengths to convince the higher-ups to retrieve the martial marrow from the national treasury. How could they allow a mere runner-up to take it away? Behind the scenes, the two research institutes had mobilized dozens of teams, working tirelessly day and night to calculate the combat data of Chui Hu and Yisu. While technology was on the brink of collapse, it had not entirely vanished. In the face of precise big data models, the club's contestants were practically sacrificial lambs. Around the arena, the audience seats were packed, and the atmosphere was electric. It's finally starting. I want to see just how strong these two really are, one professional muttered with a frown. We're all professionals here. There are plenty of people with 20 points in physical stats. What makes them so special? Another asked, shaking their head in confusion. Is it just because they have unique professions? But Zhang Xiao and Chu Wanting also have unique professions, don't they? Huh. It's been said that these two represent the Imperial Capital and Shuang Research Institutes, respectively. It's obvious the authorities are using them to set a trap for the clubs, a seasoned professional sneered. Watch closely, this match is probably just a way for the officials to show off their strength to people like us. The chatter among professionals grew louder. The upheaval that transformed the world was supposed to give everyone a level playing field, yet in such a short time, the gap had already become so stark. For ordinary spectators and the countless viewers watching on broadcast screens, this match was an eye-opening gateway to a new world. The reign that had changed everything had brought about staggering transformations. Ordinary people, once unremarkable humans, were now capable of exceeding their limits and displaying such astonishing feats. The earlier display of rolling red energy had already made many wonder if special effects were involved. Now, the performance of the two contestants revealed to the world that their power was on a completely different level. What the hell is happening to the world? Why do they get to evolve secretly without me? The term professional quickly became the hottest topic in society, and this showdown reached a fever pitch of real-time attention across the nation. No matter which social media app you opened, the homepage was flooded with discussions about professionals. Yet none of this noise could disrupt the focus of the two individuals on stage. Yi Su's heartbeat began to race, like the pounding of divine drums, reverberating through his chest. His energy surged wildly, almost spilling out of his body. Chui Hu, on the other hand, advanced step by step, his terrifying aura steadily intensifying, like an ancient beast awakening. Both were fine-tuning their states, striving to reach their peak. The thunderous cheers and clamor of the countless spectators around them seemed to fade away in their ears, as if filtered out. At this moment, their world consisted only of each other. The overwhelming aura they exuded conveyed one simple message: defeat the opponent. Yi Su, I've been waiting for this moment for so long. Chui Hu laughed loudly. Come, let me show you what it means to be a true powerhouse. Yi Su unleashed his full potential, the white ape within him roaring thunderously, an ancient and untamed aura bursting forth uncontrollably, like a primordial beast's furious howl. The entire venue fell silent in an instant. Every spectator's skin prickled as if pierced by countless tiny needles, a faint stinging sensation spreading across their bodies. Ordinary viewers stared wide-eyed, while the professionals broke into cold sweats. These two had already transcended the realm of mere physical prowess and techniques. They had stepped into an entirely new dimension. Boom. The hastily laid Qingtian stone floor shattered instantly, sending shards flying. The two contestants erupted simultaneously, red energy waves sweeping across the arena in an instant. To the ordinary eye, the scene was a sea of crimson, while every professional in the audience instinctively rose to their feet. Damn it, are you two poets or what? Such a powerful and intense display of vitality. Just how many times stronger is it compared to ours? In the arena, Yi Su and Chui Hu engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand combat. Without the aid of weapons, the two relied solely on their martial skills. Every clash resounded with a deep, thunderous echo, and their movements were so swift that even among the professionals present, only a few could barely keep up with their blurred figures. If that punch landed on me, I'd probably beg him to let me live on the spot. Zhang Xiao muttered to himself, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Is this a 9-tune scenario? One punch from him, and I'd shatter into 9 pieces. Chu Wanting felt the overwhelming presence on the field, and his arrogance was completely crushed. Bang, bang, bang. The exchange on the battlefield grew more intense. After a brief probing phase, the two seemed to reach a tacit understanding and simultaneously increased their speed, holding nothing back. As they fought, Yi Su couldn't help but admire such a traditional and orthodox style of boxing. Every punch from Chui Hu carried an upright and dignified aura, as if it bore a profound legacy. As the battle progressed, he seemed to merge with the heavens and the earth, exuding a majestic and overwhelming presence. On the other hand, Chui Hu was inwardly shocked, thinking, savage, what kind of martial arts has Yi Su learned? It feels like there's a primordial beast caged within him. Cloaked in a crimson aura of vitality, Yi Su exuded a menacing and feral energy, as if an ancient behemoth was gradually breaking free from its seal, baring its fangs. His momentum was unstoppable, like Sun Wukong wielding his staff and storming the heavenly palace. The blue stone ground of the arena groaned under the immense pressure, with cracks spreading like a spider's web, producing sounds reminiscent of porcelain fracturing in a kiln. Yi Su's ape-style punches were agile and explosively powerful, growing even more terrifying as his momentum built. Chui Hu's orthodox fist techniques were robust and commanding, embodying the grandeur of nature's might. Shards of stone flew like rain as the two fought with unrestrained intensity. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Imperial Capital Research Institute, their data has already surpassed the theoretical maximum destructive power of 20 points in physique, a staff member reported loudly. The head of the institute, Zhang Xinzhong, respectfully addressed the nearby ruler of Desya. It's only been a little over a week, Your Excellency. Can you believe that ordinary individuals could reach this level in such a short time? With this kind of combat power, even regular soldiers equipped with firearms would struggle to contend with them. Professional fighters truly represent the future. Get to the point, the ruler said bluntly. Unseal the Shinnong Forbidden Zone and allow our military to explore it, Zhang Xinzhong proposed. Impossible. The Shinnong Forbidden Zone is of critical importance, with countless secrets that cannot be revealed. It must remain sealed. The ruler firmly refused. Then I request a military operation on the grounds of Cui Hus merits, Zhang Xinzhong suggested persuasively. With Yisu also participating, we urgently need certain materials to accelerate the development of enhancement serums. Look, this is the potential of professional fighters. Only when every citizen becomes a professional can we truly resist the mutations. The ruler sighed. The people of Desya do love compromises, and you certainly know how to use that. Fully opening the Shinnong Forbidden Zone is out of the question. However, a single military operation can be approved. There are many intelligent individuals in this world. At the Imperial Capital Research Institute and the Suzhou Hangzhou Research Institute, Zhang Xinzhong and Li Qing are among the best. They keenly seized the opportunity of this competition, strategizing from the very beginning on how to maximize their achievements. Yet, what is truly admirable is their unwavering commitment to the principle of forging a sword for the nation, a spirit that has been perfectly passed down to the new generation of researchers. The overseer watched the intense duel between Yisu and Cui Hu on the screen, his mind racing with thoughts. A military operation targeting the Shinnong Forbidden Zone? Such a proposal would undoubtedly face significant challenges in the meeting. However, witnessing this pinnacle clash of professional combatants only strengthened his conviction of this decision's necessity. Inside the cubic arena, the battle between Yisu and Cui Hu had reached a fever pitch. Cui Hu's vital energy surged skyward like billowing smoke, while Yisu's heartbeat resounded through the venue like a drum. Come, wield your blade. Cui Hu roared, and the cloth binding his long knife snapped in an instant. His blood energy surged like a tidal wave toward the blade, condensing into an overwhelming and imposing force. Just what I intended, Yisu replied, gripping his long blade tightly. An aura of ferocity coiled around the weapon, resembling the fangs of a primordial beast. Both men knew their opponent would not fall easily, and this unrestrained intensity only fueled their fighting spirit. Yisu fully activated his bullet time, causing every movement of Cui Hu to appear slow in his eyes. Yet even with this advantage, Yisu could not achieve a swift victory. Cui Hu's terrifying combat instincts, or rather, the battle intuition bestowed by the Taisho Sutra, kept him in an undefeatable stance. To seasoned professionals, this contest between bullet time and combat instinct was a visual feast. Lin, unable to break through, Cui Hu suddenly shouted, his long knife twisting as its overwhelming force surged skyward. Yisu's pupils contracted sharply, immediately recognized it as a secret technique from the Taoist mystical 9 syllables mantra. White ape offers blade. Faced with this strike imbued with millennia of power, Yisu did not retreat. The ferocious aura around him swept outward, like an unyielding white ape launching a frenzied counterattack against the might of the heavens. The two forces collided with a thunderous impact, unleashing an earth-shaking explosion. A thunderous noise resonated in everyone's hearts. In the center of the arena, two figures clashed, their movements a blur of blades and shadows, radiating an astonishing essence of martial arts. This was no longer a mere physical confrontation. It was a pinnacle showdown of martial mastery. Yisu and Cui Hu's figures intertwined across the battlefield, each strike and counter brimming with profound martial arts philosophy. The spectators were left in awe. True strength for professionals lay not only in the use of skills, but in their deep comprehension of martial arts essence. This battle was destined to become a pivotal moment in the history of the Great Xia's professional development. The sound of weapons clashing abruptly ceased as both fighters retreated simultaneously. Their heavy breaths echoed in the stillness, evidence of the immense physical toll this high-intensity duel had taken. Wow, Yisu, you're really something else. Cui Hu, a key talent nurtured by the Imperial Capital Laboratory, remarked with a hint of admiration. For someone with the resources of a lone wolf, you've reached an impressive level. Yisu, however, was inwardly startled. Something's not right. I have a cheat ability. Could Cui Hu be a reincarnated? His strength is way too outrageous. The two exchanged a glance, and their fighting spirit reignited. Cui Hu thought to himself, I have access to the nation's top resources, yet I still can't defeat you? Meanwhile, Yisu mused, with future guidance in my arsenal, if I can't beat you, Wouldn't that make me a total failure? The battle grew even more intense, pushing both of their martial arts prowess to new heights. They cast aside all distractions, their focus locked solely on each other. Skills and martial arts fused seamlessly, leaving no openings to exploit. Hui's instinctive combat abilities were on full display, while Yisu demonstrated the true meaning of his title as the king of effort. After 10 minutes of relentless combat, any ordinary professional would have been utterly exhausted. Yet, the two of them maintained their peak performance, locked in an unyielding duel. Suddenly, Hui's entire body surged with energy, his blood and chi roaring as an overwhelming aura of battle intent erupted from within. Soldier, he had comprehended a second secret technique mid-fight. Yisu, you can surrender now. Hu declared with unwavering confidence. Under the crushing pressure, Yisu took a deep breath. He sensed the restless white ape within his martial arts reservoir and felt the Taishan scripture operating at full throttle. His body underwent a qualitative transformation as his chi and blood nourished him. A warm current coursed through his body, and his strength skyrocketed. A system notification chimed in. Congratulations, your constitution has increased by 1. Current constitution, 21 points. In an instant, Yisu understood everything. This was his cheat ability, the overlimit master profession, a power that could surpass the limits of the current version. Hu, you're strong, Yisu said with a grin. But now, it's my turn. Sensing the shift in Yisu's aura, Hui's expression changed dramatically. Unbelievable, he broke through the version cap? The gap between 20 and 21 points is like the chasm between 10 and 11 points back. Then how am I supposed to fight this? Hu threw up his hands in resignation. I concede. The crowd erupted in shock. The audience erupted in a wave of shocked murmurs. No one could comprehend why Hu had suddenly conceded. Cries of "It's rigged" echoed throughout the arena. The spectators' dissatisfaction was palpable. Just as the match was reaching its climax, it abruptly ended. Only Hu knew the truth behind Yisu's breakthrough, so the skepticism of the others was understandable. Hu sheathed his long blade, walked over to Yisu with a resigned expression, and said, "Are you cheating or something?" Yisu laughed it off. "Just luck. But it's a secret." Lowering his voice, he added, "As professionals, we all have our secrets. How about we make a deal to keep each other's?" Deal. The two walked out of the arena side by side, unfazed by the waves of doubt and protests echoing behind them. After the match, Hu indeed took Yisu on a tour around the imperial capital. The city, steeped in history thanks to its ancient architecture, exuded a unique charm. While it lacked the modernity of the magic metropolis, it had its own distinct allure. When they arrived at the research institute on the outskirts, the high level of security was evident. However, with approval from higher-ups, Yisu and his group passed the checks with ease. As they walked, Hu analyzed. The Taishan scripture and the Taisho scripture are both core techniques that focus on unlocking one's potential. My approach is balanced and steady, which led to developing combat instincts. You, on the other hand, take an extreme and violent path, so you rely on bullet time to enhance your combat abilities. Yisu nodded thoughtfully. I just wonder if I'll develop combat instincts like yours once I get my hands on the Taisho scripture. Bullet time is an external intervention, while combat instincts are more intuitive. I wonder if they'll conflict. Oh, Hu raised an eyebrow. Still playing coy, huh? Why not let me copy the Taishan scripture while you're at it? Even though the two techniques might conflict, no professional could resist the temptation of mastering both core martial arts. Moreover, the fact that Yisu had broken through the system's limits stirred a hint of envy in Hu. If Yisu truly managed to master both techniques, he might ascend to unparalleled heights. After this fight, along with the rewards to come, Yisu's status as the strongest professional in Xia was almost guaranteed. Just putting on a little act. I'm just too excited, Yisu chuckled. Since the arrival of spring and the rains, these two core techniques had been the most coveted martial arts. Now that he was about to claim them both, the exhilaration was undeniable. Director Zhang is here, Hu reminded him. An older man in a white lab coat approached with a cheerful smile. There was something slightly off about his grin, a hint of slyness that made Yisu feel uneasy. Ah, Yisu, right? Congratulations on beating Hu, Zhang Zhenzhong said, his wrinkles stretching as he smiled. Hello, Director Zhang, Yisu greeted politely. All right, I know you're straightforward. I've already prepared a private room for you, Zhang Zhenzhong said. The martial marrow is inside, and Hu will guide you on how to use it. With that, he turned and went off to attend to other matters. As Zhang turned to leave, he suddenly paused and added, "Oh, by the way, send my regards to Li Qing when you see him." Got it, Yisu responded, though he couldn't help but feel that Zhang might be deliberately avoiding direct interaction with him. Still, his priority now was to replicate the Taisho Sutra, so he dismissed the thought for the time being. Hu led Yisu into the secret chamber. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhenzhong quickly dialed Li Qing's number. Li Qing, Yisu has won. The exploration is about to start. How's the negotiation going on your end? In Suong, Li Qing rubbed his throbbing temples. Still ongoing. Haha. This wager agreement is truly unprecedented. Trading the credit for saving the world for the governance of an entire city, it's practically making him a regional governor. You certainly have guts, Zhang Zhenzhong remarked with a chuckle. Li Qing sounded slightly irritated. The higher-ups are overthinking it. But this is genuine, undeniable credit for saving the world. Plus, with military support, what's the issue with using this as a pilot zone for professionals? Worried about Yi Su betraying the country? That's absurd. I'd bet my life on his loyalty. Remember when he risked everything to save the Huhai squad? If that isn't pure-hearted dedication, I don't know what is. All right, I won't argue, Zhang Zhenzhong said soothingly. Relax. The military holds him in high regard, so I think I'll work out. Appreciate the optimism, Li Qing replied before ending the call. This wager agreement was indeed without precedent. If approved, Yi Su would essentially become the king of Suong. Li Qing had placed all his chips, his connections, abilities, and future in this gamble. He had two reasons for doing so. First, Yi Su had saved his life, and this was his way of returning the favor. Second, Suong Research Institute, with its ties to think tanks, was deeply concerned about global professional forecasts. Their worries had even led leaders to sign a top-secret document of historic significance. This prompted Li Qing to consider breaking conventional systems, allowing professionals to take the lead and giving the institute full autonomy. This way, they could operate without restrictions and fully utilize their talents to save a world teetering on the brink of chaos in their own unconventional way. Unaware of any of this, Yi Su was entirely focused on the prize before him, a rare item called martial essence. This artifact could replicate others' techniques, skills, and even innate abilities. It's simple to use, Chui Hu explained, sitting cross-legged. Just crush it and touch my head. That'll allow you to replicate the Taisho Sutra. Yi Su nodded and picked up the martial essence. It was a hexagonal crystal, shaped like a frosted snowflake with edges about the size of a coin and cold to the touch. It won't turn you into an idiot, will it? Yi Su joked half seriously. Come on, it's just replication. If it were extraction, I wouldn't agree to this. Chui Hu retorted. All right, here I go, Yi Su said, sitting cross-legged as well. He crushed the martial essence in his right hand and then touched Chui Hu's head. In an instant, Yi Su's consciousness seemed to plunge into a chaotic, dazzling world. Countless crystalline images flashed before his eyes, mist-shrouded mountains, resplendent temples, solemn assembly halls, a shining golden orb, and more. Hey, are you snooping through my memories, you jerk? That's seriously unethical. Chui Hu complained, his eyes shut tight. He could feel something rummaging through his mind. How was I supposed to know this was your memory? Yi Su snapped back, gritting his teeth. But, wow, you're really as proper as they come. A member of the Administration Bureau? A Taoist? Man, you're as orthodox as it gets. Hearing Chui Hu's words, Yi Su immediately restrained his offensive behavior and focused on examining the golden spheres. These spheres, radiating a mysterious glow, contained martial arts and skills brought by global professions. His gaze swept across them and quickly locked onto 1-inch Taisho Jing. In the next moment, the power of the artifact activated automatically, and the replication process for Taisho Jing began. Just like when he had crushed martial arts jade plaques before, this martial art was swiftly locked into his martial arts slot. The entire process was seamless, and in the blink of an eye, Taisho Jing was his. Once the replication was complete, the power of the artifact dissipated abruptly, and Yi Su was forced to exit Chui Hu's consciousness. Chui Hu slowly opened his eyes, shivering slightly as he spoke in a low voice. We agreed to keep each other's secrets, remember? Yi Su suddenly understood. So this was Chui Hu's angle. Chui Hu's background was exceedingly orthodox. In fact, that it gave Yi Su the impression that the government might have anticipated the arrival of global professions long ago. Damn, Yi Su thought to himself. If someone digs deeper into this, who knows what kind of secrets they'll uncover. But for now, the deal was sealed. Yi Su would keep Chui Hu's secret, and in return, Chui Hu would guard an even more astonishing secret of Yi Su's ability to break past the version cap and continue growing stronger. Man, you've got hacks, Chui Hu had once remarked. Ha 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 ha. The two exchanged knowing smiles. Standing up, Chui Hu asked, now that things are mostly wrapped up, are you staying in the capital for a while, or? Of course, I'm heading back, Yi Su replied without hesitation. Who knows when the signal of the future might arrive? Staying in Suong is the best option. If it comes suddenly and someone else snatches the opportunity, what then? Oh, there's one more thing, Chui Hu added. The Shinnong Forbidden Zone has opened up for exploration. Are you going? Not really interested, Yi Su shook his head. I'm pretty good at controlling my curiosity. All right then, Chui Hu shrugged, dropping the matter. Shortly after, Yi Su and Mo Xiaoyu began their journey back to Suong from the capital. At Suong Airport, Zhang Hui and Li Qing were already waiting to welcome Yi Su back. This battle had firmly established Yi Su as the strongest professional in the country. Fresh off the plane, Yisu seemed eager. With Taisho Jing in hand, he was impatient to dive into training. More importantly, his overlimit master profession had already begun to take effect, allowing his physical attributes to continue improving. He needed to trade for some spiritual medicines to see if he could further enhance his strength. They're stuck within the limits of the version, while he'll leave them all in the dust in the next one, Yisu thought to himself. Huij, Director Li. Yisu walked quickly toward the two waiting for him. It's great that you're here, Director Li. Can I take a look at the exchange list? I need to trade for some items. Li Qing gave him a meaningful smile. No rush. Look at this first. It's something new you earned through your significant contributions. Curious, Yisu took the document, but as soon as he saw the first page, he froze. It was a betting agreement, and the ultimate reward was management rights over Suang. Damn, are you serious? Yisu was stunned. The entire agreement was straightforward. It stated that if Yisu helped Daxiao acquire materials from the Willow King, he would be granted management rights over Suang as a reward, and all previous contributions would be wiped clean in a single stroke. Director Li, are you joking? Is this even possible? Major contributions? Compared to managing all of Suang, what do those contributions even count for? Yisu asked, incredulous. He knew full well that the authorities had the final say. If they claimed you had major contributions, you did, and if they claimed you didn't, you didn't. But obtaining control over Suang? That was a whole different level. The authorities won't interfere. With your blade in hand, you could take control entirely. After all, everyone fears death. At that point, the entire Suang region, along with the warehouses at the Suang camp outside the city, would be yours. Li Qing's tone was casual, but his eyes betrayed a calculating depth. Besides, with a city as your stronghold, whether it's seizing opportunities or building your own power, it would all be much easier. Yisu's gaze darkened slightly, a faint sense of foreboding rising in his heart. He didn't rush to respond, choosing instead to listen quietly. Noticing Yisu's silence, Li Qing continued, don't get too worked up just yet. After all, this is essentially a gamble. He paused before shifting his tone. You must have realized by now that Suang is practically a special zone for professionals. Think of it like an economic zone, but here, it's for professionals. The authorities loosened the policies from the start to allow unrestricted development. Naturally, there has to be a testing ground. Surely, you don't actually believe you could handle this alone, do you? Yisu chuckled softly and shook his head. What a joke. Daxia is a unified whole. Suang is just a test case. Li Qing smiled faintly, a trace of helplessness in his expression. Calling it a test case does sound better. As for me, I'm not some restorationist. Development is the key. He paused, his tone becoming more relaxed. And getting preferential access to Daxia's resources? That's a sweet deal. Yisu nodded slightly, a glimmer of thought crossing his eyes. But what exactly is the core of what you're saying? Li Qing took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. The key lies in exploring the Shinnong Forbidden Zone. There are many king-level entities in there. To obtain a branch from a king-level willow tree is the only way to produce the enhancement serum. His voice grew steadier as he continued. This agreement isn't just a simple gamble. It involves all the connections and resources I've accumulated over the years. Honestly, it took a lot of brainpower to piece this together. Yisu remained silent, his heart stirred. The enhancement serum was indeed a resource worth betting everything on. The enhancement serum isn't just about increasing the power of professionals. It's also a critical means to transform ordinary people into professionals, Yisu mused aloud. If this thing truly becomes a reality, it could artificially accelerate the global progression of professionals. Li Qing let out a bitter laugh. Exactly. The enhancement serum could elevate professionals to new heights, while giving ordinary people the chance to transform. At that point, fate would no longer dictate everything. It would be in our own hands. You bet on me, and I'm betting on myself. A faint smile appeared on Yisu's lips, his eyes gleaming with a hint of challenge. If I fulfill this agreement, I won't just be an ordinary professional anymore. The so-called official reward system will no longer apply to me. Li Qing nodded with a smile. Exactly. Who would have thought that a mere worker could become a shareholder? This is like the ultimate high-stakes gamble. So, where's the plane? Yisu shifted his gaze forward, his eyes resolute. Li Qing pointed into the distance. Following his gesture, Yisu saw a small aircraft parked and ready for takeoff. On the plane, Yisu leaned back in his seat with his eyes closed, quietly resting while his mind replayed the decisive strategies of the Daxia nation. From the moment global professions descended, the authorities had meticulously prepared, with the decision to use Suang as a pilot city proving to be a masterstroke. A faint smile appeared on his lips. No wonder all the smartest people in the country work for the government, he muttered. Of course, all of this hinged on his own success. As his thoughts drifted, Yisu began to examine the changes within his body. The Taisho Sutra had seamlessly settled into his martial arts slot, blending perfectly with the Taishin Sutra under his mental guidance. The two techniques seemed to share a common origin, merging flawlessly. His blood circulation had reached a new level, reducing the time for a full cycle from 15 seconds to just 10A speed, far beyond human limits. The accelerated blood flow brought about noticeable changes. Yisu could feel his body temperature stabilizing at 38 degrees Celsius. Huh, it's like I'm perpetually running a fever, he joked inwardly. However, this change came with an unexpected benefit. Most common viruses couldn't survive at such high temperatures, making him practically immune to illnesses. If his body temperature were to rise further to 40 degrees, no virus would stand a chance. Yisu's thoughts shifted to the Shinnong Forbidden Zone mentioned by Cui Hu in the capital. Li Qing had spoken of a king presence there, which reminded Yisu of the tall, peculiar grass he had seen among the blade-like foliage. The mysteries of this world are gradually revealing themselves, he mused. Opening his eyes, Yisu turned to Mo Xiaoyu beside him and asked with concern, Xiaoyu, you've been following me around everywhere. Are you okay with this? Mo Xiaoyu shook her head with a smile. I think it's fine. I never really knew what I wanted to do anyway. Her easygoing personality made her a perfect match for someone as decisive as Yisu. Don't worry. This trip to the Shinnong Forbidden Zone will benefit you, Yisu assured her before adding, oh, and once the mission is over, let's bring your family to Suong. Mo Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Soon, the plane landed at a temporary airport near the Shinnong Forbidden Zone. As they disembarked, they were greeted by Cui Hu's teasing voice. Hessie, you should have just stayed in the capital and come with me. Would have saved you an extra trip. Yisu could only respond with a speechless expression. Cui Hu might have long been aware of the existence of that gambling agreement, yet he had never revealed even the slightest hint about it. Fortunately, the final outcome remained unchanged. Yisu and Cui Hu reunited once again at the temporary airstrip near the Shinnong Forbidden Zone. This time, they were fully equipped. As soon as Yisu arrived at the airstrip, Li Qing handed him several essential items: an elixir box, a signal flare gun, specialized combat suits, and other supplies. On Cui Hu's side, the preparations appeared even more meticulous. Guan Li and his team were clad in specialized combat gear, the combination of professionals and career soldiers making them look exceptionally capable. Cut the chatter, let's get to business, Yisu said bluntly. All right, Cui Hu replied, his expression turning serious. We have two pieces of news. The good news is that the Shinnong Forbidden Zone hasn't shown any unusual activity, so our mission shouldn't be overly challenging. The bad news? A lot of people are coming, and this is likely to turn into a life-or-death struggle. Yisu frowned. A lot of people? What do you mean? The reason is a bit complicated. Cui Hu paused. Think of it this way: while we're the good guys, some people have decided to play the villains. They're trying to sabotage our plan. That should make things clear enough. Although Cui Hu's explanation was straightforward, he left much unsaid. Human nature is indeed unpredictable. The secret of the enhancement serum was supposed to be known to only a few, but with the gambling agreement exposed, more and more people began scheming for their own future. Who wouldn't want to sit on the throne? Who wouldn't want to control a city's power? The allure of profit had given rise to new factions, turning the struggle in the Shinnong Forbidden Zone into an increasingly fierce battle. Does someone really dare test the edge of my blade? Yisu's tone carried a hint of coldness. Clearly, he was aware of those attempting to seize the fruits of his laborious act he considered tantamount to courting death. Don't underestimate them, Cui Hu cautioned. The opposition might resort to using heavy firearms. Heavy firearms. Yisu chuckled softly. Forget about artillery, they wouldn't dare. Not with our heavy armored brigade nearby. But large-caliber anti-material weapons could be a bit of a hassle. Yisu nodded calmly. Got it. So that's why the aircraft was equipped with specialized bulletproof plates. Anti-material weapons? Doesn't matter. Suong must be taken. Anyone who gets in the way dies. What's the plan now? Yisu asked again. Wait, Cui Hu replied. Wait for what? Yisu raised an eyebrow. Wait for the meteors. As soon as he finished speaking, Cui Hu swiftly issued commands. Is the armored battalion ready? What about the artillery positions? Get everything moving now. At the edge of the Shinnong Forbidden Zone, the atmosphere in the synthetic brigade's encampment was tense, with everyone working at full speed to prepare. As soon as Yisu was in position, the battle would commence. The machinery of power was fully operational, with all preparations aimed at clearing the path ahead. How do we clear the way? Yisu asked, looking at the Forbidden Zone ahead. He said calmly, blast through it. At the very least, we'll make sure the ground is still warm when we enter the mountains, Cui Hu added. Everything is ready. Cui Hu shouted into his headset to the commanding officer. Begin. With the final positioning adjustments complete, the countdown began. 30 seconds. In an instant, all firepower erupted simultaneously. Countless meteors rained down from the sky, their brilliance dazzling. The ground quaked as the roar of firepower shook the battlefield. It was a spectacle of technology and firepower, a relentless assault of artillery, rockets, tank shells, and airstrikes unleashed upon the land ahead. From the temporary camp where Yisu and Cui Hu stood to the path leading into the Shinnong Forbidden Zone, the dense explosions lit up the sky like fireworks. Smoke filled the air as the battlefield became a blazing inferno. Each shell hit its mark with precision, incinerating specialized vegetation in an instant. The ground was upheaved, layers of soil churning as though burying everything in its path. In the end, the ground resembled a surface pressed down by immense force, covered in thick dust. Walking across it, one could feel the deep impressions left beneath their feet. 5 minutes. The groundbreaking ceremony lasted for 5 minutes, with deafening noise echoing across the untouched wilderness, startling countless wild animals. The roars of beasts rang out one after another, filled with wails and fear, as they retreated deeper into the sacred Shinnon forbidden zone. Yisu mused silently, exploring a primeval forest carried immense strategic significance for military operations. Without such heavy firepower clearing the way, the team would have been utterly exhausted upon arrival, or worse, fallen victim to mutated beasts. Firepower not only flattened the path, but also scared away many of the mutated creatures. Prepare to move. Choi commanded. Yisu, a team can't have two leaders. I'll take command this time. Yisu nodded in agreement. This was not just a mission for a professional team, but a demonstration of modern joint operational strategy. A low hum filled the air as dozens of large drones flew overhead, taking on roles such as reconnaissance, surveillance, signal relay, fire support, medical aid, and logistics. As the drones soared past, the jungle began to tremble. Over 100 all-terrain robotic wolves, serving as an unmanned vanguard unit, advanced to scout the path ahead. Through his earpiece, Choi listened to the reports. Orbital satellites have locked in the coordinates. Fighter jets and armed helicopters are in position. Let's move out. In the next second, the team sprang into action. Yisu swallowed hard, marveling at the sheer power of the nation's machinery. From the skies to the ground, it was an overwhelming force, layer upon crushing layer. Crossing the charred underbrush, the team stepped onto scorched earth, surrounded by swirling smoke and blistering heat. The raw essence of warfare was laid bare before Yisu's eyes. High above, the large drones hovered like black eagles, surveying the area. On the ground, the robotic wolves advanced relentlessly, clearing paths and scouting for threats. At an altitude of about 100 meters, swarms of smaller drones zipped through the air, each equipped with self-destruct units. With such a formidable display, Yisu was certain no one would dare attempt to steal their prize. Let's move, Choi ordered. The group pressed forward, walking through the smoke-filled clearing that extended for 1,000 meters. At the far end lay one of the most enigmatic places in Daxiath Shinnon Forbidden Zone. Through the haze, they could vaguely see the towering expanse of the area. It wasn't the altitude that made it imposing, but the colossal ancient trees that stretched skyward, reminiscent of the legendary Jinmu from ancient mythology. Gazing at the region, even the most elite and powerful professionals among them couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. The scorched ground marked a temporary safe zone, and the team quickly crossed the 1,000-meter distance. Yisu glanced back, couldn't fathom how many resources had been poured into securing that stretch of safety. But the path ahead promised to be far more terrifying. The global wave of professional awakenings and the mutations it had triggered would be fully unleashed in this primeval forest. Everyone, the drones are entering the forest, and the robotic wolves are already experiencing some losses, Choi warned. Be extremely cautious. He stepped into the mysterious zone first. In a few strides, Yisu caught up to walk alongside him. Within the team, Rong Shi and Mo Xiaoyu, who served as support specialists, were encircled at the very center of the formation. Air quality report just came in. Choi voice came through their earpieces. There's miasma present, but, Guanli, report your visual observations. 30 meters ahead stood a towering ancient tree, its height exceeding 100 meters. Beneath it bloomed clusters of small purple flowers, their faint fragrance wafting gently on the breeze. Yisu cautiously scanned the surroundings, relying on his experience from the mycelium incident. He quickly concluded, it's fine. There's no illusionary element here. As the team continued forward, Yisu couldn't help but admire Chue's professionalism. Indeed, specialized tasks should always be handled by experts. Suddenly, an alarm blared from up ahead. Machine Wolf damage index spiking. A live feed from the drone showed a black panther, over 5 meters in length, charging toward them at an astonishing speed of 200 kilometers per hour. Prepare for battle. With the command, Yisu and Choi simultaneously unsheathed their long blades, their presence intensifying sharply. However, in the next instant, the panther vanished from sight. Damn it, it's hiding. Chue's expression turned grim. The flora and fauna here might have developed consciousness. This assessment caused everyone's faces to darken. The mutation of plants and animals was accelerating. Their greatest limitation had always been the lack of consciousness. If consciousness were to emerge, it would signify the birth of an entirely new species, a scenario humanity most feared. The tactical awareness demonstrated by the panther far exceeded the realm of instinctive behavior. The drones continued their search, and soon, a larger drone detected a herd of beasts rapidly approaching, estimated to arrive within 10 minutes. Choi turned to Yisu. Do we retreat or fight? Fight. Yisu responded without hesitation. If there really is a conscious entity, now is the best time to strike. They're not fully prepared yet. Retreating will only give them time to regroup. Time is life. Understood. Chuehu immediately gave the order. Full speed ahead, guided by the machine wolves and drones. The team swiftly navigated the already mapped terrain. Only 1,000 meters separated them from their target, the Willow King. As long as they could retrieve a segment of its branches, the mission would be accomplished. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Capital's combat laboratory, the overseer frowned as he stared at the screen. Zhang Jinzhong, his expression severe, analyzed the situation. The Willow King hasn't fled, which confirms our prediction it's interested in the flesh and blood of professionals. Only a team of professionals can get close to it. The overseer massaged his temples. Luoyang proposed this theory long ago, even suggesting the possibility of evolution. If the Willow King absorbs a significant amount of professionals' flesh and blood, it could evolve. Jinzhong, this is like opening Pandora's box. Zhang Zhenhong's face twisted with determination. Pandora? How many divisions does Pandora have? The Willow King better know its place. That heavy armored synthetic brigade setup, do you think that subterranean tactical nuke is just for show? The overseer shook his head helplessly. Beneath his composed exterior lay the weight of responsibility for his nation. If the Willow King willingly surrendered a branch, it would be ideal. Otherwise, De Xiao would show no mercy. Move, move, move. The team of professionals dashed through the dense forest, their footsteps pounding out a rapid rhythm on the ground. In the distance, a large drone had already begun unleashing firepower on the beast horde. Streaks of oranger trajectories lit up the sky, but the dense canopy significantly weakened the effect of the assault. The beasts surged forward, seemingly unstoppable. 1 minute to Willow King. Chuehu shouted back to his team, his voice slightly breathless from the run. Yisu and I will retrieve the willow branches. The rest of you, stay on alert, especially the 2 support specialists. Stay sharp. As a seasoned official operative, Chuehu had carried out similar missions more than once. The current strategy for professional teams followed a unique pattern. The strongest member fought on the front lines, while the rest formed a protective circle around the support specialists, who focused on maintaining the frontline fighter's condition. The approach was straightforward yet effective: Effortliner plus healing potions, with the support team acting as the potion shells. Because of this, Chuehu always insisted on bringing support specialists for every mission. While future strategies might evolve, for now, this was the most efficient method. The team pushed through a cluster of waist-high shrubs, and suddenly, a colossal tree came into view. The Willow King? A king-level entity as defined by the authorities. Yisu exclaimed in awe, his eyes widening in astonishment. The massive willow loomed over them, its canopy sprawling like a cloud and towering over 100 meters high. Countless willow branches drooped from above, forming a curtain of green that blocked out the sunlight. Between the dangling branches, faint green lights flickered like fireflies. Each willow leaf glistened like fine jade, translucent and gleaming softly in the sunlight. The leaves had become solidified, as hard as gemstones, a remarkable transformation brought about by the global professionalization phenomenon. Careful, those branches can attack. Chuehu warned sharply, his voice tinged with tension. Everyone, halt the rear team. The group immediately split into 2 units. Chuehu and Yi Su charged forward without hesitation, while the rest of the team quickly adjusted their formation to shield support specialists Rong, Shi, and Mo Xiaoyu in the center. The 2 support specialists kept their eyes fixed on the pair up front, ready to provide assistance at any moment. Swish, a sharp sound pierced the air. As Chuehu had warned, the willow branches lashed out as if alive, their speed astonishing. Chuehu and Yi Su erupted with full force, their blood surging and muscles tensing. Facing the onslaught of branches, Chuehu's combat instincts kicked into high gear, allowing him to evade each strike with precision. Yi Su glanced at his companion and smirked slightly. Hey, your combat instincts seem a bit confused. Yi Su teased lightly. Yeah, Chuehu replied with a wry smile. They're great at dodging, but the mission is to grab the branches, not just avoid them. The real game changer was Yi Su's bullet time ability. To him, the branch's movement slowed significantly, giving him the opportunity to dodge and strike at the same time. Yi Su, this mission depends on you. Chuehu admitted candidly. It was clear that the higher-ups had already built a detailed data model around Yi Su and Chuehu's abilities, explaining why Yi Su's participation was deemed essential. Their prior sparring sessions likely contributed to the model's calculations of the mission's feasibility. Yi Su gave a brief nod. We'll talk about that later. For now, he'll just use you as a shield. He swiftly moved behind Chuehu, drawing his long blade and attempting to slash at one of the branches. A sharp metallic clang echoed as his blade struck. This thing's tough, Yi Su muttered, surprised. Full power, go all out. Chuehu urged, his tone urgent. Got it. Yi Su took a deep breath, adjusted his grip on the blade, and swung it with all his strength in a wide horizontal arc. Crash, crash, crash. The sound was like waves crashing against the shore. The powerful strike sent the branches flying, leaving visible gashes on their surface. The Willow King seemed to have a rudimentary consciousness, albeit a nascent one. It had initially sensed the approach of Yi Su and Cui Hu, instinctively seeking to drain their vitality. But after suffering a blow from Yi Su's blade, and realizing it faced a credible threat, it decided to retaliate. The Willow King is conscious. And now it's enraged. Cui Hu's expression shifted, his voice filled with alarm. A mass of willow branches surged toward them from all directions like writhing tentacles. The sheer density of the attack made Cui Hu's scalp tingle, and a suffocating sense of danger enveloped the duo. A faint murmur came from behind it was Rong, she channeling her power. It was as if Yi Su had been injected with adrenaline. He felt a surge of energy rushing into his body, his blood flowing like a torrent. His spirit was instantly revitalized, and his body became extraordinarily light. Rong's Eye's support skills truly lived up to their reputation. Her enhancements were everywhere, indispensable in every way. In this life-and-death moment, such all-encompassing empowerment was nothing short of divine intervention. At this moment, Cui Hu had transformed into Yi Su's shield, struggling to fend off the furious onslaught of willow branches. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Su swung his second strike without hesitation. Overlapping wave slash. The blades surged like cascading waves, each strike growing in power. As the second slash landed, the third followed immediately. Swish, the blade sliced through the air, its brilliance like a fleeting meteor. The wave-like energy from the blade surged forward, crashing into the green sea of intertwined willow branches like a sledgehammer. Instantly, willow leaves scattered in all directions, and nearly all the solidified willow leaves were cut down. A cold glint flashed in Yi Su's eyes as he suddenly leapt forward, locking onto the most damaged willow branch. Without hesitation, he swung his blade and severed it. Then, spinning around abruptly, he grabbed Cui Hu's arm. Got it, let's move. A flicker of complex emotion crossed Cui Hu's face as he cast a deep glance at Yi Su, unable to suppress his admiration. The true measure of combat strength reveals itself in moments of life and death. Yi Su's approach was nothing short of extraordinary battle instinct. He didn't opt for an all-out burst, but instead used layered strikes to keep the enemy restrained, ensuring a safe retreat after retrieving the willow branch. Had he recklessly unleashed his full power, both he and Cui Hu would have been caught in the Willow King's counterattack. The two retreated swiftly. Guanli opened his backpack, and Yi Su stuffed the willow branch inside. Without breaking stride, the group sprinted toward the safe zone. At this point, the Willow King was no longer an enemy they could easily contend with. Its level of existence had clearly ascended beyond a simple being. Suddenly, a muffled thud echoed behind them. Yi Su turned back to see that the towering Willow King had vanished from its original spot. Underground, it's underground. Cui Hu shouted urgently. Run. Run faster. The Willow King is tunneling. The ground trembled faintly, followed by a sharp crack as soil erupted into the air. A section of tree root shot out from underground, its tip sharp like a spear, hurtling directly toward Mo Xiaoyu. Her face fell slightly, and almost instinctively, she twisted her body to dodge. Having adapted to Yi Su's combat style, her reflexes had become second nature. The falling blossom palm technique emphasized agility and grace, and in that split-second reaction, Mo Xiaoyu evaded the fatal blow. Seeing this, Yi Su exhaled in relief. Mo Xiaoyu was indeed growing silently stronger. Yet, in the very next moment, he felt an oppressive force bearing down on him again. While the willow branches had a wide attack range, the roots posed an even greater threat. They lashed out like massive serpents, as if the earth itself were aiding the Willow King. The ground erupted in bursts as roots whipped through the air, plunging the team into a dire situation. Yi Su tested his blade against the roots, only to find them shockingly resilient, impossible to sever through conventional means. Only a large-scale skill that would drain his stamina entirely could stand a chance, but that wasn't an option. Hold on, just a little longer. Cui Hu's forehead was drenched in sweat. Watching the roots hurtling through the air, his expression grew increasingly grim. The burrowing missile is on its way. At that moment, a thunderous explosion echoed in the distance. The burrowing missile had been launched. The heavy weapon streaked across the night sky like a meteor, descending rapidly. Its supersonic speed, exceeding several Mach, tore through the air with a deafening roar. The missile struck the ground with devastating force, piercing over 10 meters deep into the soil. Then, with an earth-shattering boom, the explosion erupted, shaking the ground violently. Sparks flew, and shattered stones rained down like a storm. The shockwave of the explosion swept through, shrouding the sky in gray dust. Debris and dirt cascaded down as the entire squad staggered under the force, their leg muscles tearing in an instant. Damn it, Mo Xiaoyu. Yi Su gritted his teeth and shouted. We had no choice. We were too close. Cui Hu grimaced in pain. Mo Xiaoyu took a deep breath, continuously summoning green orbs of light in his hands that landed above each teammate's head. The healing energy quickly took effect, mending their torn muscles. Yi Su grabbed Mo Xiaoyu and tucked him under his arm, allowing the exhausted healer a moment to catch his breath. It's working. The Willow King is spooked. Chuihu said excitedly. This is Stockholm Syndrome. A few days ago, Xia used the same tactic to intimidate it. Li Qing and Zheng Zhenzhong really went all out to enhance the potion just to make the plan flawless. A deafening beast roar interrupted their conversation. Contrary to their expectations, the fire and explosions didn't scare off the beasts. Instead, it seemed to ignite their frenzied aggression. Yi Su and Cui, who exchanged a glance toward the depths of the Shinnong Forbidden Zone, an ominous feeling creeping over them. Damn it, could there really be a sentient beast king? Yi Su muttered. This horde is acting like it's being commanded. His words trailed off as a sudden realization struck him. Wait, the Black Panther. Almost simultaneously, a shadowy blur shot straight toward Rongxi. Yi Su instantly recognized the danger. Among their squad, the weakest in combat were Rongxi and Mo Xiaoyu. With Mo Xiaoyu by his side, the target could only be Surging Blade. In a split second, Yi Su unleashed his most powerful attack. Black waves of energy surged as his blade moved faster than the panther's strike. The effort drained him completely, but the single strike severed the panther's head. Warm blood splattered across his face as Rongxi, realizing she had narrowly escaped death, went pale with shock. Damn it, that beast. Chuihu cursed, still shaken. If Yi Su hadn't acted in time, Rongxi would have been. Yi Su panted heavily, his heartbeat pounding like a drum. These creatures aren't just wild animals anymore. They're organized. Move now? The group immediately sprinted toward the isolation zone, the roars of the beasts and the tremors of the ground growing louder behind them. Get to the isolation zone. The synthetic brigade will cover us. Chuihu shouted. But just then, several figures descended from the sky, parachuting down and landing steadily in the center of the isolation zone. A few minutes earlier, at the Imperial Capital Command Center, we've gained satellite access. Wait, there are flying objects near the perimeter of the Forbidden Zone. They have clearance passes. A staff member exclaimed. What? Zhang Zhenhong's face darkened. At such a critical moment, how could anyone else intervene? What's with the clearance passes? Someone used a significant amount of influence to secure exploration rights for the Shinnong Forbidden Zone. How dare they? Zhang Zhenhong turned to look at the overseer. The overseer frowned slightly, and Zhang Zhenhong's heart sank. This was bad. In this world, whether it's nations or individuals, everyone's actions are bound by rules. The overseer's decision to initiate the exploration of the Shinnong Forbidden Zone placed Zhang Zhenhong in a difficult position. Anyone could exchange great merit for the right to explore rules they had carefully maintained, which now ironically became their greatest constraint. Zhang Zhenhong lowered his gaze to his phone. The screen displayed a notification of a substantial sum of money transferred to the Research Institute, with the note starkly stating, "In gratitude for your synthetic brigade." These glaring words ignited his fury, but the other party's actions were entirely within the rules. Bastard. Zhang Zhenhong clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. Someone was waiting to reap the rewards. The rule that professionals would inevitably clash was already evident in the Mycelium Cavern incident. Even official professionals were not exempt. This was precisely why officials were separated from independent practitioners in the first place. Both Zhang Zhenhong and Li Qing wore grim expressions, but neither could find words to say. The synthetic brigade? If the military were to participate in such a slaughter, it would truly shatter the rules and plunge the world into chaos. The overseer watched all this and sighed inwardly. Zhang Zhenhong and Li Qing had sacrificed so much for unity, only to find their principles exploited. This was the classic case of a gentleman can be deceived by his integrity, play by the rules, and others will target your vulnerabilities. At that moment, a large group descended from the sky, gliding precisely into the quarantine zone in wingsuits. They drew their long blades, their expressions focused, awaiting the arrival of Yi Su and his team. Yi Su, I'm sorry. Li Qing's voice came through the communicator, followed by a full explanation of the situation. Director Li, Yi Su's voice remained calm, though slightly strained from exertion. The problem with you all is that you carry too much, whether it's for the country, the people, or your principles. That's where we differ. His tone suddenly turned icy. So, someone wants to take my prize? And the rules make it hard to contest? Simple, ill, just kill them all. If the rules allow professionals to fight, he let out a cold laugh. Then let's see how many of these fools dare stand against me. They like picking on the honest? Too bad I'm far from honest. As Yi Su's words fell, an oppressive and violent aura began to spread through the air. Mo Xiaoyu, standing closest to him, could unmistakably feel that familiar inertia, stark reminder of the scene at the cavern entrance years ago. Chuihu keenly noticed Yi Su's unusual behavior. Before he could speak, Yi Su interrupted with an indisputable tone. I'm in command now. Everyone, prepare for battle. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across the front. Enemies are everywhere ahead. The objective is simple: kill them all. A palpable sense of killing intent filled the air. Guan Li and the others couldn't help but shiver, while Rongxi trembled even more visibly. In this moment, Yisu seemed like an entirely different person. Understood. Mo Xiaoyu was the first to respond. Since the Yun Gui mycelium operation, Yisu had planted a seed of ruthlessness within her. She knew there was no avoiding bloodshed now. Understood. Hu followed closely behind. A surge of anger boiled within him. What were they fighting for? For the enhancement serum, so that everyone in Xia could become a professional. For Xia to stand strong against the storms of the future. And now, these people dared to bully the innocent? I'll cut down every last one of you scum, he roared internally. The doubts in Guan Li's squad quickly turned into firm resolve. In their hearts, following orders was their duty. At this moment, Yi Su was their leader, and his commands were absolute. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Zhao Yuan, I really don't understand why you're refusing. Zhao Qiming stared at his son, his tone filled with confusion. As long as Yi Su dies, we can easily establish a club in Suang and gather professionals. You need to understand, the world will eventually collapse. By then, the club will be. Zhao Yuan frowned and cut his father off with a wave of his hand. He knew full well how much Yi Su's death could benefit him, but his instincts told him Yi Su would not die. Absolutely not. Dad, we need to leave Suang, Zhao Yuan said decisively. Convert all our assets into wealth and establish a club elsewhere. As long as we have money, there will always be a place for us in the future. But we must avoid Yi Su. You've lost your mind. Zhao Qiming stared at his son in shock. Leaving Suang meant abandoning all their businesses and connections. This wasn't just about Kuragite was a gamble. My decision is final. In a few days, I'll take the squad and leave Suang. Zhao Yuan's tone was resolute. Zhao Qiming could only sigh helplessly and shake his head. In the restricted zone, Lu Qiao surveyed the surroundings with a smile. As a member of the Yuntian Club, this was a rare opportunity. Last time in Suang, they had lost face because of the mycelium incident. Now was the perfect chance for revenge. Yi Su? Hu? Sure, they're strong, but they're still human, not gods, he calculated silently. After so many battles, how much strength could they possibly have left? And here we've gathered over 100 professionals. As Lu Qiao exchanged pleasantries with the others, he reminded himself, the twig assigned by the higher-ups must be secured, but he also needed to stay vigilant against these people with their own agendas. The surrounding crowd wore smiles and chimed in agreement. They were here not only to carry out the club's mission, but also for the chance to personally defeat the so-called strongest professional in the country. The thought of crushing such a powerful figure made their excitement grow. The rewards promised by the higher-ups were too tempting, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. At this moment, Yi Su was no longer the awe-inspiring figure he once was. We must get that willow branch. Killing Yi Su is just a side task. Someone suddenly shouted. In an instant, the surroundings fell into a deathly silence. All eyes quickly focused, eventually locking onto the backpack behind Yi Su. From a distance, a corner of a willow branch could be seen poking out of the bag. So many people. Hu was startled and quickly glanced behind him. The beast horde was already dangerously close. He noticed a Siberian giant hamster with traces of blood from its last meal still clinging between its teeth. Damn it, what rotten luck. That cursed mutated Barrett's body was almost like a wall, towering 4 meters tall. Standing upright, it must be 6 or 7 meters. Good grief, this thing could easily bite a dinosaur to death. Enemies in front, beasts behind surrounded on all sides. There was no choice but to fight their way out. Everyone, raise your blades. Yi Su growled, charging without hesitation toward the line of professional fighters ahead. Because of the backpack, the number of enemies in front of him was overwhelming, piling up like a small mountain. Bam! Blood splattered everywhere. In an instant, the most brutal slaughter erupted, blades clashed, and the sounds of killing filled the air. Trap Yi Su in the forest. The beast horde will never come out. Lu Qiao shouted amidst the chaos, though he sneakily stayed on the sidelines. The cunning man used the commotion to find one of Guan Li's team members, engaging in combat with a convincing display. The forest's front line was as bloody as a battlefield. Drones flew overhead, capturing the scene and transmitting the footage back. Countless viewers were glued to their screens, watching the carnage unfold. The mist of blood spread, and even through the screen, the sheer ferocity of the battle was palpable. Yi Su showed no hesitation. His long blade was already drenched in blood. With a swift turn and swing, he split a professional fighter in two. Blood sprayed, staining Mo Xiaoyu's clothes red as she stood behind Yi Su, guarding his back with gritted teeth. Mo Xiaoyu's martial skills were exceptional. Her movements, as she unleashed her signature flower hand techniques, were graceful yet deadly. Equipped with specialized weapons on her hands, she deflected incoming attacks with precision, using her opponent's strength against them. Those who charged at her were left with broken bones and anguished screams. Hu wanted to assist, but he couldn't even break through Mo Xiaoyu's impenetrable defense. In this battle, Mo Xiaoyu allowed no one to stand behind Yi Su. In life-or-death situations, the rear was the most vulnerable to fatal strikes. She trusted no one, not even Hu, to secure that position. Her stance was unwavering. No one could take her place. The fight grew fiercer, the stench of blood thick in the air. The beast horde in the distance was on the verge of losing control, seemingly ready to abandon all reason and unleash their primal fury. Ahead, Yisu's relentless assault had nearly broken the professionals' line. The roars, wails, and screams of the beasts and fighters formed a chaotic, maddening symphony. Within Yisu's mind, a primal rage burned brightly, fueling his fighting spirit. With a furious roar, a wave of savage energy radiated from him. The blood-red glow of his blade descended like an unstoppable beast. At that moment, Yisu, drenched in blood, seemed to transform into a feral creature. His roar sent shockwaves through the hearts of everyone around him. When they looked up, they could almost see the phantom of a colossal beast looming behind Yisu, sweeping across the battlefield with an overwhelming presence. The aura of death and slaughter filled the air, as though a demon of carnage had emerged from the depths of hell. Yisu's emotions surged wildly. The second secret technique of the ape fist was ready to be unleashed. A formless power gathered within his blade, and his fury was about to explode. You think you can kill me here? Steal what's mine. Die. Yisu chuckled coldly, his anger condensing into raw power. The long blade in his hand seemed to come alive, responding to the wrath of his inner ape as it slashed forward with devastating force. You want to kill me? Yisu's mocking voice rang clear. A bunch of worthless trash. His taunt was like a spark igniting a powder keg. The professional fighters, enraged beyond reason, charged at him all at once. Just as Yisu had anticipated, they came at him en masse, and the bloody melee became inevitable. The reckoning had come. Yisu raised his blade high, and with another swing, his rage blade struck once more. Rage blade, cataclysm. As the blade descended, the forest quaked. Black and crimson energy swirled violently, carrying an unstoppable momentum that swept through the surroundings, devouring all enemies in its path. The crimson mist erupted again, as though the entire world had been torn apart. Screams of agony and roars of fury intertwined, creating a scene of utter devastation. Chuehu grew stronger through battles, thanks to an innate attribute subtly restrained by the official system. Yisu, however, carved his path in blood. His early confrontation with the harsh realities of the global profession became his greatest advantage, a reward born from his unyielding resolve. At this moment, the long blade in Yisu's hand swirled with black and crimson energy. With a single slash, a massive arc of blade light tore through the air. The sheer force of the attack was palpable, and those nearby could almost hear the sound of their own flesh being ripped apart. This large-scale AoE strike was devastating enough to suppress the entire battlefield. Behind him, the beast horde faltered under the earth-shattering blow. Instinctively, they halted, their steps hesitant despite the low, urging growls echoing from the depths of the Shinnon restricted zone. Fear held them back, for the figure before them exuded an aura of dominance akin to an untouchable king among beasts. The professional combatants present stood frozen in shock, the air thick with the metallic tang of blood and an overwhelming sense of dread. The promises of rewards that had enticed them now seemed utterly meaningless. Nothing mattered more than surviving. Lu Qiao swallowed hard, his throat dry, as he cautiously began to retreat. This operation was supposed to exploit a weakened Yisu and his companions, a calculated ambush. Yet the Yisu before them now was far more terrifying than during the martial trials. His strength had reached an unparalleled level. Without deploying official-grade lethal weaponry, the equipment and skills of those present were utterly insufficient to challenge him. Suddenly, Lu Qiao turned and fled, his abrupt action triggering a chain reaction. Like a spark igniting dry tinder, the other professionals, still paralyzed by shock, broke into a panicked retreat. Faced with the imminent threat of death, they made the only logical choice. Don't stop. Keep killing. Yisu's voice rang out, cold and unyielding. He understood the implications of this moment. Ever since the leaders signed that document, the priority had been clear: civilization above all else, with everything else secondary. In this climate, countless schemes and motives had emerged: assassinations, power struggles, plunder, conspiracies, scapegoating, and monopolies. But Yisu, who was on the verge of exchanging his achievements for influence in Suzhou and Hangzhou, wanted to deliver a clear message. Anyone who dared to provoke him must be prepared to pay with their life. The letter from the future had warned that in the early stages, the greatest threats would come from flora and fauna. Yet as time progressed, especially into the middle and later stages, humans would undoubtedly become the most formidable challenge. Yisu pondered this, finding the future version of himself oddly understated in his warnings. Yisu, Chuehu's astonished cry echoed across the battlefield. He was someone who prioritized the bigger picture, and at this time, professionals were extremely valuable. Don't be the nice guy, Yisu said firmly. Don't forget, if the global professions continue, the world will inevitably descend into chaos. Chuehu was momentarily stunned, but then nodded slowly. While he lacked Yisu's level of maturity, he never shied away from growth. The slaughter on the battlefield continued. Yisu moved like the Grim Reaper, harvesting lives with every precise and lethal strike of his sword. Even those professionals who fled into the synthetic brigade's camp for refuge were not spared, meeting their end at his hand. The soldiers in the camp watched in shock, their eyes reflecting the stark realization of the vast gap between professionals and ordinary people. In just half an hour, every professional who had come to seize the opportunity had fallen under Yisu's blade. The beast horde at the front line stirred uneasily, but dared not cross the line. Drenched in blood, Yisu stood at the edge of the camp, his gaze fixed on the shadowy figures at the front line. From deep within the Shinnong restricted zone, distant roars echoed in his ears. Roar all you want. Someday, I'll drag you out and slaughter you, Yisu muttered under his breath. Then, turning to Cui Hu and the others, he said, it's done. Let's prepare to head back. The soldiers brought clean water, and the group began washing the blood off their bodies. Guan Li and the others were still trembling slightly. This battle had truly pushed them to their limits. Fortunately, the enemy's focus had been on Yisu. Otherwise, the team might have suffered casualties. All right, Cui Hu responded. What about the willow branch? Yisu grinned. I'll take it to Suang. Have Director Zhang fly over. After a moment of thought, Cui Hu nodded. Got it. And so, the two went their separate ways. On the return flight, Imo Xiaoyu finally exhaled a sigh of relief, though the harrowing scenes of the day still replayed in her mind. Xiaoyu. Yisu suddenly spoke. Yes, Captain Yi, she asked. You did well today. Imo Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned before breaking into a smile. Thank you. This support-focused professional, who valued recognition, was gradually earning Yisu's approval. After reassuring Imo Xiaoyu, Yisu lightly patted his backpack and fell into deep thought. He had originally planned to develop quietly, but now he found himself drawn into increasingly complex secrets, even touching on the latest plans of desire breaking apart to reignite the spark of hope. Wow, is this really how the future will unfold? Yisu rubbed his temples. I'm feeling a bit lost. Where's the next letter from the future? I need answers. Xia was a land of extraordinary talent, with shrewd and calculating leaders. Undoubtedly, someone influential was orchestrating a grand scheme, and Yisu's abilities alone were insufficient to see through it. To avoid being manipulated, he needed the guidance provided by the future letters. However, when the next letter would arrive remained uncertain. By the time the plane landed in Suang, it was already nighttime. Yisu personally delivered the backpack to the research institute. On the way, he noticed numerous street vendors selling roses. Captain Yi, tomorrow's Valentine's Day, Imo Xiaoyu reminded him. Oh right, today is February 13th. Spring had arrived over 10 days ago, yet it felt like a lifetime. To the residents of Suang, though, life carried on as usual, celebrating holidays, going to work. Yet, one couldn't help but wonder how long this peace would last. The future was inevitable. At the entrance of the Suang Research Institute, Li Qing and Zhang Xinzhong were waiting for Yisu's arrival. Zhang Xinzhong rubbed his aching lower back, his face tinged with worry. You see, that kid is starting to distrust the capital. Li Qing let out a helpless sigh. Isn't that exactly what those above want to see? Is the future really this bleak? They're raising a monster. Zhang Xinzhong's expression suddenly turned grave. Perhaps even worse, Li Qing said, his gaze heavy. Have you seen the latest satellite cloud images? The next storm could hit at any moment, and who knows what will happen. If the upheaval continues or intensifies, then all of this will be worth it. Before Li Qing could finish his sentence, a car slowly approached. Yisu stepped out, clutching a backpack tightly. Director, I've got it. No sooner had he spoken than the surrounding area was filled with watchful, prying eyes. Yisu remained unfazed, his gaze sharp as a blade, instantly intimidating those who dared to stare. When Li Qing reached out for the backpack, Yisu pulled it back slightly. Let's be clear, this achievement stays within the Suang Research Institute, he said, casting a meaningful glance at Zhang Xinzhong. I'll assist with the research, but I won't replicate the results. Zhang Xinzhong nodded in agreement. As long as Suang supplies us when the time comes, that's fine. Director Zhang, Yisu said gravely. I don't care about taking credit for TSIT. It was sanctioned from above, after all. But this? I risked my life to get it. It belongs to me. After receiving Zhang Xinzhong's assurance, Yisu finally handed the backpack to Li Qing. In return, Li Qing handed him a tablet before hurrying into the lab with Zhang Xinzhong. Yisu glanced down at the tablet, growing more astonished the longer he looked. It granted him top-level access to the entire research institute, including all laboratories, networks, and power systems. He tested it with his fingerprint, discovering not only the ability to modify permissions, but also the option to lock full control under his name. This meant that if he wished, he could take complete control of the institute. There's something even more binding than moral coercion, shared interests, Yisu murmured with a shake of his head. In the days that followed, Yisu rarely left his quarters, fully immersed in honing his skills. Meanwhile, Black Tiger and his guards secured the institute tightly, often seeking Yisu's guidance on combat techniques for professionals. Yisu taught them without reservation, and although Black Tiger's talent was average, he made steady progress. Additionally, Black Tiger brought some confidential updates from military channels. Zhao Yuan had taken a significant number of Suhong's professional fighters with him. The Zhao family had liquidated their assets and completely left Suong. The capital expressed strong dissatisfaction with Yisu's act of blocking the Suong Research Institute's network and repeatedly pressured for the blockade to be lifted. Meanwhile, the investigation team sent by the Magic City suffered devastating losses in the Shinnong Forbidden Zone, with nearly the entire team wiped out. According to survivors, the Willow King had ventured deep into the Forbidden Zone, leaving no trace of its whereabouts. Significant discoveries were made during the military's contact with king-level life forms in the Shinnong Forbidden Zone. Certain unique plants did indeed develop rudimentary consciousness during their mutations, although this consciousness remained in a nascent and vague state. As the next mutation reign approached, an unprecedented talent war erupted across major cities. Both professionals and ordinary people became highly sought-after targets for recruitment. Yisu observed this frenzy with interest. At this moment, every region of Xia was actively preparing for the imminent global arrival of professional awakenings. Internationally, the situation was becoming clearer. Beyond the traditional privileged classes and superhero systems, numerous financial conglomerates were secretly recruiting professionals on a large scale. Recently, Suhong's security department intercepted a mysterious individual from South America attempting to deliver a letter to Yisu. The Black Tiger handed the English letter to Yisu, but due to a language barrier, Yisu temporarily set it aside, unread. At this time, Mo Xiaoyu had completed arranging for her family's relocation and, following Yisu's earlier suggestion, brought them to a safe area. Seeing Yisu busy at the research institute, she joined the research efforts and also helped translate the recruitment letter. Yisu remained non-committal about its contents. As a support class professional, Mo Xiaoyu's abilities had significantly improved. Unlike other professionals who wasted time, she focused on mastering martial arts and honing her skills through combat. She had now developed considerable self-defense capabilities. With the help of spiritual medicine, her physical attributes had reached 20 points. While organizing his thoughts, Yisu quietly analyzed his current bottleneck. After breaking through as a transcendent, he initially planned to continue enhancing himself with spiritual medicine, but found it ineffective. This was clearly not a personal issue, but a limitation imposed by the quality of spiritual medicine brought about by the spring rhinate could only raise attributes to a maximum of 20 points. To surpass this threshold, higher quality spiritual medicine would be required, likely only appearing after the next mutation. The next reign mentioned by Li Qing was imminent, and the entire world seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. Yisu was no exception, as it was closely tied to his unique advantage. Taking a deep breath, he decided to temporarily focus on cultivating the Taishin Sutra, the Taisho Sutra, and exploring the new discoveries about the hard ape. Meanwhile, tensions ran high during a top-level meeting in the capital. The Suong Research Institute's decision to withdraw from the National Research Network caused an uproar, especially during such a critical phase of the enhancement potion's development. Many viewed this as a betrayal and argued that research findings should be shared. However, the governor sharply pointed out, if it were truly for the benefit of the nation and its people, why did Yisu and his team face an ambush in the Shinnong Forbidden Zone? This question plunged the room into silence. Ultimately, the leader announced that the Meteorological Bureau predicted the arrival of the critical rain tomorrow and urged all parties to prepare accordingly before adjourning the meeting. The research on the enhancement serum had reached its final stage. Li Qing and Zhang Zhenzhong, dressed in full protective gear, were in the laboratory surrounded by various test tubes and extraction equipment. They had experimented with countless formulas during this time, and each failure brought them closer to the truth. The final result was shocking. The so-called enhancement serum was essentially based on a devouring mechanism. It was synthesized using extracts from mutated plants and the essence of flesh and blood from mutated creatures, creating a high-energy serum. This serum had the ability to strongly stimulate the human body, unlocking potential, breaking conventional limits, and pushing ordinary individuals toward becoming professionals. The principle was simple yet brutal. Devour the vitality of plants and animals to enhance human vitality. At its core, it was a process of consumption and release. The Willow King is very interested in the flesh and blood of professionals, isn't it? Li Qing suddenly looked up from his work, speaking through his protective mask, while swirling a tube of dark liquid in his hand. Yes, but why bring that up now? Zhang Zhenzhong replied without looking up, his hands busy extracting the vibrant green juice from the leaves of the blade mountain grass. Big fish eat little fish eat shrimp, and shrimp eat algae. Li Qing spoke slowly. Now, they're trying to eat humans. And we. He swirled the test tube again, the liquid inside glinting eerily under the light. We're figuring out how to eat them. Don't you think this is fate? Rather than fate, I'd call it the food chain. Zhang Xinzhong said as he adjusted the parameters on the extraction equipment. It's like the Cambrian period, when organisms evolved to become stronger in order to survive. How do you become stronger? By being able to consume everything else. This is just a replay of events from hundreds of millions of years ago, my dear directorly. To avoid being consumed, we must become even stronger. He looked up. I'm done on my side. How about you? I'm ready too. Carefully, the two men mixed the liquids from their respective test tubes. The golden and dark liquids reacted upon contact, gradually merging like a classic redox reaction. Eventually, they transformed into a colorless, transparent liquid. The moment the colorless serum formed, a strange aroma filled the air. Both Li Qing and Zhang Xinzhong involuntarily felt their throats tighten as their bodies responded with an almost primal hunger. We did it. We succeeded. Zhang Xinzhong nearly shouted, his voice brimming with exhilaration. What time is it? February 18th, 2035, 11:43 p.m. Record the time. Seal the serum. On it, without any clinical trials or additional verification, the two unequivocally concluded that their serum was a success. The overwhelming, primal response from their bodies was undeniable evidence. I was only responsible for extracting the Blade Mountain grass juice. You handled the Willow King's liquid, right? Hey, race the experiment log. Zhang Xinzhong handed over a data record. I can confirm that I don't know the full formula, correct? Li Qing nodded, his meticulousness as a researcher evident in every detail. All right, I'm heading out. Zhang Xinzhong removed his protective suit. I know mass production is still a way off. But remember, the capital must get priority access. I know. He'll discuss it with Yi Su. Li Qing replied as he carefully stored the test tube. Of course, the capital will need to provide something of equal value in return. Fair enough. Zhang Xinzhong left the laboratory, passing through a security checkpoint where Black Tiger security personnel thoroughly inspected his belongings. Only after confirming there was nothing suspicious was he allowed to leave. The security measures had become this stringent. This wasn't an order from Yi Su, but a directive from the Suang military camp. Upon learning about the enhancement serum, the stationed army was so desperate to protect the research facility that they practically wanted to form a human wall around it. The political factionalism above was becoming increasingly clear. The Suang military camp was eager to secure leverage for itself, and the enhancement serum was undoubtedly a critical bargaining chip. A group of strategists had already drafted what appeared to be a reasonable contract, insisting that Yi Su provide them with the serum as soon as possible. In exchange, they were willing to offer valuable resources. After every special rain, clusters of glowing resources appear like treasure chests. At this moment, although the contract had expired, Yi Su still hadn't given a response. Zhang Xinzhong left without showing any dissatisfaction, which was just as expected after all. Every city now prioritized its own interests. Time was running out, and the next rain was imminent. Zhang Xinzhong had no choice but to leave. In such an uncertain situation, any hesitation could mean losing the opportunity to act. In the laboratory, Li Qing walked out holding a tightly sealed case of reagents. Yi Su, his voice pierced the silence. Seated cross-legged on the ground, Yi Su immediately opened his eyes. Is it done? It's done. This is a sample. What's your plan for it? Li Qing lightly tapped the case in his hands as he asked. Yi Su initially considered testing it on someone, or even trying it himself, but at that moment, an intense premonition surged through him. What time is it now? February 2025. According to the lunar calendar, tomorrow is the second solar term, rainwater, which means about 10 minutes from now. All right, Director, please keep this reagent safe for now. I have something to take care of. Yi Su turned to the side. Hey Hu, have the guards load their weapons. The Suang base camp should agree with this decision. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the crisp sound of bullets being chambered echoed around. Without waiting for a response from Li Qing or Hey Hu, Yi Su surged forward, his blood energy bursting as he left. That familiar feeling came again, just as strong as when he received his first letter from the future. To be cautious, Yi Su decided to head back to the rooftop of his residence. At that moment, his phone vibrated wildly. It was a nationwide announcement from the Daxia government, pushed through technical means. In fact, the message had started an hour ago, but the lab's signals had been blocked by Hey Hu. Yi Su quickly checked his phone. The message informed the public about the peculiar nature of the upcoming rain. Exposure to it might turn people into professionals. In just a matter of days, professionals had gained widespread fame, but the process of their creation remained unreplicable. The moment this official announcement was released, it caused an uproar across the nation. On the streets, rooftops, even on tree branches, crowds of people gathered eagerly. Most wore only a single down jacket, seemingly ready to shed it the moment the rain began to connect directly with the mysterious downpour. Excited conversations rippled through the crowd. What's there to fear? This could be our chance to become professionals. Yi Su rushed back home and headed straight to the rooftop platform. From there, he could overlook the entire Suang region. Just then, his phone rang. It was Mo Xiaoyu. Captain Yi, did you get the message? Should I go out in the rain? I'm already a professional, but some people are saying the rain can help break through the 20-point physical limit. Yisu suspected it was just a rumor, but wasn't sure. Don't hang up yet. Hold on. He glanced at the time 11:59 p.m. Taking a deep breath, Yisu raised his hand, and suddenly, a letter appeared between his fingers. A letter from the future. It seemed to materialize out of thin air. Clamping the phone between his neck and shoulder, Yisu quickly tore open the envelope. At that exact moment, thunder roared, lightning streaked across the sky, and rain began to fall. Yisu unfolded the letter, and the first line leapt out at him. Rainwater, rainwater. If you get caught in the rain again, you'll get sick. His pupils contracted sharply, but it was too late. Damn it. Yisu shifted the letter and phone into one hand. With the other, he clenched his fist like iron and struck the ground with lightning speed. A deafening boom echoed as the rooftop platform shattered. Using the momentum, he dropped through the broken hole into the second-floor living room. He twisted his body swiftly to avoid the rainwater pouring in from above and quickly spoke into the phone. Stay out of the rain. On the other end of the call, there was a flurry of panicked noises. Mo Xiaoyu, who had always relied heavily on Yisu, had been anxiously awaiting news from him. Hearing his warning, she immediately stopped her family from venturing into the rain and quickly took shelter under the eaves herself. Call Black Tiger and the others. Tell them to stay out of the rain as well, Yisu added. Got it. Mo Xiaoyu replied without hesitation. Yisu ended the call and casually tossed the phone onto the sofa. He then focused his attention on the letter in his hand. It read, Humans always assume all benefits belong to them, such greed. This rain is meant for other creatures. It will last for 15 days, until the next solar term arrives. For professionals, the rain poses no harm, but ordinary people will inevitably fall seriously ill. The letter continued. Let me summarize the current situation for you. This letter will be longer than usual, and I couldn't resist a bit of complaining. Shuang, known for its exceptional talent and beauty, has birthed numerous extraordinary figures. The infinite Empress Jingyu, the rain summoner Mo Xiaoyu, the medicine master Li Qing, and others. The infinite Empress is presumed to have fallen, and her core overlimit artifact has come into your possession. Both the rain summoner and the medicine master are aligned with official forces. I suggest maintaining good relations with them, as future large-scale wars will demand mutual support. Regarding the rain's after-effects, the letter mentioned the phenomenon of fish transformation, though the authorities had measures in place. In the imperial capital, powerful individuals would acquire branches of the Willow King tree to craft strengthening potions. While the supply would be limited, it would increase the number of professionals. In the sea-cleaving battle 10 days from now, numerous sea demons would be slain at major coastal areas, and their blood would serve as the antidote to fish transformation. This rainy season would confine ordinary people indoors, leaving only professionals able to move freely. The letter advised Yisu to lie low for the time being, but emphasized that participation in the sea-cleaving battle was a must. Compared to subsequent solar terms, the periods of spring commencement and rainfall were relatively mild, but disasters would intensify, making every ounce of strength invaluable. At this point, Yisu rubbed his temples. The global mutations weren't subsiding. They were growing increasingly dire. Phrases like preserve living forces hinted at the imminent arrival of a species-wide war. Suddenly, a realization struck him. This wasn't a time paradox, it was an entirely new timeline. While his future self couldn't benefit from the changes made now, it had still left guidance for his current self along the original timeline. A cold smile played on Yisu's lips. Mo Xiaoyu, Li Qing? In this timeline, they were already part of his forces, not some official faction. As for Jingyu, the original protagonist of Destiny, he had dealt with her in advance. Now he was the true, chosen one. Taking a deep breath, Yisu continued reading the rest of the letter. After the major event, the time for opportunities has arrived. This rainfall was specifically meant for aquatic creatures, so most of the upcoming opportunities will be water-related. Following the Great Battle, the medicine master Li Qing will utilize the corpses of the fish demons to refine various enhancement potions. As a reward for slaying the fish demons, you can exchange their remains for these potions. Next comes the legendary martial essence. 3 days later, on Dongting Lake, a giant soft-shelled turtle will come ashore and cause trouble. After slaying it, you'll find a piece of martial essence inside its stomach. With this martial essence and your achievements in slaying demons, you can exchange them for the Taisho Sutra, held by a formidable figure in the imperial capital, one of the 3 most powerful scriptures during these 3 solar terms. The other 2 scriptures are in the possession of Jingyu and a strong man from the far east of the Mao family. I will arrange for you to obtain the martial essence later. Once the 3 scriptures are combined, your power will increase significantly. Next is the heavenly source fruit. 7 days from now, chaos will erupt in the Shinnong Forbidden Zone, and a king-level creature, the dragon wolf, will escape severely injured and on the brink of death. Killing it will grant you the heavenly source fruit. This rare spiritual item has the miraculous ability to absorb powers. After consuming it, You will become the only being in the world capable of devouring skills and transforming them into secret techniques. With the Taisho Sutra and the heavenly source fruit, your rise is inevitable. Besides these, there are some opportunities that are not recommended to pursue. For instance, after the rise of the oceans, global marine forces suffered heavy losses. On its return journey, the Silent Wide vessel encountered a king-level dragon whale. If you manage to hunt this dragon whale, the rewards will be substantial. Additionally, there will be merfolk appearing in the Pacific Ocean, destined to become the royal family of the sea clans. If you have sufficient influence and can persuade Xia to send a mushroom bomb, they might become your allies. Lastly, there's the extremely rare evolved form of a sea serpent, the Jiao. On the 14th day, the Jiao will appear in the Yellow Sea. If you can convince Xia to pay the price, you might be able to uncover the secrets of king-level creatures from the Jiao. I will elaborate on the secrets of king-level creatures in the future. There will be an opportunity during the awakening of insects solar term. For now, this is all I can reveal. Yisu, you must remember to always strive to grow stronger. The next solar term awakening of insects will mark the beginning of disaster. The letter began to fade, gradually disappearing. Yisu rubbed his temples and let out a bitter laugh. So this is how it's going to be, he muttered to himself. Ordinary people would be sidelined during this phase, and the rainfall would bring immense challenges, overwhelming the current medical system. Although the letter from the future mentioned an antidote, casualties seemed inevitable. The increasingly harsh future filled him with deep anxiety. Yet, he knew the true cruelty was yet to come. His future self advised him to gather strength, both in personal power and in the influence of Xia. These forces would play a crucial role in the challenges ahead. His future self seemed quite pessimistic, but fortunately, he had already broken through this assumption. During this beginning of spring phase, he had inadvertently made significant changes. The enhancement potions were now capable of mass production, and both the Taishan Sutra and Taisho Sutra were in his possession. Mo Xiaoyu and Li Qing were now under his command. These monumental changes were bound to alter the final outcome. Taking a deep breath, he stood up. With the knowledge of the future in hand, it was time to take action. First and foremost, it's about one's own strength. Li Qing calculated his plans in his mind. The martial essence in 3 days, the sky origin fruit in 7, these were resources he absolutely had to secure. But for now, there was a more urgent task at hand. Investigating whether the waters of Suang would give rise to fish demons due to this strange rainfall. These fish demons were not only the antidote for ordinary people, but also the key raw materials for mass-producing enhancement potions. With this in mind, he quickly made his way to the research institute. However, at that moment, a piercing scream shattered the night. Despite the swift reactions of both Mo Xiaoyu and Li Qing, it was too late to send out a nationwide alert. Countless people had already been exposed to the rain, believing it to be their only chance to gain the abilities of a professional. Little did they know the horrifying consequences it would bring. The entire Xia nation, and even the world, descended into chaos. Hospitals were overwhelmed with calls, and the medical system collapsed in an instant. Many doctors, seeing the torrential rain, dared not step outside, even in protective suits. Yet, as time passed, the duty to save lives eventually overcame fear, and Suhong's medical system began operating at full capacity. But it was still a drop in the ocean. Li Qing stood in the Research Institute's hall, staring at the devastation before him, his heart filled with despair. As a researcher, he understood all too well the catastrophic consequences this rain would bring. Humanity's order would collapse long before the mushroom's shelf life expired, plunging civilization into ruin. The hall was packed with warriors gritting their teeth in agony. They had been exposed to the rain and were now succumbing to its effects. Crystalline hardening began to emerge beneath their skin, as if fish scales were about to break through. He Hu, a professional, had been rushing back and forth in the rain, discovering that the water had no effect on him. He anxiously turned to Li Qing. The only hope now lay in the enhancement potions. If enough potions could be produced to elevate everyone to the level of an evolver, this disaster might be brought under control. But Li Qing knew this was impossible. The production capacity was far too limited, and the raw material reserves were critically insufficient. Holding the solution in his hands yet powerless to save the situation, he felt, for the first time, the profound scarcity of resources in Xia. At that moment, a voice suddenly broke the silence. I want to see the formula. Although He Hu instinctively tensed up, he quickly relaxed. It was Yisu. At Yisu's request, Li Qing led him into the research lab and explained the composition of the enhancement potion in detail. After an in-depth discussion, under Yisu's guidance, they reached an important conclusion. If they could locate higher evolved beasts, these might serve as substitutes for the original materials, directly enabling the production of enhancement potions. Upon reaching this conclusion, Li Qing immediately took steps to disseminate the information to research institutes across the nation. Meanwhile, Yisu left the institute on his own and traveled to West Lake in Suzhou and Hangzhou. In the early hours of the morning, a fine drizzle fell incessantly. The vast expanse of West Lake lay shrouded in silence. broken only by the sound of raindrops striking the water's surface. Suddenly, a faint glimmer on the lake caught Yisu's attention. Information from the future had proven to be uncannily accurate. In the lake, a group of ordinary fish was undergoing astonishing mutations. Under the influence of this peculiar rain, their bodies expanded visibly, growing to over a meter in length in mere moments. But this was only the beginning. The most striking changes first appeared in their mouths. Regardless of whether they were herbivorous or carnivorous, the fish began to develop menacing, sharp teeth. This was the instinct of evolution. When ecological roles were yet to be established, weaponry became the most crucial advantage. They were driven by an insatiable pursuit of power, stronger and even stronger. Once these mutated fish had developed bodies robust enough to wield their newfound weapons, they began seeking new sources of sustenance. The nutrients in the rainwater were no longer sufficient to satisfy them, so they resorted to the most direct means: cannibalism. Yisu watched the surface of the lake intently as a brutal slaughter unfolded beneath the water. Mutant fish, now over 2 meters long, tore into one another, and clouds of crimson blood spread through the water. The victors devoured the bodies of the vanquished, converting them into nutrients to fuel their own growth. It was a process as cruel as raising venomous creatures in a confined space. The heavy stench of blood pierced through the water's surface and filled the air. Yisu tilted his head slightly, realizing that this phenomenon was likely becoming the norm in water bodies across the nation. Fish were undergoing a ruthless evolution, transforming into something akin to aquatic demons. He waited patiently, anticipating the emergence of the ultimate victor. As time passed, the lake grew increasingly turbulent, and the stench of blood thickened. Then, suddenly, the surface of the lake felt eerily still. A strange, oppressive aura began to rise, sending a shiver down Yisu's spine. Is this demonic energy? Yisu wondered, but the answer soon revealed itself. With a deafening roar, the water erupted. A monstrous creature nearly 3 meters tall burst from the lake and landed firmly on the shore. Its form was a grotesque hybrid of fish and amphibian, resembling something out of a Lovecraftian nightmare. Its massive mouth, lined with jagged teeth, gaped open, while the thin membranes over its eyes retracted. Its gaze held a mix of bewilderment, like that of a newborn, and the savage ferocity of one who had devoured its kin. The newly born creature raised its head and sniffed the air, then suddenly turned sharply, its piercing eyes locking onto Yisu. Yisu exhaled slowly, his breath steady. At last, the fish had become a demon, and the time for his harvest had arrived. With a swift swing of his blade, the knife's energy nearly tore through the curtain of rain. The rain from the grain rain solar term was slightly chilly, but Yisu's rapidly circulating blood easily fended off the cold. However, the chill in his heart was far more piercing. A demon. Back at the Willow King, Yisu had already built a mental defense. Yet, when a completely new species with its own consciousness appeared en masse before his eyes, the shock was indescribable. Only now did he truly grasp how understated the words in the first letter were. The mutations in plants and animals are merely troublesome. The emergence of a new species meant inevitable war between groups. Humanity was no longer the sole conscious life form on Blue Star. But there was no time to dwell on this. The fish demon, having tasted blood, wouldn't give Yisu a moment to reflect. Roar! With a guttural growl, the fish demon staggered forward, charging straight at him. Its movements grew increasingly steady and agile as it advanced, rapidly adapting to moving on land. By the time it reached Yisu, it had fully outgrown its clumsy learning phase, moving with alarming dexterity. With a wet splash, the fish demon swung its mucus-covered hand, pulling out a massive spinal bone from its back. The surface of the bone was lined with jagged, crooked barbs. It was likely a trophy from its underwater battles, now repurposed as a weapon. The fishbone swung down with immense force. Yisu didn't back away, but instead raised his long blade to block it. Good, its combat power isn't overwhelming, Yisu thought, letting out a small sigh of relief. If a newly emerged fish demon already possessed overwhelming strength, humanity would be doomed. Boom! The fishbone clashed with the blade, producing a muffled sound. Yisu immediately pressed forward, his blade moving with precision as the violent aura of his heart ape technique began to seep out. This wasn't meant to be a drawn-out fight. Yisu was aiming for a swift victory. With a physique surpassing 20 points, he had more than enough confidence. The fish demon was quickly forced onto the defensive. As Yisu fought, he carefully assessed its attack patterns. Its physical strength was roughly at 20 points, but its agility and combat finesse were on an entirely different level. Its battle experience, however, was abysmal. If I go all out, I should be able to take it down in one strike, Yisu calculated internally. After testing a few moves, Yisu's blade moved like a shadow, instantly piercing vertically through the fish demon's throat and precisely severing its cervical spine. The strike was fatal. The fish demon opened its grotesque mouth wide, blood gushing out in torrents. A moment later, it collapsed lifelessly, dead on the spot. Yisu sheathed his blade and grabbed the fish demon's corpse, heading toward the research institute. The creature's skin had already shed its scales, and it weighed several hundred pounds. Though dragging it wasn't difficult for Yisu, the slimy texture was unpleasant to the touch. This rain will last for 15 days. No wonder the fish demons can move on land. Yisu analyzed as he examined the fish demon's skin. With this type of skin, sunlight would quickly dehydrate them. So once these 15 days are over, the fish demons likely won't come ashore anymore. Having reached a conclusion, Yisu hauled the fish demon's corpse to the Suang Research Institute. The institute was now bustling with more people, many of whom exuded vibrant life energy professionals. Even though this rain was an anomaly hostile to humanity, some had managed to surpass human limits and step into the ranks of professionals. Among them were familiar faces like Black Tiger and Mo Xiaoyu. As Yisu emerged from the rain, dragging the fish demon behind him, all eyes lit up. Indeed, to some extent, Yisu was the backbone of the group. Seeing him dragging that grotesque creature, the astonishment in everyone's eyes deepened. Li Qing, hearing the commotion, stepped out and stood in the hall, his gaze fixed intently on the fish demon. Yisu, is this our current enemy? Li Qing asked with a frown. Yisu swung his hand and tossed the fish demon into a corner of the hall. He spoke calmly. A fish from the water, rapidly mutated during this rain, began devouring its own kind until it turned into this. I've given it a name, fish demon. As he spoke, he glanced at Li Qing and continued. Director Li, this is your responsibility now. I'm looking forward to good news. Li Qing quickly gathered himself and called for people to move the fish demon's corpse into the lab. His hurried steps betrayed his eagerness to start the research. Meanwhile, He Hu and Mo Xiaoyu quietly approached, gathering around Yisu. Yisu. He Hu began. Right now, Suang is in utter chaos. Over 80 of the population has fallen ill. Thankfully, there haven't been any fatalities yet, but the situation is extremely unstable. Many people are spreading rumors about the end of the world. Suhong's officials are overwhelmed, and they've even requested reinforcements from the suburban military camp. The capital is also in disarray, with orders coming in all over the place. It's a tense situation, which brings us to the agreement signed by the leaders at the very beginning. In times of turmoil, only the upper echelons know who to listen to. Yisu nodded slightly and asked, what about the situation at the camp? How many people are sick? He Hu replied in a low voice, a lot, over 50. But even so, the remaining 50 are equipped and still have combat capability. Let them enter the city, Yisu said decisively. The fish demons have appeared, and there are likely to be more, especially in water-heavy areas. We must enforce strict monitoring. These creatures are extremely bloodthirsty and kill on sight. Understood. He Hu nodded and immediately turned to contact the camp. After He Hu left, Mo Xiaoyu stepped forward and spoke softly. Captain Yi, those people, they're the lucky ones. They got sick after being caught in the rain, but the sudden awakening counteracted their symptoms. Yisu appeared thoughtful, recalling the intense changes his body went through during his own awakening. By the way, has there been any contact from the officials? Yes, but there are fewer than 100 awakened individuals, Mo Xiaoyu continued. Out of a population of tens of millions, with over 80 exposed to the rain, the number of awakened individuals is barely 100. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. Yisu chuckled lightly, his gaze drifting to the gray, overcast sky outside the window. Awakening from the rain, what a stroke of luck. Suddenly, he paused and turned to He Hu. I know the camp will take action. After this rain, have there been any light clusters appearing? He Hu frowned slightly before answering. Yes, but not many. Nowhere near as many as during the beginning of spring. Most of the light clusters are concentrated in water-heavy areas. The camp has collected over a dozen so far. Yisu let out a cold laugh. Low resources, high natural disasters, damn. This rainy season is brutal. He paused, then continued, for now we wait. With so few light clusters, we can't accelerate the training of awakened individuals. Our priority is to wait for Li Qing to develop an antidote. Once we have an antidote, we can turn the tide. People who can move are the most important resource. Time crept on until the early hours of dawn, when the sky began to lighten. Finally, Li Qing emerged, dragging his exhausted body into the hall. Though he looked worn out, his eyes sparkled with excitement. It's a treasure trove. Yisu, that fish demon is an absolute treasure. Li Qing exclaimed excitedly. Li Qing felt a surge of excitement. It was as if the gloomy clouds had been swept away by the rain. He continued, its flesh and blood can be used to create enhancement potions. I've even developed a new formula. Although the enhancement effects of this new version aren't as strong as the first, the production process is much simpler. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke. What's more important is that I've extracted a special component from its fresh blood. This component can counteract the strange illness caused by the rain. In other words, this is the cure for the rain-induced disease. If we can collect a large number of fish demon corpses, then this disaster will no longer be a calamity, but an opportunity to build our foundation. Li Qing spoke at length, but inside, his emotions were a whirlwind of complexity. Every word he uttered felt like a thrilling revelation. Deep down, his heart trembled slightly, as everything seemed to align with the destiny theory he had proposed earlier that when there are two protagonists in the world, they must exist in a relationship of mutual opposition and dependency. The fish demons were not just a threat, they were also a tremendous opportunity. Yisu took a deep breath and calmly said, "Directorly, let's make a deal. What I'm about to say might sound a bit blunt." Li Qing froze for a moment, not fully understanding Yisu's intentions. Yisu glanced at him and continued, "We can purchase large quantities of fish demon corpses across the country and turn them into potions for sale. Once the new enhancement potion formula is fully developed, we can sell the formula itself. I don't know what the higher-ups in Xia think, but I need more resources, especially all kinds of resources." Li Qing fell into silent contemplation for a while before finally nodding. He had considered the idea of making the fish demon-related potion formulas public, as it could open up a massive market. However, he quickly realized that giving the formula to every research institute nationwide could lead to a significant decline in their research capabilities. If every city became an isolated island, the situation could spiral out of control. A flash of insight crossed his mind. Give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. Striking a delicate balance between individual and collective interests was crucial. He looked up at Yisu, took a deep breath, and said in a serious tone, "I understand your point. I'll take care of these matters from here on. You don't need to worry about it. Focus on advancing the production of the cure and the enhancement potions. We need more people to join this effort." Yisu nodded. "All right, I'll leave it to you." The morning light still struggled to pierce through the gray clouds, yet the news of the disaster had already spread rapidly across the globe. After a few hours of chaos, Xia began to regain its composure and sought ways to respond. At this critical moment, the Suang Research Institute announced that they had developed a solution capable of both detoxifying and producing enhancement potions, a much-needed beacon of hope. Cities across the country scrambled to contact Suang upon learning that they required a large number of fish demon corpses. Many research institutes, initially unaware of what fish demons were, quickly became informed. By 9 a.m., all cities with water systems were under attack by fish demons. Casualties mounted rapidly, and professional fighters rose to the challenge. Nearly every professional joined the front lines, engaging in fierce battles against the fish demons. By 3 p.m., the first batch of fish demon corpses was airlifted to the Suang Research Institute. The production lines at the Suhang Research Institute operated around the clock. Amid the constant rumble of machinery, antidotes and enhancement serums were being manufactured in abundance. These antidotes allowed ordinary people to no longer fear the onslaught of rainwater, leading to the gradual recovery of the workforce. Suhang City, once paralyzed, began to revive with new vitality. With increased productivity, more antidotes and enhancement serums were being distributed to various regions. By 2 a.m. the next day, the situation seemed promising, with cities gradually returning to normal operations. However, a far greater threat suddenly emerged: a coordinated attack by sea monsters on coastal cities. Unlike the relatively weaker aquatic demons, these creatures from the deep sea were the true nightmare. The military was deployed urgently, establishing a steel defensive line along the coastline. Heavy artillery roared continuously. Yet, within just 20 hours, the situation took a drastic turn for the worse. It wasn't due to the lack of firepower, but rather the sheer impossibility of defending the expansive coastline fully. The battle soon devolved into a protracted tug-of-war. On the third day of the reign, Yisu stared at the latest battle reports, his brow furrowed. What was even more unsettling was the sudden retreat of the previously aggressive sea monster horde. This behavior completely contradicted the primal instincts of wild beasts. It suggested the emergence of a ruler among famous sea king. This discovery made the situation even more dire, as it not only indicated the development of intelligence among the sea monsters, but also hinted at the formation of a nascent civilization. "This mutation is happening way too fast," Li Qing said, his hands trembling slightly as he read the report. "It's like compressing tens of thousands of years of evolution into just a few days." "This is just the beginning," Yisu responded. "What's the status of our warships?" "They're accelerating their return to port," Li Qing replied. "All maritime routes have been closed. After the primitive forests on land, it seems the oceans are now becoming another no-go zone for humanity." "Summon Black Tiger. I need to make a trip to Dongting," Yisu finally ordered. Li Qing looked concerned. With the constant rain, the vast Dongting Lake isn't a place to take lightly. The authorities have no choice but to designate certain uncontrollable areas as restricted zones. Dongting has practically become one of them. "Stop asking questions. Tell the Suhang camp to prepare an aircraft," Yisu said as he dialed Mo Xiaoyu. In this rain-drenched season, as the rain summoner, she was bound to encounter an important opportunity. She shouldn't be confined to staying at home. On the plane, Yisu habitually analyzed the current situation. While the resurgence of the sea demons was imminent, a large-scale assault was unlikely to occur anytime soon. The reason was evident. These sea demons had only recently emerged, and their powers were still unstable. The stronger individuals were in the process of establishing their ecological hierarchy, which would take time. The letter also mentioned that merfolk might appear in the Pacific, indicating that the ecological order of the sea demons would not stabilize quickly. Once their hierarchy was established, whether they would launch an attack would depend on which leader emerged as dominant, and whether they had the motivation to instigate a war. Therefore, during this brief window of calm, it was crucial to seize every opportunity. The situation at Dongting Lake was no longer just a rumor. The rain had been incessant, and the lake was now filled to capacity, nearly covering most of the surrounding area, restoring Dongting's size to its historic 800-li expanse. The letter mentioned that killing the giant turtle there would yield a martial marrow. Additionally, apart from the Tai Xian Jing and Tai Shou Jing, Maozi had another scripture that was rumored to have the potential for a three-known fusion. Once the martial marrow was obtained, leveraging the influence of Suzhou and Hangzhou might enable establishing official contact with Maozi's side. The effects of this potential fusion were uncertain, but it was clear that it would be immensely powerful. After determining his next steps, Yisu began to introspect. Following the arrival of the rains and breaking past the 20-point physique threshold, his cultivation progress had noticeably accelerated. Others were also improving, albeit slowly, while he was nearing the 24-point mark. Although there was still a significant gap to the limit, his progress was remarkable compared to the beginning. With the assistance of the Tai Xian Jing and Tai Shou Jing, his cultivation speed had increased significantly. Unfortunately, while the treasure chest from the rain yielded some spiritual herbs, these herbs could not be effectively utilized by practitioners at their current stage. At most, they could enhance their physique to 20 points, leaving further advancement reliant on personal cultivation. Yisu sighed inwardly. Humanity still lacked a rain specifically meant for its own evolution. The key question was when such a rain would arrive. If humanity were to receive its own rain, the pace of human evolution would undoubtedly experience a massive leap forward. Meanwhile, Li Qing continued to make significant contributions. Research on enhancement potions was progressing smoothly. The Type 1 potion could neutralize the negative effects of the rain and provide slight physical enhancement, with the potential for users to evolve into practitioners after consuming 10 doses. Its production capacity was vast, capable of meeting large-scale demand. The Type 2 potion incorporated materials from king-level creatures, offering effects comparable to first-tier spiritual herbs and significantly enhancing practitioners' physiques, though its supply remained limited. The Type 3 potion, Li Qing's crowning achievement, boasted effects on par with the Yedobisine's second-tier spiritual herbs. It could have a substantial impact on practitioners with 20-point physiques. However, its production was extremely scarce, with only a dozen bottles manufactured so far. Though its practical application was constrained, its value was immeasurable. Yisu held a bottle of the Type 3 potion in his hand, gently shaking it. This enhancement potion relied on extracts from the Willow King's branches, making its production rare, but its potential was immense. Once official contact with Maozi's side was established, this potion would undoubtedly play a pivotal role in the future. It was evident that the rapid mutation of flora and fauna was driving humanity's accelerated development. The embryonic form of practitioner civilization was gradually taking shape through the relentless efforts of a dedicated few. Li Qing also mentioned that if not for the ongoing relentless rain, the top officials of Xia had already planned to implement martial arts training courses for students. With the support of martial arts classes and enhancement potions, the professionalization of future practitioners will become increasingly standardized. Unfortunately, the continuous rainfall has hindered the implementation of many policies. Staring at the rain streaking across the cabin window, Yisu thought to himself that only if the number 1 enhancement potion from Suong could be quickly distributed nationwide could the impact of this rain truly be mitigated. Captain Yi, we've arrived. Mo Xiaoyu's voice interrupted his train of thought. Yisu returned to reality, his gaze landing on the temporary camp and the airport ahead. During the early stages of global professionalization, Daxia had established countless temporary camps and airfields. Initially prepared for the possibility of world wars, these facilities now played a crucial role in the context of global professionalization. The person in charge of Xinjiang province had been waiting and immediately stepped forward to greet him as Yisu disembarked. Mr. Yi, welcome. Yisu noticed something off in the man's expression, frowning slightly. Fish demons? The straightforward question left the man momentarily stunned, but he quickly connected the dots to Xinjiang's current situation and nodded. Yes, fish demons. They're behaving very strangely here in Xinjiang. As he spoke, he led Yisu toward a large camp nearby, preparing to provide a detailed report. The moment Yisu entered the camp, steam began to rise from his body as the rain-soaked clothes on him quickly dried under the heat generated by his body. After surpassing the 20-point physical constitution threshold, Yisu's body temperature regulation had improved significantly. He could even control his blood flow to adjust his temperature, making drying his clothes a trivial task. Explain the situation in detail, Yisu said, cutting straight to the point. The man in charge wiped the water droplets from his glasses, put them back on, and spread out a map. Here, take a look at the water system. Xiangjiang's water system was extensive, with Daunting Lake channeling a significant amount of water from the Yangtze River. The man traced a route along the waterways with his finger, explaining, a large number of fish demons have gathered together. They're being led by an enormous turtle-like demon and are moving en masse downstream. We've analyzed their retethery heading toward the sea. He continued with a grave expression. If they were merely heading to the sea, it wouldn't be as concerning. But the sheer number of fish demons is overwhelming. Everywhere they pass, they cause disturbances, creating immense pressure on defenses and raising the risk of flooding. Xiangjiang has already reported the situation. The military is being mobilized, and many professionals are on their way. However, the turtle-like demon leading them is incredibly powerful. Whether to defend or attack has left everyone at a loss. The situation was clearly laid out, but Yisu frowned. Why not just use missiles to take them out? No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Hui's voice came through his earpiece. Whenever Yisu went on missions, he would notify Zhang Hui to provide informational support from the rear. Yisu, missiles and similar weapons are temporarily unusable, Zhang Hui said, his tone measured. High-energy explosives. Right. The power of firearms is rapidly diminishing. Unless new materials are discovered, in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks. Yisu's eyes sharpened. In 2 weeks, it'll be Jingzha. Damn it, the situation is getting worse. He turned to the man in charge, his tone resolute. Lead the way. Take me to see where these fish demons are now. The giant turtle leading them must be that big soft-shelled turtle. I can't let this opportunity slip away. Understood. The man in charge's face lit up with relief. A person's reputation precedes them. If Yisu was willing to step in, other professionals would undoubtedly follow. After all, when someone takes the lead, others are more likely to join in. The situation in the capital is dire. Since Zhang Hui's report, the combustion efficiency of gunpowder has been steadily declining, indicating a severe disruption in fundamental physical principles. Although this anomaly has also affected the field of nuclear energy, the rate of gunpowder degradation is far more alarming. Missile ranges are shrinking by the day, and their power is diminishing rapidly, leading to internal disagreements within the military. Some radical officers slammed their fists on the table, proposing, launch the nukes now. While the nuclear warheads can still detonate, fire them all. This suggestion was too extreme, and the more rational faction immediately opposed it. Radiation will lead to even more catastrophic mutations. Using nukes is nothing but drinking poison to quench thirst. Adding to the crisis, the sudden torrential rain has worsened the overall situation dramatically. The person in charge of the Xiangjiang region drove with Yisu along the waterways. Soon, Mo Xiaoyu witnessed a spine-chilling scene in the Xiangjiang basin. He gasped in shock. Oh my god! The river stretched for kilometers, and the surface was teeming with countless fish demons, moving downstream like a living carpet along the waterway. The sheer scale of this demon tide was enough to make anyone's skin crawl. Initially, we didn't want to intervene, the official said in a low voice. If they wanted to go to the sea, we figured we should let them. But as their numbers kept growing, they began to disturb the areas they passed through. Flooding is something we can handle, but if they start feeding... His voice trailed off. This was clearly a case of wishful thinking. Daunting Lake has always been rich in aquatic resources, so the presence of large numbers of fish demons should have been noticed early on. If they had reported this sooner, higher authorities might have considered using nuclear weapons to reduce their numbers. Even if it was a desperate measure, it would have addressed the immediate crisis. But now, the situation no longer allowed for such a solution. Cities are built along waterways, making it impossible to deploy nuclear weapons. This reluctance to trouble higher-ups would only lead to an even greater disaster. The Xiangjiang authorities were quietly mobilizing personnel while desperately seeking assistance. Unexpectedly, Yisu from Suang arrived uninvited at this critical moment. Have you reported this to the capital yet? Yisu asked bluntly. Not yet. The official stammered. Yisu raised an eyebrow. Seriously? Clearly, the Xiangjiang side hoped to resolve the issue on their own, especially since the city was already garrisoned by military forces. However, given the current state of affairs, don't delay, and stop overthinking it. Report it to the capital immediately, Yisu said firmly. If these fish demons come ashore to hunt and feed, it'll be a complete disaster. What was initially thought to be an isolated action by a giant soft-shell turtle turned out to be the prelude to a massive demon tide. If such a large number of fish demons came ashore without sufficient defensive forces in place, the entire city would be devoured. The Xiangjiang official finally had no choice but to report the situation to the capital. The response was swift and scathing. The capital lambasted him thoroughly. But scolding aside, the issue still needed to be addressed. Large numbers of troops were urgently deployed, accompanied by a significant contingent of professional combatants. In a temporary riverside tent, Chui Hu greeted Yisu. Hey, Yisu. You're here too. Yisu asked in surprise. Logically, Chui, who should have been stationed in the capital for defense duties at this time. We were rushed here. Chui, who explained with a shake of his head. Places like Qinghai, Poyang, and Taihu reported their situations early on. Like the coastal cities, they engaged the threats immediately and have stabilized now. But who would have thought that Dongting would have such a problem? The timing couldn't be worse. Our firepower was much stronger a few days ago than it is now. As Chui, who spoke, he shook his head, clearly dissatisfied with how the Xiangjiang side had handled the situation. If they had reported earlier, the issue could have been resolved easily a few days ago, instead of escalating into the current crisis. What now? Look at this mess. Yisu frowned as he surveyed the situation before him. The drop in firepower means more casualties. How many professionals are there in the imperial capital now? Chui Hu's expression was grim. There are only about 300 natural awakenings, but over 1,000 have awakened through potions, and that number is still climbing. Those awakened by potions will reach a peak in a few days, as the potions take time to influence the body's evolution. For now, all the treasure chests we've found have been used to open profession scrolls for professionals. There are no spare chests left for you to gamble on resources. My physique is only at 22 points right now, just barely breaking through the 20-point limit. Even Guan Li and his team members are only at 21 points. This evolution speed is far too slow compared to plants and animals. Yisu's gaze sharpened. What's the imperial capital's plan? At this moment, with the giant turtle hiding among the fish demons, he indeed needed the support of the authorities. Defense is the priority, Chui Hu explained. You know, Suhang's production lines are running at full capacity, and the number of professionals nationwide will keep increasing. In another 10 days or so, there will be hundreds of thousands of professionals across the country. Even if there aren't enough profession scrolls, these people will still be far stronger than ordinary humans. When the time comes, we can rally them to accomplish great things. But for now, if we engage in a full-scale battle with reduced firepower, the casualties will be significant. Yisu felt a growing sense of urgency. Time was money. In the last battle against the sea demons, they had secured a large number of corpses thanks to their firepower advantage. Suang had already pushed its production capacity to the limit. If they continued developing step by step, the number of professionals nationwide would inevitably skyrocket a rapid evolution achieved through human intervention. But he couldn't afford to wait. After dealing with the giant turtle, he still needed to head to the Russians to find their martial arts manuals. 4 days later, there was the matter of Shinnong entering the king's domain, and finally, there was the task involving the wide silence returning to port. He wanted to maximize the resources he could obtain, but spending too much time here was unwise. As Yisu stared at the massive school of fish demons in a daze, a sudden change occurred. The fish demon swarm abruptly halted, countless fish heads breaking the surface of the water. The giant turtle emerged, raising its head high. Then, a low, resonant hum echoed all around, its frequency and tone identical to the sounds within the Shinnong Forbidden Zone, a rallying call from a king-level life form. Chui Hu's face turned pale as he recognized the sound. Damn it, the fish demons are coming ashore. The two of them rushed to the edge of the dike, ignoring the torrential rain as they fixed their gazes on the movements of the fish demon swarm. They saw the massive group of fish demons changing direction and beginning a charge toward the dike. Enemy attack, Chui Hu shouted, charging toward the front of the dike. Guan Li and the other team members rushed out of their tents and followed closely behind. On the other side of the dike lay the city. If the fish demons broke through the defenses, the consequences would be catastrophic. The person in charge of the Xiangjiang region had already collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by the gravity of this critical miscalculation. Piercing air raid sirens tore through the sky as the military swiftly moved into defensive positions and professionals were organized into special units. A life-or-death battle to protect the city was about to begin. Mo Xiaoyu hurried over to Yisu's side. Captain Yi Wei. Yisu stared intently at the giant turtle and said in a deep voice, "We're going into." Official responses are always carefully considered. Although the situation at the Xiangjiang River was urgent, there were numerous contingency plans in place. As the fish demons turned their focus, the authorities acted faster than the professionals. Before Chui Hu and his team could even step onto the battlefield, the thunderous roar of artillery fire had already pierced the skies. Boom, boom, boom. Coordinated firepower raged wildly, with flashes of explosions and clouds of smoke filling the air. Compared to the fiery light of the previous battle at the Grassblade Mountain, the flames this time appeared dimmer, but the smoke was denser, an unmistakable sign of the reduced efficiency of the gunpowder. Meanwhile, convoys poured out from nearby cities, lining up rows of containers packed with pork, beef, lamb, chicken, and various other meats. These provisions formed a peculiar defensive line. The ultimate goal of the fish demons was to return to the sea, yet their arrival on land was largely driven by hunger. Without a dominant leader to maintain order, the fish demons would turn on each other in a frenzy, like a chaotic ritual. However, under the command of a leader, they would shift their focus to raiding for food. Given their massive size, any living creature was fair game for their appetite, including humans. These containers of meat were strategically placed to ensure that, if the fish demons broke through the firepower line, they wouldn't immediately flood into the cities. The battlefield for the professional teams was set right at this critical juncture. When the fish demons start feeding, it'll create chaos. That's when professionals can make the biggest impact. Just kill as many as you can. Hu shouted at the top of his lungs, addressing all the professionals. The corpses of the fish demons you kill will become their food. As long as they've eaten their fill, this wave will pass. Yisu and Mo Xiaoyu followed the larger team into the defensive line. Around them, container doors were flung open or toppled over, exposing chunks of fresh red meat to the air, their faintly bloody scent wafting out. Yisu reached out to test the wind direction and realized they were positioned upwind. At least luck wasn't entirely against them. The stench from the fish demons was carried over only faintly, while the scent of the fresh meat drifted directly toward the advancing swarm. This setup made the fish demons, already lured by the scent of food, less agile in dodging the artillery fire. Starving creatures, after all, fear nothing. As time passed, more and more professionals joined the front lines. Most were officially sanctioned, while elite squads were primarily organized by private clubs. Behind this deployment was a reward system supported by the pharmaceutical supplies from Suan. As the value of these resources grew, clubs had no choice but to comply with official missions. No contribution meant no supply. Gradually, some sea demons began breaching the firepower line, surging toward the meat-filled area. The overwhelming stench of fish filled the air, causing many professionals to swallow hard. The short preparation time had left many unready for the psychological toll, but this was the reality they faced. Adapt and grow stronger to survive, or perish. Xiaoyu, this time, we're really going to see blood, Yisu said in a low voice. The battle a few days ago was vastly different from the current situation. Back then, it was a display of pure firepower superiority, suppressing the enemy with almost zero casualties. Now, however, a brutal clash of flesh and blood was unavoidable. Mo Xiaoyu found the optimal position behind Yisu, focusing entirely on healing and support. To her, the number of enemies ahead was irrelevant. With Yisu paving the way in front, she had absolute faith that he could cut down anything in their path. Yisu took a deep breath, his nerves taut. Here they come. The roars of the fish demons erupted instantly. They charged madly at the meat field defenses, and blood splattered everywhere. The battlefield descended into chaos as the ravenous fish demons, unable to resist their hunger, began devouring the flesh on the ground instead of focusing on their enemies. This created a perfect opportunity for the professionals. With their blades sweeping through the air, fish demon heads tumbled one after another, and their massive corpses only added to the meat field. This was the ingenious design of top-level tactical experts. The meat field was both bait and a trap. The fallen fish demons continuously replenished the field, keeping their living counterparts trapped in the area. Torn between fighting and feeding, their combat effectiveness plummeted. It was a testament to humanity's greatest strength, not brute force, but intellect. Yisu stood firm at the front line, unwavering. He knew that only from this position could he keep an eye on the massive turtle lurking in the water. Is this thing ever going to come ashore? He muttered anxiously to himself. If it stayed submerged, his chances of victory were uncertain. The stench of blood grew heavier, drawing more fish demons to swarm toward them. Yisu kept a close watch on the giant turtle while slashing down enemies. On another flank, Hui's squad maintained a solid defense, easing the pressure on the rear. Is it hundreds of thousands or millions? Guanli muttered in frustration, staring at the dense throng of fish demons covering the river. The scent of blood wafted across the river, further agitating the fish demons. Their frenzy escalated to the point where even the giant turtle's oppressive presence couldn't suppress their instincts. The air quivered as the turtle struggled to maintain control, but it was futile. Suddenly, the surface of the river churned violently. Countless fish demons surged toward the shore like a black tidal wave. They trampled over one another, climbing in layers, all desperate to reach the meat field as quickly as possible. Curse your big mouth. Hu shot Guanli a glare before immediately calling for reinforcements. This was the perfect moment to deploy the specially prepared large-scale destructive weapons. While the missiles had lost precision due to combustion efficiency issues, they were ideal for wide-area bombardment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The firepower of Daxia's modern warfare was nothing short of awe-inspiring, a global pinnacle of military might. The tide of fish demons became the perfect target, as dense beams of light shot skyward, piercing through the atmosphere like celestial swords, descending with apocalyptic force. Saturation bombardment. Amidst the chain of fiery explosions, blood and flesh scattered through the air, a scene straight out of Doomsday. The rain mixed with the splattered gore, and a single swipe of the hand would smear sticky blood across the space. A chilling sensation that sent shivers down the spine. The fish demons seemed utterly unafraid of death, a stark contrast to the trembling fear of some of the professional fighters. Those who had boldly spoken of the battlefield found themselves barely able to endure the hellish inferno. A mere touch would leave one's hands coated in blood and grime. How many could bear such carnage? Fortunately, only the official professionals managed to hold their ground to some extent. The rest, freelancers and club members, lost most of their combat effectiveness almost instantly, with some even succumbing to uncontrollable nausea. Yisu remained calm as usual, noticing some movement behind him. Turning around, he saw Mo Xiaoyu quietly flipping open his jacket, using the clean side to wipe the blood off her face. Caught in the act, she could only offer an awkward smile. "You seem to be adapting well," Yisu teased. "I can't see what's happening up front." Mo Xiaoyu replied. "Do you want to look?" "No. If I don't look, then I don't know anything." Yisu chuckled softly, sighing inwardly. She had already developed her own survival instincts for the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions continued without pause. In the sky, blood and flesh rained down as the bodies of fish demons were blown to pieces. The more of them that died, the more their dismembered remains piled up into a grotesque field of flesh. Each bombardment caused more fish demons to halt their feeding frenzy, only to become the next target. This vicious cycle ensured that the fish demons could not escape their grim fate. With its overwhelming firepower, Daxia seemed poised to resolve the fish demon crisis along the Xiang River once and for all. Yet this outcome might only be wishful thinking. After all, the king lurking in the water remained a colossal threat. Roar! A deep, guttural roar shook the earth. The appearance of the giant soft-shelled turtle instantly rallied the fish demons, spurring them to charge the defensive line. Those fish demons that still had sustenance in their bellies responded to the call, abandoning the tempting flesh fields and launching a full-scale assault to break through the firepower. Damn it! If it weren't for that king, these fish demons would be nothing but fodder. We wouldn't have to deal with this mess. Chui Hu cursed angrily. This was precisely why Daxia's officials had initially intervened so aggressively against mutated flora and fauna. Without consciousness, coordination, leadership, or hierarchy, the fish demons would amount to nothing. They would be driven purely by instinct, as evidenced by the flesh fields before them. Without the giant turtle's presence, these fish demons would never breach the defensive line. They would stop to feed, becoming easy targets for the bombardment. But the giant turtle's emergence complicated everything. Its presence turned the predictable into chaos. At this point, precision fire doesn't matter. We have to take down that giant turtle. Chui Hu urgently reported to the rear command. Before he could finish speaking, a streak of light shot up like a meteor, hurtling toward the distant target. Charging directly at the giant turtle, the sharp sword cut through the sky as the violent manifestation of technological civilization roared deafeningly in the air. Boom, boom, boom. Towering waves, dozens of meters high, erupted across the river's surface in an instant. While not every strike hit its mark, the carpet bombing still managed to land several direct hits on the massive turtle. A mist of blood spread across the river as a wound was torn open on the creature's broad back. Yet, for a beast the size of a ship, the meter-wide injury was little more than a scratch. Roar! A thunderous bellow echoed across the river. The bombardment had enraged the colossal creature. It howled and roared, churning the water with its enormous claws, before suddenly turning its head and moving toward the riverbank. Coming ashore? Yisu's eyes lit up instantly, rainwater streaming down his face. Ashore. I've been waiting for this moment. If you don't come ashore, I can't deal with you. But once you're on land, then you're finished. The turtle, consumed by fury, seemed to have lost all reason. After enduring the bombardment, it began to leave the river, dragging itself toward the dike. Not only did Yisu's eyes brighten with anticipation, but Chui Hu also raised an eyebrow, his voice brimming with excitement. Coming ashore? It's practically making itself a target. Guan Li, report the battlefield status and notify the rear. I want it obliterated. The king advancing onto land had the potential to shift the entire battle. If the giant turtle was taken down, the remaining fish demons would pose little threat. Without the oppressive presence of their king, the fish demons would revert to acting on instinct, making them easy prey. The crisis brewing in Daunting Lake would be decisively resolved here at the Xiang River. This idiot actually wants to come ashore perfect. Chui Hu was so delighted that he even ordered a temporary ceasefire, waiting for the turtle to fully climb out of the water. Yisu licked his lips, his heart pounding as his body temperature surged. The cold rain fell against his skin, but the chill dissipated rapidly in the humid mist surrounding him. Standing close by, Mo Xiaoyu seemed to sense Yisu's intentions from the heat radiating off him. She whispered, "Captain Yi, are we going to kill that big turtle? You stay here. I'll handle it myself." Yisu replied firmly, silently chanting to himself, "Martial essence. The other scripture. The fusion of all three. It's right in front of me." Roar! The turtle let out a low growl as it continued its crawl toward the shore, inciting the fish demons into a frenzied charge. Reluctantly, the firepower resumed, as it was unrealistic to rely solely on the professionals to hold back the tidal wave of fish demons. Faster, just a bit faster. Yisu kept his eyes locked on the giant turtle. It's almost at the firepower line. Just a bit further, and damn it, Yisu cursed under his breath. The turtle had stopped at the riverbank, unwilling to cross the line of fire. Understandably, Soit's wound was still throbbing, and it didn't want to endure another barrage in such a vulnerable position. Yisu immediately contacted Chuehu. Chuehu, any way to take that turtle down from here? After a moment of thought, Chuehu replied, we're adjusting the firing parameters. It might hit, but there's no guarantee it'll kill it. This thing's got a brain. If it senses its life is in danger, it'll flee. And once it runs, Yisu understood the unspoken words. A sentient creature like this, if not killed today, would hold a grudge. If it escaped to the sea, it would wreak havoc along the way, stirring up fish demons at every stop. This would drain Dexia's resources, forcing them to expend immense effort and manpower to deal with a scenario that was far from ideal. Chuehu suspected his suggestion might not be approved. The higher-ups might believe that scaring the turtle into retreating to the sea with its fish demons was the best course of action. In such a situation, avoiding unnecessary complications and stopping at an appropriate point seemed like the safer strategy. Dexia is great at many things, but it's not aggressive enough. Yisu took a deep breath, a resolute glint in his eyes. Unlike me, I'm plenty aggressive. With that, he launched himself forward, charging directly at the giant turtle. Just like in Huai's car before, once Yisu sprang into action, he moved like a streak of lightning, darting past everyone's eyes in an instant. By the time Chuehu and the others realized what had happened, Yisu had already broken through the bombing front. He suddenly turned his head sharply, his gaze razor-sharp as he stared into the distant sky. The trajectories of the shells were crystal clear, and time seemed to slow to a crawl as if bullet time had been activated. Locking onto the incoming shell's landing points, he reacted in advance, dodging them with incredible speed. His movements were ghost-like, weaving and turning sharply through the chaos. Yisu swiftly navigated the barrage of fire, as if consuming everything in his path. Shards of shrapnel rained down like a storm, but even then, his skin and muscles proved so resilient that the fragments only left superficial scratches, quickly forced out of his body without hindering his combat ability. Suddenly, a streak of green light arced through the air and landed precisely on Yisu, instantly restoring him to peak condition. Mo Xiaoyu's long-range healing was nothing short of miraculous. After finishing the healing, Mo Xiaoyu didn't linger. She began moving toward Chuehu's position. She understood that holding the front line against the fish demon's onslaught wasn't her forte. But within the team, she moved as naturally as a fish in water. Chuehu was more than happy to have her join the group after all. Who wouldn't welcome a skilled support class? However, Yisu's actions left everyone stunned. Even in such a dire situation, he charged into the enemy ranks without hesitation. Chuehu couldn't help but exclaim, he dares. At this moment, taking down the giant turtle could completely turn the tide of the battle. Without their king's oppressive presence, the fish demons would become easy targets, and defeating them would be a walk in the park. But could Yisu really pull it off? Yisu had already broken through the bombing front and plunged directly into the tide of fish demons. The densely packed creatures surged like waves, and an ordinary fighter would have been swallowed whole in an instant. Yet Yisu wasted no time, slashing out with his blade-layered wave slash. Each strike of his blade unleashed a cascading wave of force, crashing into the swarm of fish demons ahead. Every swing carried the power of thunder, carving a bloody path through the horde. The blade's light flashed like lightning, momentarily freezing the battlefield. Fish demons fell one after another, cleaved apart by his relentless attacks. Yisu's offensive momentum only grew stronger, driving him closer and closer to the giant turtle. From a distance, the massive turtle stood tall and imposing, like a colossal warship docked at the riverbank. Yisu was like a torpedo, hurtling straight toward the enormous beast. The giant turtle slowly raised its head, its cold eyes locking onto the unexpected challenger. It gazed at Yisu with disdain, its expression laced with contempt. To the turtle, this tiny, insignificant being was hardly worth noticing. Even if Yisu managed to get close, what threat could he possibly pose? The turtle couldn't fathom how such a small creature could harm it in any way. Yet Yisu pressed on undeterred. His third slash followed seamlessly, its force surging like tidal waves. Stepping over the fallen fish demons, he advanced steadily toward the giant turtle. The surrounding seawater seemed to part in response to his blade's momentum, creating a wide, open path. The tension in the air spiked. Yisu's steps grew faster, firmer. His heartbeat thundered in his chest, pumping blood through his veins with increasing intensity. His body temperature rose with the mounting force of his charge, and faint wisps of heat began to emanate from him, as though his entire being was ablaze. His surging energy radiated outward like a fiery glow. Suddenly, Yisu leaped into the air, tracing a sharp arc as he hurtled toward the turtle's massive back. If he could successfully land there, the battle would enter an entirely new phase. The enormous turtle appeared to be at its wit's end, seemingly defenseless. Yisu could even exploit the wound on its back to deliver a fatal blow. However, just as Yisu assumed that such a massive creature must lack agility, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A colossal palm, as large as a house, swept through the air with a deafening roar, moving at a speed that defied the limits of its size. Suspended midair with nowhere to maneuver, Yisu could only curl up and brace for the impact. Boom! It was as if a speeding train had slammed into him. Heaton. Pain shot through Yisu's body as he cursed inwardly. This thing has no sense of fairness. How can something this big be so quick? Is this the hallmark of a king-class life form? Have they evolved to completely transcend the constraints of their size? The giant turtle's cold, unblinking eyes remained fixed on Yisu. That seemingly casual swipe should have been enough to pulverize such a tiny creature into pulp. Yet, to its surprise, Yisu merely rolled across the ground before standing up as if nothing had happened. This unusual outcome piqued the primitive consciousness of the turtle, prompting it to further probe its peculiar opponent. The surrounding fish demons scattered, clearing the area for an open battleground. The turtle began to reveal its true predatory prowess, its movements growing increasingly ferocious. Yisu took a deep breath, contemplating not only how his future self might handle such a foe, but also searching for a way to break the current stalemate. The turtle's advantages were undeniable: its size, vitality, speed, and strength. As long as Yisu couldn't get close or climb onto its back, these strengths would remain insurmountable. A serious strike from its massive palm would be fatal. Even its earlier casual blow had nearly shattered Yisu's body. There's only one way: I have to be faster than it. Yisu resolved silently. His smaller frame, while a disadvantage in terms of power, also granted him greater agility. If he could harness that speed, he could turn the tide. A crimson blur darted around the battlefield as Yisu continuously adjusted his position, narrowly dodging each earth-shaking strike. But this was a battle of unequal stakes. The turtle could afford countless mistakes, while a single misstep from Yisu could mean his end. Suddenly, a flicker of panic crossed Yisu's face. As the turtle grew more serious, the full might of a king-class life form erupted, leaving Yisu struggling to keep up. With death looming closer, his blood surged within him, his spirit howling in defiance. That frustration and unwillingness became a catalyst, accelerating the flow of his life force. Under the relentless pressure, Yisu's blood surged with intensity, rapidly enhancing his physical resilience. His overall constitution improved by a crucial margin. The accelerated circulation of his life force fortified his body, and as he crossed this threshold, the improvement became tangible. A newfound strength coursed through his body. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Yisu glanced at the massive palm he had just barely evaded. He felt a profound realization. Indeed, there is great terror in the face of life and death. This was merely a glimpse of crisis. In a true life-or-death moment, the boldest instinct to survive would undoubtedly unleash even more astonishing potential. This sudden outburst presented Yisu with an opportunity. In this situation, where the opponent could afford countless mistakes while his own disadvantage was overwhelming, he had to seize every sliver of possibility. With strength surging through his body, Yisu resolved to act even more aggressively. Taking advantage of the moment before the giant turtle could retract its massive hand, Yisu swiftly turned around and leaped, landing directly on the back of its hand. His feet landed firmly, and without hesitation, he began sprinting across the rough surface, heading directly for the turtle's blind spot. In an instant, the giant turtle seemed to sense an irritating pest crawling on its body and started shaking violently. The ground beneath Yisu's feet trembled intensely, forcing him to hunch forward as he moved. From time to time, he had to plunge his long blade deep into the turtle's thick skin to stabilize himself. The creature's defense was incredibly tough, and every stab required Yisu to exert all his strength just to pierce through slightly. Step by step, Yisu climbed higher up the turtle's body, while its thrashing became even more frenzied. Several times, Yisu found himself swinging in midair like a flag caught in the wind, flailing as the turtle flung its arm. The sight was both heart-stopping and terrifying. The surrounding professionals witnessed this scene unfold. Many were utterly baffled by Yisu's actions. Some silently cursed him, thinking, "This isn't even your city. We're all just here to earn some big merits. Why are you risking your life like this?" The best strategy is clearly to let the turtle live, let it drift downstream and wreak havoc along the way. That way, we'll have endless tasks to complete and plenty of credit to claim. This guy just doesn't get it. Does he really need to steal the spotlight? He'd better die here for all I care. They all knew of Yisu, but none believed he could inflict any meaningful damage on the giant turtle. Official records clearly stated that this was a king-tier life form, a being beyond the abilities of current professionals to contend with. Meanwhile, Cui Hu and the others were growing increasingly anxious. Yisu's actions were far too reckless, and his unconventional principles made it hard to gauge his motives. Yet, in this critical moment, they secretly hoped that Yisu could somehow manage to slay the giant turtle. Roar! Suddenly, The giant turtle let out a deafening roar, its anger fully ignited by Yi Su's persistence. Its massive body twisted as it prepared to retreat back to the river. Once in the water, a single command from the turtle would summon countless aquatic monsters to swarm its body and completely overwhelm Yi Su. Yi Su, get back here now. Chui Hu, with his sharp eyes, immediately anticipated the turtle's movements. His voice, carrying remarkable clarity and force, cut through the chaos of the battlefield and reached Yi Su's ears. However, Yi Su's gaze sharpened with determination. This was the perfect opportunity. If the giant turtle returned to the water, its instinctive nature would ensure it wouldn't easily come ashore again. Once a king-tier life form retreated to its domain, there would be almost no chance of dealing with it later. So, he had to take the gamble. Yi Su resolved in his heart. Instead of retreating, he quickened his pace, charging madly toward the turtle's back. Splish, splash, the giant turtle, like the sovereign of the waters, summoned its subjects. Countless aquatic monsters began stirring, their screeches echoing through the air. A few had already started climbing onto the turtle's back. Get off! Yi Su bellowed, slashing his long blade and slicing one of the creatures off. His eyes darted around, searching for the crater. The turtle was powerful, but it still lacked the ability to instantly heal physical wounds. If it did, it would be truly invincible. Time was running out. He had to find that opening before he was completely engulfed by the swarm of aquatic monsters. That was his only chance. Splish, splash, the sound of rushing water grew louder. The giant turtle was already moving away from the riverbank and heading toward the center of the river. At this point, Yi Su could turn back and perhaps still have a slim chance of survival. But it was clear Yi Su had made up his mind. He would not turn back. The ground beneath suddenly gave way. The giant turtle not only lured the fish demons onto its back, but also intended to use this opportunity to kill Yi Su by sinking into the water. Once submerged, escape would be impossible, a life-or-death trap. Although its intelligence was limited, its massive size and advantage made this move almost an assured kill. Yi Su remained calm. He had already anticipated the outcome of this situation. While the danger was intense, he had prepared himself mentally with a plan of action. The giant turtle would undoubtedly achieve its goal, yet Yi Su's confidence kept him composed. The turtle's back was vast, but Yi Su was faster. The fish demons posed little hindrance to him as he moved steadily, close behind. Just as his foot was about to touch the river water, he finally saw a gaping, bloody wound. A chill surged through his heart. No. Some people on the shore cried out in alarm. The giant turtle had already submerged. Its enormous, mountain-like body sank rapidly into the river, while the fish demons began retreating. However, Yi Su had not escaped. He hadn't returned to the shore. Yi Su didn't make it back. Someone murmured. The professionals exchanged glances, whispering among themselves, some even smirking. What a spectacle, one of them remarked with a faint smile. But Chui Hu and Mo Xiaoyu were utterly stunned. No way. Could Yi Su actually die here? Are you kidding me? They could hardly believe what they were seeing. Yi Su, the professional who had shone so brightly in the early stages, could he truly meet his end like this? The global professional battle is ongoing. Yi Su won't die, Li Qing's calm voice broke in. Though he didn't share his thoughts with anyone, he firmly believed Yi Su wouldn't fall so easily. Mo Xiaoyu took a deep breath and declared resolutely, I know Captain Yi will come back. She had just received news from her contacts. Several teams, upon hearing that Yi Su might be in danger, had immediately started vying for her to join them. Although there were now many professionals and support roles were on the rise, no one could match the skills of Mo Xiaoyu, who had been trained by Yi Su. Her talent far surpassed that of later support professionals, making her one of the first two unique support role pioneers. All right, I'm with you, Chui Hu affirmed, equally confident that Yi Su wouldn't perish. He was determined to follow Mo Xiaoyu. Together, they formed a convoy and kept their eyes on the fish demons upstream in the Xiang River, continuing their pursuit underwater. Yi Su's face flushed red, and the flow of blood and energy within him made it hard to breathe. Carefully controlling the circulation of his energy and blood, he knew he couldn't afford to lose consciousness. Damn it, I'm suffocating, he muttered under his breath. After diving into the terrifying, bloody cavity of the giant turtle, Yi Su found himself surrounded by countless fish demons. He had no choice but to keep burrowing deeper, searching for a way out. Like a parasite, he completely integrated himself into the turtle's flesh and blood. But his oxygen was running out. As the air grew thinner, an idea struck him. Since the giant turtle's blood must contain oxygen, he could try to extract the remaining air using his energy manipulation. This approach was akin to how a parasite infiltrates its host. Carefully directing his energy and blood flow, he managed to draw oxygen from the turtle's blood. Though the amount was minuscule, it was enough to ease his suffocation. Not only that, but Yi Su also discovered that the turtle's blood carried an essence of vitality, nourishing his body. A warm current spread from deep within, leaving him feeling feverish. Martial essence? A peculiar smile flickered across Yi Su's face. As precious as martial essence is, How could it compare to the primal vitality of this giant turtle? Suddenly, a realization struck him with overwhelming clarity. The future he had foreseen was pointing to this very moment. The process of seizing the martial essence had unknowingly allowed him to absorb the turtle's essence. It was just like when he had once consumed dog meat, drawing out its essence. My God, Yisu's mind was in turmoil. This is the opportunity the future had planned for me. The giant turtle has become my ultimate elixir. Overcome with excitement, his heartbeat quickened, and the world seemed to brighten before him. The giant turtle was not merely an enemy. It was a fortuitous gift crafted uniquely for him. The elixir brought about a transformation of the body. The giant turtle, without a doubt, was a life form that had undergone such a transformation. The difference between it and a second-tier being was clear to the discerning eye. The only distinction was that it still possessed life, still moved, still ate. When hungry, it ate. Yisu felt no discomfort about this. With his blood and energy surging within him, he was unconsciously and continuously absorbing the vital energy from the giant turtle. This energy was far more potent than that of an elixir, imbued with a certain corrosive demonic aura. Yet, in the face of the demonic aura, the heart ape merely chuckled lightly. Its ancient, savage aura burned like a flame, more ferocious and intense than the demonic aura itself. Having been exposed to such an atmosphere for so long, Yisu's resistance had reached its peak. The only issue now was his limited capacity. Each strand of the giant turtle's vital energy that entered his body immediately caused Yisu to feel a burning heat all over, as if every cell in his body were writhing in agony amid flames, shriveling and weakening, only to recover and become full again under the nourishment of the energy, as though undergoing repeated tempering. It was a process of forging. With each burst, his cells became more active, their resilience and toughness gradually increasing, tempering to perfection. As time passed, Yisu could clearly feel his physique improving at an astonishing rate, by increments of 0.1, 25, 30, 35. The numbers climbed rapidly, almost unbelievably so. This rapid advancement was nothing short of a transformation. For the giant turtle, however, all this was but an insignificant ripple. Its massive body was like an immovable mountain, and Yisu's consumption was negligible, barely registering as a mild discomfort. It was simply too enormous, like an ocean liner. How much could Yisu possibly consume? Time trickled on. Yisu gradually approached the physical limit imposed by the rainwater solar, term 40 points. At this moment, he stood at the pinnacle of all practitioners. No resources in the world could push a practitioner's physique to such a height. It wasn't that it was impossible, but that the resources simply didn't exist. 40 points, this was the current limit. But Yisu knew it wasn't his limit. Taking a deep breath, he thought to himself. As a transcender, his true extraordinariness was only just beginning to reveal itself. Breaking through the limit meant far more than a leap from 0 to 1, it was a qualitative transformation. It signified that beyond the pinnacle of practitioners lay an even vaster realm, and Yisu would stand unshaken above that sky. With a physique of 40 points, his combat power had grown exponentially. Yet to complete the metamorphosis from quantity to quality, he had to surpass 40 points. He faintly sensed that beyond 40 points lay another realm. Trapped at 40 points, Yisu came to an increasing realization. That cryptic letter hinting at king-level life forms was likely referring to this very leap in life. For humanity, the first leap might well be at 41 points of physique. In the vast, empty space, Yisu continuously adjusted his state. The Taishin Sutra and Taisho Sutra began to operate, causing his blood and energy to surge. The heart ape ceased its roaring, occasionally pounding its chest, as if preparing with all its might. Then, Yisu took a deep breath, his gaze suddenly sharpening. His blood and energy churned, the red mist around him seeming to take on a life of its own, rapidly forming a cycle around his body. His vital energy and that of the giant turtle became tightly intertwined, and the most frenzied plundering began. An unending stream of vital energy poured into his body. The excruciating pain tore through her, as Yisu experienced the final moments of her life's transcendence on the rooftop platform. Though difficult to accept, the undeniable truth remained. Yisu was gone. On the river, a giant softshell turtle swam slowly, resembling a moving ship, followed by schools of fish demons from the Xiang River. The massive creature appeared leisurely, yet occasional twitches in its body betrayed its abnormal state. It dismissed the spasms as part of the healing process from injuries sustained during its last time ashore, paying them no mind. I can't take this anymore. Give it a taste of one of those mushrooms, shouted Chui-Hu angrily from the riverbank, gritting his teeth as he submitted a request to the higher-ups for a military strike. However, the proposal was promptly rejected. For now, the situation remained relatively stable. The giant turtle had not directed the fish demons to harass the land. Allowing it to enter the ocean might be the best course of action. After all, fish demons and sea demons, though sharing the same origins, were distinct species. A conflict between the two was inevitable and might even eliminate the threat posed by the giant turtle. Yet, at this moment, the greater challenge facing Xia loomed large. The threat of relentless rain had diminished, and internal stability was just beginning to return, but reports kept coming in of merchant ships being overturned and naval vessels under attack. The Navy, a force that Xia had spent decades and enormous resources building, was now reduced to a marginal role amidst the sudden upheaval of the world. Each day, as the Navy officers read the war reports, they were filled with anguish. The thought of their predecessors' painstaking efforts to establish a proud naval tradition over the past century, only to see it crumble now, brought tears to the eyes of the older generation. Against such a backdrop, the death of one professional seemed insignificant. Zhao Qiming arrived in Suang after a grueling journey, heading straight to Li Qing's office without even stopping for a meal. Director Li, Yi Su is gone, but Suang still needs a torchbearer, doesn't it? You're even aware of the torchbearer program? Started a club, have you? Li Qing asked without looking up. Well, just lucky, I suppose, Zhao Qiming replied with a grin. As Zhao Yuan's father, he fully understood how his son had led the professionals out of Suang and developed them further. In these extraordinary times, professionals were the most valuable resource. Zhao Yuan had seized the opportunity, using the funds he had taken with him to establish a club and actively taking on official assignments, thus learning about the Torchbearer program. This program was crucial to the future of Xia's cultural legacy, assigning each city a vital mission. Upon learning this, Zhao Yuan was so excited his face turned red. This was no mere genealogical effort, but the start of a new chapter in civilization. For Zhao Qiming, Yi Su's death signaled a turning point in destiny, and the prosperous Suang was the perfect choice to carry this torch forward. Here, wealth refers to the resources and opportunities of the practitioner era. Research institutes and enhancement potion technology are like money trees. Controlling Suang means access to an endless stream of practitioners and resources, akin to having an inexhaustible recruitment base. This advantage is bound to secure a dominant position in the future. It was for this reason that Zhao Qiming now stood before Li Qing, attempting to take a share of this lucrative prize. Suang is not yours to take, Li Qing said calmly. Yi Su will return. His tone was firm, as if he was absolutely certain that Yi Su was still alive. Zhao Qiming was stunned. To him, Li Qing's words sounded like a fool's delusion. The fact that Yi Su was dead was indisputable. How could a city without a firebearer continue to function? If technology fell, Suang would become an isolated island. At this moment, only Zhao Yuan, a local awakener, could shoulder such responsibility. Zhao Yuan's current strength was formidable, commanding dozens of practitioners and emerging as a force to be reckoned with. Director Li, you mean to say? Leave. Li Qing interrupted, staring directly at Zhao Qiming. Don't covet what belongs to him. He's not someone to be trifled with. You should understand why you were sent here instead of Zhao Yuan. It's because Zhao Yuan didn't want to come, isn't it? You're not as smart as he is. The more Li Qing studied, the more he believed in one-word destiny. Some called it superstition, but he preferred the term fortune. His analysis of numerous reports showed that the surviving members of the first wave of awakeners were gradually rising to prominence. The best example was Zhao Yuan, who had once been a carefree playboy. As one of the first awakeners, his growth was astonishing, even overshadowing his experienced father in the business world. When Yi Su rose to power, Zhao Yuan decisively left Suang to seek opportunities elsewhere, a decision that was both bold and awe-inspiring. Based on this theory, Li Qing was convinced that Yi Su could not be dead. Perhaps the limits of science truly bordered on mysticism. The news of Yi Su's death stirred the chaotic world, but failed to create a major upheaval. Now, only Cui, whose team, and Mo Xiaoyu were still tracking the giant softshell turtle that had swum toward the sea. For the past few days, Mo Xiaoyu had been obsessively watching the giant turtle on the river's surface. To her, Yi Su was her anchor, her guiding light in this turbulent world. Without Yi Su, she was utterly lost. As someone with a receptive personality, she was accustomed to following instructions. Without direction, she felt adrift in this apocalyptic landscape. She wanted to comfort her, but didn't know where to start. Hey, that turtle's been shaking a lot these past few days, Cui who suddenly noted, also closely monitoring the giant turtle. Over the past few days, the turtle had indeed been trembling sporadically, as if it were convulsing. As time passed, the convulsions grew more frequent. Cui, whose words stirred a commotion in the air, causing faces to change color. Mo Xiaoyu's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope, her voice trembling slightly. Captain Yi is coming back, isn't he? The giant turtle's body suddenly twitched violently, and it cursed inwardly. Damn it, was the wound this bad last time? Why is it so hard to patch up? My whole body feels completely drained. It truly felt an unprecedented weakness, as if a bottomless pit within was ravenously devouring its life essence. Normally, for a being like it, minor wounds should have been as insignificant as a scratch on human skin. But now, something was clearly wrong. Unfortunately, the bewildered turtle didn't think too deeply about it. Thump, thump, thump. Yisu had long grown accustomed to his parasitic existence. His heartbeat synchronized perfectly with the turtle's slow and powerful. His body entered a state of deep hibernation, merging seamlessly with the turtle. No, not merging, more like a thief, perfectly disguised. Like a wolf dressed in grandma's clothes, slowly but surely consuming Little Red Riding Hood. Yisu's consciousness remained in a state of hibernation, but his body was like a blazing furnace. His temperature had soared past 40 degrees Celsius, and his blood surged wildly, draining the turtle's life essence to nourish itself. This was the final stage of his transformation, akin to a piece of iron in a smelting furnace reaching its melting point, about to become steel. Physical Constitution 1. Now 41 points. Life had undergone a leap. This was another evolution for a professional. Yisu's body was changing, his height increased, his muscles became more proportionate, and his skin, while tougher, remained smooth and fair. His bone density grew, and his internal organs strengthened further. He had taken yet another step into inhuman territory. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, a gleam of divine light flashing within them. Yisu stretched his body and realized his clothes no longer 5 had grown another 3 or 4 centimeters taller. Clenching his fist, he could almost hear his muscles roaring in triumph, his entire being buzzing with excitement. A nearly indescribable sensation flowed through him, even calming the restless, monkey mind within. This is the leap. I can feel the transformation. A constitution of 41 points. This is the second evolution of a professional. This giant turtle is practically a priceless treasure. Thump, thump, thump. Yisu's heartbeat began to quicken. His blood, like raging flames, enveloped his body, and with each powerful pump of his heart, explosive energy surged through him, searching for an outlet. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted like an explosion, his blood energy surging skyward like a pillar of smoke, bursting through the turtle's scabbed wound. The roar echoed like a gale, resounding for dozens of miles. Roar! The giant turtle bellowed in furious response, the searing pain within its body driving it to a rage. As its demonic energy surged, it finally detected Yisu within it. Yisu, who was now rapidly ascending. Splurt! Blood and flesh flew as Yisu emerged once more onto the turtle's back. He inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air and the long-lost sensation of freedom. Then he looked down at the massive turtle beneath him. Damn, this miraculous treasure is way too much to consume on my own. I've got to bring it back to the research institute. Li Qing should have a better method for this. After all, even eating needs to be done scientifically, right? The deafening roar shook the land, drawing the attention of countless professionals. They turned their heads toward the rising pillar of smoke. There, Yisu's figure seemed bathed in radiant light, piercing their eyes. Their pupils contracted as a single thought filled their minds. Yisu, he's alive, and it seems he's become absurdly powerful. The air was thick with the stench of blood and smoke, and Shui, who almost doubted his own eyes. He could hardly believe it. Yisu had survived. The scene before him was utterly astonishing. For days, he had all but given up hope for Yisu. While keeping a watchful eye on the giant turtle, he had silently bid farewell to Yisu in his heart. Yet, against all odds, Yisu had miraculously lived. What's more, the surging energy emanating from him seemed to have triggered a new state mimetic transformation. This was a power Shui who had never seen before. He realized that if Yisu could make it through this ordeal, unimaginable fortune would surely await him. However, after the initial shock, Shui quickly composed himself and immediately contacted the imperial city to report the situation. It wasn't just Yisu's miraculous survival that demanded attention, it was the dangerous threat posed by the giant turtle. Rather than letting Xia waste resources battling the creature, they could instead leverage the power of professionals to eliminate it entirely. At this moment, Yisu had become the most critical piece on the board. Yisu, are you online? Shui Hu's voice crackled through the headset. The news traveled fast. Zhang Hui from Suang was among the first to hear about it, and wasted no time reaching out to Yisu. Yisu is back online. Yisu's voice came through the headset, carrying a hint of ease. But I don't have time to chat right now. This big turtle is about to lose its mind. On the other end, Zhang Hui muted himself in silence. Moments later, the furious roar of the giant turtle echoed in the distance, shaking the very air. It was clearly enraged, preparing to dive into the water and summon aquatic monsters to launch another attack on Yisu. Foolish, Yisu thought to himself. In a flash, he darted across the air and landed on the turtle's back, evading its attack. While this method could have been a safe way to kill the turtle, Yisu had no intention of playing it safe. Instead of passively waiting, he wanted to strike proactively and face the challenge head-on. With remarkable speed and precision, Yisu maneuvered across the turtle's back. In the blink of an eye, he reached its neck. Sensing danger, the turtle swung its head around abruptly, only to be met with a flash of blades slicing through the air. By now, the turtle was visibly weakened, while Yisu had grown stronger. Days of recovery had replenished his energy, elevating his vitality to a whole new level. The oppressive force he had felt at the start was now gone. The corruption of the monster's aura no longer affected him. In other words, Yisu and the turtle were now evenly matched in strength, both operating on the same level. Unwilling to accept defeat, the turtle attempted to retreat into the water once more, hoping to harness the power of the aquatic monsters to suppress Yisu. But Yisu saw through its intentions instantly and sighed inwardly. As expected, while monsters may grow stronger quickly, their intelligence will never rival that of humans. At this moment, Yisu was fully capable of confronting the turtle heathen. Die! Yisu roared, his body surging forward as his blade descended like a thunderbolt. The strike carried with it the full force of his raging energy and fury, unleashing an astonishing power. He moved like a whirlwind, his momentum flowing from his feet to his head, culminating at the edge of his blade. A black aura intertwined with the crimson glow of his blood energy, engulfing the blade's light. In that moment, Yisu's presence was like that of an unstoppable war god, radiating sharp, unyielding power. The blade swept down, its light streaking across like a rainbow. The target was the turtle's neck, and Yisu's speed was unmatched. The turtle sensed the danger and tried to twist its head away, but it was a fraction too slow. The blade struck true, piercing through the turtle's scales and shattering its neck. Seizing the opportunity, Yisu pressed on. His movements were as fluid as a fish slipping through water. He plunged into the turtle's body, using the momentum of his blade to tear through its neck, and emerged on the other side. Blood sprayed everywhere, and a massive gaping wound appeared at the base of the turtle's neck. And it was a fatal strike to the neck. The gaping wound pierced so deeply that the bone was visible, revealing the shattered cross-section of the giant turtle's cervical vertebra. Blood gushed out like a fountain, dyeing the surrounding water a deep crimson. The pungent scent of blood quickly spread across the river, driving the fish demons into a frenzy. But just then, a thunderous roar from Yisu erupted across the waters, carrying a powerful aura and murderous intent. The sheer force of his shout instantly subdued the chaos, and the fish demons, trembling in fear, retreated en masse. "This is my treasure. How dare you try to take it?" Yisu bellowed, his eyes blazing with fury, his voice laden with menace. The giant turtle's head fell heavily into the water, its once wild and intelligent eyes losing all their luster, now drooping lifelessly by the river's edge. Its massive body seemed to deflate, and the essence of life visibly drained from it at an alarming rate. With the turtle no longer holding them in check, the fish demons descended into utter chaos. Without a unifying force, they scattered in all directions. Some turned to savagely devour their own kind, others fixated on the turtle's corpse, while a few cast their sinister gaze toward Yisu on the riverbank. The scene devolved into complete pandemonium. Though their numbers were still overwhelming, the absence of a central command rendered them little more than a disorderly mob. Could they be rallied to charge the shore? Impossible. These fish demons were now consumed by their primal instincts, fighting, devouring, and striving to grow stronger. Their priorities had narrowed to three simple objectives: eat, eat more, and prevent others from eating. Even amidst piles of corpses, they fought tooth and nail for a chance to evolve. At this moment, the beastly instincts and survival drive of some fish demons had intensified into a powerful urge to consume their own kind and rise as a new apex predator. "Brother Hui, I've taken down the big turtle. Get the team on the Xiang River side to drag its body ashore immediately," Yisu said in a low voice, pressing his earpiece. "Got it." Zhang Hui's excited and awestruck response came through. "That fast?" The giant turtle in the Xiang River was a special life form that even the Xia government struggled to handle, and you actually managed to take it down. From an operational standpoint, everything was proceeding smoothly. Zhang Hui's communication with the authorities was highly efficient, and the dedicated liaison system was built for precisely such scenarios. Before long, Yisu stood atop the massive shell of the giant turtle, exuding an aura of a battle-hardened deity as he surveyed the frenzied swarm beneath him. Overhead, a fleet of drones sliced through the air, dropping thick ropes from the sky. On the shore, cranes were already in position, adjusting their angles and extending their steel claws. Often, crises that seem insurmountable are like intricate structures of building blocks. Remove the key piece, and the entire framework collapses instantly. That was exactly what had unfolded here. While the river was still teeming with fish demons, their threat level had plummeted. Disorganized and directionless, they were no longer a systemic danger. Any isolated movements were simply impulsive and posed little threat. Did you think some mastermind among them would suddenly emerge to orchestrate a counterattack? Impossible. These fish demons lacked the brainpower for advanced strategies. All they had left were primal instincts: to fight, to feed, and to evolve. And so, under the pull of thick, heavy ropes, the massive corpse of the turtle was slowly dragged toward the shore. Its sheer size and the hardness of its shell required the coordinated efforts of dozens of armored vehicles to haul it ashore in one piece. Once on land, the onlookers gathered around the colossal creature, marveling at its immense size. It was truly enormous, staggeringly so. What surprised everyone even more was that the corpse emitted no foul odor. Instead, it exuded a peculiar fragrance. The scent was intoxicating, triggering an involuntary rush of saliva and even an almost uncontrollable urge to take a bite. However, the team from the Suang Research Institute soon arrived. Led by Li Qing, a full battalion from the Suang encampment had been mobilized to secure the turtle's body. They quickly established a perimeter, deploying strict security measures to prevent anyone from getting too close or attempting anything reckless. After all, no professional would dare openly challenge the military. As for why the Suang garrison was able to cross borders and arrive at the Xiang River so quickly, that was a matter beyond the concern of those present. Directorly, Black Tiger, you two sure got here quickly, Yisu remarked from inside a hastily erected military tent. He was comforting Mo Xiaoyu while glancing up to see Li Qing and Black Tiger stride in, their faces etched with urgency and caution. Yisu, you're way too careless. How could you just drag such a massive corpse up here so casually? Before Su Hang's forces fully arrive, it's bound to attract unwanted attention. Li Qing's first words upon entering were full of reproach. He quickly switched into a white lab coat, and then the tent was opened again as a large group of people flooded in, carrying a variety of equipment. The giant turtle's enormous size made it impossible to move, so it had to be dissected and studied on the spot. The temporary tent was swiftly transformed into a makeshift research facility. As for Yisu, Heihu, and the others, they were quickly ushered out by the busy researchers. Yisu muttered helplessly, seriously? I've been gone for days, and not a single person shows any concern? Heihu scratched his head and chuckled. Honestly, I thought you were dead. But Director Li never once believed you'd die, so he didn't even care about your disappearance. Yisu opened his mouth, deliberating on the stark contrast between Heihu and Li Qing's attitudes, then finally uttered a single word. Savage. By the way, you brought Su Hang's main forces here. Doesn't that mean? Yisu suddenly realized something, his tone shifting to a more serious one. This isn't trivial. Mobilizing military units from a defense zone isn't something just anyone can do. Heihu smirked and shrugged. Times have changed. Yisu was momentarily stunned before nodding in agreement. The higher-ups certainly had guts. In that case, tell Li Qing that this giant turtle's body is a treasure trove. After the dissection, make sure to transport as much of it back to Su Hang as possible, and be sure to check if it's hiding anything valuable inside. Got it, Heihu replied with a nod, then recalled that Li Qing had already made thorough preparations. Not only did he bring military personnel, but he also ensured logistical support, ready to uncover the true value of the giant turtle while guarding against any potential threats. With the subsequent tasks out of his hands, Yisu had no need to involve himself further. Li Qing would undoubtedly uncover the existence of the martial marrow. Knowing Li Qing's meticulous nature, he'd probably even take the blood-soaked soil along with the turtle's remains, let alone the rumored martial marrow. All right then, you go handle that. I'm going to take a break, Yisu said, leading Mo Xiaoyu toward another tent. Time was pressing. The turtle's corpse had already been here for days, and tomorrow, the events in the Shinnong Forbidden Zone would begin. Tonight was the perfect opportunity to get some rest. Once seated, Yisu began to take stock of his current situation. Profession, limit breaker. Constitution, 41. Intelligence, 6. Martial arts, Ape Fist, Taishian Sutra, Taisho Sutra. Skills, rushing force, layered wave slash. The only notable change was the improvement in his constitution. This enhancement had drastically impacted Yisu's combat capability, as it was like night and day. In addition, he reflected on the moment he struck down the giant turtle earlier today. That single strike showcased an extraordinary power, perfectly channeling the strength of his entire body. The blood energy within his flesh, the attribute power derived from his skills, and the violent aura of the heart Apol 3 had originally been separate forces. Yet, in that one strike, they melded together seamlessly. Could this mean that these three forces could be unified and integrated into one? Yisu recalled a letter that mentioned martial arts devouring skills and inheriting their power. Perhaps this was the key to his breakthrough. But to even approach that threshold, he would need the help of the heavenly essence fruit. And that fruit just so happened to be in the possession of a king-level life form, the dragon wolf, in the Shinnong Forbidden Zone. Once he obtained the heavenly essence fruit, perhaps the path to unifying power was becoming clearer. The strike that felled the giant turtle allowed Yisu to experience an unprecedented sense of cohesion, as though every cell in his body resonated in harmony. This newfound clarity hinted at the potential emergence of a revolutionary attack technique in the martial arts world. Inside the tent, Mo Xiaoyu glanced at Yisu, who was deep in training, and couldn't help but pout. I give up. Captain Yi is the ultimate overachiever, she muttered. Yisu's blood surged through his veins like a roaring tide, while she was left with no choice but to follow his lead and train as well. Days of constant worry had left Mo Xiaoyu exhausted. She finally decided to lie down on the makeshift cot to rest. Outside, Raindrops drummed steadily against the tent fabric, producing a rhythmic ticking sound reminiscent of beans falling onto a wooden table. The hypnotic pattern quickly lulled her into slumber. Yet even in her dreams, she couldn't escape the influence of her training. The falling blossom palm she practiced in her dream carried an entirely different rhythm. It was as if a single strike could freeze raindrops midair. When she turned and executed another move, her palm's force gathered countless raindrops into a torrent, its power astonishing. This technique embodied the essence of falling blossoms are intentional. Flowing water is indifferent, blending grace and ferocity. And so, within the rainy night's dreamscape, Mo Xiaoyu unlocked the secret technique of the falling blossom palm. It validated Li Qing's belief in destiny. Some people are simply born with extraordinary fortune, and no matter how circumstances change, what is meant to be will inevitably come to pass. The differences between practitioners can be broken down into several tiers, from ordinary professionals, to those who master secret techniques, to elite fighters who excel in core martial arts and seamlessly integrate multiple techniques. While this classification is yet to be officially recognized, it is destined to become common understanding. Mo Xiaoyu's path of growth stood in stark contrast to Yi Su's. Yi Su thrived on honing his skills through battle, which was why he kept taking this future raincaller on expeditions. Little did he realize that Mo Xiaoyu required the alignment of time, place, and circumstance to flourish. Each person's journey is shaped by destiny, fortune, and opportunity, making it impossible to replicate. Meanwhile, the Shinong Forbidden Zone echoed with constant roars. Though the rain gave the sea creatures a significant advantage, the plants and animals had already seized the initiative. Battles raged across various forbidden zones as powerful entities vied for dominance in the ecological hierarchy. In this world where language systems had yet to be established, strength was the ultimate form of expression. The weak were either devoured or forced to flee in desperation. At this very moment, a wounded dragon wolf licked its wounds, prowling along the edge of the forbidden zone. The rain continued unabated. The downpour showed no sign of stopping. In the humid air, the fear that once gripped people's faces was gone. With the arrival of the antidote, those who had shut themselves indoors for days finally took their first steps toward adaptation. The widespread panic of dreading the rain was completely dispelled. However, as humanity found its release, chaos erupted on the water's river, and sea routes were entirely paralyzed, and distress signals from merchant ships pierced the skies incessantly. Warships managed to maintain a fragile semblance of order. As the sea monsters exercised caution, they knew they could attack merchant ships freely, but warships required a more careful approach. Yet, the scales of time were tipping, and smaller tonnage warships had begun to face attacks. Across the globe, warships scrambled to return to port, with evacuation efforts on the seas unfolding at a feverish pace. Meanwhile, on land, human society was swept by another fervor, a relentless pursuit of becoming professionals. It had become evident that all the power of the old era would vanish in the torrent of the new age. Professionals were the protagonists of this new era, and the enhancement serums that could transform ordinary people into professionals were the keys to unlocking this epoch. At the Swang Research Institute, production lines operated at full capacity, with machines roaring day and night, yet the output still fell far short of the explosive demand. The harsh reality was that it took at least 10 doses of serum number 2 to elevate an ordinary person to the level of a professional, and production simply couldn't keep pace. The issue of pricing only exacerbated the situation. Li Qing had no intention of inflating prices deliberately. Every price hike was a reaction to market forces. On the black market, the cost of a single professional transformation had skyrocketed to at least tens of millions. In Daxiao, where the middle class was vast, the simple phrase, "Don't let your child fall behind at the starting line," was enough to compel families to exhaust their entire savings. Currently, the Swang Research Institute had several primary partnerships. The arrangements with the imperial capital were handled separately due to agreements left by Zhang Zhenzhou. The Swang military camp, as the backbone of Swang, was also excluded from regular allocation. The remaining quotas were distributed among research institutes in major cities. The military and exhibition channels jointly operated with clubs. Among these, Zhao Yuan's Tiankai Club controlled the largest share of channels, and quotasa condition negotiated after Zhao Qiming, following Yi Su's death, came to Swang, but was turned away by Li Qing, opting instead for this compromise. Li Qing's belief in destiny was quietly shaping his decisions. In his mind, professionals had a clear hierarchy. The top tier consisted of chosen ones, like Yi Su and Shui Hu, endowed with terrifying luck. The second tier included exceptional individuals like Zhao Yuan, who could rapidly rise in the professional era. Li Qing harbored no selfish motives. His ultimate goal was singular: to ensure that in this evolutionary crucible, the strongest king of the swarm would lead human civilization forward. This era was indeed a chaotic one, filled with strange and formidable entities. My God, the energy contained in this turtle's flesh is immense beyond any spiritual medicine. A researcher in a makeshift lab by the Xiang River exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement as his eyes widened. And it was true. Current data revealed that the essence of this giant soft-shell turtle's flesh far surpassed the value of first-tier spiritual medicine. Li Qing tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze fixed on the report in front of him, his thoughts racing. On another screen, the scene of Yi Su slaying the giant turtle played on lupa-sharp blades slicing through the water, the colossal creature splitting apart in an instant. Yi Su's growth had exceeded all expectations, reaching a nearly unimaginable level. Given the world's known resource reserves, such a leap should have been impossible. So, this giant soft-shell turtle, could it be a new form of spiritual medicine? One capable of supporting professionals in breaking through the 20-point threshold and advancing rapidly as second-tier spiritual medicine? But this was life itself. A terrifying thought suddenly crossed Li Qing's mind. He gestured for Heihu to come over. Heihu was a professional with a physique level of 21. Heihu, draw a vial of your blood for me, Li Qing said calmly. All right. Heihu responded without hesitation and immediately extracted a vial of his blood, handing it to Li Qing. Half an hour later, Li Qing closed his laptop, shut his eyes, and took a deep breath. He felt as though he was brushing against the very edge of the natural laws. Inside Heihu's blood was the essence of life, a powerful energy that had a significant effect on professionals with a physique level above 20. Though the quantity was limited, its impact was undeniable. From another perspective, Heihu could almost be considered a panacea for professionals. Noni professionals' blood essence could serve as a potent elixir for others of their kind. This dynamic revealed an instinctual cycle of mutual consumption and reinforcement. The most primal, natural law survival of the fittest. The discovery left Li Qing deeply shaken. For the first time, he truly grasped the harshness of this era. To grow stronger, one could consume others. This idea, I won't pursue it any further, Li Qing silently told himself. He knew that nations had already been quietly researching professionals for years. Perhaps someone else had uncovered this secret long before him. He closed his eyes, his mind replaying this wild train of thought. Cultivating professionals en masse, allowing them to grow and mature, and then harvesting their blood and flesh essence to nourish the strong. This wasn't just a method, it could become an entire industry. Li Qing took one final deep breath and forcibly banished the insane idea from his mind. He chose not to disclose these findings to the higher-ups in Daxia, knowing that this knowledge might be better left unknown. From a godlike perspective, one might summarize it this way. Li Qing, you have unwittingly touched upon the core of the path of demonic cultivation for professionals' cannibalism. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, gently waking Yi Su. It had been a quiet night, with the rain outside falling softly, in rhythm with Mo Xiaoyu's faint breathing, all through the night. Unfortunately, when morning came, the sun was still obscured by heavy gray clouds, showing no signs of breaking through. Yi Su sat up, his joints cracking audibly. The essence of life from the giant turtle was still slowly working within his body. However, now that his physique had reached 41, the absorption process had noticeably slowed. He understood that as his physique continued to improve, the required energy purity increased as well. The giant turtle, once a precious remedy, had now become just another ordinary supplement. A new day begins, Yi Su murmured to himself. Today, I'm heading to the Shinnong Forbidden Zone. He gently woke Mo Xiaoyu. Mo Xiaoyu groggily opened her eyes, a hint of guilt visible within them. Yi Su had been cultivating all night, while she had made no progress. She felt a vague sense of unease. To make up for her embarrassment, she blurted out, Captain Yi, I think I've mastered a secret technique. Yi Su paused, slightly taken aback. At this moment, Mo Xiaoyu's claim seemed dubious after all, dreams couldn't be trusted. But as Mo Xiaoyu fully woke up, she realized that the secret technique was imprinted firmly in her mind. Is it possible that this secret technique is a manifestation of the Rain Summoner's abilities? Yi Su wondered, a trace of doubt rising in his heart. All right, show me later, Yi Su said, turning to find Li Qing. Today, they were set to depart for the Shinnong Forbidden Zone. Okay, Mo Xiaoyu replied, her earlier guilt replaced with a cheerful expression. Yi Su entered Li Qing's office. Li Qing's eyes were bloodshot, evidence of a sleepless night. As soon as he saw Yi Su, he handed over a report. Yi Su unfolded it curiously. The more he read, the more the gravity of the situation weighed on him. Finally, a glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes as he asked in a low voice, with the current resource standards, can someone grow rapidly? Li Qing sighed deeply and, after a moment of silence, replied, yes. After developing the concept of survival of the fittest, Li Qing quietly opened his terminal in the silent depths of the night, carefully reviewing the updated combat power data of global professionals. Within the borders of Daxia, the data remained relatively stable. Yi Su led with an unchanged value of 25 points, closely followed by Cui, who at 24 points. This ranking was expected, as the recent rainfall hadn't brought any second-tier elixirs, forcing everyone to improve step by step through steady effort. Turning his attention to international data, the situation in the Damao region appeared normal, but a professional named Scaff caught Li Qing's I had also reached 24 points, tying with Cui Hu. This level of strength typically indicated mastery of some core technique, prompting Li Qing to add him to his key watch list. However, when he reviewed the data from the lighthouse region, his pupils contracted sharply. Trist, 39 points. What was even more alarming was the fact that this individual was backed by the Freedom Club, an organization composed of several major financial groups. Li Qing immediately accessed the records of king-level life form kills in the lighthouse area, only to find no evidence of any such life form being slain. Instead, a significant number of professionals had perished during the recent chaos caused by sea monsters. This discovery led him to a swift conclusion. The lighthouse had already mastered the theory of the human elixir and put it into practice. Trist's astonishing physical prowess was the result of consuming his own kind. After further analyzing international intelligence, Li Qing noticed that all nations closely aligned with the lighthouse had professionals with physiques exceeding 35 points, consistently ranking high on official leaderboards. He compiled these findings into a detailed report, which he planned to submit to Yi Su at dawn. So, devouring one's kind has become a path to power? Yi Su sighed softly. To go to such extremes for strength, it's truly unthinkable. It may not be mainstream yet, but it's certainly a viable path, Li Qing said solemnly. Just last night, the imperial capital was asking for my opinion on these professionals exceeding 35 points. While the authorities want to adopt this method, private clubs. Yi Su rubbed his temples and interrupted. Understood. At least in Suang, we won't stoop to such measures. Do you think I'm suggesting a way for you to grow stronger? Li Qing turned to glance outside at the massive turtle carcass, which, despite showing no signs of decay, emitted an even stronger fragrant aroma. In your current state, you are, in a way, the most precious third-tier elixir in the world. Hearing this, Yi Su scratched his head and changed the subject. By the way, has the dissection of the giant turtle yielded any results? Anything unusual? Clearly, Li Qing's roundabout warning had failed to dissuade Yi Su from his plans to venture into the Shinnong Forbidden Zone. Faced with the stubborn man, Li Qing could only cast him a helpless glance before finally saying, "There is indeed something we've discovered." Li Qing took out an exquisite box from the side, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I have to say, you're getting a little addicted. You're heading to the Shinnong restricted zone for this, aren't you? Who would have thought that such a treasure could be found inside a king-level life form? He opened the box. Here, martial marrow. Li Qing firmly believed that Yi Su had sensed the aura of the martial marrow, which was why he chose today to venture into the Shinnong restricted zone. After all, the only king-level life form thoroughly investigated in Xia was there. Yi Su took the box, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his lips. Li Qing makes a good point. Why can king-level life forms reach such heights? It might just be connected to treasures like this. After all, with the same evolutionary process, why is it only they who ascend to that level? Director Li, please help me apply for exploration clearance. I've already had Black Tiger prepare the plane. We'll depart shortly. All right, be careful out there. Black Tiger's efficiency was impressive. A small aircraft was already waiting on the runway of the temporary research institute. Take care out there, Black Tiger said, waving goodbye. Seated in the cabin, Yi Su nodded in acknowledgement, and the plane took off. Beside him, Imo Xiaoyu pouted and complained. You promised to show me your secret techniques, but now you're rushing off like this. Yi Su chuckled. I really can't afford to delay. Heading to the Shinnong restricted zone first is crucial. If the dragon wolf appears and gets discovered or eliminated by the military, that's the Tianyuan fruit gone. With my martial arts techniques already showing signs of fusion, having the Tianyuan fruit would allow me to truly embark on this path. As he contemplated the promising prospects of future combat techniques, a piercing alarm suddenly filled the cabin. Enemy tracking. Enemy tracking. We've been locked onto by a missile. The panicked cries of the crew echoed. Yi Su's expression darkened immediately. Encountering such a situation within Xia's borders was highly unusual. Although the modified aircraft was equipped with a basic early warning radar, it was clearly too late to evade the attack. Can you parachute? Yi Su made a swift decision, rushing into the cockpit and pulling out the pilot. Including himself, there were 6 people on board enough to handle the situation. In the next moment, he swung his long blade, slicing open a large hole in the side of the plane. Holding onto Mo Xiaoyu, he led the 4 crew members as they leapt out. Amid the roaring wind, they saw the missile strike the plane clearly. With a deafening explosion, flames engulfed the entire aircraft. A cold glint flashed in Yi Su's eyes. Someone within the country has crossed the line. They can expect a visit from me soon. As they plummeted rapidly through the air, Yi Su took a deep breath, his heart pounding fiercely. Blood chi manifestation. His blood energy condensed into staircase-like shapes. With a light step, though the steps shattered instantly, they successfully reduced the impact of their descent. Standing on one foot while stepping on the other, it turns out this can actually defy gravity. At this moment, Yisu was demonstrating this incredible feat in midair. His chi and blood had condensed outside his body, forming a cloud-like aura. Though he could only linger briefly in the air, it was enough to serve as a relay point for maintaining his altitude. When the news of the plane being bombed reached him, Yisu remained unfazed. Ever since slaying the giant turtle, he had come to deeply understand the extraordinary abilities granted by his 41-point physique. This confidence allowed him to face danger with calm composure in any perilous situation. Now, 6 individuals were maneuvering in midair, leveraging each other's movements to slow their descent. Just as a safe landing seemed assured, the assassins revealed a more sinister plan. Bang! A muffled gunshot shattered the sky. Amidst the burst of flames, a 12.7mm sniper bullet roared through the air. Yisu's eyes narrowed as he instantly tracked the bullet's trajectory. With a flash of his blade, he deflected the bullet with a crisp clang. Quite bold, Yisu murmured. He was well aware that this assassination attempt was likely tied to the revelation of the great medicine theory. In Xia, if someone could consume him as a so-called great medicine, it would be a shortcut to immense power. Compared to this, seizing the giant turtle's corpse from Li Qing seemed far more challenging. After all, though Li Qing was under his command, he acted with official authority. And as a professional, Yisu was bound by certain rules, which made him a legitimate target for assassination. At that moment, Imo Xiaoyu suddenly spoke up. Captain Yi, let me handle this. With a graceful wave of her hand, a gust of wind surged, and raindrops in the air coalesced into a winding river, supporting the group firmly in midair. The raincaller's talent. She's managed to push the falling petal palm technique to this level? Yisu gazed in astonishment. Imo Xiaoyu nodded gently. This ability stemmed not only from the uniqueness of the falling petal palm, but also from her innate raincaller profession. On a rainy day like this, her powers were further amplified by nature itself. Can you ensure everyone lands safely? Yisu asked. Don't worry. Even bullets fired from the ground won't get through. Imo Xiaoyu replied confidently. The water flow will quickly dissipate the bullet's kinetic energy. All right, it's all yours. Before he even finished speaking, Yisu had already separated from the group, stepping on his blood-formed platforms as he shot toward the ground like an arrow. On the ground, members of the Yuntian Club witnessed Yisu's astonishing descent, their faces filled with disbelief. When did professionals evolve this quickly? Cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. We're professionals too, but how is the gap this massive? They had thought their plan was flawless, but the reality unfolding before them was far beyond their expectations. Crashing down from such a height would undoubtedly result in death. Yet the scene before Lu Qiao's eyes left him utterly stunned. Yisu was somehow stepping on invisible air currents, suspended midair as if walking on solid ground. What shocked him even more was the sight of a support professional beside Yisu, manipulating streams of water to dance through the air. This completely shattered Lu Qiao's understanding of evolutionaries. Lu Qiao gulped hard, recalling the moment the club assigned him this mission. His last confrontation with Yisu in the Shinnong Forbidden Zone had already left him shaken, but the club's offer of an enormous bounty had ultimately swayed him. Now, however, the only thought in his mind was run. Money was important, sure. Before Xia collapsed, it could buy anything. But first, you had to stay alive to spend it. Without a second thought, Lu Qiao turned and fled, not daring to look back. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced through the rain, sending a shiver down his spine and pushing his legs to move even faster. Yisu had landed. The area was surrounded by heavily armed professionals, equipped with missiles and high-caliber firearms of force powerful enough to easily take down any airborne target. But Yisu was different. With a physique rating of 41, he moved through the crowd like a predator among sheep. As his long blade danced, severed limbs flew, and the rain-soaked ground turned crimson with blood. The clear patter of raindrops mingled with anguished cries, forming a grim symphony of death. Some fell to their knees begging for mercy, only to be silenced by the flash of his blade. Others roared in defiance, their shouts turning to screams of terror in an instant. Those who tried to flee met the same bloody fate. Yisu remained silent throughout, his focus solely on the methodical slaughter. In his mind, a primal, untamed spirit cheered wildly, while a violent aura coiled around him like a serpent, testing the limits of his skill slots. A nascent form of the martial arts devouring technique was beginning to take shape. In what could only be described as a massacre, dozens of professionals were sent to the afterlife in mere moments. With the final head hitting the ground, Yisu flicked the blood off his blade and turned toward the direction Lu Qiao had fled. Despite Lu Qiao's head start, Yisu's superhuman speed made the chase laughably one-sided. Lu Qiao was nothing more than a lumbering turtle in comparison. With just a few leaps, Yisu had caught up to the panicked and disheveled Lu Qiao. You look familiar, Yisu's voice rang in Lu Qiao's ears. Stumbling, Lu Qiao tumbled to the ground, rolling several times as his raincoat tore, leaving him covered in mud and dead leaves. Yisu, Lu Qiao stammered, his voice trembling. I ask you answer. I'll grant you a whole corpse, Yisu said coldly. Huh, I'm dead either way. What can you up? Lu Qiao's defiance was cut short by a scream that tore through the stormy night. In an era devoid of faith, no one could truly withstand the torment of torture. The stoic resilience glorified in movies and TV shows had no place in reality. Within less than a minute, under the threat of Yisu's blade, Lu Qiao spilled everything he knew, as compliant as a child obediently reciting their lessons. Yisu picked up a slice of meat, thin as a cicada's wing, from the long blade in his hand, his cold gaze fixed on Lu Qiao, who was trembling before him. The club's name. Yuntian Club. Where's the headquarters? A temporary camp at the foot of Mount Tai. Yisu frowned. Why not in the city? What good does it do to set up camp at the foot of Mount Tai? Lu Qiao stammered, his voice shaking. It was decided by someone in the club called Fox. Everyone listens to him. As he spoke, he couldn't help but recall Fox's weathered, middle-aged face and the cryptic words he'd said before they set off. Lu Qiao, don't act tough. In times like these, a spineless man survives the longest. Lu Qiao had dismissed the advice at the time, but now, after enduring Yisu's blade, his backbone had truly softened. Is Fox a professional? Yes, I heard he's a special professional. Many club decisions are made by him. Including the order to kill me? No, that was the founder's order. It's because of Li Mingyuan. He's our pillar of support. Yisu seemed thoughtful. Li Mingyuan is indeed capable, one of the first professionals, experienced, ruthless. If he's alive, he can definitely hold up a club. He paused, then asked, besides killing me, were there any other specific instructions? Like taking my body back? Lu Qiao froze in shock. Yes, no matter how many pieces you're in, even if they have to use a shovel, they must bring your body back. A knowing glint flashed in Yisu's eyes. So Yuntian Club is after the great medicine, huh? Planning to use me as their prize? Quite the cunning plan. He raised his blade and stepped closer. Fine. You kept your word. So I'll keep mine. I'll send you off painlessly. Wait. Lu Qiao screamed in terror. I can be useful. I'll do anything. Please, don't kill me. With a sickening sound, his head hit the ground. Yisu sheathed his blade, deep in thought. That last plea didn't seem right clearly. Someone had prepped him. This special professional, Fox, why did he insist on setting up camp at the foot of Mount Tai? Interesting. I need to check it out. But first, the immediate priority is the dragon wolves in the Shinong Forbidden Zone. Turning toward Mo Xiaoyu and the others, Yisu noticed that the young girl had some real skill. She had actually managed to bring someone safely down from the air without a scratch. Captain Yi. Mo Xiaoyu ran up excitedly, her face glowing with anticipation for praise. Not bad. That secret technique of yours is quite impressive, Yisu said with a smile. Meanwhile, the crew members looked pale as they stared at the blood-soaked ground, clearly shaken by the brutal scene they had just witnessed. Let's move, Yisu said, scanning the area. Even though we're in the forest, such commotion is bound to attract official attention soon. Missiles going off in the air, there's no way they won't investigate. The group moved forward in the same direction as rain poured relentlessly from the sky. For professionals like Yisu and Mo Xiaoyu, the weather was hardly an issue. Their higher than average body temperatures rendered the rain inconsequential. The crew members, however, weren't as fortunate. The cold rain drenched them, leaving them shivering uncontrollably. Fortunately, Yisu's judgment proved accurate. After more than half an hour, the roar of a helicopter broke through the curtain of rain. The aircraft lowered a rope, lifting each person into the cabin one by one. When verifying identities, the crew members were visibly shocked. Using portable missile weapons as private individuals was almost unimaginable. They initially intended to escort Yisu's group to the main camp for questioning, but Yisu insisted that time was of the essence and requested that they proceed on their own, asking instead to be taken directly to the temporary camp in the Shinong restricted zone. Considering Yisu's status as a professional, which inherently came with significant unspoken privileges, boarding the helicopter was merely a formality. The pilot eventually agreed to his request, and the helicopter headed straight for the Shinong zone camp. Ever since the authorities initiated exploration efforts, this area had never truly been sealed off. Numerous professionals from clubs and cities flocked here to earn merits, and today the crowd was larger than ever. The moment Yisu stepped off the helicopter and into the camp, he felt countless gazes lock onto him, some filled with hatred, others with envy, bloodlust, or admiration. Scanning the crowd casually, his attention quickly landed on a peculiar figure, a middle-aged man with slightly reddened eyes standing in the rain. Drool occasionally escaped the corners of his mouth, though it was barely noticeable under the downpour. You love gossip, don't you? Do you know who that is? Yisu asked Mo Xiaoyu. Mo Xiaoyu scrutinized the man for a moment before shaking her head. I know almost everyone from the first wave of awakeners, but he's not one of them. Still, there's something strange about him. He gives off a beast-like aura. It's unsettling. Yisu remarked, a physique nearing 30 points, yet not part of the first wave of awakeners? His evolution speed is faster than mine. Narrowing his eyes, he added, this guy's been improving by consuming people. The Grand Xia dynasty has no shortage of demonic cultivators like him breaking taboos for power. Interesting. I wonder who's backing him. Makes me tempted to report him. With that, Yisu led Mo Xiaoyu further into the camp. Let's connect with the camp and gather some intel, he said, thoughts racing in his mind. Were the influx of professionals here due to the ripple effect of him killing the giant softshell turtle, or had the news of cannibalism abroad already spread? This place was undoubtedly a haven for demonic cultivators. Ordinary professionals could try their luck hunting king-level life forms, while demonic cultivators treated the area as a buffet. To them, both king-level creatures and powerful professionals were treasures to be consumed. The middle-aged man watched Yisu walk into the camp, his drool nearly uncontrollable. A single thought roared repeatedly in his mind. Eat, eat, eat him. Before long, Yisu learned from the camp that the number of professionals arriving had surged suddenly at dawn, seemingly in a coordinated manner, with wave after wave descending from helicopters. Upon contacting Li Qing from the temporary Xiangjiang Research Institute, Yisu discovered the truth. While he had been investigating foreign information, others had already followed the trail and uncovered some clues. Subsequently, several major foreign nations compiled the cannibalism reports and transmitted them into China. By the time Yisu was still on the helicopter, the news had already spread nationwide. Meanwhile, the Xiangjiang Research Institute was under mounting pressure due to the giant turtle's corpse. Yisu merely remarked, "The pressure won't last much longer," before taking a deep breath and heading toward the depths of the Shinnong restricted zone with Mo Xiaoyu. The moment he moved, a large number of professionals immediately followed. Yisu remained the center of attention. After all, he carried numerous titles and a formidable reputation. Whether it was the official professionals or the independent freelancers in the field, Yisu's name had become widely known across the entire industry. Some even speculated about his possible profession based on his actions, a rare and formidable role, a seer-type special professional. This speculation struck fear into many, as such a profession wielded terrifying abilities. From significant events to minor changes, everything seemed to connect to him, and he always managed to reap substantial benefits from them. Because of this, whenever Yisu took action, countless professionals would follow in his footsteps, hoping to gain even the slightest advantage from his endeavors. The Shinnong Forbidden Zone had, over time, become an extremely perilous place. The existence of king-level creatures was no longer just a rumor. The area was filled with unpredictable dangers. Many believed that venturing into the zone recklessly would be akin to courting death. However, Yisu was not oblivious to the risks. Every step he took seemed carefully calculated. If he decided to enter, it meant there was certainly a precious treasure to be discovered. For this reason, professionals swarmed after him, ready to claim whatever scraps of fortune might fall through his fingers as he unlocked the secrets of the Forbidden Zone. Yet, not everyone had benign intentions. The dangers of the Shinnong Forbidden Zone were well known, and some individuals harbored sinister thoughts, their eyes gleaming with malice. They anticipated the possibility of Yisu encountering an accident should he be injured or even lose his life. Who could say they wouldn't find something valuable on him? Especially since Yisu's healing elixirs remained unmatched and highly coveted. Meanwhile, at the edge of the Shinnong Forbidden Zone, the dragon wolf was still prowling. Occasionally, it would lick its wounds, but most of the time, it was hunting for prey. As a king-level mutated beast, the dragon wolf's intelligence had significantly evolved. In this perilous environment, its survival instincts and cunning had grown sharper, much like seasoned hunters who adapt after facing countless setbacks. The tree spirits and sentient plants in the zone, especially the Willow King, had repeatedly ambushed the dragon wolf. The Willow King craved the dragon wolf's flesh and blood, and each ambush had left the beast in excruciating pain. After enduring several painful lessons, the dragon wolf chose to avoid the Willow King, though doing so came at the cost of losing access to more food sources. It needed flesh and blood to replenish its strength, for only then could it reclaim its position as the ruler of the countless mountains. However, the dragon wolf dared not leave the Shinnong Forbidden Zone in search of other resources. It had tried before, but every time it ventured too far, metallic objects would fall from the sky with deafening crashes. The impact was so intense that the dragon wolf felt the tearing force of the air itself. Each time this happened, the dragon wolf realized that the outside world was not a place it could tread lightly. Now, its frustration was growing. The conflict between its intelligence and primal instincts left it restless. It dared not charge deeper into the mountains, where the mountain lords were far too powerful for it to contend with. Yet, leaving the mountains filled it with dread, as the falling metallic objects from the sky seemed to foretell catastrophic disasters. Just then, the dragon wolf's agitation began to subside. Its ears twitched slightly, and its keen sense of smell caught a scent. It was the unmistakable aroma of fresh blood, mingled with a faint, enticing fragrance. The scent grew stronger, permeating the air, as if a large amount of flesh and blood was converging toward it. The dragon wolf's instincts told it that today might just be its lucky day, and this was no mere illusion. Not only could it smell the captivating aroma of blood and flesh, but it could also see it. In the distance, far on the horizon, two strange creatures appeared, moving in groups toward the Shinnong forbidden zone. A flicker of anticipation crossed the dragon wolf's mind. Perhaps these creatures were the opportunity it had been longing for. Although this creature appeared extremely bizarre and even felt a faint sense of fear deep within, the lure of flesh and blood was simply too overwhelming. If it could devour 10, no, 20 of them, it was confident it could heal all its internal injuries. And then, by consuming dozens or even hundreds more, it might undergo another evolution. My heavens, at that point, even the mountain lord would no longer be its match. The dragon wolf's thoughts began to stir. It lay hidden within the distant thicket, its eyes fixed intently on the humans, fully entering hunting mode. Yisu led Mo Xiaoyu deeper into the mountains. The rain forecast hadn't been as accurate as mentioned in the letter, which only stated that an injured dragon wolf was lurking near the edge of the Shinnong restricted zone. As for its precise location, that still needed to be discovered. Yisu silently pondered. Can I truly find it? Why me? But soon, he realized that with the support of the large group of professionals following him, and recalling how the Willow King had shown great interest in his flesh and blood last time, perhaps the injured dragon wolf might feel the same way. Coupled with the prevailing grand medicine theory, Yisu felt as though he had stepped into a peculiar cycle. Slaying the giant turtle had brought him instant fame, which in turn attracted a crowd of followers as soon as he entered the Shinnong restricted zone. These people, conveniently enough, could lure out the injured dragon wolf. One link led to another. Was this a manifestation of his future control over events, or simply the inevitable course of fate? Either way, the script was unfolding remarkably smoothly. Calming his mind, Yisu focused on the surrounding environment. The dragon wolf could be hiding in some corner. With the extended timeline of mutations among flora and fauna, the dragon wolf might have already developed intelligence. It would never recklessly emerge to enjoy a buffet. It required bait. Roar, a guttural growl echoed from behind, a sound that seemed to embody an uncontrollable human desire and bloodlust. Yisu spun around abruptly, shielding Mo Xiaoyu behind him with a sweeping motion of his arm, his gaze locked onto the path they had taken. Suddenly, he noticed the grass nearby shaking violently. Something was approaching rapidly. Eat. He'll eat you. A beast-like roar erupted from the undergrowth, and the next moment, a humanoid figure lunged out. No, it wasn't a monster, it was a person. However, this individual was grotesquely distorted, with reddish-brown mist swirling in their eyes and blackish-yellow drool dripping uncontrollably from their mouth. They looked like a monkey tainted by some eerie corruption. Terrified, Mo Xiaoyu cowered behind Yisu, thinking to herself, if it were other fish demons or monsters, that would be fine, but this mutated human form is truly horrifying. Captain Yihi, Mo Xiaoyu stammered nervously. Yisu fixed his gaze on the grotesque figure and calmly asked, how do you plan to eat? Starting with the hands. The deranged man bellowed. Completely consumed by madness, he hunched over like a beast, hands dangling, head raised, circling Yisu as he rambled, bit by bit. I'll eat you completely, and then I'll become the strongest professional in Xia. I'll wield fire, have my own city, and rule over everyone. Ha ha ha. Yisu swung his long blade, slicing through the rain curtain, while a thought crossed his mind. Talking about eating people, could it be extracting the essence of flesh and blood? Eating directly? After tens of thousands of years of evolution, the species' intervention mechanisms aren't something you can simply defy. Haven't you heard? Eating people will give you prion disease. The grotesque man froze, as if struck by a heavy hammer to the head, momentarily dazed. Who the hell eats people outright? Do you think practitioners are some other kind of species? A flash of anger flickered in Yisu's eyes, and his voice turned icy. Seeing practitioners as a treasure trove of energy is because their bodies contain immense life essence and vitality. Extracting those elements results in something comparable to a second-tier spiritual elixir in quality, he explained, tracing an arc in the air with his finger. Of course, while the quality is high, the quantity is limited. With current research capabilities, the loss during extraction is still significant. Yisu let out a cold laugh. But in the end, it's still a method to gain power. It's no surprise that other countries have taken off with this approach. But when it gets passed to our country, it turns into outright consumption. All I can say is, you practitioners really are demonic cultivators. Truly ruthless. Confronted with the strange man before him, Yisu stopped holding back. His gaze sharpened like a blade. I respect your determination to pursue power, because I also crave it. But I despise your methods of gaining it. Eating people, that's just pathetic. As his words fell, Yisu launched himself forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. Instantly, countless eyes from the dense forest around them locked onto the scene. Yisu's strength had already become a legend after he slew the giant turtle. Rumors of him taking down a king-level creature with a single strike had spread like wildfire, dazzling in their brilliance. So when he finally made a move, it drew an overwhelming amount of attention. The strange man screeched incoherently, his voice grating and unpleasant. Perhaps it was a side effect of his cannibalistic practices, or perhaps he was nothing more than bait, deliberately sent to gauge Yisu's strength. Yisu paid no mind to this. A slight smirk played at the corner of his lips. Your stares are intense, anxious even. But after this strike, you'll learn to temper your arrogance and impatience. The feral energy of the heart ape had long since fused with Yisu, becoming an intrinsic part of him. Now, as he unleashed his full power, that savage aura surged even more fiercely. Black and red energy swirled around him, flowing like a current before streaking across the sky like lightning. The strange man's pupils dilated in terror as the scene before him twisted in his vision. Towering trees, verdant grass, endless rain, Yisu with his blade, and a headless corpse. One strike. Decapitation. The forest was filled with the sound of sharp intakes of breath, followed by an eerie silence, broken only by the soft patter of raindrops hitting the ground. Yisu had surpassed their understanding, ascending to a level they could scarcely fathom. This strange man had been feared by many, prompting groups to band together for mutual protection. Everyone had anticipated a fierce battle when he encountered Yisu. But the result? Just one strike. The gap was insurmountable. Captain Yi, is it true that practitioners are really starting to eat people now? Mo Xiaoyu asked in a low voice, her eyes filled with confusion. This world is becoming harder and harder to understand. Yisu shrugged. It's not just practitioners who eat people. That's always been the case. Always been the case. Ambitious, aren't you? Yisu glanced at Mo Xiaoyu, his tone turning serious. Then grow stronger. Keep getting stronger. Otherwise, as the progression of practitioners continues to press forward, if our order collapses, humanity won't escape the apocalypse. His voice was deep and resolute. An apocalypse true cannibalism, in every sense of the word. Perhaps in the history of other species, it will be recorded as humanity fell, clinging to survival, trading children for food. At this, Mo Xiaoyu looked at Yisu and suddenly understood why he pushed himself so relentlessly. While humanity might fail to learn from history, there are always those who fight desperately to prevent its darkest chapters from repeating. Yisu was a quintessential example of a Dacian native. The two continued onward, stepping over the damp grass and weaving through the rain-soaked forest. There was no need for a clear destination or deliberate searching. Yisu believed the dragon wolf would appear. An injured dragon wolf, a living treasure of vitality and life essence. The clues had all come together. Following behind his own team was the best bait. In fact, Yisu's judgment was spot on. The dragon wolf had already noticed these people. Its figure flitted through the forest like a ghost, maintaining a safe distance as it trailed them. As time passed, its inner restlessness boiled like water about to overflow. Those walking sacks of flesh and blood, brimming with potent essence, were right in front of it. Devouring them would not only restore its peak condition, but could even take it to a higher level. How could such temptation be resisted? The dragon wolf's fragile rationality, overwhelmed by instinctual urges, crumbled like a breached dam, utterly beyond control. Swish! Rain droplets burst in midair. The dragon wolf launched its hunt. Its explosive speed was suffocating. In the blink of an eye, it shot out from the underbrush, closing the distance between its fangs and its prey's throat in mere seconds. By the time someone in the group noticed the anomaly, what stood before them was a massive wolf, 5 or 6 meters tall, nearly 10 meters long. Its gaping maw clamped down on one team member's head, tearing it off with a violent shake that ripped out the entire spine. Blood sprayed like rain, painting a gruesome scene. Ah! A piercing male scream shattered the silence of the forest. The dragon wolf cast a cold glance at the screamer, but did not attack. Instead, it continued to relish its blood-soaked feast. Warm blood flowed down its throat, and the essence within the flesh was rapidly absorbed. The dragon wolf was intoxicated by the pleasure of feeding. Primitive instincts had completely overridden any trace of reason. To it, these were no more than walking, two-legged sheep. The scream echoed far and wide, carrying for miles. It's here. Yisu's spirit surged. Though he had yet to lay eyes on the dragon wolf, his instincts told him this was it. Quick, follow my lead. Yisu shouted, grabbing Mo Xiaoyu as he did. He stomped down, the sound of shattering blood-ki energy ringing out clearly, and leapt into the air with her. Though this method would deplete a significant amount of his blood-ki, speed was of the essence. Mo Xiaoyu immediately tensed. She understood that Yisu's sudden burst of energy meant one terrifying battle was imminent. Her expression hardened in an instant. With a wave of her hand, water surged and formed a protective ring around the two of them. Boom, 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 boom. Yisu ascended into the air, bypassing the forest canopy to charge directly through the open sky. His speed was astonishing. From above, it was clear that a large number of people were converging toward the source of the scream. Glancing downward, a colossal shadow loomed intermittently within the forest, its size utterly staggering. What is that? That's the target. Yisu replied firmly, diving straight toward it. Whoosh! An object suddenly hurtled toward them. Yisu quickly twisted to evade. Upon closer inspection, it was a freshly stripped skull, the flesh and blood drained completely. A few white sinews still clung to it, and the expression of terror from its former owner seemed frozen in place. Yisu released his grip midair, his long blade emanating a dark aura. His heart surged with excitement as his bloodlust and strength reached their peak. Facing the dragon wolf, he was determined to end this with a single strike. Roar! The dragon wolf, sensing the violent energy emanating from Yisu, became alert to the threat and let out a thunderous roar. A faint gray aura enveloped its claws as its massive frame reared up on its hind legs, swiping fiercely toward Yisu. Good, good, good. As expected of a king-level creature, even your demonic energy has taken form. Yisu's eyes gleamed with exhilaration. This is way better than that turtle-like giant terrapin. No wonder you mutated ahead of the fish demons by an entire season. Plants and beasts like you really are something. Bang! The long blade clashed with the wolf's claw, the impact spreading outward in a circular wave of misty air. Yisu landed on the ground, forced to retreat a few steps under the immense strength of the blow. What power! The dragon wolf, in turn, scrutinized this unusual two-legged prey, clearly aware of the threat in Yisu's aura. Mo Xiaoyu landed behind Yisu moments later. Peeking at the dragon wolf from behind him, she felt a chill run down her spine. This is a king-level creature. Captain Yi is actually hunting a king-level creature. The crowd thickened as more onlookers were drawn by the piercing screams. When they finally caught sight of the creature before them, everyone froze in shock. It was indeed a stunningly fearsome, mutated wolf beast, or as many would call it, a demon. Its size was far beyond normal, its body covered in unique grayish-iron fur that transitioned into a bluish hue at the tail, shimmering with an eerie glow under the ring. What was even more striking were the sharp, silvery bone-like blades extending from its joints, gleaming coldly. The two horns on its head completely altered its appearance, giving its elongated wolfish snout a faint but undeniable air of a true dragon's majesty. Its abdomen bore 3 deep gashes that exposed bone, with torn flesh curling at the edges, pale and bloodied. Despite the rain washing over it, fresh blood continued to seep out. Yet, even in its wounded state, the ferocity in its eyes only intensified, exuding an aura of suffocating dominance. The combat strength of this king-level creature clearly surpassed that of the giant turtle from before. A flicker of excitement flashed in Yisu's eyes. Ever since his physique reached 41 points, he hadn't truly fought at full force. He glanced around and declared loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is my target. If you want a piece of the action, show me what you've got. Of course, you could always wait for us to wear each other out, and then swoop in for the spoils." A series of audible gulps echoed through the crowd. This was indeed a rare opportunity, claiming Yisu's body along with this king-level beast could lead to unimaginable gains. But some wisely began retreating, understanding the value of knowing their limits. Without another word, Yisu unleashed a surge of blood energy, which materialized into a set of armor around him. The black and crimson aura swirled as he shot forward like an arrow, charging straight at the dragon wolf. The onlookers were stunned. What the hell? Did you evolve again in secret? The dragon wolf roared furiously, launching itself directly at him without hesitation. In an instant, the air was filled with flashing blades and the clash of steel. Yisu moved with precision and mastery, his combat skills allowing him to maneuver effortlessly. His long blade swept through the air with an imposing force. Meanwhile, the dragon wolf relied entirely on its primal instincts, a pure killing machine in action. From the first exchange of blows, Yisu realized this wasn't like fighting the giant turtle. This was a true battle of life and death. The numerous bone blades protruding from its body weren't mere decorations. They were genuine weapons of war. Yisu's eyes narrowed as a thought flashed through his mind. Could this be the embryonic form of the demon race's combat techniques? This creature's battle experience surpassed 99% of professional fighters. You demons are really something else, huh? Yisu couldn't help but mock aloud. If humans put in even half the effort you do, we wouldn't have fallen to this state. In truth, the demons weren't striving for dominance out of ambition, but out of necessity. The throne of the Shinnong Forbidden Zone remained vacant, and king-level beings fought fiercely for supremacy. For them, daily life was either a brutal struggle or a march toward the battlefield. If combat could be considered a form of cultivation, then the desperation with which these demons fought was no less intense than Yisu's own efforts. The dragon wolf let out a deep, guttural growl. The strength of the two-legged creature before it was truly surprising, and it even caught a glimpse of the mountain lord's shadow in him. However, instead of retreating, this resemblance only fueled its violent instincts further. I was beaten down by the mountain lord in the Shinnong Forbidden Zone, barely making it out alive. And now, am I supposed to bow to a mere human? The dragon wolf roared internally. Then what was the point of escaping? I refused to submit. A gray aura swirled around the dragon wolf's body, and an invisible wind seemed to rise beneath its feet, dramatically increasing its speed. This ability faintly bore the mark of innate supernatural talent. At the critical juncture of evolution, king-level beings could pivot unpredictably, making it impossible to foresee their next form. Purely physical combat was becoming insufficient. In the near future, supernatural abilities, secret techniques, innate gifts, and spells would likely dominate the battlefield. Yisu's expression turned serious. What had started as a joke now carried a weighty realization. If the demon race continued evolving along this path, their future would be limitless. In contrast, humanity still relied on chaotic and disorganized methods. Although Su Heng's approach was orthodox, and the research institute under his support was progressing rapidly, the world didn't belong to one person alone. Everyone had a role to play. Perhaps after this battle, I should use my strength to establish some rules and order for the professional world, Yisu pondered. The future will come, but for now, I need to deal with this creature. The heart ape's consciousness stirred violently within Yisu, clearly agitated by the sight of a beast flaunting its strength before it. Its savage aura grew more intense. Yisu raised his long blade, slashing through the air with a whistle that carried the faint echo of the heart ape's roar. Roar! The dragon wolf's entire body trembled. In that instant, it seemed to hear the mountain lord's roar. The mountain lord's tiger roar was known as the voice of 100 beasts, capable of exerting a terrifying suppressive effect on all wild creatures. How could this two-legged creature possibly replicate it? Yisu's heart pounded violently, and the black aura emanating from him was even more aggressive than the crimson blood energy. The black and red hues of his bloodkey armor gradually became dominated by black. Meanwhile, in the depths of his mind, the heart ape's black, savage aura began consuming the energy of his Chongshi Force skill slot, growing stronger. Unfortunately, it was just shy of a breakthrough. The blood and flesh of the Chongshi Force had been devoured, but its framework remained unyielding. The heart ape's savage aura could not yet achieve transformation. This internal change manifested externally, as Yisu's bloodkey armor turning completely black, while his aura became increasingly ferocious and overpowering. Simultaneously, the Taishin Sutra and Taisho Sutra activated, layering bullet-time perception and combat instincts. Yisu's strength began to surge exponentially. The dragon wolf was overcome with dread. To its eyes, the two-legged creature before it had transformed into a colossal beast, a terrifying entity on par with the mountain lord, exuding overwhelming pressure. Its growls grew lower and more subdued as its pride began to crumble. In the end, combat strength is everything. When you can dominate your opponent, even the most arrogant must lower their head in submission. The dragon wolf was locked in a fierce battle. Despite its innate combat instincts, powerful enough to make ordinary fighters question their abilities, it was gradually being overwhelmed by Yisu's imposing aura. A low growl rumbled from the dragon wolf's throat, mixed with a peculiar tone that eerily resembled the human syllable fong. This phenomenon stemmed from the evolutionary regression of the horizontal bone in its mouth, an exclusive privilege of king-class creatures. Given enough time, speaking human language would be a trivial matter for it. However, this sight made Yisu's eyes flash with a cold glint. Language, he roared internally, seething with anger. Language leads to civilization, and civilization allows for continuous evolution and progress. You beasts dare to challenge humanity's claim as the rulers of this world? Die. This had become an unshakable matter of principle. The dragon wolf was bewildered. In its understanding, it had already conceded defeat. According to the unwritten rules, even a mountain lord would show mercy in such a situation. After all, in the demon race's struggle for dominance, it was strength, not extermination, that mattered. What it didn't realize was that these were only the rules within demonkind. Things worked entirely differently in a war between species. Yisu's attacks grew increasingly savage. He combined the destructive force of the charging fury technique with the feral rage of rampaging heart ape, entering a state of overloaded power. In this state, every strike he delivered carried the full force of charging fury, devastatingly powerful but draining immense energy. To the dragon wolf, Yisu seemed to suddenly explode with power, his combat ability skyrocketing. Already at a disadvantage, it now found itself completely overpowered. A black aura enveloped the creature, suppressing its movements and making its actions sluggish. It howled, but the cries quickly turned into whimpers. This isn't right, this isn't how it's supposed to be. I've already surrendered. You should let me go, the dragon wolf thought in its muddled consciousness, utterly confused. It had acknowledged the strength of this two-legged creature, even wondering why someone so powerful wouldn't contend for the throne of the mountain lord. In its simple worldview, all living things, including those water-absorbing spirit plants, were part of the demon race. They fought by instinct, vying for the position of the strongest. Blood splattered as wounds multiplied across the dragon wolf's body. Its stamina drained rapidly. Facing the increasingly ferocious blade, it felt the threat of death for the first time. Suddenly, a thought struck it. Could it be that these two-legged creatures aren't part of the demon race at all? Could there be a fundamental difference between us? The concept of species began to take root in the dragon wolf's mind, but it was too late. Yisu's blade grew even more relentless, piercing through its neck. Blood gushed out in torrents, its strength fading rapidly as its consciousness dimmed. Finally, with a cold flash of steel, the dragon wolf's head fell to the ground. Scarlet blood mixed with the rain, spreading across the battlefield. The black aura surrounding Yisu gradually dissipated. Around him, muffled sounds of swallowing echoed. Had it not been for Yisu's intimidating presence, the other fighters would have already rushed forward to greedily drink the dragon wolf's blood. Yisu took a deep breath, then swung his blade to cleave open the dragon wolf's chest. A sharp urgency flickered in his eyes. The heavenly source fruit, where is it? The flesh was crimson, yet nothing unusual occurred around them. By all logic, the Tianyuan fruit was supposed to be a kind of fruit. However, Yisu suddenly realized something was amiss and let out a startled exclamation. What the? He froze, staring at the scene before him. Everything in front of him shattered his understanding in an instant. Inside the chest cavity of the dragon wolf, its heart was crystallizing at an astonishing speed. Surrounding arteries ruptured, and blood gushed out. The heart rapidly contracted, crystallizing and shrinking from its original basketball-like size. Finally, in the blood-soaked chest cavity, a small, irregularly shaped crystal orb, slightly smaller than a baby's fist, formed. It emitted a faint azure glow. The Tianyuan fruit. Yisu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he reached out and picked up the crystal. Its translucent blue light seemed to draw everyone's attention. In that moment, everyone understood why Yisu dared to hunt a king-level life form, or rather, the true source of his power. It turned out that every king-level life form was a treasure trove. Yisu had realized this early on and utilized the intelligence network of a superpower to track down these creatures. Suang, as that superpower, controlled the production chain of Type 1 and Type 2 enhancement serums nationwide. With this leverage, cities across the country had to show deference to Suang. Hunting king-level life forms not only made Yisu stronger, but also provided Suang's research institute with a steady supply of materials. Together, they formed a mutually beneficial cycle. Everyone present had already pieced together the answer in their minds. But at this moment, Yisu wasn't thinking about any of that. Echoing in his mind was Li Qing's once confounding statement about fatalism. The grand path is indifferent, treating all things as mere pawns. Fighting for the role of the world's protagonist? If you don't fight, how can you grow stronger? The power of another species is your opportunity to advance. If you wish to survive, you won't even have that chance without fighting. To grow stronger, you must hunt. Hunting leads to hatred, and hatred leads to war. And this is the prelude to competing for the role of the world's protagonist. Good. A war with a clear goal leaves no room for hesitation. Yisu murmured softly, a faint smile appearing on his face. Who was he really? He was a traveler from another world, always perceiving this one through a veil. His sole objective was to grow stronger. Whether it was to return to his original world, to explore future possibilities, or simply out of sheer desire, immense power was the foundation for achieving it all. For this goal, Yisu was determined to adapt his path, building his forces, conquering everything, and ultimately becoming the ruler. Without hesitation, he swallowed the Tianyuan fruit. The fruit dissolved on his tongue, and a unique energy surged through his throat, quickly spreading to every part of his body. It felt as if some kind of limit had been broken. All previous barriers crumbled in an instant. In his mind, the ape's spirit danced with joy, so thrilled it seemed ready to burst out of his body. It roared, charging toward the skill slot and gripping the framework of the Chongsha technique, devouring it with ferocity. The nearly completed devouring skill, bolstered by the Tianyuan fruit, finally reached the critical threshold. Although it would take some time to see the full results, Yisu knew that at this moment, he had already ascended to a new level. Throwing the wolf's head to Mo Xiaoyu, Yisu dragged the dragon wolf's corpse and turned to leave. As soon as he departed, the crowd that had been watching surged forward, diving into the blood-soaked ground and frantically drinking the blood. The air was filled with a strange fragrance, and no one seemed to find it inappropriate. In fact, they competed to drink more. At this moment, embarrassment was a distant concern. They reveled in sharing the glory of being in Yisu's presence. As for the remaining wolf meat in Yisu's possession, no one dared to act rashly. Anyone who tried to snatch it would immediately be overwhelmed by an intense killing intent, leaving their life hanging by a thread. Emerging from the dense forest, Yisu arrived at the temporary camp previously used for exploring the Shinnong Forbidden Zone. The firepower isolation zone remained intact, but the towering trees in the area had been cleared, leaving behind a vast meadow. Suddenly, Yisu's gaze sharpened, focusing on the edge of the forest at the far end of the meadow. Through the fine curtain of rain, a massive tiger with white eyebrows and piercing eyes stood silently. The surrounding mountains and woods seemed to dim in its presence, its aura of dominance so overwhelming it nearly froze the air. It stared directly at Yisu, its low growl reverberating through the air, the sound waves traveling for miles. Then, the tiger opened its mouth, its voice deep and raspy. Human. Human. Mo Xiaoyu trembled in fear, hiding behind Yisu while clutching the wolf's head, her hands shaking uncontrollably. She could hardly believe her ears an animal capable of speech. The very idea was terrifying beyond belief. A flicker of cold light crossed Yisu's eyes as he felt a sense of oppression. The creature before him was no ordinary tiger. It was a natural mountain king, the ruler of the forest. Looking at the dragon wolf's corpse he was dragging, Yisu slowly raised his long blade, pointing it at the mountain king, and said coldly, "Do you have a problem?" The mountain king's speech grew increasingly fluent. It glanced down briefly, then suddenly turned and disappeared into the dense forest. In that moment, the entire forest seemed to sense its departure, falling into complete silence. All the wild beasts, as if affected by the king's aura, retreated as well, vanishing into the shadows. Change is like countless ripples converging into a tidal wave that defines an era. The demon race has truly been born. The mountain tiger had already built up the prestige to lead the demon race. With a single command, the entire forest trembled, and unity was achieved. What's even more concerning is that this demon king, capable of speaking human language, is absorbing human wisdom at an astonishing rate. Will he choose to hide deep within the mountains and observe the shifting tides of history? Or will he step out and take center stage? That remains unknown. Yisu stood amidst the mountains, feeling as though the weight of the era's dust rested upon his shoulders. His brow furrowed slightly as he came to a realization. While plants and animals were formidable opponents in the early stages, it's the new race emerging on the horizon that would become humanity's true adversary. Huij, are you there? Yisu pressed the communication button on his headset. This area, once a temporary camp, should now have signal coverage. I'm here, Zhang Hu's voice came through. He had just reconnected to the network, as full coverage in the Shinong restricted zone was still impossible at this stage. Help me get in touch with Chui Hu. I lost my phone during the fight, Yisu said concisely. Got it, they'll patch you through. Zhang Hui replied promptly and began to connect the call. 5 seconds later, Chui Hu's voice came through the headset. Yisu, what's up? I'm on a plane heading to the Fu aircraft carrier. The king level being in the Shinong restricted zone has started speaking, Yisu said directly. Chui Hu froze for a moment. He wasn't a fool and immediately grasped the implications of Yisu's words. You encountered it? Yeah, there's a high chance the Shinong restricted zone has been unified under it, Yisu said gravely. Think about how many demons must be hiding in those countless mountains. What are you suggesting? You have direct access to the top brass. Report this immediately. There's no time to waste. Nuke the area and clear it out. Chui Hu was shocked to his core as he sat on the plane. This was no small matter. Are you serious about using a nuke? Due to the rain, the core area of the Shinong restricted zone spans over 10,000 square kilometers, not to mention the surrounding regions, Yisu said in a low voice. This is a true demon kingdom, entirely new race with immense potential. Chui Hu, time is not on our side. The first rain, the second rain thief, all been targeting humanity. We're not being decisive enough. I understand. He'll report it, but I can't guarantee the outcome, Chui Hu replied. Ironically, the radicals accused the conservatives of being too extreme, while the conservatives thought the radicals were too cautious. Yisu, who had always advocated for stability and order, was now the first to propose using nukes to clear the area. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials, fearful of global collapse, were still striving to maintain a facade of order. Yisu knew he couldn't yet determine the course of the larger picture. All he could do was what he deemed necessary. He had already slain the dragon wolf and secured the Tianyuan fruit. The wish derived from Ape Fist was gradually eroding the skill impact force, and once complete, his strength would undoubtedly rise to a new level. Yet, even so, Yisu remained humble. Individual power was still far from being able to alter the fabric of the world. Wars between races are battles of logistics, heritage, resources, and living forces. Su Hang's strategy was correct, accumulating resources and building a foundation. Now, it was time to begin systematically cultivating living forces. The first step in cultivating living forces was to prevent infighting among practitioners. A single foreign theory about miracle drugs had already plunged the situation into chaos. Yisu took a deep breath, a glimmer of clarity flashing in his eyes. He seemed to have found his ecological niche in this great upheaval. Huij, coordinate 2 planes for Mion to transport some items back to Su Hang, and the other to take me to Mount Tai, Yisu said into the headset. Understood, Zhang Hui replied and immediately began making arrangements. At this moment, the immense authority that Li Qing had secured for Yi Su truly came into play. Yi Su's position was both delicate and exceptional, was backed by Suong, and because of him, Suong held a unique status among all cities. This allowed Yi Su, no matter where he was, to directly mobilize local official resources. After all, who would dare to disrespect the spokesperson of Suong? In the future, when they needed potions, Suong certainly wouldn't treat them kindly if they had been slighted. For Yi Su, who was currently searching for opportunities far and wide. This authority was like a master key. The temporary camp at the Shinnong Forbidden Zone immediately allocated 2 airplanes for him. After transporting the dragonwolf carcass back to Suong, Yi Su, accompanied by Mo Xiaoyu, headed straight for Mount Tai. Mount Tai now had 2 temporary camps. One was an official camp, while the other was a private camp established by the Yuntian Club at great expense. This marked the first time the club had staked a claim outside of urban areas. Surprisingly, Daxia had tacitly allowed this action. This move stirred other clubs, as they sensed impending turbulence and realized that famous mountains and rivers might become treasure troves in the future. Upon arriving at the official temporary camp at Mount Tai, Yisu found a vehicle and drove directly to the Yuntian Club's camp. Mo Xiaoyu, holding a tablet, was browsing the internal official information network. Many clubs are applying to set up field camps, she said. The authorities seem to be processing the approvals systematically. These field camps are teeming with demon clans, Yisu remarked. On the surface, it looks like the government is using the clubs to thin out the demons. But realistically, how much impact can the club's current strength have on the demon clans? It's like trying to put out a blazing fire with a cup of water. In truth, it's more about relocating unstable elements outside the city. After all, not every club can secure a spot on the flamebearer list. Mo Xiaoyu nodded in agreement and continued scanning the tablet. The contact logs show a sharp increase in deaths among professionals. Many attribute this to the grand theory of medicine. To boost their strength, both clubs and independent groups are experimenting with this path. She paused. Some are even accusing Suong of resource monopolization, saying that the number 3 enhancement potion could replace tier 2 spiritual medicine, but Suong refuses to release it. The reality was that the production of the number 3 potion was extremely limited. The branches of the Willow King were only so large, and it was only recently, with the addition of the giant turtle and dragonwolf carcasses, that production had slightly increased. Previously, the number 3 potion was merely a conceptual product, entirely unfeasible for mass production. If Yisu were to hear these complaints, he would undoubtedly retort, "Why don't you bastards make it yourselves? Either team up to hunt king-level creatures, or stop whining. Spineless cowards." To envy others for what they have while resenting oneself for lacking it such is human nature, perfectly normal. The world of professionals has completely descended into chaos, with scenes of hunting and counter-hunting drenched in blood everywhere. The strong devour the weak, using others' power to enhance their own. This unspoken rule has become the norm. Fortunately, for now, this turmoil is confined to the circle of professionals. Ordinary people's lives remain largely untouched. But Yisu knows this situation won't last. Ordinary people have begun to realize a dangerous truth. By killing a professional and absorbing their power, they too can become one with extraordinary abilities. The allure of this is immense, and a nightmare of power-driven anarchy is quietly taking shape. Through the curtain of rain, Yisu pressed the brake pedal, bringing the car to a steady stop in front of the Time Mountain base camp. He and Mo Xiaoyu stepped out together, greeted by the sight of the Yuntian Club's temporary camp under construction. Even in such weather, the site was bustling with activity. The progress is incredible, even faster than the official projects, Mo Xiaoyu remarked as she observed the busy scene before them. Indeed, but it won't be long before it's abandoned. Yisu's tone was calm, his long blade glinting faintly with rainwater. He strode toward the camp's entrance, his expression resolute. Starting with Li Mingyuan, Yuntian Club had targeted him multiple times. Today, he would use this club as a starting point to solidify his place in this chaotic world. The temporary base camp was a massive circular structure. Workers had driven prefabricated cement piles into the ground as a foundation, stacking cement barriers layer by layer like building blocks. Construction on the interior was progressing simultaneously, with workers installing prefabricated cement panels under large rainproof canopies. Fueled by money, the construction speed mirrored that of Shenzhen in its prime. High wages had drawn an abundance of labor after all. In this new era, people had desires far stronger than owning a house in a good school district or starting a family. Without money, how could anyone afford enhancement serums? And without those serums, how could one awaken as a professional who would willingly resign themselves or their children to a lifetime of being ordinary? No matter how times change, the chains around ordinary people's necks never truly disappear. Inside an unfinished high-rise building, a young man suddenly stood up, his gaze piercing through the rain as if he could already see Yisu approaching. His eyes sparkled like stars, and he murmured in awe, "What a towering colossus!" He abruptly stopped himself, as if the unspoken words might trigger some inevitable consequence. "Excellent, excellent, excellent," the young man muttered to himself with growing excitement. Some in the clan have chosen Chui Hu, others Ing Si, and still others Chiu Chi. But not a single one has placed their bet on Yisu. Then I will. I believe in Yisu. A trail of bones paving the way forward? I refuse to believe in that prophecy. His eyes gleamed with anticipation for his first encounter with Yisu. Inside the Yuntian Club, chaos reigned. News of Yisu's arrival had sent all the professionals into hiding. They deployed regular security personnel to confront Hima's despicable yet effective tactic. Battles between professionals were one thing, but harming ordinary people was a strict prohibition under Dacia's laws. Even someone as powerful as Yisu had to adhere to this boundary. Yisu, take one more step, and I won't hold back. A security guard, trembling yet determined, stood in his way. His courage didn't stem from his own strength, but from the protection of the rules. Yisu regarded him calmly, his voice steady and measured. I've looked into it. The founders and senior members of Yuntian Club are all here, correct? So step aside. His tone was commanding, and the blade in his hand gleamed with a chilling light. These are just diligent workers doing their jobs. There's no need to make things difficult for them. At that moment, a young man in a designer suit strode out confidently, a smug smile playing on his lips. My name is Qian Zihan. This Yuntian Club belongs to the Qian family. What can you do about it? With his hands in his pockets, his eyes glimmered with disdain. As an ordinary man, he understood the power of rules. Even when faced with the strongest professional, Yisu, he showed no hint of fear. The reality of these rules was indeed unjust unless caught in the act. Disputes between ordinary people and professionals often saw the higher-ups siding with the seemingly weaker, ordinary individuals. Yet these weaker individuals were often the true beneficiaries of the system. Qian Zihan raised his chin, continuing his provocation. Yisu, no matter how strong you are, you can't be stronger than the rules. This place is connected to the satellite network. Dare to make a move? Believe me, 4K footage of it will be all over the internet in 3 seconds. He spat deliberately on the ground after his words. Meanwhile, live streams on major video platforms had already started, and countless high-ranking officials were closely monitoring the scene. Everyone was waiting to see if the iron laws of Dacia could restrain the mightiest professional. It was a dangerous signal. If Yisu acted, unless Dacia immediately executed him, the entire order of the system would collapse. The atmosphere on-site was tense, like a drawn bowstring. Some professionals gripped their weapons tightly, brimming with frustration. Why should they, endowed with extraordinary power, be shackled by these rules? Meanwhile, ordinary people silently prayed, for they understood that if the order crumbled, they would face an abyss of chaos. Qian Zihan. Yisu spoke slowly. That's me. So what? The first. Huh. Before the young man could react, Yisu's blade flashed with a cold gleam. Blood sprayed through the air as Qian Zihan's body crumpled to the ground. That single strike not only ended a life, but directly challenged the very rules of Dacia. Security personnel scattered in terror while Yisu, holding his bloodstained blade, strode step by step into the camp. At that moment, all of Dacia trembled. Countless professionals began to stir, waiting to see how Dacia would respond because if Yisu was spared for the sake of stability, they too would rise, using their blades to defy what they perceived as a weak system. Yisu, are you out of your mind? Came the trembling voice of Zhang Hui through the earpiece. The man, once known for his wisdom, now seemed to have opened Pandora's box, unleashing the darkest depths of human malice. What exactly is he planning to do? Inside the temporary research institute by the Xiang River, Black Tiger frowned as he stared at the surveillance footage, unable to comprehend Yisu's intentions. Beside him, Li Qing set down the document in his hand, also lost in thought. They both knew Yisu had gone to the Cloud Sky Club on Mount Tai. Initially, they assumed he merely intended to wipe out the club's professionals, sending a chilling message to those forces. However, Yisu's actions far exceeded their expectation. She directly targeted the financial conglomerates and noble families backing the Cloud Sky Club, initiating a thorough purge. This was a direct challenge to the limits of established rules. At this moment, Dacia found itself in a dilemma. Supporting Yisu would destroy its credibility, while suppressing him would inevitably alienate the community of independent professionals. To make matters worse, the world's mutations were intensifying, and the threats of the future would only grow more terrifying. In the capital, the highest-level emergency meeting was convened. Attendees watched the live footage in silence. The leader's fingers tapped lightly on the table, betraying inner unease. When the public security headquarters submitted a proposal for intervention, the leader responded in his usual calm tone. Let's wait a little longer. Under the curtain of rain, Yisu's blade grew increasingly crimson. The founders of the Cloud Sky Club, along with the prominent elders, fled in panic, only to find there was nowhere to hide from his relentless pursuit. Some shouted out their status and influence, hoping to save themselves, but it was meaningless. Yisu, like a cold, unfeeling killing machine, executed these high-ranking figures one by one. Reactions from all sides quickly surfaced. Countless complaints flooded Dacia's upper echelons, but the leadership remained motionless. Other clubs were both alarmed and secretly pleased, speculating whether Dacia's inaction signified the collapse of order and if so, whether it was time for them to vie for control of the cities, transitioning from their detached existence to becoming true lords of their territories. Between his acts of slaughter, Yisu muttered under his breath, "Do you know? am terrified of death. Though I'm powerful, capable of reaching heights you can't even imagine. In this era of chaos, we are not the protagonists. When the demon clans and sea clans finally emerge, do you really think I can fight them alone? If I do, I'll surely die. His voice grew louder. That's why we must unite and stand together. But when I say this, you only mock me as someone preaching from a moral high ground, pointing fingers without truly caring. So, I've come up with a better plan. Since the demon clans already have their kings, why shouldn't we professionals have a king of our own? Borrowing your heads for a moment, I hereby announce to the world. One by one, heads rolled to the ground. The club that had meticulously plotted against Yi Su crumbled in an instant. Finally, with the death of the old man from the Qian family, the Yuntian club met its end. Yi Su stood in the Yedo renovated building, its floors stained with blood, the air thick with a metallic tang. Taking a deep breath, his steely eyes gazed out at the pouring rain beyond the window. He spoke softly, his voice cold. Huij, are you still there? Yes, yes. Zhang Hu's voice trembled slightly on the other end of the line, as if he too could feel the suffocating tension in the air. At this moment, the nation was like a taut string stretched to its limit. It seemed as though at any second, the authorities might order the purge of all practitioners. Among the practitioners, a growing hostility brewed. They understood that there was only one path left, to defend their status with the blades in their hands. All of this stemmed from Yi Su's merciless slaughter. Every practitioner in the country should have a liaison, right? Yi Su's voice was low and calm, carrying an undeniable authority. Yes, that system is still in place. There aren't many practitioners left now. Each liaison is only handling 2 or 3 practitioners. It's not too much pressure, Zhang Hui replied. Clearly, this was still a manageable task for him, as the practitioners' forces had not yet reached a breaking point. Connect all their earpieces at once, Yi Su demanded without hesitation, his voice as icy as ever. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hui quickly began operating the system. It was as if the system had been granted the highest level of clearance. Every request was immediately approved and executed. It's done. Zhang Hu's voice carried a hint of excitement, but also a trace of tension. Then, Yi Su's ruthless voice resonated across the nation. This is Yi Su. I am speaking to the world of practitioners now. First, all research and hunting related to human enhancement drugs are forbidden. Second, the killing of ordinary people is strictly prohibited. Third, practitioners are forbidden to kill each other. The moment these 3 decrees were issued, practitioners everywhere froze. Then, furious outcries erupted. Who does Yi Su think he is? Hypocrite. Does he think he can dictate the rules of our world? Who gave him the right? It was as if Yi Su could hear their curses. He let out a cold laugh before his stern voice rang out again. You want to know why? It's simple. Because I am the order. Dissatisfied? Then die. I'm not afraid to kill ordinary people, and I'm not afraid to kill you. Not just you, your entire family will face the same fate. In that instant, his cold and ruthless words pierced through the hearts of every practitioner like a blade. No one could escape Yi Su's judgment. This became an undeniable truth. His cruelty and brutality shattered the resolve of practitioners across the nation. Every flicker of rebellion was extinguished in one fell swoop. No one dared to oppose him. Everyone understood that the outcome of this battle had long been decided. Yi Su was the sole ruler of this land. Meanwhile, in a conference room in the capital, bursts of hearty laughter echoed. Amidst the chaos, a new order was about to emerge. Everyone, the order for both worlds has been established. It's time for us to make our move. The leader's voice was spirited, carrying an inexplicable force, as if it was about to shake the entire world. Soon after, a series of red documents began to circulate rapidly. Suggestions for martial arts curriculum in primary and secondary schools, subsidies and applications for strengthening agents for outstanding high school students, a framework for practitioner rewards and punishments, recommendations for practitioner advancement channels, proposals for establishing local practitioner associations, preliminary guidelines for practitioner rating methods. Haha, it's him, it really is him. On a rooftop, a young man's eyes gleamed with fervor, as expected of the towering colossus. In the end, he dared to utter those 2 words. Absolute chaos will eventually give birth to absolute order. During this period, the leadership of Desya remained unusually silent, not without reason. It was intentional. From the very beginning, when faced with the arrival of the world of professionals, Desya found itself overwhelmed. Thousands of think tanks relied on vast amounts of data to predict the direction of the future, working tirelessly day and night. Hours after the beginning of spring, as the anomalies unfolded, the leadership of Desya finally determined their stance on professionals' opportunity. A crisis, yet also an opportunity. The crisis lay in the explosive growth of personal power, which would eventually surpass technology and become the dominant force. The opportunity, however, resided in the heightened strength of professionals, which could help combat potential future disasters. Cooperation, therefore, became the only viable choice. Yet, this brought new challenges. Professionals were not a single entity, but represented an entire era. How could Xia collaborate with such a diverse group of individuals? Simply drafting a new set of laws and proclaiming its enforcement? That was impossible. A brand new and orderly legal framework required extensive time for validation and refinement. Any oversight or unfairness within it would render the entire system meaningless and might even disrupt the order of everyday life for ordinary people. Xia could not sit idly by, waiting for ordinary people to become professionals and dragging everyone into this so-called era of professionals. While the idea might sound simple, the consequence would be the loss of billions of ordinary lives amidst the chaos. Thus, a transitional period was necessary. A transition between three worlds: the ordinary world, the mixed world of ordinary people and professionals, and the world entirely dominated by professionals. This led to the emergence of a bold and resolute plan fostering competition. Professionals thrived on individual prowess. As the saying goes, there is no number one in literature and no number two in martial arts, meaning that a single, strongest professional would inevitably rise to the top. This individual would be regarded as the leader among professionals, wielding absolute authority. The rules of the professional world would be dictated by this leader, rather than relying on fairness-oriented regulations like traditional laws. Once a king emerged, collaborating with them would become straightforward. The complexity of cooperation would diminish, and solutions to problems would become more direct. This plan began to take shape. First, Yisu's significant contributions were recognized. This was the first wave of investment, granting him a territory, Suang. Next, the exploration of the Shinnong Forbidden Zone. This was the second wave of investment, granting him status. Then came the Battle of Martial Essence. This was the third wave of investment, providing abundant resources. Ultimately, everything unfolded under Xia's careful orchestration. The king of professionals was finally born. This king was not predetermined. Anyone with the capability had a chance. If the outcome had been prearranged, it would not have been a selection process but mere manipulation. With the emergence of the king, Xia could finally begin negotiations. However, no one anticipated that Yisu's vision would align so seamlessly with Xia's intentions. The two sides quickly reached a consensus and jointly established the rules for the professional world. This paved the way for Xia's rise. Xia then began its full-scale efforts, promoting professional development from a young age. Countless military instructors were dispatched to schools, and martial arts courses became central to future education. The distinction between ordinary people and professionals was now more clearly defined. Meanwhile, a scientific and specialized team worked on redefining the classification of professionals based on their combat capabilities. A system of merits and rewards was also fully integrated, ensuring that everyone, even ordinary people, had the chance to become professionals. As for enhancement potions, Xia would, of course, negotiate with Suang. All of this was part of the plan. The corpses of the demon clano matter the faction nowhere had a larger reserve than that of the official storage of Xia. At this critical juncture, Su Heng only needed to activate the production line, while the issue of raw materials was guaranteed to be handled by Xia. Even for daunting tasks like hunting down king-level demons, Xia had already begun meticulous preparations. With internal stability achieved, the entire Xia and its people were now striding resolutely towards the professional era. Professionals for all, these four words had become the resounding goal of Xia. The heavens may not favor us? No matter. This race, which once mended the sky with its own hands, had never relied on prayers or divine intervention, but instead on its own labor and ingenuity. Now, with the transitional crisis resolved, it was time for Xia to rise and thrive. This surging wave of professionals would become the most solid shield to protect civilization. Across the nation, professionals exchanged glances with complicated expressions. They had once believed that after Yisu shattered the shackles of the old order, society would be restructured, with professionals standing high above, free to exploit ordinary people at will. They had fantasized about tearing apart their ties with the government, bullying this honest entity that always prioritized the greater good and tolerated their actions. They had cried out, "Why should kings and nobles be born of privilege?" as they dreamed of using this newfound status to act recklessly. However, reality delivered them a harsh blow. Above the professionals suddenly loomed the sword of Damocles. It was only then that those ambitious individuals realized they had walked into a carefully laid trap. Perhaps Xia's authorities and Yisu had long since reached an agreement. A king who defied conventional norms had emerged, yet he now hung high above all professionals. Some, in anger, wanted to rip off their headsets but dared not. The world had changed. If Yisu and the government were at odds, you might survive. But if they cooperated, your fate was sealed. The two worlds had merged, leaving no place to run. If you made a mistake, Yisu would only need to issue an order, and the government could punish you in his name. With righteousness in hand, order would prevail. The liaison system proved to be a masterstroke. Countless people had no choice but to admit that their dreams of lawlessness had evaporated into thin air. They could only suppress their desires and conduct themselves properly. Atop Mount Tai, Yisu continued his journey. While ordinary members of the Yuntian Club had perished, professionals remained on site, some seemingly awaiting Yisu's arrival. Inside an unfinished building, Yisu encountered a young man. With a stern expression, the man adjusted his attire almost ceremoniously upon seeing Yisu and approached step by step. I am Zhuge Hu of Sichuan and Shu. Greetings, my lord. Yisu observed the young man before him with interest. The forbidden zone of Shinnong, Lu Qiao's so-called Lord Fox. Waiting for me? Or did you lure me here? He asked aloud. I brought you here, the man replied, his tongue seemingly stiff, though his tone was oddly refined, as if imitating the speech of ancient scholars. There was even a hint of self-satisfaction in his demeanor. It's ancestral learning, Zhuge Hu said with a shy smile. An aristocratic family? Zhuge? Are you referring to that Zhuge? Yisu raised an eyebrow slightly. If by that Zhuge, you mean the famed Marquis of Wu from Sichuan, then yes, Zhuge Hu replied with a faint smile, a subtle glimmer flashing in his eyes. Following in the footsteps of my ancestor, thinking the world has fallen into chaos, so I must emerge from obscurity? He chuckled softly. Something like that. The world, or rather, the entire globe is indeed on the verge of chaos. Perhaps it's time for those of us who've been hiding in the shadows to step forward. Speak plainly. I don't have the patience for nonsense right now, Yisu said coldly. Did you bring me here to kill someone? Of course not. Zhuge Hu's tone shifted as he replied bluntly. Sir, please allow me to explain. Yisu glanced at him and gestured for him to continue. The global advent of professions, this is a turning point for the era. Individual power will grow exponentially with time, and such unchecked power inevitably breeds ambition. Who wouldn't act when they've become strong? Who, after gaining power, wouldn't desire beauty and authority? Zhuge Hu's eyes gradually burned with a fervent light. With a blade in hand, it's hard not to harbor killing intent. Possessing great power, it's inevitable to tread over others. Who wouldn't pursue cultivation to make themselves stronger? Yisu's lips curved slightly, though his tone remained indifferent as he had already formed his judgment. What you're saying, I'm well aware. Who are people cultivating for, anyway? However, Zhuge Hu's tone shifted again, his expression turning serious. Time is not entirely on humanity's side. The emergence of the demon race, the rise of the sea tribes, these are signs of increasingly severe external threats. While the common good should unite us all, internal strife among humans will only drain our strength. If humanity exhausts itself in infighting, how will we face the invasions of the demon race and the sea tribes? He paused, fixing his gaze intently on Yisu. If humanity collapses due to internal conflict, once external forces press in, the entire race will face extinction. This is the reality, though many refuse to acknowledge it. The authorities are doing their best to maintain order and navigate this difficult transitional period. Yet when a war between species breaks out, external pressure will force the professionals to unite temporarily. Still, there are those who stubbornly refuse to heed the warnings. Yisu sneered, cutting him off. In simpler terms, it's just fear of death, isn't it? Zhuge Hu did not refute, lowering his head slightly as he nodded. You're right. We all know it deep down, what we fear most is death. With you, sir, suppressing the professionals and quelling internal strife, it does give us some peace of mind. He looked up, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. As for me, I'm not particularly capable, but I'd like to follow you, sir, and offer whatever small schemes I can. The truth? Forgive me, but it's still fear of death. If the demon race invades, or the sea tribes land, corpses will litter the ground. Who wouldn't want to cling to a strong ally? Yisu studied him, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. You're quite clever. His words were simple, yet they revealed his thoughts. Zhuge Hu understood the reasoning and had clearly grasped Yisu's mindset. Common good. Don't make me laugh, Yisu muttered, his gaze deep and piercing. It's nothing more than the fear of death. For both you and me, survival is the only thing that truly matters. Indeed, Zhuge Hu said softly, nodding slowly. I came here for survival to seek a chance. Yisu looked at the young man before him, letting out a faint laugh, though his gaze carried a sharp edge. Your future won't be so easy. As long as we survive, it might not be worse than cultivating immortality. This sentence revealed Yisu's mindset, extreme caution. Meanwhile, Zhuge Hu, whose words were filled with grand ideals, shared the same ultimate goal as Yisu. Survival, this was the foundation of all possibilities. True power might not lie in bearing the weight of the 2 capitals and 13 provinces on one's shoulders, but in carrying the public's trust and aspirations at one's side. You're quite interesting. Keep talking as we walk, Yisu said, his gaze shifting slightly, signaling Zhuge Hu to continue. All right. Zhuge Hu's eyes lit up with a trace of joy, feeling he was just one step away from securing his position. What's your profession? A special support profession. A star observer. I can glimpse a fragment of the future, Zhuge Hu replied smugly. Swish. Yisu suddenly stopped in his tracks. In an instant, Zhuge Hu felt an overwhelming, chilling, killing intent envelop him. as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. You? Have you seen my future? Yisu's voice was as cold and sharp as a blade. The future was his greatest secret, and he was ready to eliminate anyone who jeopardized it. In a large-scale war, my lord leads the charge and ultimately falls in battle. Zhuge Hu stammered, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Oh, Yisu withdrew his killing intent. With that single word, Zhuge Hu's motives were laid bare. Smart people often have peculiar tendencies. That's the future? I don't believe it. I'll rewrite it with my own mind to prove my brilliance. And so, Zhuge Hu joined Yisu's side. His ultimate goal was simple: to survive, alter Yisu's fate, and achieve his own personal aspirations and values. At that moment, Zhuge Hu had truly secured his role. His stargazing ability could only reveal a fragment of the future, but faith in the future, that was the real game changer. Yisu returned to Suang with Mo Xiaoyu and Zhuge Hu. Li Qing, on the other hand, was finishing up with the remaining cleanup and preparing to return as well. Suang was bustling with activity. The airport was teeming with people, military planes constantly landing and unloading countless corpses of demon clans. Specialists from the research institute were on site to handle the transfers while madly expanding production lines. Crates upon crates of Type 2 serums were being manufactured, ready to be traded with other cities in exchange for vast resources and funding. In the past, such operations were on an even larger scale. But ever since Yisu established his dominance in the world of professionals, Xia had gone all in, charging full steam ahead toward a society where everyone had a profession. The research institute's accounts were now overflowing with wealth, so much so that they didn't even know how to use it. Zhuge Hu's arrival couldn't have been more opportune. Whether it was Yisu, Mo Xiaoyu, Black Tiger, Li Qing, or the commanders of Suhang's main camp, none of them had the aptitude for long-term development planning. The wealth they had accumulated couldn't be immediately transformed into solid foundations or influence. Zhuge Hu was like a timely rainstorm in a drought. So, with the title of martial strategist on your shoulders, what's your suggestion? Yisu asked bluntly. Build a city. Zhuge Hu answered without hesitation. Right now, Suang is a modernized city, but the future belongs to an era of professional power. Modern cities like this are full of vulnerability, no walls, open access, no defensive weapons, and no self-sustaining capabilities. My idea is to build a city and circulate the wealth. As he said this, he looked at Yisu, his eyes glinting with meaning. The serum is in our hands. We can open shops. The resources needed for city building can be collected in exchange for the serum. Firstly, this circulates wealth and gives ordinary people a chance to become professionals. Secondly, those transformed professionals won't be able to leave the city. Population, wealth, resources, these are the true foundations. Numbers sitting in an account are worthless. The authorities had never directly interacted with Yisu from beginning to end. Yet, in certain critical decisions, their actions seemed to align, as if an invisible thread connected them. On the second day after Yisu returned to Suang, the city's power structure quietly shifted. A new entity called Suang Unlimited Liability Company suddenly emerged in the public eye. Following this, the previously independent Suang Research Institute was directly merged into this new company, forming a massive organizational system. This news hit like a bombshell, causing a nationwide stir. The authorities finally conceded, relinquishing some substantial power to Yisu, a figure universally recognized as a king among professionals. This company not only became Yisu's official public front, but also the actual center of power in the Suang region. The consolidation of power was unmistakable. Not only did Suhang's top officials frequently visit the company, but even the commander of the Suang military camp's synthetic brigade began appearing within its premises. Thus, an unprecedented superunion of professionals was born, making past club organizations seem trivial in comparison. The transformation continued. Suang Company soon released a groundbreaking announcement: the city building plan was officially launched. Centered on Suang, a 70-kilometer radius would be developed into a super metropolis spanning over 50,000 square kilometers. This announcement instantly shocked the entire nation. But this was only the beginning. Shortly after Suhang's declaration, the capitals of the empire, Magic City, Luoyang, and Mountain City announced their own city-building plans, each on a similarly grand scale. Within hours, more cities followed suit, unveiling similar construction projects. If all these plans were realized, the land of Xia would see a spectacular transformation, with 5 super cities at its core, surrounded by numerous smaller towns. This would require mobilizing over 1 billion workers across the nation, engaging the entire country in the effort. Some might ask, would ordinary people be willing to participate in such massive projects? The answer was a resounding yes. After all, the world had undergone monumental changes. In the official direct sale stores of various cities, the number 2 potion was openly available for purchase. As long as one had enough money, anyone could buy it. Even if one thought they had no chance of becoming a professional in their lifetime, they had to consider the future for the next generation. Without participating in this work, how could ordinary families afford the expensive potions? Becoming a professional had become the societal norm, and even after successfully transitioning into a professional, the subsequent number 3 potion was required to further enhance one's abilities. All of this needed financial support. Although the government had introduced a series of policies to subsidize potions for students who excelled academically or made rapid progress in martial arts classes, these measures only benefited a minority. Ultimately, most families still needed to work together and strive to provide for their children to become professionals. The economy began to circulate, and domestic demand was strongly stimulated. The potential tensions between professionals and ordinary people were cleverly redirected, with earning more money becoming the new primary societal goal. In this new era dominated by professionals, the tide of history surged forward, and under the collective efforts of countless individuals, a new social order began to stabilize, propelling everyone forward. Trailblazers fall, paving the way forward. The ruler of the imperial capital murmured softly. Does this mean that Yi Su is destined to die on the path of a pioneer? Yes, a young man, whose appearance bore a resemblance to Zhuge Hu, replied calmly. It's the best ending for him. From a moral perspective, he is a hero. From the standpoint of maintaining civil governance, this is his inevitable fate. The ruler pondered for a moment before speaking. So, this is why you said that giving him even more power wouldn't be too much, isn't it? Isn't it? The young man continued. His name will be etched in history. He will enter the annals of time, and this is all we can offer him. During the turbulent transition of eras, when the governing order is on the brink of collapse, he is the towering pillar holding up the Xia. Yet, once the era stabilizes, such an existence becomes a lingering threat. To die on the path forward, isn't that the best conclusion? Enough, I understand. Go and rest now, the ruler said, rubbing his temples with a weary tone. Understood. The young man turned and left. The ruler watched the young man's departing figure and sighed softly. No humanity at all. Zhuge Hu, truly living up to its name. It surveys the grand trends of the world, exuding a dominating presence like a tiger devouring thousands of miles. With the unique auxiliary talent skill of stargazing, it pieces together the path for civilization's survival from fragments of a broken future. A truly exceptional gift from heaven. But the methods? Ruthless and merciless. If the future has decreed your death, then make your death more worthwhile. If the king of professionals is to take the blame, then let them bear even more. In later history books, we will embellish your deeds. All for civilization, thank you for your sacrifice. Paved with bones indeed. The ruler sighed once again. When your perspective stands at the height of civilization, betraying many becomes the norm. Damn, finally here. Chui, who leapt directly out of the plane, his body slicing through the air in a sharp arc. His wingsuit unfolded behind him as the wind roared past his ears, and the silhouette of the fuseless aircraft carrier gradually came into view in the distance. Shit, I heard Yi Su has some kind of hovering technique. I'll have to ask him how he does it when I get back, Chui Hu muttered, adjusting his angle midair and locking his eyes on the target. Looks so damn cool, I have to learn it. He landed precisely on the deck, his feet firmly meeting the steel surface. Quickly unfastening his wingsuit, he mumbled a couple of words before immediately switching to work mode. What work? Monster hunting. The number of sea monsters was truly beyond imagination, as numerous as grains of sand in the Ganges. Their shadowy forms flickered beneath the ocean's surface, a seemingly endless horde. The naval forces of Dacian needed to return to port, and there was no way they could allow these priceless ships to be sunk in the sea. Beyond the value of the vessels, the officers and soldiers on board were elite forces trained at great expense. Thus, Chui, who was deployed as an emergency firefighter, airdropping onto the fuseless aircraft carrier. Rat-a-tat-tat, the sound of gunfire echoed incessantly in his ears. The fleet, suspended above the vast ocean, was under constant, frenzied attack by the sea monsters. These creatures had no interest in consuming steel, but the humans on board were an irresistible delicacy to them. Octopus-like monsters stretched their slimy tentacles to climb the ship's body, while fish-like creatures used short-range flight to harass the deck. The battle never ceased. At first, the fleet could handle the attacks with ease. But as time went on, with ammunition depleting and personnel growing fatigued, casualties began to mount. With no other options, the homeland had to deploy professionals like Chui Hu. As soon as he arrived, he drew his longsword, its cold gleam flashing, and immediately demonstrated to everyone what a true professional was capable of. Crimson energy surged around him, and with every swing of his blade, he cut down several sea monsters. Fish monsters that made it onto the deck were swiftly decapitated, their blood staining the steel surface. Chui Hu moved like lightning, even using floating debris on the ocean to leap into the water for boarding combat, slaying sea monsters before they could climb onto the ship. Not only did the fuseless aircraft carrier benefit from his presence, but the surrounding destroyers also gained some breathing room under his protection. After more than an hour of intense combat, this wave of sea monsters was finally cleared out. What's the casualty report? Chui Hu sheathed his sword, sweat dripping down his face. Not bad. After you arrived, casualties dropped significantly. The captain approached, his eyes betraying undisguised admiration. So this is what a professional is capable of. Absolutely incredible. In battles like these, you've already surpassed the power of conventional firearms. He couldn't help but wonder if the era of big guns and mighty ships was about to be replaced by these extraordinary individuals. How many more days until we get back? Chuehu asked, wiping the blood off his face. About a week, give or take. Good. Thank you for your efforts. Go grab something to eat. The sea monster's attacks won't stop, and who knows when the next wave will come. All right. Chuehu exhaled deeply and prepared to replenish his energy. But in the next moment, the sea suddenly churned violently. A massive wave split the calm ocean, as if Poseidon himself had swept across the waters. A spine as wide as a sword emerged from the surface, stretching hundreds of meters, an utterly terrifying sight. Holy shit, Godzilla! Chuehu froze, his eyes widening as he stared at the colossal creature. The creature's spine alone spanned hundreds of meters, and measuring its full size, it might very well be larger than the Fukless aircraft carrier. If this wasn't Godzilla, then what was it? Fortunately, the giant beast seemed to pay them no mind and swam straight into the distance. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. However, just hours later, an urgent distress signal came from the silent horizon. An unimaginably massive beast was encircling the entire fleet on its way back to port. Yes, just one. But this single creature was enough to bring the entire formation to a standstill. Yisu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the situation before him, the weight in his heart was lifted. The development of events unfolded like a chain of dominoes. Initially, the authorities turned a blind eye to the emergence of professionals. But after Yisu personally witnessed the immense power of beings like the giant turtle and the mountain tiger, his nerves grew taut. His opponents had bared their fangs, while the authorities remained inert. The turning point came when Yisu established the framework for professional order. It was as if the authorities had been injected with a surge of vitality. Suddenly, they sprang into action. This comprehensive management system, encompassing ordinary people, active professionals, and aspiring candidates, was the long-awaited solution they had been seeking. A sweeping wave of reform surged across the nation. Schools in various regions quickly resumed classes, with martial arts courses even surpassing traditional academic subjects in hours. Experts and scholars worked tirelessly through the nights, racing against time to draft professional-related textbooks, covering topics ranging from blood energy circulation to scroll identification, from skill application to combat techniques. These textbooks emerged like bamboo shoots after spring rain. While some content had minor gaps, these were details that could be refined over time. The immediate priority was to promote the professional system and make the public understand that becoming a professional was not a matter of fate, but an achievable goal through effort. This initiative directly shifted the era of randomness into an era of controllable theory. Shortly after the Lantern Festival, the job market entered its peak season. The booming city-building projects provided countless opportunities for people to showcase their talents. The salaries offered for these projects were staggering. Monthly wages easily surpassed 10,000, with diligent workers earning tens of thousands more. Other companies had to offer even higher salaries to attract talent. Under Zhuge Hu's coordination, cities reached a tacit agreement. By regulating the prices of potions and materials, they achieved a healthy cycle of resource distribution. This measure not only invigorated the market, but also provided professionals with significant room for growth. Teams of professionals hunted down demon clans, using their earnings to purchase number 3 potions to enhance their strength, releasing their energy, while simultaneously boosting their combat capabilities. With the joint efforts of the authorities and Zhuge Hu, the entire Xia kingdom exuded unprecedented vitality. Students on campuses embraced martial arts courses with enthusiasm, workers on construction sites toiled for high wages, and professionals fearlessly fought enemies in the wild. Everything was progressing toward an ideal direction. However, time was like a sword hanging over their heads. To transform Xia into an era of universal professionals, the most critical resource they lacked was time. The terrestrial demon clans have retreated into hiding. Even the mighty mountain lord that Yisu personally witnessed in the Shinnong Forbidden Zone has vanished without a trace. Despite utilizing the most advanced satellite technology, no signs of it can be found, as if it had disappeared into thin air. Yisu's proposed plan to use nuclear weapons to cleanse the area was thus forced to be shelved. This strange phenomenon is not limited to the Shinnong Forbidden Zone. Across the country's forbidden zones and primeval forests, all once-active king-level entities have gone into hiding, seemingly waiting in silence for a pivotal moment to arrive. In contrast to the terrestrial demon clan's unusual quietness, the activity of the marine clans has been escalating rapidly. Chuehu, stationed on the aircraft carrier Fu Hao, receives several detailed reports daily, documenting the combat capabilities, population changes, and other key metrics of the marine clans. Comparative analysis has revealed an unsettling truth: marine creatures are evolving at an alarming rate. The ongoing relentless rainfall contributing to the marine clan's growth is not surprising. What is truly worrisome is that the fish-like demons are becoming intelligent. No longer creatures driven solely by instinct, they are beginning to exhibit cognitive abilities. This shift is terrifying. The greatest advantage of the marine clans has always been their sheer numbers. If these overwhelming numbers are coupled with intelligence, it is inevitable that exceptional leaders with strategic brilliance will emerge among them. For now, they seem to be testing the waters, but once a true mastermind arises, a single rallying cry, "Unite together," could plunge humanity into an unprecedented crisis. On February 28, 2025, the 10th day of the rainwater solar term, a strange phenomenon was detected in the Central Pacific through global satellite imagery. Initially, it was assumed to be human activity. However, as the satellite images became clearer, a shocking truth was revealed to the world. Creatures with human-like upper bodies and fish-like tails had emerged. Merfolk, or Jaren, had become a reality in this world. This discovery immediately triggered worldwide alarm. A critical question loomed before humanity. Were they fish or humans? If they were merely creatures with the intelligence of fish, their limited cognitive abilities, regardless of whether they preyed on humans, would make it difficult for them to orchestrate complex schemes or unite the oceans to invade the land. But if they possessed human-level intelligence, the situation would be entirely different. With humanity's waning technological and military dominance, should they unify the oceanic forces and issue a call to arms, countless marine creatures could surge onto the land, threatening the very survival of human civilization. Major world powers convened urgent meetings and ultimately reached a unanimous decision to strike with overwhelming force. Following the conclusion of the summit, the five nations Desya, the Lighthouse, Gaul, the Sun Never Sets, and Damau immediately mobilized their nuclear strike forces. At 12:05 a.m. on March 1, 2025, a massive nuclear assault was launched on the Central Pacific region. In that moment, an artificial sun rose over the blue planet. Blinding light accompanied by towering mushroom clouds erupted into the sky, shrouding the heavens. A powerful electromagnetic pulse swept across the globe, affecting nations to varying degrees. Naval ships stationed in the ocean bore witness to this awe-inspiring yet terrifying scene. The intense nuclear strike triggered a magnitude 7 tsunami in the Pacific. Fortunately, the merfolk's gathering point was located in the Central Pacific, minimizing the tsunami's impact on coastal nations. After the nuclear strike, marine demon activity across global waters temporarily subsided, granting merchant ships and naval vessels a brief respite. However, the situation remained far from optimistic. Some super sea monsters, having evolved to king-level status and equipped with newfound intelligence, perceived the attack as an outright provocation. Their retaliation grew even more violent and frenzied, indiscriminately targeting both merchant and military ships as outlets for their fury. Amid this tense backdrop, the distress signal from the vast silence continued to flash with increasing urgency. Beneath the ocean's surface, a colossal creature resembling Godzilla had gone berserk. With its massive size and overwhelming power, the vast silence was on the brink of being completely overturned by the raging behemoth. The situation in Suzhou and Hangzhou remained stable. Yisu continues to sit cross-legged in the old house. Zhuge Hu and Li Qing had suggested that he move to a better place, reasoning that as an uncrowned king, it was reasonable for him to improve his living conditions. However, Yisu rejected the idea without hesitation. The old house was no ordinary residence. It symbolized a future belief that would take root there. More importantly, the unique feeling it provided during his cultivation was irreplaceable, evoking a sense of nostalgia for the past and allowing him to settle into this familiar space with peace of mind. Yisu's cultivation progress was advancing steadily. His physique had grown significantly, now reaching 42 points, far exceeding the standard limits. On this path of cultivation, no one else could push their physique beyond 40 points, yet he had already surpassed this threshold. It was akin to achieving an immortal level upgrade to his very existence, approaching the status of a kingly being favored by the heavens. Additionally, after consuming the Tianyuan fruit, Yisu's martial arts began to absorb new abilities. The heart ape within him continued to devour the Chongsha force. Although the process was slow, Yisu held unwavering confidence in this power's eventual arrival. While the specific changes to come remained unpredictable, he was certain that his combat abilities would undergo a transformative leap. In terms of utilizing blood energy, Yisu had made remarkable strides. During his battle with the Dragon Wolf, he pushed the use of blood energy to its utmost, surpassing the realms of other practitioners. When his body was enveloped in blood energy, he could distinctly feel its amplification of his physique, which was far more than a simple enhancement. Initially, blood energy served only to circulate vitality and accelerate physical evolution. Now, it had evolved into a direct source of combat strength. This was a continuous process of advancement, but the question remained: would the next stage be a gradual accumulation or a qualitative leap? This was something Yisu had yet to explore further. Beyond his physical advancements, Yisu realized it was time to expand his cultivation repertoire. At first, he had only focused on mastering the ape fist technique, refraining from learning additional skills due to limited time and energy. However, as his understanding of ape fist deepened, acquiring new techniques no longer required sheer effort, but rather inspiration and enlightenment during combat. With this in mind, Yisu planned to delve into other martial arts. Yet, the rewards from the current Rainwater Solar Term treasure chests were modest, consisting mainly of spiritual herbs, with few martial arts techniques or divine weapons. He looked forward to the next awakening of Insect's solar term, hoping it would bring greater breakthroughs. Of course, Yisu's attention was not solely on his own cultivation. The external situation required equal vigilance. Regarding the merfolk incident in the Pacific Ocean mentioned in the letter, he chose not to act hastily, as major global powers were already intervening. As for the final volume of the three great classics, it was currently held by the Russians. Yisu had instructed Li Qing to closely monitor developments. With the potion formula already in his possession, he now had significant leverage to exchange for the core techniques of the three great classics. He eagerly anticipated the extraordinary effects that might arise from combining all three volumes. Meanwhile, the movements of the Broad Silence were also on his radar. The arrival of the Rainwater Solar Term seemed to mark the beginning of a new chapter. Although the treasure chests were scarce, Yisu's cultivation and influence were advancing rapidly. If he could seize the final opportunities, this period would undoubtedly be remembered as the perfect start in hindsight. Suddenly, a burst of static came through his headphones, followed by Zhang Hu's voice. Yisu, Commander Pangbo from the Suheng military camp wants to speak with you. Is that all right? Yisu responded calmly. Go ahead. Military news? Could it be related to the Broad Silence? As questions filled his mind, Pang Bo's voice came through, carrying a tone of seriousness mixed with respect. Hello, is this Yisu? It's me. What's the matter? Yisu asked evenly. The speed at which the sea monsters mutated was beyond imagination. Despite the ships returning to port as early as possible, they still could not avoid the looming crisis. Yisu felt a sudden sense of urgency and immediately realized that this situation was not to be underestimated. Which ship is it? He asked. The Vast Silence, Pang Bo replied, his voice tinged with anxiety. Our first aircraft carrier, located near the Yellow Sea, is facing a massive sea monster. We estimate that it's at least a king-level life form. Yisu's eyebrows furrowed slightly. A king-level creature? So far, the only known instance of someone defeating a king-level life form alone was him. Then we need to act quickly, Yisu said calmly, his decision already made. Exactly. Pang Bo's tone was filled with expectation. Missiles can't solve this problem. Only you can save it. I'll send you the coordinates. Arrange for a plane and head out immediately. Understood. Without any hesitation, Yisu nodded to the commander, then retrieved his device to receive the coordinates and swiftly made all the necessary arrangements. The preparations for the flight were completed in no time. Soon, Yisu arrived at the airport. This time, he didn't bring Mo Xiaoyu along. Since the company was established, Yisu's small team had been incredibly busy. Mo Xiaoyu had been temporarily assigned to assist Zhuge Hu in overseeing the construction of the Suang megacity. After all, the threat from the demon clans during the early stages of city building was not to be taken lightly, and Mo Xiaoyu's abilities were remarkably effective in this regard. Her growth made Yisu reflect on how different their paths had become. She seemed to effortlessly master secret techniques, while he had been honing his skills through relentless combat. The plane is ready, someone informed him. Yisu snapped out of his thoughts and nodded to the staff. His gaze shifted out the window, toward the vast expanse of the sea. The plane took off, and after several hours of flight, Yisu finally overlooked the vast ocean below. The churning waves and the enormous sea monster breaking the surface made the danger of this area unmistakable. In the distance, the silhouette of the Vast Silence aircraft carrier gradually came into view. A tense atmosphere enveloped the fleet. On every deck, sea monsters were engaged in fierce combat with the soldiers. The colossal creatures used their immense size to climb onto the carrier, attacking the crew. Despite the ships being equipped with formidable firepower, especially the 1130 multi-barrel laser cannons on the escort ships, which unleashed devastating strikes that forced many sea monsters to retreat, the prolonged fighting had pushed the fleet's combat capabilities to their limits. Captain Yi, the Vast Silence is right below. Pang Bo's voice came through the communicator. Are you ready? Yisu remained silent for a moment before speaking. Open the hatch. At his command, the hatch was quickly opened. Without hesitation, Yisu leapt out of the aircraft, descending rapidly. As a professional, Yisu was more than familiar with extreme maneuvers like this. His physique and reflexes far surpassed those of ordinary people, making skydiving an effortless task. In mere moments, he pierced through the clouds at incredible speed, heading straight for the ocean below. The roar of the wind and the crashing of the waves merged into a symphony around him, his view expansive and unbroken. As he closed in on the Vast Silence, the full form of the massive sea monster finally came into sight. Its body resembled a mountain drifting across the sea, a sight that sent chills down the spine. Taking a deep breath, Yisu steeled himself, fully prepared for the fierce battle ahead. The pilot turned his head and immediately noticed that Yisu had already leaped out. What's more, he hadn't even taken a parachute. Staring blankly at the cabin door, the pilot was stunned to see Yisu seemingly suspended in midair, defying gravity, as if floating in the sky. This world is absolutely insane. The pilot muttered to himself. Godzilla? Superman? Superman versus Godzilla? Fantastic. All of it's mad in the most impressive way. High above, Yisu channeled his blood energy, transforming it into form. His body shot through the air like an arrow, diving toward the distant aircraft carrier. From this height, he could clearly see the enormous shadow beneath the Watera massive figure that appeared almost otherworldly. The dark silhouette moved slowly through the deep blue sea, stirring powerful undercurrents as it went. Could this be the dragon whale mentioned in the letter? Yisu squinted his eyes. A king-level life form, carrying treasure. As for what the treasure was, the letter hadn't specified. Yisu guessed it was because the sender didn't believe he could complete the task, so there was no point in distracting him with unnecessary details. Yet, staring at the colossal shadow, Yisu felt no fear. Instead, an eager excitement surged within him. Never mind how much life essence the giant turtle provided, that enormous corpse alone could produce an untold amount of Type 3 serum. Yisu calculated inwardly. Type 3 serum can increase physical stats by 20 to 40 points. It's an incredibly rare resource. If I can leverage the surplus resources in Suong, could I create a team of top-tier professionals ahead of the curve? Such a team would become my ultimate trump card. Yisu understood well that in the later stages of the interspecies wars, survival hinged on the strength of one's team. This was an undeniable truth. He wasn't concerned about resources leaking out because the end goal was singular to survive each passing critical period, receive letters from the future, and ultimately reach the point where his own power could reshape the heavens and earth. When the time comes, he'll give it a shot, Yisu thought to himself. With his long blade in hand, Yisu leapt out of his blood energy transformed state, landing precisely on the aircraft carrier's deck. At that moment, the soldiers on the deck were desperately trying to fend off sea monsters. Their eyes blurred for a second as a figure descended from the sky, wielding a long blade, and began an unbelievably fast and ferocious assault. It's like a god descended to earth. Someone exclaimed in awe. Blood splattered across the deck as Yisu's blade cut through octopus-like monsters, shrimp soldiers, and crab generals with terrifying speed, as if a fierce wind were flattening a field of crops. In mere seconds, the entire deck was cleared of sea monsters, leaving behind only a grotesque mess of severed limbs and bodies. Is this reinforcements? One soldier murmured, rubbing his eyes. Where did this killing god come from? This is insane. It looks like he jumped down from the sky. Damn, it's like a god descending. The relentless attacks from sea monsters had left the soldiers utterly exhausted. The sudden relief brought by Yisu's intervention allowed many to finally exhale deeply, their words becoming less restrained. The military commander wouldn't reprimand them for this. After all, they were beyond worn out. Since the beginning of their return journey, wave after wave of sea monsters had stormed the deck, even rendering their autocannons useless. Despite their complaints, the soldiers dutifully reported the situation. Their superiors clearly knew reinforcements had been sent, but hadn't expected them to arrive so sooner to be this effective. Where is he now? The commanding officer inquired. He jumped over to the neighboring Type 055 destroyer to clear out more sea monsters. The reporting soldier replied, his tone filled with reverence. Its unreals leaping dozens of meters at a time, slashing with his blade, and wiping out the sea monsters in droves. Captain, who exactly did we call in for help? Someone couldn't help but ask. Captain Yao Yun spoke quietly. Yisu. For a moment, the entire cabin fell silent. The uncrowned king of professionals. Someone couldn't contain their astonishment. If it was him, then such terrifying combat prowess and destructive power made perfect sense. It wasn't long before everyone came to terms with it. Yisu leapt nimbly between the ships at sea, methodically eliminating the sea monsters one by one. These creatures were no different from the ones encountered before, with a maximum constitution of only 20 points. The only noticeable change was a hint of intelligence. They trembled in fear upon witnessing their companions' gruesome deaths and fled in panic at the sight of Yisu. After completing the task, Yisu landed lightly back on the aircraft carrier's deck. Yao Yin was already waiting there. The middle-aged man, with his deep, contemplative gaze, seemed as if he could take in the entirety of the vast blue sea and sky. Thank you for your help, Captain Yi, Yao Yin said sincerely. It was nothing, Yisu replied with a wave of his hand, then pointed toward the waters below. About that thing down there, do we have any intel? Yao Yun's expression turned serious. Captain Yi, it's a mutated whale. Its body length has reached over 300 meters, and it's covered in impenetrable bone armor. Its speed and agility are astonishing. We've tried attacking it with torpedoes, but they had no effect. Underwater, It's practically invincible. Has it ever attacked any ships? Yisu pressed. Yes, we've already lost a supply ship, Yao Yun explained. Fortunately, we evacuated the crew in advance. However, during the sinking, the sharp fractured deck left a wound on its body. Although it healed within hours, it hasn't directly attacked any ships since then. Yisu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Since it's a whale, it must surface to breathe, right? That's correct. Yao Yun glanced at his watch, but before he finished speaking, a thunderous roar erupted from the sea. Hold on tight. It's coming up to breathe. Yao Yun shouted. Yisu moved instantly to the edge of the aircraft carrier. The sea swelled violently as a massive bone-armored fin sliced through the surface, followed by a colossal back so wide it could tip the carrier to one side. At the center of its back was a deep pit, its blowhole. The next moment, a powerful jet of air burst from the blowhole, creating a deafening sonic boom. The shockwave sent the personnel on the deck sprawling in all directions. Impressive. Even its breath creates a sonic boom. No wonder it's called a dragon whale. Yisu grinned. As the sonic boom subsided, the sound of its exhaling echoed across the sea. Seizing the moment, Yisu sprang into action, leaping high into the air. Here we go. Let's do this. Number 6 on the move. Once his mind relaxed, his thoughts became much clearer. With Desya taking a leap forward and becoming the pillar of support, Yisu felt the heavy burden on his shoulders suddenly lighten. Now, the only thing he needed to focus on was how to grow stronger. Desya, on the other hand, had far more to consider, with more complex challenges to face. So, when confronted with the massive dragon whale, Yisu decided to attack from within. He leapt forward, riding the powerful air current as the dragon whale inhaled and plunged straight into its body. Propelled by the internal airflow, Yisu shot through the enormous throat like an arrow and finally entered the creature's lungs. Around him, blood and flesh intertwined into a crimson expanse, rhythmically contracting and expanding with the dragon whale's breaths. Frowning at the sight, Yisu muttered to himself, "Hold on. Oh crap." In that instant of thought, the pressure within the lungs suddenly shifted violently. With a loud whoosh, the dragon whale let out a thunderous sneeze. The explosive air current blasted Yisu out of its body with a deafening sonic boom. In an instant, Yisu was hurled skyward as if struck by a cannonball. The sneeze's force was so intense that the sonic boom left him dazed, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Fortunately, the Taishan Sutra and Taisho Sutra automatically activated, pulling Yisu back from the brink of unconsciousness. Otherwise, he might have ended up in free fall, plunging into the ocean to become fish food. As he stood midair, enveloped in a shield of blood energy, Yisu's emotions were conflicted. With a wry tone, he remarked, "Sneezing at foreign objects, it really is a reflex. I didn't expect even a king-level creature like this dragon whale to be unable to suppress it." He quickly realized that with such a large blowhole, it was impossible for the whale not to expel anything it inhaled. As expected, the sneeze had only amplified the force of the air current. After landing, Yisu crashed onto the deck while the dragon whale dove back into the ocean. Yao Yun hurried over. "Captain Yi, are you all right?" he asked, having witnessed the powerful impact that would have been unbearable for an ordinary person. Shaking his head, Yisu stood up, looking slightly exasperated. "I'm fine, just a bit sore. Thankfully, the blood energy armor absorbed most of the impact, or my internal organs might have been shattered." After checking his condition, he added, "It seems to surface for air roughly every 6 hours, right?" Yao Yun nodded in understanding. "All right, I'll wait for the next opportunity," Yisu said, taking a deep breath. This failed attempt only made him more focused. The first try hadn't gone as planned, but the experience gave him confidence for the next attempt. 6 hours later, Yisu leapt into action once more. This time, he jumped higher, diving into the dragon whale's body again. But once more, a sneeze erupted, expelling him with a burst of air mixed with a faint mist of blood. For the dragon whale, it was as if nothing had happened. It remained unbothered. Yisu, however, was once again blasted away by the explosive force of the air current. "Damn it, it's not even giving me a chance." Yisu cursed under his breath, his blood energy boiling within him as his frustration grew. Its flesh and internal defenses are just too tough. He knew all too well that the dragon whale's internal structure was as resilient as tightly woven vines, incredibly hard to overcome. It was even more formidable than the great turtles and far more challenging than the dragon wolves. The creatures of the sea were indeed terrifyingly powerful. Yao Yun hesitated before speaking. "Maybe we should give up?" Yisu's face darkened. "No. If it's strong, they'll become strong enough to tear through its defenses." His voice was firm, filled with resolve. "Just wait 6 more hours. On the 3rd attempt, I will succeed." 6 hours later, Yisu was ready once again. Taking a deep breath, he gathered all his blood energy to its peak. A black aura enveloped him instantly, and his long blade shimmered with dark energy. The blood energy armor radiated an inky glow. As the dragon whale inhaled once more, Yisu leapt forward without hesitation, charging toward his target with unwavering determination. With a sharp sound, the long blade pierced through the air and plunged into the dragon whale's body, slicing through the airflow and driving straight into its lungs. In an instant, blood and flesh sprayed, a crimson tide erupting. The blade's savage momentum swept through, carving out a massive void within the whale's lung cavity. In a flash, Yi Su's figure disappeared, concealed within the hollow. Moments later, water rushed in with a gushing sound, the deep sea's unique, suffocating stillness enveloping him, both stifling and exhilarating. "All right, I'm in," he muttered, his tone a mix of excitement and lethal intent. "Still playing hard to get? Dragon whale, you're as good as dead." This time, Yisu wasn't planning to follow the usual playbook. He went straight for it, driving the blade downward. It drilled through layers of flesh. His target, the dragon whale's heart. One strike to end it all. Thus began the operation deep within the ocean. The long blade twisted and turned relentlessly, blood spraying in scarlet arcs along its edge. Yisu moved like a steel nail, penetrating deeper into the creature's internal structure. In mere moments, he tore through the cavity walls and entered the dragon whale's organ cluster. But what lay before him wasn't the dense, chaotic mass of flesh he had anticipated. Instead, a massive chamber unfolded, surrounded by an eerie silence. The cavity resembled a Lovecraftian sanctum, with faint, soft glimmers emanating from the walls of flesh. From the walls hung tendrils of flesh, slender and pliable, swaying gently, as if alive. Frowning, Yisu stepped forward and pinched one of the tendrils, feeling a faint pulse beneath his fingertips. "This has a heartbeat." His expression shifted, and a sudden sense of alertness gripped him. This doesn't make sense unless, just as he began to ponder further, a faint rustling sound reached his ears. The tendrils began to writhe, and the fleshy walls abruptly split open. From within, swarms of insects started crawling out. These creatures resembled beetles, their glossy shells glistening with a wet sheen, each the size of a millstone. A tendril-like tail trailed behind each one. As they turned, their glowing, ghostly eyes locked onto Yisu. He realized that the faint light from the walls had been the glow of these creatures' eyes all along. Symbiotes? A chill ran through Yisu's heart. These were parasitic insects that originally lived within the dragon whale. With the dragon whale's evolution into a king-class creature, these parasites had also undergone a mutation, acquiring monstrous abilities and transforming from parasites into symbiotes. This fleshy chamber was their stronghold. From an evolutionary perspective, these symbiotes functioned like the dragon whale's immune system, designed to eliminate intruders akin to probiotics within a vast ecological system. "I see now," Yisu sneered. "I thought you were just another lazy, overfed creature like that giant turtle." The dragon whale was clearly more formidable than the giant turtle, but Yisu's ambush wasn't entirely without hope. "Come at me," he growled. As if understanding Yisu's provocation, the swarm of symbiotes let out piercing screeches and surged toward him. Despite their massive bodies, their speed was astonishing, advancing over a meter per second. With a sharp whoosh, countless insect bodies lunged at him, threatening to engulf him entirely. Yisu's footsteps shifted subtly, sliding to the ground as he evaded. With a swift flick of his long blade, he struck. Wave slash. The blade's shadow surged forth like a tide, layer upon layer, tearing through the air and slashing toward the swarm. The first strike landed on the beetle's shells, producing a series of sharp, crackling sounds. Sparks flew, but the initial attack failed to pierce their defenses. This was expected. The wave slash relied on sustained strikes, with its initial force being relatively weak. But Yisu was already moving in sync with his blade. Dodging the swarm's first assault, he unleashed the second slash with a sudden, forceful swing. This time, the blade's shadow was noticeably more solid, and the blade's edge carried the momentum of crashing waves. Several symbiotes in its path were cleaved apart, their shells cracking with sharp, resonant sounds. White fluid sprayed like pus and blood, and the creatures convulsed before going rigid, lifeless. Their vitality is moderate, Yisu assessed internally. There are a lot of them, but they're manageable. The swarm grew denser, forcing him to dodge constantly, seeking relatively safe positions. Opportunities were fleeting. With a deft turn of his body, he finally unleashed his final strike. The ultimate blow of the wave slash a crescendo of overlapping waves, overwhelming and unstoppable. The blade's shadow surged like a crimson tide, sweeping outward in a devastating arc. The advancing symbiotes were instantly engulfed by the wave. Their shells shattered, their bodies torn to pieces. The entire chamber trembled violently as blood and white fluid mixed into a rain of crimson droplets. Yisu, undeterred, followed the path of the blood wave, pressing forward with unstoppable momentum. Gradually, the sound of the waves faded, leaving the ground covered in flesh and debris. The remnants of the symbiotic creatures were scattered everywhere, shells and tentacles littered the area. Yisu exhaled deeply, thinking it was finally over. But suddenly whoosh, 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 the sound of surging waves returned. From the other end of the chamber, a massive tide surged forth, overwhelming and relentless, reminiscent of a zombie horde in a post-apocalyptic film. So many of them. Yi Su's eyes widened in shock. The dragon whale's body was enormous, but it wasn't infinite. Yet, the number of symbiotic creatures housed within this chamber was staggering. How could the dragon whale sustain this many without being drained dry? A sense of unease crept into Yi Su's heart, and an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. His blood energy surged as he braced himself for the oncoming wave of symbiotic creatures. The chamber was large, but there was little room to maneuver. At the same time, he extended his blood energy toward the remains of the symbiotic creatures, attempting to draw power from them through a blood-linking technique. Unexpectedly, as Yi Su's blood energy flowed through the broken bodies of the symbiotic creatures, it created a new circulation of energy. In that instant, a crimson-purple force surged back into him. Yi Su's face flushed red, and his heart skipped a beat. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. Everyone had misunderstood. The scene before him made Yi Su's eyes widen in realization. The dragon whale's flesh and blood were merely at the king level. Yet these symbiotic creatures far surpassed it by an entire tier. Or rather, these symbiotic creatures were the true essence of the dragon whale. The term symbiotic creatures was clearly a misnomer. Hive would be more accurate. The dragon whale was nothing more than a shell, and within that shell, these symbiotic creatures were the true core. Perhaps their existence was tied to the upcoming Jingzhe solar term. It all began to make sense to Yi Su. These symbiotic creatures, like insect eggs, lay dormant, silently waiting for the thunder of Jingzhe to trigger their transformation. They were destined to take center stage, while the dragon whale merely served as an incubator shell designed to nurture them in preparation for the next solar term. No wonder this secret had gone unnoticed by anyone else. Without the future letter Yi Su had received, it would have remained hidden. Each solar term harbored the seeds of the next, and Jingzhe marked the beginning of a calamity. Yi Su's heart sank. Without that letter, he might never have uncovered the truth. Once the thunder rolled, the evolution of the insectoid creatures would accelerate rapidly. It would be like watching silkworm eggs hatch after the thunder. The larvae would emerge, black as sesame seeds. But the evolution of these insectoids was far more complex. Their transformation required immense resources and could only occur in a suitable incubator. Finally, the puzzle pieces fell into place. These colossal, seemingly dominant life forms were the protagonists of the Jingzhe solar term, yet they were merely the incubators for the next. Yi Su's initial thought was to annihilate them all, but he quickly dismissed the idea. The life essence of these symbiotic creatures was of an extraordinarily high level. If they fell into the hands of Li Qing, they could become the core ingredient for the 3.5 serum that would enhance Yi Su's physical capabilities far more effectively than his current method of blood energy absorption. The dragon whale was both an incubator and a prison. As these thoughts raced through Yi Su's mind, he swiftly adjusted his strategy. His goal had shifted, needed to bring the dragon whale back, alive or not. After all, a king-level life form like the dragon whale was nearly imperishable. Its value would be even greater back home. By killing the dragon whale, I could trap the symbiote inside its body, leaving it at my mercy. With this realization, Yi Su immediately turned and fled. Don't kill this thing yet. It's a treasure trove. The dragon whale must be dealt with first. Inside the fleshy chamber, it was hard for Yi Su to navigate, but the blood vessels were unmistakable. The ones leading to the heart grew thicker and thicker. Squelch. He swung his long blade fiercely, slicing through a section of the chamber wall before diving into it. Within the flesh, he found a blood vessel. Following its path for a while, he could discern the direction it was leading in. This allowed Yi Su to locate the dragon whale's heart. Like a tunneling machine, he pressed forward relentlessly through the creature's flesh. Guided by the blood vessels, he drew ever closer to the heart. Outside, the dragon whale continued to thrash violently. It was writhing in agony, as if a storm was raging within its body. It twisted and turned in a futile attempt to alleviate the pain, but it was all in vain. Yi Su was closing in on its heart with each passing moment. A savage grin began to spread across Yi Su's face, his expression growing increasingly feral. The thick scent of blood stirred the heart ape within him, which was ravenously consuming his skills. This blood-soaked environment only fueled its hunger, driving it to devour more rapidly. After all, fresh blood was the key to Yi Su's rapid growth, and the heart ape thrived in such conditions. Gradually, the blood vessels grew thicker, from the width of a child's arm to the girth of a full-grown man's embrace. The heart was now within reach. On the fleet, the crew watched the dragon whale thrashing on the ocean's surface, instinctively realizing that Yi Su had burrowed into its belly and was wreaking havoc, much like Neza in the classic tale of chaos in the sea. With a killer god tearing through its insides, who could stand a chance? Suddenly, a powerful burst of air erupted from the blowhole on the dragon whale's back, followed by a dense mist of crimson blood spreading into the air. Yao Yun, seeing the blood mist drifting toward them, instinctively stepped back but quickly realized what was happening. He shouted, "What are you waiting for? Start inhaling. This is pure gold." His reaction was swift. Blood from a king-level life form was explosively potent, and now Yisu had atomized it. It was practically being served on a silver platter. The soldiers were momentarily stunned, as if unsure of what to do. But in the next instant, they surged forward and inhaled deeply. The metallic scent of blood filled the air, but mingled with it was an unusual, enticing aroma. Instantly, countless faces turned flushed. Those with cultivation techniques immediately began practicing, while those without started moving their bodies. Yao Yun barked orders as he assumed a martial stance, and soon his fists were flying in a practiced routine. On the deck, everyone was in motion. No cultivation technique. No problem, push-ups it is. After inhaling the blood mist, soldiers performing push-ups seemed to have springs installed in their arms, bouncing back with astonishing energy. From above, the scene resembled a massive, frenzied training ground. Yet only they themselves could feel the changes happening within their bodies. The most profound effect on ordinary people was a surging, restless warmth coursing through their veins, causing their hearts to race and their body temperatures to rise. Their physical constitutions were being rapidly strengthened, propelling them toward the level of professionals in mere moments. The blood of a king-level life form. In the previous encounter with the dragon wolves, the professionals had merely sipped the broth, but now the soldiers were absorbing the blood in an even more potent, vaporized form. Within mere minutes, many ordinary individuals had evolved into professionals. Meanwhile, those who were already professionals felt their physical capabilities improving at an astonishing rate. The dragon whale itself was designed to be a vessel of nourishment for the protagonist of Jingjia. It was a treasure trove in every sense. Even a casual grab of its resources would result in immense gains for anyone. Yao Yun's excitement was palpable. Standing on the surface of the sea, he had missed the first 2 rainfalls, but now everything had been made up for. Some soldiers had managed to become professionals, all thanks to the fish demons that kept delivering their gifts. Consuming the fish meat yielded immediate effects. However, the results varied from person to person, and it was impossible to fully replicate the effects of a potion by simply eating the meat unless, of course, someone like Yisu could utilize their qi and blood to absorb it. As a result, most people still fell short of reaping the full benefits. But at this moment, everything seemed to be compensated for. Ordinary people were transforming into professionals, while the professionals were experiencing rapid physical enhancements. It was sheer euphoria. Even the dragon whale appeared to sense everyone's desires, continuously releasing clouds of blood mist. The pungent, metallic scent of blood filled the air above the fleet. The crimson haze obscured vision, yet it felt like a sharp weapon, delivering an intoxicating rush to everyone. Breathe it in as much as you can. The medicinal potency of the king-tier blood was immense, yet surprisingly gentle. The dragon wolves had already demonstrated its effects once before. Now, the glint of greed in everyone's eyes was unmistakable as they scrambled to partake in the official hunt and savor the dragon whale's bounty. However, the vast range of this blood mist soon attracted nearby sea demons. Their sensitivity to the scent of blood far surpassed that of land creatures. While the humans were reveling in ecstasy, the sea demons were driven into a frenzy. Within moments, swarms of sea demons from 100 kilometers around surged toward the area. They swam wildly, attempting to dissolve the airborne blood mist into the water through the churning waves. Yet, none of the sea demons dared to approach the dragon whale closely. They hovered at a distance, paralyzed by fear, watching the creature's agonized groans. None of them dared to provoke such a formidable presence. Meanwhile, Yisu was unaware of the revelry unfolding on the surface. He was entirely focused on locating the dragon whale's heart. Licking his lips, he reminded himself that although the dragon whale was a treasure trove, it was still a king-tier life form. The dragon wolves had once contributed a Tianyuan Fritzo. What might the dragon whale offer? Despite the wealth the symbiotic creature had already provided, Yisu's anticipation continued to grow. With hope brimming in his heart, he carefully wielded his long sword to sever the blood vessels surrounding the heart. The heart was massive, almost the size of a small house. Yisu couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. If the dragon whale's blood still held significant value for him, he might have been tempted to lie inside the heart and bask in its womb-like warmth. But soon, the vessels around the heart were completely severed, and the heart was fully disconnected from the dragon whale. Without its heart, the dragon whale's blood could no longer maintain the pressure required for circulation. The blood began to flow backward through the air, cutting off supply to the brain. In an instant, the dragon whale's mind went blank, and its life force plummeted irreversibly. Yisu did not leave immediately. Even as the chamber grew increasingly flooded with the backflowing blood, he kept his attention fixed on the heart. In the end, disappointment flickered in his eyes. So, the dragon whale was not the protagonist after all. Yisu nodded slightly, gaining a new understanding of this protagonist-like evolution. The rise of a protagonist was not merely about the ascension of a single life form. It marked the emergence of a golden era within a group. Multiple individuals would undergo frenzied evolution, ultimately reaching the pinnacle together. This type of evolution came with no weaknesses. Combat prowess and intelligence advanced hand in hand. The dragon wolf's final human-like speech and the mountain lord's strategic retreat were signs of their growing intellect. In contrast, the dragon whale's instinct-driven actions were merely the fertile ground for the next protagonist to emerge. In short, Yi Su had an epiphany. The dragon whale was merely the prelude to the next legend, not the protagonist about to take the stage. A protagonist without brains? Impossible. No brainless protagonist could dominate eternity. Yi Su sprinted across the ocean surface, with the symbiote in relentless pursuit. To preserve the freshness of the precious medicine, he chose not to engage directly. Instead, he maneuvered nimbly through the giant maw of the dragon whale. Finally, employing the technique of blood energy transformation, he leaped into the air and landed back on the aircraft carrier's deck. The scene on the deck stunned him. Yao Yun was grappling with the deputy officer. "What are you doing?" Yi Su asked, frowning. Yao Yun, face flushed and jittery like someone with hyperactivity, ran to Yi Su and stammered, "Just digesting a bit." Yi Su glanced around. The dragon whale's blood mist still lingered in the air. He quickly pieced it together. Everyone had been driven into a frenzy by the blood mist, much like his own reaction after eating dog meat in the past. Only the dragon whale's blood mist was far more intense. "Drop the anchor," Yi Su commanded decisively. Though puzzled, Yao Yun immediately relayed the order. In the command room, the soldiers, moving with exaggerated high steps, fumbled to operate the anchor mechanism. Yi Su took to the air again, skillfully hooking the dragon whale's corpse with the anchor. He knew that the symbiotes wouldn't leave their nesting grounds until their set time. If he could tow the dragon whale back, it would be a windfall, enough to send Li Qing into a frenzy of excitement. Dragging the dragon whale nearly drained Yi Su of all his strength. Yet, with the aid of the current and buoyancy, he succeeded. "Captain Yao, full speed ahead to home." Yi Su issued his final order before collapsing onto the deck. "Understood." The silent horizon powered up to full speed, while the crew, still under the effects of the blood mist, celebrated wildly. An utterly exhausted Yi Su fell into a deep sleep on the deck. Though the battle had been straightforward, it had taken the greatest toll on him. Surrounded by dependable soldiers, he finally felt safe enough to rest. After all, things had been far too intense lately. Meanwhile, at the border of Heilong province, a group of professionals waited in the snowstorm. Heihu stomped his feet occasionally to keep warm. Soon, a group of people appeared in the direction of Damao. Leading them was a quintessential Viking warrior Staff. The burly man, draped in bare fur with one shoulder exposed, radiated steam even in the biting wind. "Oh, my comrade, it's so good to see you." Staff greeted warmly, moving in for a bear hug with Heihu. I twitched. He was well aware of the brute's overwhelming strength, but had no choice but to accept the enthusiastic gesture. "Staff, have you made your decision?" Staff hesitated. "My brother, you know Siberia City needs me. I can't just leave." As one of the holders of the three scriptures, Staff had amassed a considerable following in Siberia due to his formidable strength and was in the process of building a new city. With the professionals' increasing abilities, the harsh cold was no longer a barrier. Walls could be formed simply by repeatedly pouring water to freeze. 100 vials of type 3 serum. That's our best offer, Heihu stated bluntly. Now is the perfect time to make the trade before the next phase begins. Plus, Suong has prepared plenty of the finest vodka. Staff licked his lips, clearly tempted. Type 3 serum was more valuable than oil, a hard currency fought over even by the Lighthouse Nation. This quantity was enough to push a small team to the 40-point physique threshold. And the timing, Staff began. "Our plane is right behind us. It's just a day-round trip," Heihu interrupted. "Moreover, you'll have the chance to meet the world's strongest professionals. It's an opportunity you can't miss." Faced with the allure of resources, fine liquor, and power, Staff finally nodded in agreement. His subordinates were already daydreaming about drinking their fill of vodka. "Excellent, my comrade. Let's move quickly." With that, the two teams of professionals crossed the border, boarded the plane, and headed straight for Suong. All global fleets were rapidly returning to their home ports. Humanity had to confront a harsh reality. The oceans no longer belong to us. In the depths of the sea, the mutations among the sea monsters continued unabated. What was even more alarming was their newfound sense of organization, as if somewhere in an unknown abyss, a ruler of these creatures was rising to power. Yi Su had been asleep for a full 24 hours. When he finally opened his eyes, Yao Yun was already standing by his bedside, a hesitant expression on her face. "Su Heng has been trying to reach you," she said. "Zhang Hui couldn't get through to you on the headset and eventually contacted me instead." As an experienced operative, Yao Yun deeply understood the importance of uninterrupted cultivation time, which was why she hadn't disturbed him earlier. Yi Su immediately activated his earpiece communicator. "Huij, Captain Yi. Finally, you're awake." Zhang Hu's voice was filled with relief and excitement. "We've located the person in possession of the core technique from the Russians. He's in Su Heng right now. Can you return?" The news instantly brightened Yi Su's expression. Earlier, he had tasked Zhang Hui with using official resources to conduct a search, focusing on the northeastern border of Russia. After Su Hang had entered the market with their medicinal formulas, they quickly found Staff. This Russian, despite his straightforward personality, possessed a unique and unparalleled qi and blood circulation technique. Coupled with his extraordinary strength, he was immediately identified as a target. Lured by the allure of Su Hang's highly sought-after medicine and persuaded by Black Tiger, Staff ultimately agreed to visit Su Hang. Of course, the Russian side issued formal visitation documents, given that Staff was one of their strongest assets and not someone they could easily let go. Upon receiving the news, Yisu immediately instructed Yao Yun to request a helicopter from a nearby large destroyer. On their way back, they noticed numerous helicopters hovering in the sky. Li Qing had dispatched teams to collect the dragon whale corpses. Although the aircraft carrier would take a few more days to return to port, the research on grade 3.5 spiritual medicine was urgent, and the value of the symbiotic organisms was highly enticing to the scientific community. After several transfers, Yisu finally arrived in Su Hang. The airport was bustling with activity, with cargo planes continuously taking off and landing, transporting large quantities of monster corpses. These raw materials were processed on Su Hang's assembly lines before being packaged and shipped nationwide. Not just the air routes, but land transportation had also resumed normal operations. Roads damaged by mutated trees during the spring rains had been repaired, and the extensive transport network was once again functioning efficiently. Observing this thriving scene, Yisu pondered to himself, perhaps it's time to make the formulas for number 1 and number 2 medicines public. After all, Su Hang had completed its initial accumulation phase, and these two medicines were on the verge of becoming widely available commodities. Making it public and allowing other cities to produce it independently could accelerate the flow of funds. At the airport, Zhuge Hu was there to pick up Yisu, and they happened to discuss this topic. However, Zhuge Hu's face turned grave in an instant, and he interrupted Yisu immediately, saying, "Absolutely not. My lord, I understand your intentions. You want to enhance Xia's foundation to face future challenges. But once the formula for the medicine is made public, problems will arise." He paused for a moment before continuing. The city authorities might not be able to safeguard the formula. If they fail, the consequences will be unimaginable. Major clubs, corporations, and even some unlawful organizations will rush to produce it. If the medicine becomes central to the economy, these forces will create a new economic cycle, disrupting the existing balance. This isn't just trouble, it could lead to disaster. Yisu was taken aback by Zhuge Hu's words, a chill running through his heart as he realized the gravity of the issue. His gaze flickered slightly. "I hadn't considered that point," he admitted. After pondering for a moment, his brows furrowed deeply. If the clubs gain control of the medicine and the situation changes, they might quickly detach from Xia and even establish independent powers. With the potency of the medicine, their strength would expand rapidly, making the situation far more complex. For the greater good, Zhuge Hu said in a low voice, it's better to progress more slowly. If the 5 fingers of Xia cannot unite into a fist, its potential for war will diminish drastically. Yisu nodded, deeply aware of his limited perspective. He smiled self-deprecatingly. It seems I still lack a broader vision. Professional matters should indeed be handled by professionals. Zhuge Hu observed Yisu quietly, feeling a slight sense of admiration. Yisu does have his shortcomings, but his willingness to learn might enable him to grow into a true leader in the future. He resolved to provide Yisu with more updates on the situation to help him develop a strategic mindset. After all, a strong leader cannot afford to have weaknesses. Accompanied by Zhuge Hu, Yisu arrived at the research institute. The expansion of the institute was still in full swing, steadily increasing its scale and solidifying Suhong's position across the nation. At this moment, Hu hurriedly arrived, bringing along Staff, who looked urgent and restless. As soon as Staff entered the courtyard, he frowned slightly, clearly feeling the pressure. The folks over in Maozi are sending inquiries several times a day, and the capital is keeping a close eye on this. If I don't return soon, Maozi might think Xia has abducted me, he said, pulling out a bottle of vodka and downing it in one go. The bold motion seemed to ease his anxiety. When he finally met Yisu, he could barely conceal his excitement. His energy surged so intensely that it felt as though it might overflow. Their handshake was charged with such palpable force that the air seemed to freeze for a moment. "Stuff," Yisu said, extending his hand with a deep and resolute gaze. The encounter between the two was not merely physical, it was a convergence of different backgrounds, cultures, and philosophies. Yisu, Staff's face flushed as he felt the unfamiliar yet compelling strength in Yisu's grip. The energy within him churned uncontrollably. Although he was aware that Xia's core technique, the art of separation, had already started spreading, it wasn't until this moment that he truly experienced its unprecedented power. "I must admit," Staff said, taking a deep breath, his voice filled with awe. "Perhaps the time has come for this era to witness legends." Yisu, too, felt an overwhelming sensation, almost stifling. He could sense the rapid circulation of Tai Xian Jing and Tai Shou Jing within him, causing a faint ringing in his ears, a sign of his blood flowing too swiftly. Gripping Stoff's hand tightly, his eyes burned with an unquenchable fighting spirit. Let's begin. The unification of the three scriptures will further enhance our combat strength. We can't waste any opportunity for improvement. All right, Stoff responded without hesitation, his straightforward nature evident. The two followed He Hu into a secret chamber. The heavy door closed with a resounding click, severing their connection to the outside world. He Hu remained outside, fully aware that when this door opened again, a legend might be born. The corridor outside was silent, while the atmosphere inside the chamber grew increasingly intense. This moment, today, could change everything. Regarding the matter of compensation, everything had been settled with Black Tiger. Yi Su recalled the unease he once felt when entrusting all affairs to Li Qing's team, but now it seemed his concerns were unfounded. For him, enhancing his strength remained the ultimate pursuit. Wealth and other external possessions held little significance in his eyes. The arrival of Zhuge Hu perfectly filled the gap in Yi Su's efforts to develop his faction. Unlike Li Qing and his team, Zhuge Hu's allegiance was not driven by a desire for political maneuvering, but by a genuine intent to build an unshakable pillar that could stand firm amidst any storm. This sense of accomplishment was what he truly sought. At this level, everyone had clear and distinct goals. Li Qing was deeply engrossed in research, as though it was his life's mission. Zhuge Hu focused on faction development, from city building to spreading doctrines, from dividing the Suang camp to forming an anonymous core of professionals. Each step was taken with resolute determination. In the secret chamber, the experienced Stoff sat cross-legged, his expression calm. Go ahead, but remember, don't delve too harshly into my memories, or I'll get angry. His composure exuded the aura of a formidable individual, unbothered by the prospect of his memories being exposed to Yi Su. Yi Su responded with a nod, producing the martial marrow and taking a deep breath. Although he felt some discomfort about peering into another's memories, the anticipation of uncovering one of the three scriptures filled him with excitement. As the martial marrow was activated, Yi Su entered Stoff's memory space. Before he could actively search, a glowing orb floated toward him on its own. This was the Tai by scripture. The martial marrow's effects began to manifest, and the core technique was promptly copied. Yi Su sensed a new technique forming within his martial arts slots. At the same time, the slots for the Tai Xian scripture and Tai Shou scripture began to glow as well. The moment the Tai by scripture was fully copied, the three martial arts slots radiated light simultaneously before merging into one. A new slot emerged, inscribed with the name, by Shou Tai Xian scripture. Yi Su closed his eyes, concentrating with a slight furrow in his brow. The name brought to mind Li Bai's poem, Who Can Inscribe Beneath the Tower, the Bai Shou Tai Xian scripture. But this was the professional world, not a reenactment of a wandering swordsman's tale. This core technique undoubtedly held untold secrets, though current research and progress in the professional world offered no clues. For now, he set aside the question of the name's meaning and began to sense the changes brought about by the fusion of the three scriptures. The Tai Xian scripture granted bullet time. The Tai Shou scripture bestowed combat instincts. What would the Tai by scripture offer? Circulating his qi and blood, Yi Su immediately felt a roaring resonance within his body. His constitution, previously difficult to improve in this version, saw another enhancement. However, this time the strengthening was different. It specifically focused on the resilience of his skin. Yi Su could distinctly feel his skin becoming tougher, while his qi and blood surged rapidly. Three scriptures combined, and that's all there is? Yi Su muttered, dissatisfied. A combination capable of upgrading a pawn to 2 stars ought to have something special. With this doubt lingering, he continued his observations. Several minutes later, a sudden chill swept through his body, leaving him unusually clear-headed. To his astonishment, his intelligence attribute had increased by 1 point. This attribute, which had inexplicably gained 1 point at the very beginning and remained stagnant ever since, had finally undergone a change. At that moment, with sudden clarity, Yi Su's eyes snapped open. His heart skipped a beat as he realized a brand new power was surging within him. Ignoring Stoff, who had long since left, he stretched out his palm in excitement, facing it upward. Strange threads of energy began to gather in his hand, a force entirely different from anything he had known before, as if it originated from a higher realm. Instinctively, he drew his longsword, his gaze focused and sharp. With a slight flick of his fingers, he channeled this energy into the blade. In an instant, the sword radiated a dazzling brilliance, its glow as resplendent as a fractured starlight. This was not the crimson hue of blood energy, nor the ordinary shine of steel. It was the raw, vivid manifestation of pure energy, intense and powerful. Gripping the hilt tightly, Yi Su watched as the sword continued to emit its radiant glow. He made a gentle slash. The blade barely exerted any force, yet the hardened steel floor beneath it curled and tore as if it were soft clay. The sword sliced through the metal effortlessly, leaving him astounded by the sheer might of this new power. There was almost no resistance, only the faint sensation of energy being consumed reminded him that this force was not infinite. Martial arts, high-level combat, or perhaps fantasy, Yisu murmured, his voice filled with awe and exhilaration. He finally understood the evolutionary process of his inner strength. When his profession awakened, his physical attributes had soared, that was martial arts, breaking through 40 points of constitution and forming blood energy, that was high-level combat. But now, with the unification of 3 meridians, this entirely new power had emerged within him, representing the pinnacle of strength. Its destructive potential far surpassed anything he had previously known about blood energy or martial techniques, utterly redefining the limits of material hardness. Holding the glowing longsword, Yisu reflected silently. This is the pinnacle of power, pure destructive force. He pondered deeply, was this energy born from the Baisho Taishan scripture, or had he unlocked some hidden potential by accessing resources others could not obtain? Regardless of its origins, one thing was clear. This power signified a dramatic increase in his combat capabilities, far beyond incremental improvement. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes again, immersing himself in the sensation of this newfound strength and its attributes. Outside, Staff had already exited the chamber and was preparing to leave. Initially intending to face Yisu in battle, he now found the timing too urgent for such a confrontation. The Russians had been pressing him relentlessly after all. Their top operative had been lingering in a foreign country for nearly 2 days, and any further delay would be hard to justify. Understood. The plane at Suwon Airport is ready, Black Tiger responded. Good. I'll head back then, Staff said, turning to leave. He added casually, the payment is on the plane, along with some local specialties. Black Tiger chuckled. When Staff sees the cargo hold packed with crates of vodka, he should be quite pleased. Staff made no further comment and departed swiftly. However, the door to the chamber remained closed, causing Black Tiger to pause momentarily. What was happening with Yisu? Inside the chamber, Yisu continued to explore the transformation within him. Unlike the gentle nourishment of blood energy, this force was explosive and volatile. It no longer served to strengthen his body or fortify his bones. Instead, it was raw power, ready to erupt and obliterate everything in its path. Like a ticking time bomb, it could unleash devastating destruction in an instant. If he were to name it, Yisu thought this energy could be called true energy or spiritual energy, representing the ultimate limit and culmination of power. This force would undoubtedly become his strongest pillar in future battles. Yisu understood deeply that no matter the adversary, he now had the confidence to face any challenge head on. Yisu's method of harnessing this power still seemed somewhat crude. Simple and direct. Boom. Either he infused it into his weapon, making it unstoppable, or employed it in straightforward ways. The approach was simplistic but effective. As for other potential effects, he had yet to explore them, but for now, this was all he could manage. The global progression of professions was still ongoing, and there might be new clues in the future. With this thought, Yisu opened his eyes and slowly stood up. Suddenly, a faint stretching sound, like fabric being pulled, emanated from his body. It was the sound of his skin contracting and stretching. The Baisho Tai Xianjing had endowed his blood energy with an unprecedented ability to strengthen his skin. Now, Yisu's skin likely had significant resistance to ordinary weapons. Both his impact resistance and self-repairing ability had improved remarkably. Over time, this enhancement would only grow more formidable. With a faint smile, Yisu stepped out of the secret chamber. This round of training had been incredibly rewarding. Beyond the ability to strengthen specific parts of his body, the unique power he had acquired had elevated his combat strength by more than just one level. If he had possessed this power during his previous battle with the Dragon Wolf, the creature would likely have been defeated in an instant. Even the Mountain Lord was now a tempting challenge for Yisu, and he couldn't help but feel eager to test his strength. No other reason his offensive power was simply too overwhelming. Captain Yi, you're out, greeted Heihu as he approached. Yeah, where's Staff? Yisu asked. He went back. The folks on his end were pressing him hard, so he couldn't stay any longer. Heihu replied. Did we get the symbiotic specimen from the dragon whale? Yisu continued to inquire. The symbiotic entity is a 3.5 tier spiritual medicine. The potion made from it should be classified as 3.5. Li Qing interjected, walking over. As he spoke, he adjusted his glasses, his eyes bloodshot from exhaustion. We have the sample. It was transported via air freight, and as soon as I received it, I started researching it to confirm whether it could be used to produce the 3.5 potion. Progress is going well, and I'm aiming to complete the manufacturing process as soon as possible. Li Qing pushed his glasses up again, his gaze filled with focus. The potion is potent enough, and using it to enhance my physique has already shown significant results. He surpassed 20 points. It's just that. Yisu raised an eyebrow. It's just that I haven't managed to obtain a job change scroll, Li Qing said with a sigh. Not just many awakened individuals have already surpassed 10 points in physique, but are still stuck at the awakened level. While awakened individuals can use potions to improve their physique, without the job change scroll, they can't break through and the scrolls are in short supply. The rainwater season hasn't triggered any major events yet. It's so frustrating, Li Qing muttered under his breath. Good. Yisu nodded, then turned to Li Qing. You know me. Wealth and accolades mean nothing. Improving combat strength is what matters most. In my view, violence is the ultimate power. Once you master violence, schemes and influence become insignificant. Exactly, Li Qing replied with a knowing smile, clearly understanding Yi Su's perspective. Yi Su lightly dusted off his clothes and suddenly spoke with a commanding tone. All right, anything else? If not, I'm heading home to train. Li Qing and He Hu exchanged glances before Li Qing spoke up. Actually, there is something. The progression of professions has been underway for a while, but the ranking system for professionals still hasn't been established. Although there are plans for advancement, there's been no concrete progress. So, the higher-ups are hoping to develop a professional ranking system, and it would be ideal if you could be involved. Indeed, the establishment of a ranking system for professionals would lose much of its credibility without Yi Su's participation. The purpose of creating such a system is straightforward: to facilitate better management. This is not only tied to the administrative framework of Desya, but also addresses numerous practical issues. Take, for example, a professional with a physical attribute score of 40 compared to one with a score of 20. The disparity in combat effectiveness between the two is vast, akin to a great chasm. Naturally, the resources required and the compensation deserved should differ accordingly. However, the problem arises when a professional with a physical score of 25 outperforms their peers with a score of 35. This creates a dilemma. Should someone stronger receive less compensation due to a lower physical score? Surely, it isn't feasible to have them prove their abilities through combat before every task. As the merit-based system matured, such disputes became increasingly common, compelling Desya to proactively develop a ranking plan for professionals. This ranking system is indeed necessary, Li Qing remarked. With your involvement, experts and scholars from across the nation will convene in Suang to discuss and establish the professional ranking framework. All right, Yisu agreed readily. After all, it didn't require him to travel. It was always better to let others come to him. Great. He'll report this immediately. We should be able to start in a couple of days. Okay, I'm heading back to train, Yisu said and left, eager to delve into the new powers he had just acquired. After Yisu departed, Li Qing turned to his own administrative tasks. Meanwhile, Black Tiger sneaked into the secret chamber, his gaze immediately drawn to the warped metal floor. He ran his fingers gently over the marks, his eyes filled with shock. This was aircraft carrier-grade steel, designed to serve as Li Qing's safe house. Such damage, could it really have been caused by a human? Black Tiger was utterly astonished. Yi Su's evolution was nothing short of extraordinary. News of the ranking system quickly spread, and planes began departing from major cities across the country, carrying research teams and top-tier professionals to Suang. The official announcement of plans to establish a ranking system for professionals stirred significant excitement among the public. A flood of suggestions poured in, many of them whimsical. Someone proposed calling it the blood surge realm, referring to the phenomenon of visible vitality when a professional's physical score surpassed 10. Another suggested foundation stage, likening the increase in physical attributes to laying the groundwork for cultivation. Others recommended a letter-grade system, starting with A, B, C, and D for those with physical scores above 20. While these ideas were creative, none were adopted. Everyone understood that the rankings needed to carry weight, and without Yi Su's participation and endorsement, any system would be meaningless. Consequently, teams of experts converged on Suang, instantly turning the city into a bustling hub of activity. These days mark the arrival of the rainwater solar term. The maritime tribes show no signs of coming ashore, and the demon clans remain secluded deep in the mountains. Meanwhile, the grand-scale infrastructure projects of the Desya dynasty are unfolding in full swing. With no external threats and internal stability, it's the perfect time to determine the ranks of the professionals. Those who have followed us here are the elite from their respective cities, but they don't have much time to spare. Otherwise, they'll face pressure from their cities, just like Staff. Yisu pushed open the door to his home and glanced around, but there was no sign of Imo Xiaoyu. That girl had become addicted to her work, busy to the point of being practically invisible. Just as he was about to take a rest, Zhuge Hu hurried over with a thick stack of documents in his arms, his face brimming with barely contained excitement. Captain Yi, take a look at this, Zhuge Hu said eagerly, thrusting the documents toward Yisu. It's about the new city we're building. We're planning to establish a university specifically for professionals. Once it's up, we can recruit students from across the country, provide them with enhancement serums, and have military officers train them. This way, we'll ensure a steady stream of professionals in the future. He continued enthusiastically. Of course, Captain Yi, you'll serve as the honorary principal. We also need to discuss the entry age. I think we can break the conventional no age restrictions. Use serum number 1 for the admission test. If someone awakens after 5 doses, they're promising. If they awaken after 3 doses, they're a genius. Then, we'll allocate resources based on their results. And there's more. Yisu rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. He had known from the start that Zhuge Hu wasn't here just to coast or bide his time. The man was relentless, churning out new ideas and plans every single day. A university for professionals? By these standards, wouldn't it be akin to the Huangpu Military Academy for professionals? Am I playing the role of a military strategist now? Cut it out. I need to train. You handle this yourself. Yisu interrupted bluntly. Zhuge Hu froze for a moment, blinking in surprise before recovering and saying, Captain Yi, with the way global professionalism is evolving, power dynamics are crucial. How those dynamics play out is your problem, not mine, Yisu replied. I only need to ensure one thing, and that is... At this point, Yisu's sharp gaze locked onto Zhuge Hu. For a moment, an indescribable pressure radiated from Yisu, as if the very air in the room had thickened and stilled. I am strong enough to bind power together. Strong enough that no one dares to rebel. Strong enough that only I can accomplish certain things. And that is more than enough. Zhuge Hu's throat bobbed as he swallowed involuntarily. Such a simple, yet brutal logic. At that moment, his mind raced, and a thought surfaced. Super intelligence is useful, but super strength is even better. And surprisingly, Zhuge Hu's super intelligence agreed. Indeed, in this world, super strength reigns supreme. Phew. Zhuge Hu shook his head, brushing aside his chaotic thoughts. But deep down, he realized that his dream of playing the role of a master strategist was probably out of reach. He couldn't help but mutter inwardly, what a crude warrior. All right, anything else? If not, get back to work. I need to train, Yisu said, waving him off. Zhuge Hu's face scrunched up in frustration, but he had no choice but to turn and leave. Meanwhile, Yisu had already sat down cross-legged, fully immersed in his training. In truth, Yisu wasn't saying that he didn't need to use his brain, it's just that the timing wasn't right. If you have the strength, don't waste it on infighting among your own people. Want to bare your fangs? Wait until the world collapses. The current situation is reminiscent of the era of the first Emperor chaos, danger, unrest. Everyone is waiting for the Emperor's fall. Only then will it become clear who is genuine and who is a fraud. The national team of experts arrived swiftly. Those from nearby cities made it by the afternoon. In the sports arena of Suang, more and more people gradually arrived as time went on. The massive venue buzzed with the noise of the crowd, and many had already completed their chi tests. However, the professionals on site looked displeased. Yisu, a prominent figure, had yet to appear. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that the last team of experts, arriving from the plateau, finally made it. Li Qing had also taken his position, ready to record the test data, which was a crucial step before determining ranks. Everyone, time is of the essence. Let's get straight to recording the data, Li Qing said bluntly. He then explained the testing procedures in detail. Data is a key component of combat power. We've prepared a punching force machine to measure strength, high-speed cameras to capture speed, and the punching machine can also determine explosive power. For reaction time, we've set up a dodge area with rubber bullet launchers, paired with high-speed cameras and programs for evaluation. The test would begin with 10-point Constitution Awakeners. Suang had prepared 2 local testers, and with the addition of dozens of participants from various regions, an average would be calculated to ensure data accuracy. This testing method was widely recognized. Combat power for professionals was determined by a combination of strength, agility, reaction time, and explosive force. Forget about techniques, Li Qing said bluntly. There's no technique between a punch that's 10 tons and a punch that's 1 ton. Only when the strength is similar does reaction time come into play as a standard of evaluation. Everyone present agreed with this statement. Soon, the testing officially began. The 10-point Constitution professionals stepped forward one by one to undergo the tests, as they were right on the threshold of having no chi or blood power. The punching machine displayed results mostly hovering around 1 ton, with the highest being 1,123 kilograms and the lowest at 953 kilograms. 1 ton is the average benchmark for a 10-point constitution, Li Qing concluded. However, as the expert team continued recording the data, a professional named Qiu Qi suddenly raised an objection. Wait, I have an issue. I own a punching machine at home, and before I even transitioned into a professional, when my constitution was just 10 points, I could already hit with 2.21 tons of force. This statement caused an uproar at the scene, as the significant discrepancy in data threw the evaluation process into chaos. Just as the debate was about to spiral out of control, a voice suddenly rang out. No need to overthink it. It's just a matter of higher explosive power. This relates to the method of exerting force and can be categorized under the explosive power metric. The moment those words were spoken, the room fell silent. All eyes turned toward the speaker. The experts adjusted their glasses, while the professionals' expressions grew complicated. Li Qing let out a quiet sigh of relief. Yi Su had finally arrived. In the presence of such a formidable individual, even those professionals who thought their strength alone could dictate the situation had no choice but to obediently cooperate with the tests. At this moment, all the professionals had their eyes fixed on Yi Su. Their gazes were like intense flames, as if they could melt him. Strangely enough, even though Yi Su had just finished speaking, no one responded. The reason was simple: they had already realized the truth. Whether it was through his aura or the subtle fluctuations in his presence, they instinctively sensed one thing: that he couldn't win. Yes, even without anyone making a move, the thought had subconsciously emerged in their minds. Professionals have an innate sensitivity to strength, especially figures like Cui Hu and Xiu Qi, who could almost instantly discern who stood above and who was subordinate. And Yi Su, standing before them, was unmistakably the kind of person who inspired awe. Xiu Qi's heart was shaken. The moment Yi Su entered, Xiu Qi had only glanced at him briefly and immediately realized there was no chance of winning. This alarm didn't come from the surface, but from a deep intuition. An invisible pressure made him hesitant to challenge Yi Su lightly. Such a realization naturally stemmed from Yi Su's overwhelming and almost insurmountable aura of power. The uncrowned king of professional sits, no exaggeration. Xiu Qi thought to himself with silent admiration. At this moment, Yi Su spoke. The entry standard for awakeners has always been like this. His tone was concise, yet authoritative, as if delivering an irrefutable conclusion. Before taking on a profession, improvements in physical constitution can indeed make an awakener stronger, but the growth is limited. Without the blood energy derived from a profession, explosive power remains capped, and the techniques and agility brought by martial arts are also lacking. I propose that the evaluation of an awakener's talent should focus on two key metrics: strength and speed, Yi Su continued. These two parameters alone can determine the foundational capabilities of an awakener. He paused briefly. In the future, the random attributes of profession scrolls are likely to be deciphered. A significant part of why we're conducting this evaluation is to gather such data to assess individual potential. From these talents, we can determine who is suited for top-tier professions and who might only qualify for ordinary ones. When Yi Su finished speaking, the room fell silent, with every professional lost in thought. Li Qing chuckled inwardly. This was the essence of Yi Su's stature. On the surface, he was just an ordinary professional, but in reality, the power and unspoken authority he wielded were impossible for any professional to ignore. He was the uncrowned king among professionals, exuding a presence that was undeniably commanding. The testing began quickly, and the speeds of over 20 professionals were measured in no time. The fastest clocked in at 15.231 meters per second, while the slowest managed 12.213 meters per second. Li Qing clapped his hands and said with a smile, 900 kilograms of force in 12 seconds. Show, does that sound as the entry standard for awakeners? No one voiced any objections. Everyone silently nodded in agreement. This is data clear and straightforward, Li Qing continued. Do we all agree? Agreed, came the unanimous response. With the data confirmed, the standard evaluation criteria for awakeners' talents were officially established: 10 points in constitution, 900 kilograms of punch force, in 12 seconds, representing a talent level of 1. For every additional 100 kilograms of punch force and every 1 meter increase in speed, the talent level would increase by 1. This standard would become the primary benchmark for evaluating awakeners in academies moving forward. As for the designation, Li Qing looked up at Yi Su, his words trailing off, but his meaning clear. Yi Su nodded and replied, entry-level professional. Everyone nodded slightly, sharing an unspoken understanding. And thus, the standardized framework for professionals was finalized. A punch force of 1,000 kilograms and a speed of 13 seconds would correspond to talent level 2, and so on, Li Qing summarized. This data framework will form the foundation for resource allocation in the future. The quality of one's talent will determine the value of investing in their development, and it will also help those with less talent understand whether their efforts are worthwhile. The crowd nodded in agreement, recognizing the practicality of this standard. Having a clear data-driven system to evaluate talent would not only improve efficiency, but also minimize unnecessary waste. With the conclusion of this evaluation, many expert teams felt a sense of relief. Yi Su scanned the room and froze momentarily at the sight before him. Such a strong reaction could it be that a team had already cracked the mystery of the treasure chest's blind box properties? In truth, someone had indeed achieved this, though the situation was not quite as Yi Su had imagined. But that's a story for later. Next, we'll proceed to professional rankings. Li Qing's voice echoed across the hall. This is the most important part. The professionals in attendance leaned forward slightly, their eyes alight with anticipation. Everyone was eager to know their standing, and most of all, to find out where the so-called uncrowned king, Yi Su, would rank. The tests began, one round after another, accompanied by precise calculations. A vast amount of data was collected and transmitted in real time to everyone's devices. Yi Su, holding a tablet, frowned slightly as he carefully analyzed the constantly updating figures on the screen. A professional with 10 points in physique shows only minor differences based on their occupation, Yisu mused to himself. But at 11 points, the disparities become stark. Support class professionals exhibit a punching force of only 1.2 tons, whereas special class professionals reach as high as 2 tons. He pondered deeply. Should we separate the support class entirely? No, that won't work. The data would still be skewed. The difference in combat effectiveness is too significant even with identical stats. For instance, two professionals with the same 2-ton punching force, one from an ordinary class and the other from a special class, are not even in the same league. It wasn't just Yisu. Everyone else wore similarly troubled expressions. Low murmurs of discussion filled the hall. Some rubbed their temples in frustration, sighing dejectedly. There's no common ground to be found. Using physique data doesn't work. A support class with 20 points in physique could still be easily defeated by an 11-point special class. Using punching force data doesn't work either. At the same punching force, the combat effectiveness of special classes and ordinary classes is worlds apart. And when skills come into play, the disparity becomes even more overwhelming. Amid the growing noise of debate, more and more eyes turned toward Yisu. Gradually, the hall quieted as everyone waited expectantly for him to speak. Yisu set down his tablet and surveyed the room, his gaze resolute. Perhaps we're overcomplicating things. The more data we have, the more overwhelming it becomes. He paused, raising his voice slightly. Ladies and gentlemen, ultimate destructive power is the essence of combat strength. The final measure is raw power. Pointing to the punching force testing machine, he continued, forget strength, agility, or reflexes. There's only one thing that matters: damage. The most powerful output, no matter how you achieve it, is your combat strength. For a moment, the room was silent as the crowd processed his words. Then, a glimmer of realization lit up in their eyes. It does make sense, one professional muttered. While many factors determine the outcome of a fight, the purest measure of combat strength is output. Yisu pressed on, his tone firm and unwavering. It doesn't matter if I use a skill or a burst of power. If I can deliver a single strike that deals 10 tons of damage, that's my combat strength. Can't hit me? Fine. But the question is, can you withstand it? If you can, then you're stronger. If you can't, then you're dead. Brutal, but I like it. Exactly. That's how it should be. Yes, raw output equals combat strength. The professionals present began to cheer and applaud, their enthusiasm growing. Destructive power was everything. Like a combat power index, it was simple and effective. This standard was immediately accepted by everyone. The subsequent classifications became remarkably straightforward. All participants were retested under full power conditions, and the new data was quickly compiled. Glancing at the final results, Yisu added, "Oh, and support classes should be categorized separately. Their combat strength depends on their profession and skills, so even without distinguishing them here, it won't affect the overall rankings. After all, their rarity warrants a unique evaluation system." Hearing this, the two support class professionals in the room visibly relaxed. Indeed, if raw output alone were the measure, support classes would have no chance of competing. Their rarity necessitated a different set of criteria. A professional with 11 points in physique, excluding support roles, can unleash a minimum force of 1.4 tons with a single strike or punch, with the strongest reaching up to 2 tons. For those with 12 points in physique, the range goes from 1.5 tons to 2.1 tons. At 13 points, after extensive data analysis, a pattern finally emerged. For every point increase in physique, the explosive power rises by at least 100 kilograms. This trend continues until the range of 20 to 21 points in physique. At 20 points, the weakest can achieve 2.5 tons, while the strongest reaches 3.2 tons. At 21 points, the range is 3.1 tons to an impressive 4.3 tons. By the time physique hits 40 points, the weakest is at 10.3 tons, and the strongest at a staggering 14.3 tons. As the data accumulated, a clear correlation became evident. Physique levels from 11 to 20 form one category, while levels from 21 to 40 constitute another. Looking at this data, we can already draw conclusions, Li Qing said in a serious tone. Currently, professionals can be classified into 3 tiers: entry level, with a physique of 10 points, representing those who have not yet undergone a career transition. The entry-level baseline is 900 kilograms of punching power and a speed of 12 meters per second. The stronger the test results, the higher the individual's innate talent. Next, those with 11 to 20 points in physique fall into another category, with an increase of approximately 100 kilograms in destructive power for each additional point in physique. Lastly, those with 21 to 40 points belong to a higher tier, where each point adds around 500 kilograms of destructive power. Li Qing's analysis quickly gained the trust of the professionals present. However, his voice suddenly halted as the topic shifted to a pivotal figure. Wait a moment, Yisu hasn't been tested yet. This statement instantly silenced the entire room. Indeed, While all the professionals had completed their tests and their data was already on the table, Yisu had yet to showcase his strength. Li Qing glanced at Yisu with some hesitation. Despite the awkwardness of the situation, Yisu's involvement was essential to lend authority to this ranking. This ranking is set to be announced tomorrow. Without Yisu's data, it would feel incomplete. Yisu looked around at the others and calmly replied, "All right." With that, he drew his long blade and approached the punching machine. The machine's sensing platform, covered in steel, was designed to withstand immense pressure from such tests. Yet, to everyone's confusion, Yisu didn't move closer to the machine, but instead stood 5 meters away, slowly raising his blade. "Does he need a running start?" Someone muttered mockingly under their breath. "Yisu, is this all you've got?" Another person chuckled, clearly thinking he was attempting to stage an impressive sprint to inflate his results. "Hey, don't mess this up. What kind of uncrowned king are you? Let's see if you can really shock us." The group's expectations varied, with some skeptical and others secretly hopeful. What happened next, however, left everyone utterly speechless. Yisu made no attempt to charge forward. He remained rooted in place. As he raised his blade, a deafening shockwave erupted, surging forth with the swing of his blade. The air trembled violently, and for a split second, it felt as though time itself had frozen. Swish, a dazzling white arc of blade light burst forth, cutting through the air like a dreamlike flash, heading straight for the punching machine. In the same instant, a thunderous crash echoed through the room. The steel sensing platform was cleaved apart, and the massive machine itself was sliced cleanly in two by a single strike. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, gleaming blindingly under the overhead lights. In an instant, over 2,000 researchers in the audience stood up in unison, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. The professionals among them were even more stunned, their mouths agape, wide enough to fit an egg, as if they had seen a ghost. "What the hell is going on?" Someone raged internally. "This is a poet? Why does your style look nothing like ours? Sword light? Sword energy? Cutting through iron like butter? Has the world gone mad?" It was beyond comprehension. Before coming here, these professionals had speculated on what methods Yisu might use to intimidate the crowd. After all, as the uncrowned king, how could he command respect without showcasing some exceptional skills? Most had assumed he would resort to some subtle tricks to put others in an awkward position. But instead, Yisu delivered a grand spectacle that left everyone dumbfounded. Amid the shock, many secretly felt relieved that they hadn't stepped forward to question Yisu. It was too overwhelming. This man was operating on an entirely different level, as if he were from an advanced version of their reality. Challenge him? Oppose him? Spar with him? What a joke. After witnessing that single strike, who wouldn't feel a chill down their spine? In the backstage corner, Zhuge Hu rubbed his nose and shook his head helplessly. Yes, against such blatant displays of raw power, what use were strategies? He had completely played the fool. This? Yisu this? Li Qing was equally dumbfounded. This was far beyond his expectations. Who could have predicted that Yisu would pull off such an extraordinary feat? It was both excessive and absurd. "Let's establish another tier," Yisu said calmly. "Right now, professionals are categorized into 3 levels." Li Qing asked. "No, 4. Yisu's tone was firm and uncompromising. "And I will be in a category of my own." "All right." Li Qing nodded woodenly, as if his brain had not fully processed the information. A few minutes later, order gradually returned to the venue. Now, significantly fewer people dared to stare directly at Yisu. Most only stole quick glances before quickly averting their eyes. They couldn't help if his strength was intimidating. The aura of a true powerhouse naturally erected barriers in people's hearts, making them realize that staring could be considered disrespectful or even a challenge to his authority. Finally, it was time to decide on the names for the new tiers. This should have been the simplest task, yet unexpectedly, it became the most contentious. Everyone perked up. Having their suggestion chosen would mean going down in history. The individual who named the tiers would undoubtedly be mentioned in the annals of professional history. This realization sparked fierce debates among the experts and professionals, with neither side willing to back down. What? Level 1 professional, level 2 professional? Get out of here. How could such boring names make it into the history books? What? Blood refinement realm? Ugh, so the one submitting all those cringy suggestions was you. If you weren't so old, I'd have slapped you already. Foundation establishment? Seriously? You're still dreaming about cultivating immortality at your age. The venue erupted into chaos. The noise was deafening, as if the place had turned into a bustling marketplace. Even the soldiers stationed outside to maintain order couldn't resist poking their heads in to see what was going on. Yisu couldn't take the cacophony any longer. He walked to the door, gazing at the rain in the early morning hours, lost in thought. That unique energy, let's just call it spiritual energy for now. To be honest, it was incredibly powerful, capable of projecting outward. Its extreme lethality seemed to define its essence. But the process of cultivating it was frustratingly slow. Yisu pondered deeply how could he cultivate more of this energy? From a distance, Zhuge Hu observed Yisu as he stood there in contemplation. He had to admit, This man was the ultimate overachiever. No wonder he possessed such strength, was truly relentless in his efforts. Time ticked by, and the debates in the venue showed no signs of dying down. Meanwhile, Yisu had already sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes to rest. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps jolted him awake. Black Tiger? What's the matter? Yisu asked, looking up. Captain Yi? We've just received urgent news. Massive gatherings of sea monsters have been detected in the East China Sea, Yellow Sea, and South China Sea regions. The venue's communications were blocked, so I came to inform you. Black Tiger reported quickly, his tone laced with urgency. Yisu stood up abruptly, his expression turning serious. Sea monsters? Could it be that they've already completed their internal unification and are preparing for a full-scale invasion? Li Qing's approach to security had always been meticulous to the point of paranoia. The venue was equipped with signal-blocking devices specifically to ensure that Yi Su's information remained absolutely secure. Given that he was in possession of another core martial art of Defy, the Zhenshan, such precautions were clearly warranted. Yet, the unexpected still occurred. The moment Yi Su and Black Tiger pushed open the door and entered, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. At first, the sight of Yi Su caused the murmurs of conversation to quiet. Then, when Black Tiger's presence registered, the chatter ceased entirely. Black Tiger's appearance here was unusual, and it could only mean trouble outside. Black Tiger strode quickly to Li Qing's side and whispered something into his ear. This scene only solidified the suspicions of the crowd. Director Li, has something happened outside? Someone couldn't help but ask. Li Qing's expression was grim as he got straight to the point. Several sea regions have reported gatherings of sea demons. The announcement caused everyone's faces to pale. During the rainy season, sea demons were always a grave threat. Their last chaotic landing had already caught everyone off guard. If they had now organized themselves and were launching a coordinated attack, the consequences would be disastrous. Everyone, time is of the essence. Yisu decisively broke the silence. Establishing a ranking system for professionals is also crucial. How about we use rain as the standard for classification? Now was clearly not the time for debates. Yisu was ready to make an executive decision. The attendees exchanged glances before someone finally spoke up. Captain Yi, the decision is yours. Yisu immediately took the lead. The entry level will remain as it is. For professionals, the ranks will be as follows: Drizzle Stage, Raindrop Stage, and Streamline Stage. Entry level: Drizzle, Raindrop, Streamline. Qiuqi murmured under his breath. When a professional first develops blood energy, that's the Drizzle Stage. When the blood energy surges like a river, that's the Raindrop Stage. And when one can unleash blade energy externally, that's the Streamline Stage. Simple and clear. As for those who want to add subdivisions like first stage, second stage, early, mid, or late phases, that's up to them. The main framework is what matters. Agreed. Seconded. The room was filled with voices of approval. Since the framework is set, the finer details can be discussed later, Li Qing said, glancing at Black Tiger, who nodded in response. Vehicles are ready outside. Please return to your respective posts as soon as possible. The attendees rose, one after another, clasping their hands in respect toward Yi Su and nodding toward Li Qing before swiftly leaving the venue. Even inland cities needed to be on high alert in times of crisis, as solidarity was key during such moments. The last to leave was Qiuqi. He approached Yi Su, bowed deeply, and said earnestly, Captain Yi, I don't know what the future holds, but if Shuang remains safe, I humbly request your aid for Shanghai. Yi Su paused briefly, then nodded. If the sea demons were to invade, Shanghai would indeed be the first line of defense. Upon receiving the assurance, Qiuqi departed quickly. Just as the signal-blocking devices in the venue were disabled, Yi Su's earpiece buzzed with an urgent call. Captain Yi, are you there? Brother Hui? What's the matter? Yi Su was in the middle of handling his tasks when his communicator suddenly buzzed. Captain Yi, Hu from the Imperial Capital is looking for you. All right, patch him through. Hu's urgent voice followed immediately. Yi Su, we have an emergency. A large number of sea monsters have gathered in the Yellow Sea region, and they're beginning to stir. At the current rate, they'll reach the Bohai Sea in just a few hours. The defense perimeter of the Imperial Capital will face immense pressure. Yi Su's brows furrowed deeply. The current Xia was still far from establishing a solid foundation, coupled with the vast length of its coastline. If the sea monsters decided to launch a full-scale assault, all defense lines would be under tremendous strain. You just need to pinpoint the location of the king-level creatures, Yi Su said in a low, steady voice. Leave the rest to your discretion. I'll personally handle the king-level entities. Before he could finish speaking, a thought suddenly struck Yi Su. Wait, the letter mentioned that a flood dragon might appear in the Yellow Sea, and it carries secrets related to king-level life forms. This sudden activity is likely not a coincidence. Pay close attention. If you spot any signs of a king-level sea monster, take a photo and send it to me immediately. Understood. Hu responded without hesitation. The call had barely ended when Zhuge Hu pushed the door open and entered. This time, Instead of his usual stack of paper documents, he held a tablet in his hand. Captain Yi, I've already sent the relevant information to your terminal, he reported while operating the tablet. We've organized the professionals in the Swang region under the company's name. Using Swang base's professionals as the core, we've formed multiple 5-person teams. The details of the organization and personnel numbers are all in the file. Additionally, considering Suhong's coastline and waterway conditions, if the sea monsters land, our defense pressure here will be significant. I suggest. Hold on. Yisu interrupted him. Of the 3,000 professionals on this list, 90% don't have profession scrolls, right? By current standards, they're basically all entry-level. The remaining ones are mostly at the falling pearl stage, with very few in the drizzling rain stage. Is that correct? Yisu continued his analysis. This isn't just a Swang issue, it's a nationwide dilemma. The widespread use of potions has led to a surge in entry-level professionals, but the shortage of profession scrolls has stunted their growth. The introduction of potion number 2 has allowed those in the drizzling rain stage to quickly advance to the falling pearl stage, creating a distorted pyramid structure, a massive base at the bottom, a sparse middle layer, and a relatively larger top layer. You're absolutely right, Zhuge admitted. These professionals have limited combat capabilities. The main defensive force will still rely on the firepower support from Swang base. Go and coordinate with the base commander, Yisu instructed, pausing briefly before adding. And most importantly, make sure they are equipped with mushroom bombs. Zhuge froze for a moment, then quickly left in a hurry. Yisu was well aware of Zhuge's intentions. He wanted to replicate the strategy they had used to hunt the giant turtle by deploying professional teams to establish a backup defense line. However, the reality was that these professionals lacked sufficient strength. Entry-level professionals without career advancements could only rely on standard weapons in combat, whereas even the weakest drizzling rain stage professional could inflict actual damage on sea monsters using their innate skills. The difference between the two was immeasurable. While Yisu understood Zhuge's desire to select talent through harsh conditions, he also knew that, with the full-scale war between species yet to erupt, preserving every ounce of combat power was crucial. The gathering of sea monsters plunged the initially somewhat peaceful Xia into turmoil once again. In the conference room of the Swang Research Institute, a massive satellite image occupied an entire wall. The image was dotted with dense red markers, indicating the activity of the sea monsters. Yisu stood in front of the projection, his gaze somber as he turned toward the conference table. Seated around the table were Su Heng's key figures, Chief Huang Banjia, Camp Commander Lei Yongtian, as well as Li Qing, Black Tiger, Zhuge Hu, Imo Xiaoyu, and Zhang Hui. Based on satellite data, the sea monsters are clearly showing signs of an imminent landing, Yisu said, pointing to the clusters of red dots on the screen. Huang Banjia broke the silence first. Although the surrounding city walls are taking shape, their defensive capability is far from adequate, especially in Zhou City, which is completely exposed. Abandon it. Lei Yongtian interrupted firmly. The terrain in Zhou City is unfavorable. We must evacuate the population immediately. Absurd. Huang Bangji's face flushed with anger. That's an entire city. Lei Yongtian calmly fixed his gaze on the satellite map. You need to face reality. The sheer number of sea monsters is enough to overwhelm all of Xia. We've even prepared plans for nuclear strikes. That's how dire the situation is. He cast a meaningful glance at Yisu as he spoke. Comprehensive defense is unrealistic. Yisu concluded decisively. Our resources are limited. The top priority is evacuating the population. Huang Banjia reluctantly nodded, acknowledging the undeniable threat posed by the sea monsters. Zhang Hui. Yisu turned to Zhang Hui. Use the communication network to notify all professional combatants in every region. If the sea monsters make landfall, everyone must engage in the battle. Inland regions in particular must provide support to the coastal areas. Those who refuse will face the consequences. Understood, Zhang Hui responded. For the professionals, this was also an opportunity to earn merit points. As the meeting continued with detailed discussions, the expressions on Li Qing and Lei Yangshan's faces suddenly turned grim. Several islands in the Pacific have already been overrun by sea monsters, with no survivors, Li Qing reported swiftly. Neighboring nations like Kangaroo Country, Nia, and Singa have already come under attack and are requesting our assistance. What's worse, these sea monsters are demonstrating a high level of organization. As he spoke, he pulled up the latest data reports. Footage of unique groups among the invading sea monsters from neighboring countries appeared on the large screen. The first sight was a colossal creature. It was a mutated octopus, towering over 10 meters tall. Its tentacles were fused together, forming 5 limbs that resembled a starfish. 3 of these limbs served as legs, supporting its massive body as it stood upright, while the other 2 transformed into arms exuding an overwhelming aura of aggression. Even more terrifying, these arms could split apart at any moment into dozens of agile tentacles, making it both elusive and highly destructive. That's a king-level entity from the Nia region, Li Qing explained, his tone heavy with concern. Most of the sea monsters in the area operate under its command. It's confirmed that this creature possesses a significant level of intelligence. The professionals around Nia can't stand against it, and their weaponry is relatively outdated. According to the latest reports, the military station nearby has intervened, but whether they can completely eliminate it remains uncertain. Li Qing pressed a button, and the screen switched. This time, it displayed an image of a humanoid creature with the upper body of a human and a fishtail for its lower half. This is a unique species, though we're still unsure what kind of organism it evolved from. Li Qing continued. It appears to be another king-level entity, serving as a commander in the waters of East Asia. This image was sent to us by Sakura Nation. Yisu's mind stirred. A merfolk. He had heard rumors of major nations deploying nuclear weapons in the middle of the Pacific, yet it seemed the merfolk had not been wiped out. Their retaliation, in some ways, was understandable. However, the sea monster's invasion wasn't solely about revenge. The natural pressure of species expansion was a universal rule. For them to unite and not strike outward would be the anomaly. Li Qing continued to switch through images, showcasing a variety of king-level entities, their numbers shockingly high. As time passed, the data on them kept growing. Sea monsters, Yisu thought to himself, they're waging a global war. Every coastal nation was under attack. Or perhaps, from another perspective, the sea monster's target wasn't nations, but humanity itself. The abnormal rainfall had caused all sea life to mutate. Once transformed into monsters, food became the most critical issue. Clearly, the land offered an abundance of delicious food, which is why they came. This absurd matching mechanism. Li Qing couldn't help but complain. Sea monster groups have already appeared in the Bohai Sea, the East China Sea, and the South China Sea, only 100 nautical miles from the coast. At their current speed, they'll reach land in an hour. Among the areas at greatest risk are Modu, Zhujiang, and Lianshuan. The updates kept pouring in. Lei Yongtian monitored the screen while remotely coordinating the troops to establish defensive lines. Modu, Zhujiang, and Lianshuan were designated as high-risk zones due to their extremely dense populations. Finally, here's the latest intel from the capital, Li Qing said, pressing another button. The screen displayed images of 4 king-level entities. One in each region, a giant turtle, a dragon shark, an armored crab, and a flood dragon. Yisu's gaze sharpened, locking onto the image of the flood dragon. This creature had evolved from a sea snake, stretching tens of meters long. Its scales gleamed under the light, and when it roared, 2 venomous fangs glinted menacingly. Most unsettling of all, its eyes betrayed a deep, sinister cunning. Such human-like traits indicated that its intelligence must be incredibly advanced. Everyone, prepare to move out, Yisu commanded, his voice carrying an undeniable tone of authority. The high-level meeting in Suang felt more like a show of appearances. While Yisu could have easily handed over the detailed planning to Zhuge Hu, he chose not to. The reason was simple. Zhuge Hu's ruthless, survival-off-thefitist approach, disregarding the cost of lives, was far too extreme for the current circumstances. At this stage, every bit of manpower was invaluable and could not be squandered. Thus, the overall coordination remained under the jurisdiction of De Xiao, while Yisu focused on his own tasks. The immediate priorities were twofold: confirming the inevitable landing of the 4 king-level creatures and stopping the sea monster's advance by completely eliminating them. The strategy was clear: neutralize these 4 greatest threats, and the current wave of sea monster invasions could be suppressed. Captain Yi, you'll take me along this time, right? Mo Xiaoyu asked with a playful smile, her tone carrying a hint of coquettishness. After a period of independent training, her personality had indeed changed. It was understandable having Yisu as a safe haven. She could have simply followed him without ever having to grow. However, Zhuge Hu wasn't one to coddle her and had directly placed her in charge of a project, forcing her to grow under the watchful eyes of hundreds, if not thousands. Yisu smiled faintly, and then spoke into his earpiece to contact Zhang Hui. How's the plane coming along? All set, Captain Yi. They'll also keep tracking the movements of the king-level creatures. Zhang Hui replied immediately. They drove to the under-construction city walls of Suang. At the gates, a large number of people were being relocated in an orderly manner. As Lei Yongtian had said, some sacrifices were inevitable. This sea monster invasion would completely reshape the landscape, forcing those hesitant to make a decision. The comfort of dispersed living had to give way to the need for safety. Villages, small towns, and low-tier cities would all have to make way for the new era's star-shaped city system dominated by megacities with smaller satellite cities surrounding them. Our infrastructure is well prepared, Mo Xiaoyu reported to Yisu with information she had obtained from Zhuge Hu. There won't be any problems with population relocation or subsequent resettlement. Moreover, with the population concentrated, the pace of city construction will actually accelerate. This time, all parties have reached a consensus. City building must not stop, even if the sea monsters are at our gates. Yisu interrupted her. Let's focus on the sea monsters' movements for now. Understood. The front line is at Modu. According to intelligence, The sea monsters will land in about 15 minutes. However, the king-level creatures may not appear right away. Before she could finish, Yisu suddenly looked up. In the sky, trails of clouds were clearly visible, the flight paths of long-range, medium-range, and ballistic missiles. A wave of firepower was unleashed while the sea monsters were still in the water. Technology. I wonder how much longer it can hold out. Yisu murmured as he gazed at the trails. Whether it's the slowdown of gunpowder combustion or the diminishing effectiveness of nuclear energy, none of that matters. Once electrical power is deconstructed, it will mark the true collapse of the world. Without electricity, all cities in Daxia will instantly become isolated islands, and the imperial capital will lose its ability to exert control over any other city. The disappearance of electricity signifies the disintegration of the entire system. Breaking news. The first wave of bombing in Magic City is complete, and the results are promising. Mo Xiaoyu's voice came through clearly on the communicator. However, just 30 seconds after the bombing, a massive number of sea monsters suddenly surged out of the Pujiang River. These creatures had a trick up their sleeve, but luckily, they were held back by the firepower line. Before she could finish, she urgently added, "Meanwhile, Zhousher has been submerged. Wait, a tsunami." Mo Xiaoyu's voice turned tense. Zhousher has been flooded due to the tsunami, which is now accelerating the advance of the sea monsters. In half an hour, they will reach the outskirts of Suang City. Captain Yi, Lei Yongtian from the Suang military base, is on the line. Zhang Hui's timely voice interrupted. Yi Su took the communicator, and Lei Yongtian's voice immediately came through. "Captain Yi, there's indeed a tsunami aiding the sea monsters' advance near Zhousher. I'm preparing to launch a tiered attack strategy to effectively deplete their numbers. Do you have any objections?" "None. You're more experienced. Proceed as you see fit." Yi Su responded succinctly. "Understood." As soon as the conversation ended, the front lines erupted in a blaze of fire. Lei Yongtian had ordered his troops to open fire, and the dense barrage of artillery lit up the night sky, targeting the oncoming swarm of sea monsters. "Zhang Hui, get me Suhong's chief officer, Huang Banjia," Yi Su commanded. "Got it, Captain Yi. What's the situation?" Huang Banjia's voice came through shortly after. "How is the population evacuation progressing?" "There are only 15 minutes left," Yi Su asked directly. "On schedule." Huang Banjia's voice was clear and rapid. "We've had contingency plans in place. The convoy will arrive within 5 minutes and start evacuating the populace through alternate city gates. Based on our analysis of the tsunami, it won't directly breach Suhan's walls. It will only deliver the sea monsters to the outskirts. So using the convoy for evacuation is the most logical solution." "Understood." After confirming, Yi Su ended the call. Mo Xiaoyu quickly reported again. "In Magic City, they've already engaged the sea monsters. The enemy numbers are overwhelming. The previous slaughterhouse lure tactic had limited effect. The sea monsters are clearly exhibiting a higher level of organization. Xiao Qi is currently leading a team of professionals on the battlefield, trying to locate and eliminate the king-tier entity commanding the sea monsters." She gestured toward a helicopter hovering near a landing pad a few hundred meters away. "Lei Yongtian has stationed a helicopter on standby by the city wall. Captain, you're right over there. You can reach it in under 30 seconds and take off immediately, minimizing any delays." Professionals across the nation are mobilizing as well. Mo Xiaoyu continued her report. An estimated 120,000 professionals are heading to Magic City and will arrive within the hour. Over 10,000 reinforcements are coming from our side. The imperial capital has deployed nearly 200,000 professionals, and the Pearl River region is sending about 100,000. Including the professionals already stationed in these major cities, nearly every professional in the country is now involved. This staggering number was closely tied to Yi Su. Without the early development of the enhancement serum, such a massive mobilization of professionals would have been impossible. By contrast, all the professionals in the lighthouse combined numbered fewer than 100,000. Yi Su steadied his thoughts. The situation had been thoroughly reported. Narrowing his eyes, he looked into the distance. On the horizon, a surging tide was fast approaching. Countless sea monsters emerged and disappeared amidst the waves, sometimes surfacing, other times diving back into the depths. They were coming. This was the Sea Clan's first coordinated attempt to seize the stage on a grand scale. Having claimed dominion over the oceans, they had sounded the horn of attack, embarking on a relentless quest to claim more territory for survival. Survival is the primary instinct of any species. At the pinnacle of Blue Star, humanity's footprints have already spanned towering mountains and deep ocean trenches. This insatiable thirst for the unknown also flows in the blood of the sea demons. For them, the ocean is their foundation, but the land represents a tempting new frontier, with the allure of the two-legged sheep waiting to be preyed upon. At this moment, the battle outside Suang City rages on. Amid the deafening roars, gunpowder bursts into blinding flashes and scorching heat waves, tearing the charging sea demons into fragments. The air is thick with blood mist, the metallic stench of blood igniting the primal instincts of both species. The eyes of humans and sea demons alike are bloodshot with ferocity. Beneath the city walls, Yi Su and Imo Xiaoyu fought side by side. Their objective was clear target and eliminate the elite sea demons with physical attributes exceeding 20 points, or even those surpassing 40. These powerful beings, comparable to the Luozhu realm, posed significant threats with their resilience and ability to endanger professionals. Yi Su understood that to preserve human combat power to the fullest, these dangerous entities had to be prioritized for elimination. Captain Yi, it seems there aren't any major targets here, Imo Xiaoyu remarked. By major targets, she referred to the king-level entities. Zhuang was not the primary focus of the sea demon's assault. The real bloodbath was unfolding in the magic city, where an endless tide of sea demons surged forward, and the sky was filled with a ceaseless barrage of artillery fire. Even though the effectiveness of gunpowder was waning, explosions remained humanity's last resort. The battlefield in the magic city was already carpeted with blood and flesh, a harrowing sight to behold. Yi Su did not respond. The situation in Zhuang was relatively stable, and with him stationed there, the city was well fortified. Most of the professionals who chose to defend this area were looking for a less intense battlefield, knowing the conflict here wouldn't reach catastrophic levels. Less talking, focus on taking down the Luozhu level sea demons, Yi Su instructed curtly. Imo Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue, but said no more. Ahead was the firepower blockade, where Lei Yangshan's forces were unleashing relentless gunfire. Behind them was the professional line of defense, tasked with clearing any stragglers. Fortunately, most sea demons that broke through the blockade were already injured, and with Yi Su specifically intercepting the Luozhu level threats, the situation remained under control. Yi Su stepped forward with force, blood splattering beneath his boots. The rain-soaked ground had turned into a mire of flesh and blood. With a swift slash of his blade, a flash of white light cleaved a three-meter turtle giant crab in half, its yellow innards spilling out. Commander Lei's drones have already scanned the area. Most of these abnormally large sea demons have been wiped out, Imo Xiaoyu reported. Does this mean the Luozhu level sea demons are all taken care of? Yi Su halted, his brows furrowed. What seemed like good news harbored an underlying crisis. If Suhong's battlefront was this manageable, it only meant that the other three primary battlefields were bearing even greater pressure. Behind those three battlefronts lay three of the Grand Xia's major cities, and if any of them were to fall, the loss of forces is at least in the billions. Zhang Hui, have there been any updates from the three battlefields? Have any king-level creatures landed? Yi Su clenched his fists, his brows furrowed, unable to suppress his question. Zhang Hui quickly pulled up the data screen, his fingers flying across the virtual keyboard. Currently, the traces of king-level creatures in both Modu and Daidu are still being tracked. They're still in the sea and haven't landed yet. But things are looking grim in the Pearl River area. The king-level creature there hasn't been locked down. The last known coordinates were from 20 minutes ago. The Pearl River Delta, an economic hub spanning the Guangdong and Hubei provinces. The population density there is staggering, and the city planning is completely different from Suzhou and Hangzhou. Instead of a single city, 3 cities were built in a triangular formation, mutually guarding each other. From a defensive standpoint, the layout is much more rigorous, almost to an insane degree. With the reputation of Shenzhen's speed preceding it, the construction of these 3 cities was no slower, even surpassing that of Modu. While the city walls have some defensive capabilities, the highly developed Pearl River water system is a fatal weakness. Sea monsters, Yi Su thought to himself grimly. Captain Yi. Suddenly, Zhang Hui's sharp voice came through, his expression shifting drastically. The king-level creature in the Pearl River area has surfaced. It reached the city walls of Pearl River City silently and has already begun damaging them. Hearing this, Yi Su immediately grabbed Imo Xiaoyu's arm, turned around, and strode quickly toward the aircraft waiting on the tarmac. Keep reporting the situation, Yi Su commanded Zhang Hui through his earpiece. The target is a crab-like sea monster, nearly 7 or 8 meters tall, Zhang Hui reported urgently. Wherever it treads, seems to turn into mud due to some unknown ability. When it hears heavy firepower targeting it, it immediately burrows into the mud to hide. As for lighter firepower, it simply shrugs it off. At this rate, the city walls of Pearl River City won't hold for long. Yi Su kept moving, his breathing steady. What's the current situation in Pearl River City? They're calling for reinforcements. The higher-ups are trying to contact you. I'm boarding the plane now. Yi Su cut him off, leaping onto the waiting helicopter with a single stride. The helicopter's rotors roared to life, lifting it swiftly into the air. The distance from Suzhou Hangzhou to the Pearl River area is about 1,100 kilometers, but the helicopter's speed wasn't sufficient. A few minutes later, Yi Su and Imo Xiaoyu disembarked at Suzhou Hangzhou Airport and quickly boarded a modified fighter bomber. With a deafening roar, the jet's engines ignited, propelling the aircraft like an arrow into the sky, breaking the sound barrier in seconds. At Mach 2, they'd reached the Pearl River area in about half an hour. Notify Pearl River, Yi Su instructed Zhang Hui, his voice steady even amid the deafening noise of high-speed flight. Tell them not to expect us to wait half an hour. Understood. The fall of the city would spell disaster. Unarmed civilians would be slaughtered en masse. At this moment, Pearl River City was already on the brink. The newly constructed city walls were trembling under the relentless assault of the giant crab, while the deafening roars of sea monsters echoed outside. When the king-level crab appeared, Lu Juan, the main commander of Pearl River, immediately organized an evacuation of the civilians and ordered the Pearl River garrison to use the city walls as a firepower front. His orders were simple and direct. If the walls are breached, unleash firepower on the front lines. If the buildings collapse, so be it. We can rebuild them. As long as the people survive, everything else can be fixed. Standing in the command center, Lu Juan braced himself against the tactical table. His voice was hoarse but resolute. Half an hour. We just need to hold for half an hour. Half an hour? Another commander in Pearl River, Pan E, looked grim. What's the point of half an hour? By then, the walls will be down, and the sea monsters will flood in like water. I suggest we evacuate the civilians immediately. Once the walls fall, forget everything else, deploy tactical nukes. Worst case, we'll sink the entire Pearl River. Lu Juan froze at the suggestion, his face turning pale. Are you out of your mind with all this talk of killing? It hasn't come to that yet. He took a deep breath. I know you're unhappy with the location we chose to build Pearl River, but don't go there. We've invested so many resources in this place. Yisu is coming. Yisu is on his way to help. As long as we hold for half an hour, we can. Pan E smacked his lips, but the words he was about to say abruptly stopped. He had wanted to question how Yisu, alone, could possibly make a difference against the overwhelming tide of sea monsters. However, the information leaked during the Swang professional level customization meeting yesterday made him hesitate. The most undeniable fact, Yisu, as the only current professional at the Streamline realm, possessed combat power comparable to that of a cultivator. Professionals at the Falling Pearl realm were already formidable, with conventional weapons being nearly ineffective against them. And Yisu, someone who could command the respect of countless professionals, might just be capable of creating a miracle. With this thought, Pan E chose to remain silent. The battlefield was engulfed in deafening explosions, while fighter jets in the sky locked onto the position of the King-class armored crab. This King-tier creature displayed exceptional cunning each time it surfaced to provoke the jets into firing. It would immediately retreat into the mud to evade missile strikes. What ensued was a draining game of cat and mouse between the two sides. Worse still, during this process, the King-class crab continuously spewed a special liquid, softening the irradiated soil and turning it into a swamp. Over time, not only could the city walls be compromised, but the foundations might weaken to the point of collapse. Pan E relayed orders to the airborne combat units to continue the war of attrition, all while keeping a vigilant eye on the distant horizon. The sea monsters were advancing through the mud, skillfully avoiding most of the artillery fire. Damn it, sea monsters led by a king-tier lifeform really are something else, Pan E muttered under his breath. Reports indicated that several other cities had already descended into close-quarters combat, which meant that massacres were unfolding elsewhere. Time ticked by second, until eventually, the city wall's foundation, severely corroded by the crab's secretions, gave way. With a massive tremor, the wall came crashing down. Almost as if they had received a signal, the sea monsters in the mud immediately launched an assault into the city. Pan E made a split-second decision, ordering his forces to open fire and use the collapsed wall as a new defensive line. In an instant, a dense barrage of bullets formed a new perimeter. But even so, large numbers of sea monsters broke through the firepower and poured into the urban area. Fortunately, the evacuation of Zhujiang's residents had already begun, and professional teams had established defensive positions within the city, preparing for street-to-street combat against the invading sea monsters. Lu Juan silently calculated that the professional teams had fortified 20 streets, which should be enough to hold off the enemy. At this point, the key to their strategy was layered defense. With every step forward, the sea monsters paid a heavy price in their own kind. Yet under the command of the king-tier creature, they relentlessly marched onward, trampling over the corpses of their fallen comrades without hesitation. This weather is absolutely cursed. Pan E couldn't help but curse aloud. It had been raining non-stop for the entire season, and the high humidity provided the perfect conditions for the sea monsters to come ashore. If it had been sunny, these marine creatures might not have been able to make it more than a few kilometers before dying from dehydration. They've already breached 10 streets, Pan E reported to Lu Juan. I know, Lu Juan replied, glancing at his watch from time to time. The civilians have been evacuated to 23 streets away, just 30 more minutes. Almost there. Commander, we've got a strike fighter entering our identification zone, a communications officer suddenly reported. Let it in now, Pan E shouted. Both he and Lu Juan instinctively looked up at the sky. In the distance, a fighter jet roared as it approached the battlefield. As it drew nearer, its belly compartment suddenly opened, and two figures leaped out. Holy crap, that's at least 1,000 meters up, Pan E exclaimed. It's Yisu, isn't it? Lu Juan asked. Yes, along with his dedicated support specialist. This guy is ready for a tough fight. With a serious expression, Lu Juan nodded and confirmed. Yes, Yisu didn't come alone. He brought that dedicated support specialist with him. This guy clearly means business. Basically, everyone knows that when Yisu shows up with that support specialist, it's the start of a real battle, Lu Juan said gravely. That support specialist has long-range healing ability skills that every city's professionals dream of having. Pan raised an eyebrow and asked curiously, they're not parachuting? You're behind on the news, Lu Juan said with a faint smirk. That guy can hover in midair. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone instinctively looked up at the sky. They saw Yisu and his companion standing on what appeared to be solid crimson platforms that had materialized beneath their feet. With each step they took, the crimson formations shattered, but their descent slowed dramatically, as if an invisible force was holding them aloft. Have you located the king-tier creature? Yisu asked, steadying himself in midair before turning to Mo Xiaoyu beside him. Mo Xiaoyu's sharp gaze scanned the battlefield below. I haven't seen it surface yet. My contact is processing the information from Zhujiang, and we'll have it synced any moment now. Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes lit up. Got it. It's in the swamp. Right there in that patch of mud. Hearing this, Yisu immediately turned his head to the direction she indicated. Near the collapsed city wall, in the outskirts of the defensive line, lay a stretch of dark brown sludge, glistening ominously under the sunlight. Why would they choose to build Zhujiang City here? Yisu asked, his brows furrowed with doubt. It's not about the city's location, Mo Xiaoyu quickly explained. That king-tier crab sprayed its corrosive fluid, softening the ground. The initial analysis suggests that the crab fluid has extremely corrosive properties. Got it. Yisu nodded decisively and issued a command. Now you maintain your hover, I'm heading over. Understood. The two split up. Yisu stepped on formations of solidified blood energy, moving effortlessly through the air toward the designated area. Artillery shells whizzed past him, crashing into the defensive line below and kicking up clouds of dust. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaoyu formed hand seals, summoning streams of blue water to circle around her, keeping her suspended steadily in the air. Yisu soon reached the area above the swamp. Holding his long blade, he unhesitatingly made a small cut on his tough skin. A single drop of thick, crimson blood slid down the blade, glinting eerily in the sunlight. With a flick of his weapon, the blood drop dispersed into a fine mist, releasing an unusual and enticing aroma. From an evolutionary standpoint, Yisu and the king-tier creature were likely on the same level. Therefore, plop, plop, the swamp suddenly churned violently, as if boiling. The next second, the giant crab burst out of the mud, its massive pincers glinting menacingly under the sunlight, while muddy water splattered in all directions. That blood aroma was clearly signaling the crab. The real feast had arrived. Li Qing had once said that the essence of potions lies in consumption. Humans take potions, and so do the beasts. To the crab, Yisu's presence was akin to an irresistible, potent medicine. His arrival was enough to capture the full attention of the king-tier creature. It's drawn out. Lu Juan and Pan exclaimed simultaneously as they watched the battlefield, their faces full of astonishment. What kind of ability could provoke a king-tier crab into such a frenzy? If they had such power, this war wouldn't have been so difficult. But soon, a more pressing question arose. Can he even defeat it? The creature's size was an undeniable challenge. This king-tier beast easily weighed over 10 tons, and its shell was so durable that regular artillery couldn't scratch it. If not for the warplanes being armed with armor-piercing rounds, the crab wouldn't have even bothered hiding in the swamp. Zhang Hui, connect me to Zhujiang's main commander, Yisu said calmly. Got it. The next moment, Yisu's voice came through the communication device in Pan Yi's ear. This is Yisu. Yi, Captain Yi, Pan Yi, the main commander of Zhujiang's base. I'm in charge of this battlefield. Pan Yi stammered slightly, his voice trembling with nervousness. Yisu's reputation preceded him was the undisputed king among the nation's professionals. Good. I see warplanes circling in the air. What weapons are they equipped with? Yisu asked directly. Specialized armor-piercing rounds capable of penetrating tank frontal armor. Pan Yi replied quickly. Perfect. Follow my orders and coordinate with me for the attack. Understood. Their exchange was brief and to the point, like seasoned comrades who had fought side by side for years. The hunt for the king-level life form begins. Honestly, this particular king-level creature leading the group is far more cunning than the usual ones. The Great Xia has dealt with king-level life forms before, but encountering one that hides, waits, and bides its time like this is unprecedented. Yisu could clearly hear the sound of his blood coursing through his veins, a rushing whoosh echoing in his ears. His heart was pumping furiously, and the faster the blood flowed, the more his combat state was fully activated. He locked onto the position of the king-level crab and charged without hesitation. The crab's massive, tank-sized eyes emerged from the water, immediately locking onto Yisu's figure. Its two enormous pincers rose high in a menacing display. There was no doubt that being caught in those claws would mean instant death. Red energy surged across Yisu's body, as if cloaking him in an invisible suit of armor. He descended rapidly, heading straight for the crab. Clack! The crab's pincers snapped shut with a sharp sound, narrowly missing Yisu by mere centimeters. The blood energy forming in Yisu's hands shattered at that moment, but this brief pause was enough to save him from being caught. Such precise calculation. It seems you're quite clever, aren't you? Yisu thought to himself. This crab couldn't be viewed as an ordinary animal. It was a truly intelligent life form. Yisu pushed off against one of the crab's pincers and flipped agilely onto its body. Before the crab could launch another attack, he sprinted toward its back. Large creatures often have this kind of weakness, huh? It can't reach its own back. Suddenly, the crab seemed to sense something and trembled violently. Yisu immediately felt a loss of balance. Instinctively, he flipped midair. The crab, realizing Yisu was climbing onto its back, abruptly rolled over in an attempt to crush him against the muddy ground. The mud was the crab's domain. Beyond the corrosive properties of the murky water, the environment alone made direct combat nearly impossible. Smart move, Yisu silently praised, but his movements didn't falter. He leapt away from the crab's back while shouting, "Pan-E attack! Damn it! I'm not here to show off, I'm here to finish you." Overhead, the fighter jets responded instantly. A barrage of armor-piercing rounds screamed toward the target. By now, the crab had completed its flip, its eyes facing downward, leaving the air above as its blind spot. Boom! The crab landed heavily in the mud, sending a spray of muck in all directions. Some splattered onto Yisu, who had just escaped its back. With a sizzling sound, his clothes were immediately corroded with small holes. At the same time, several streams of fire rained down from above, slamming into the crab's underbelly. Ah, it's a male crab. Yisu noticed the triangular carapace on its abdomen. Boom, boom, boom. The armor-piercing rounds exploded in blinding flashes. Amid the firelight, the devastating payload inflicted lethal damage. The triangular carapace was shattered, leaving a massive crater at its base. Yellow crab roe oozed out continuously. This male crab was now thoroughly incapacitated. Seizing the opportunity, Yisu charged forward with his strike while its down mentality. Taking a deep breath, black energy coursed through his body. The Whitehead Taishan scripture operated at full force, channeling all the accumulated spiritual energy into his long blade. Slash! A blazing white arc of light sliced through the air. A massive gash instantly appeared on the crab's abdomen, and blue-eating blood, faintly resembling egg whites, gushed out. Yisu's sharp eyes discerned that this strike had landed directly on its heart. Whoosh! He inhaled deeply again, activating the churning fury technique. Pure black energy surged through his body, converting all the red energy into an intense, concentrated black force. Amidst the chaos, a violent aura surged with an unusual intensity. Although Xian Yuan was devouring the skill known as the Chong Sha Jin, this action had no direct connection to Yisu's skill execution. Instead, Xian Yuan's devouring caused the Chong Sha Jin to be infused with an overwhelming sense of brutality. Channeling all his strength, including spiritual energy, Yisu focused on the armored crab's heart and struck fiercely with his blade. In an instant, a white beam pierced through the crab's entire body, directly hitting its heart. The heart exploded instantly. A single strike, a lethal blow. At the same time, a green light gently descended, healing the injuries Yisu had sustained from the burst of energy and the corrosive crab water, while also relieving the stiffness caused by the exertion. Yisu exhaled deeply, regaining his composure as the healing energy restored his condition. The armored crab, on the other hand, lay in the mud, its limbs pointing skyward, sinking slowly. From a distance, Lu Juan and Pan-E observed the battle. Aerial drones provided the clearest view. It was astonishingly fast. In just a matter of seconds, the king-level armored crab had been effortlessly slain. Of course, they understood there was a strategic element to the fight, but the sheer precision and power of such an attack were overwhelming. If all future professionals could achieve similar feats, then, there was no doubt professionals would dominate the future. Quick, prepare the meat field mode. Get the meat field mode ready. Pan-E swiftly reacted, issuing the command. Shortly after, numerous firefighting planes arrived, dousing the blood-soaked area with fresh beast blood. The pungent scent of blood permeated the air. Without the suppression of the king-level armored crab, the sea monsters could no longer launch an aggressive assault. They began retreating from Pearl River City, redirecting their focus to the meat field. As the battle's intensity subsided, the next phase of slaughter in the meat field was imminent. Yisu, stepping lightly through the air, left the battlefield. Mo Xiaoyu quickly joined him, and the two headed directly toward the Pearl River Command Tower. Pan-E watched the pair approach through the air, his emotions a mix of admiration and melancholy. Yisu was single-handedly shaping the future of professionals. Faced with such overwhelming combat power, the efficacy of traditional weaponry was steadily diminishing. As a soldier, it was hard not to feel a sense of the era's passing. Captain Yi, well done. Lu Zhuan stepped forward, offering praise. Incredible work taking down a king-level armored crab in one strike. The follow-up won't be too difficult. Slowly whittling them down will take care of the remaining sea monsters. The meat field slaughter is highly effective against them. The situation should be under control now, right? Yisu inquired. The Pearl River situation is stable, Pan Yi confirmed with a nod. But the key battles lie ahead in Shanghai and the Imperial City, especially with that dragon. Just hearing its name suggests it's extraordinarily powerful. Yisu responded gravely. No problem. Without the suppression of the king-level armored crab, the remaining sea monsters can be dealt with gradually. However, Shanghai and the Imperial City are the ultimate battlegrounds. The dragon, in particular, requires utmost caution. Pan Yi nodded solemnly. Without the king-level entities holding us back, we'll have the upper hand. All right. Then Yisu began, but his words were cut short as everyone's expressions turned serious. Almost simultaneously, urgent messages came through their earpieces. Imperial City battlefield. Chui Hu's team successfully killed the king-level dragon shark, but was ambushed by the dragon. Chui Hu is critically injured. On the Shanghai battlefield, the king-level entity has appeared and is abandoning the fight there to head for the Imperial City. Currently, over 30 professionals are en route to support the Imperial City. All battlefronts are now focusing on the Imperial City. Everyone froze momentarily before Yisu spoke in a commanding tone. Prepare the aircraft. The Siren's landfall was organized and premeditated. This was an undeniable fact. Yet, no one could have predicted how events would unfold from there. The Siren forces concentrated all their power on a single battlefield, directly targeting the core of the Xiath imperial capital. This strategic shift left everyone stunned. Could it be that a strategist had emerged among the Sirens in such a short time? The logic behind this choice was glaringly clear. If the imperial capital fell, the blow to the nation would be catastrophic. The collapse of the capital would mean the complete disintegration of the overarching command system. At that point, the Sirens would only need to launch an all-out assault along Xia's coastline, and the entire coastal region would inevitably fall. Are you kidding me? They've evolved this fast. Yisu frowned in thought. In the skies, dense formations of aircraft were rushing toward the capital. On the ground, all transport routes were tirelessly funneling combat forces in the same direction. Through the porthole, Yisu looked down at the land below, feeling the turbulence and uncertainty of this territory for the first time. Mo Xiaoyu sat beside him, her fingers moving swiftly over the communications device, constantly receiving the latest battle reports. She had long defined her role clearly as Yisu's secretary and a member of his squad. Her position in battle was equally well defined, standing behind Yisu during advances, staying on the periphery during boss fights, and focusing on accurately casting healing skills. As for tanking a boss herself, that was out of the question. Her fragile build couldn't handle it. Captain Yi, the situation on the capital battlefield is worsening, Mo Xiaoyu reported without looking up. The Sirens are continuously reinforcing their numbers, and they've already gathered millions of troops. Zhang Hui sent word that the High Command of Xia is considering deploying nuclear weapons. A dynamic map of the battlefield has been sent to various research institutes, and countless experts are analyzing the situation. Chui Hu is not in immediate danger for now. She is keeping him alive. Also, Guanli just messaged me privately, asking where we are. Yisu nodded. Since the rise of potions, Xia had seen tens of thousands of new professionals, but only a handful actually possessed profession scrolls. The Rainwater Festival treasure chests were too few, and the true backbone of the nation remained the professionals born during the Spring Festival. Moreover, Mo Xiaoyu was the only one with a direct healing profession to this day. Raincaller Priestess, Yisu thought to himself. Perhaps Mo Xiaoyu's name will be solidified on this battlefield in the capital. Check Chui Hu's location, Yisu said, turning to Mo Xiaoyu. When the time comes, we'll jump straight down. The capital battlefield doesn't look good. Zhang Hui usually summarized key information for Yisu, but unless it was extremely urgent, the chaotic reports wouldn't be relayed directly to him. Everyone knew how driven Yisu was. Any spare moment would be spent training. As a result, Zhuge, who suggested a solution, passed the information to Mo Xiaoyu. Influenced by her role as a liaison, Mo Xiaoyu had a keen interest in gathering information and her own methods of organizing it. Got it, Mo Xiaoyu responded crisply. Before long, their plane reached the capital region, more precisely, the Tianjin area within the Jingji region. The true front line of the battle was situated near Binhai. This area had now become synonymous with carnage and smoke, a veritable hellscape where relentless firepower rained down. Further back, the Dongli district served as a defensive line manned by over 200,000 professionals, ready to intercept any Sirens breaching the front. The scale of the battlefield was staggering, with both sides deploying overwhelming firepower and troops. More professionals were still arriving, joining this decisive battle for the survival of Xia. Major highways such as Jinbao Expressway, Jining Expressway, Jingjin Expressway, Changshan Expressway, and Jingjin Expressway are being fully maintained to ensure smooth operation. The latest intelligence indicates that the dragon has already landed in Nanwan Park, where Cui Hu and the others are currently located. As the plane reached the target area, Yisu leaped out from high altitude with Imo Xiaoyu. From above, the dragon's figure was strikingly distincta, massive body over 100 meters long, covered in shimmering scales that glowed faintly even under the dim sky. This extraordinary feature sent a chill through Yisu's heart. Could it be due to spiritual energy? He wondered. Let's meet up with Cui Hu first, Yisu said. As they rapidly descended, personnel on the ground launched signal flares to guide their direction. The flares not only drew the attention of those on the ground, but also attracted a swarm of flying fish. However, before the flying fish could get close, they were swiftly torn apart by streams of water summoned effortlessly by Imo Xiaoyu. Upon landing, several professionals seemed eager to approach and catch a glimpse of Yisu, but their companions quickly stopped them. This was clearly no time for pleasantries. Captain Yi, you're finally here, Guanli said, rushing over with a face full of anxiety. His bloodshot eyes betrayed his exhaustion. Cui Hu is barely hanging on. Under Guan Li's lead, the group quickly arrived at a tent. Inside, a soft humming sound could be heard. It was Rong Shi, using a lullaby-like chant to sustain Cui Hu's life. Yisu saw Cui Hu lying on a military cot. His upper body was almost bare, revealing a horrifying wound stretching from his back to his lower waist. The gash was so deep that bone was visible, and even the faint movement of internal organs could be seen. Xiaoyu, Yisu called out. Imo Xiaoyu stepped forward immediately, channeling her healing powers. A green glow enveloped Cui Hu's back, and the ghastly wound began to heal at a visible speed. Ah! Cui Hu groaned in pain but perked up when he saw Yisu and Imo Xiaoyu. Damn, Captain Yi, you're finally here. As Yisu retrieved several vials of dark gold liquid from his storage device, he asked, Tell me, what's the deal with that dragon? How did it leave you in such a state? The vials contained a rare 3.5 level dragon whale symbiotic serum, with flecks of gold floating within. That bastard. Cui Hu cursed through gritted teeth. That dragon doesn't play fair. It can shoot energy waves. Yisu frowned in confusion. The sudden news left him momentarily unable to grasp the situation. Standing nearby, Guan Li, his eyes bloodshot and his voice slightly hoarse, explained, Captain Yi, here's what happened. Captain Cui and I went to hunt the dragon shark, and everything was going smoothly. The dragon shark was tough to deal with, but through sustained effort, we managed to take it down. He took a deep breath and continued. But right after the dragon shark fell, a flood dragon appeared out of nowhere. We were still in decent shape, so we decided to take the chance to deal with it too. But as soon as we charged, the flood dragon let out a furious roar and unleashed some kind of attack from its mouth. We couldn't react in time. Captain Cui saved me by taking the hit directly on his back. From his hospital bed, Cui Hu interjected. It wasn't formless energy, it was a cyan blade of light. Pale cyan, extremely fast, and eerily silent. Quite insidious. Hearing this, Yisu's eyes narrowed. He casually picked up an apple nearby and tossed it into the air. With a quick motion of his fingers, a faint white blade of light sliced the apple cleanly in two. Catching the halves effortlessly, he asked, Was it this kind of attack? Guan Li stared in shock at the scene, while Cui Hu excitedly confirmed. Yes, that's exactly it. Except there's head color. Yisu handed half of the apple to Cui Hu and took a bite of the other half himself, muttering, A flood dragon at the streamline realm. The two exchanged a knowing glance and silently ate their apples. This shared silence left the others around them puzzled. In reality, Cui Hu had just revealed an important detail. Colored energy is often stronger than white energy. It's similar to blood energy. Ordinary blood energy is red, but when Yisu uses techniques like the rushing fiend force or the furious ape aura, the blood energy gains special attributes, significantly increasing its power. Currently, Yisu's spiritual energy remained in its colorless phase, manifesting as white light, indicating he was still at an entry-level stage. Meanwhile, the flood dragon had already mastered enchantment abilities, which directly undermined Yisu's offensive edge. Cui Hu proposed, How about using the mushroom bomb? That flood dragon is clearly beyond our expectations. At the mention of the mushroom bomb, Yisu suddenly remembered something. By the way, what was the outcome of that operation in the middle of the Pacific Ocean? Cui Hu gave a bitter smile and replied, Not much effect. Instead, it seems to have enhanced the intelligence of the merfolk. Yisu covered his face and sighed. Oh great, now this is going to be a headache. Suddenly, as if struck by the same thought, the two men exclaimed simultaneously, Oh no. Without wasting a moment, they immediately contacted the rear team through their earpieces. Director Zhang Xinzhong, we need detailed information on the condition of those plants after the lighthouse area was cleared with nuclear bombs, nuclear warheads, and the Jiao Dragon. Zhang Hui rushed into the command room, his face filled with a hint of anxiety. Pull up the follow-up developments after the lighthouse used nuclear warheads to deal with the mutated plants. Yisu's eyes lit up. You thought of something? Chuehu nodded, his brows tightly furrowed. There's a very high chance that's the case. He pulled up the data on the electronic screen. Back during the beginning of spring, the lighthouse used nuclear bombs to clear a path. But after a while, they abruptly stopped. Why? Did they not like it? No, Chuehu said resolutely. The reason is Simplite wasn't effective. Soon, intelligence departments on both sides began exchanging information. After reading the report, Chuehu couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Unbelievable. That beast is waiting for the nuclear warhead. The screen displayed footage of the Jiao dragon occupying Nanwan Park. It neither fled nor attacked, but simply coiled there quietly. Its purpose was clear, it was waiting to be fed by the nuclear bomb. Chuehu brought up the lighthouse's follow-up report. The situation over there was straightforward. They did manage to eliminate a lot of plants, but that area turned into a paradise for vegetation. Plants started growing wildly. He zoomed in on the image. What's even more terrifying is that many king-level entities, like the Willow King, emerged in that region. And the sea creatures, they've experienced nuclear bombs, Yisu added. Take the merfolk, for instance. Some may have perished, but the surviving ones grew significantly more intelligent. Chuehu slammed the table. This proves one thing. Nuclear bombs are a double-edged sword. Either they completely vaporize the Jiao dragon, or, if it survives, it will become even stronger. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. Yisu sneered. Is this some kind of motivational speech? Damn it. Should we risk it? Chuehu asked cautiously. No way. Yisu responded immediately. Don't mess around. This solar term gives the sea creatures a natural advantage. The rain falling from the sky during this time is like nourishment for them. And you want to add fuel to their growth? That's too reckless. A high-yield warhead could melt the Jiao dragon. Chuehu insisted, unwilling to give up. What if the water in Nanwan Park is teeming with merfolk waiting to soak up the radiation? Then, Chuehu was at a loss for words. Yisu stood up, his eyes firm. Let's be clear. Ordinary sea creatures are cannon fodder, a plague. But beings like the Jiao dragon and the merfolk already possess considerable intelligence. He stared directly at Chuehu. Who's in charge of the capital's operations? Notify them to prepare for a cleanup operation at Nanwan Park. I'll lead the assault myself. Understood. Chuehu finally nodded. If this is a world where the professional system has descended, then it must rely on the strength of professionals to resolve the issue. External forces will only introduce more variables. Soon, the capital mobilized its forces. Nearly all Pearl Faultier professionals were summoned to the temporary command center. Through the window, Yisu recognized many familiar faces. Most of the professionals from the beginning of spring operation had now reached the Pearl Faultier. Some were veterans from the Yungue mycelium campaign. Yisu even spotted the guy who, in a mycelium-induced hallucination, had shouted at thin air, "Rise, my loyal subjects." He still had that ridiculous scene saved on his phone. Updated intelligence from Nanwan Park was quickly transmitted. The large screen displayed numerous sea monsters, most of them at the Pearl Faultier, each colossal and uniquely shaped. The intelligence officers apologetically explained that they couldn't provide more detailed images and had to use red dots to mark enemy positions. Why is that? Yisu asked. Because there's an airborne force of sea monsters flying fish. The intelligence officer pointed at the moving red dots on the screen. A massive school of flying fish is gliding through the air, destroying any nearby drones. We can only rely on satellite imagery for tracking. Shortly after, the selected squad leaders began entering the command tent. Around 20 of them arrived, each a pillar of their respective cities. Greetings, Captain Yi. Greetings, Captain Yi. Greetings, Captain Yi. Every professional who entered greeted Yisu with excitement, their eyes brimming with anticipation. This was their first chance to fight alongside the legendary Yisu. Yisu naturally took over command, his gaze sweeping across the crowd as he spoke in a steady tone. You're already aware of the overall situation on the battlefield. For this operation in Nanwan Park, you'll need to rely on your own judgment for all actions. Thank you for your hard work. He paused briefly before continuing. On the way here, the liaison has already briefed you on the relevant details, so I won't repeat them. The mission now is straightforward. Once we advance, your main objective is to intercept all sea demons at the Luo Zhu level and ensure they don't interfere with my task of dealing with the Flood Dragon. That's all there is to it. After finishing, Yisu's gaze swept over everyone again, his tone softening slightly. Any objections? For a mission like this, the simpler the plan, the better. After all, this was a team operation, and overly complicated instructions would only create vulnerabilities. Yisu understood that the Luo Zhu level professionals were generally capable of handling sea demons, as most of them were seasoned fighters with well-honed skills and experience. Moreover, each of them carried a strong sense of responsibility. Xia was already on the brink, and no one dared to falter at such a critical time. If the imperial capital fell, the resulting imbalance in industries and cities could lead to disaster for the entire nation, a scenario no one wanted to witness. The group nodded in agreement without much discussion. Yisu's arrangements were reasonable, and the tasks were clear and manageable. As time passed, the professionals began entering the battlefield in groups, while the civilians in Nanwan Park started evacuating. The first to engage were the massive drone formations, operated by over 3,000 skilled pilots. These drones were tasked with providing aerial support, ensuring that flying fish would not disrupt the combat from above. After all, the professionals were focused on dealing with the sea demons and couldn't afford to fend off attacks from the sky simultaneously. Next, a large fleet of fighter jets swiftly took to the air. Although the professionals could handle the Luo-level sea demons, there was no reason not to request additional support. The times had changed. Success no longer depended on individual prowess alone. Teamwork and collaboration were now the keys to victory. Deeper in the arsenal lay advanced tactical missiles and other high-level weaponry, ready to provide further support if needed. This battle was not just a confrontation between professionals and sea demons. It was a comprehensive clash between human technology and tactical systems against the raw power and innate talents of the sea demons. Move out. A clear command echoed through the professionals' earpieces, and the figures of hundreds of small teams quickly disappeared into the dense forest. Yisu and Mo Xiaoyu stood atop a towering tree, their eyes fixed on the distant flood dragon. Turning to Mo Xiaoyu, Yisu asked, "Make sure to avoid unnecessary risks. You'll be fine, right?" Mo Xiaoyu lowered her gaze, lightly brushing her gloves, her expression resolute. "No problem. Honestly, even those Luo-level professionals might not be a match for me." She didn't share with Yisu that during her time overseeing the construction of the city walls, she had quietly mastered a new skill. Perhaps it was a stroke of natural talent, or perhaps it was the result of her relentless effort. "I know," Yisu replied calmly. "But what I mean is, you should hold back a bit. The road ahead is still long." A trace of deeper meaning flickered in his eyes. "The future?" Mo Xiaoyu asked, puzzled, looking up at Yisu. Yisu simply smiled faintly, his gaze shifting back to the distant flood dragon. "The future can wait. It's not something to be rushed." In Mo Xiaoyu's understanding, Yisu was a perplexing captain. Not only was he exceptionally strong and meticulous in his actions, but he also seemed to have an uncanny knack for good fortune. However, some of his behaviors were enigmatic, as though he was preparing for some grand undertaking far down the line. This kind of contemplation was new to Mo Xiaoyu prior to being sent to the front lines by Zhuge, who, for training, she had never thought this deeply. Now, with her own insights, she had a vague sense that Yisu might be subtly guiding something behind the scenes. "All right, I got it." Although Mo Xiaoyu didn't fully understand the reasoning, she had always been one to follow orders. "Then let's move out." With Yisu's command, he and Mo Xiaoyu headed straight for the battlefield. Their mission had one clear objective: the Jiao Dragon. Thanks to other teams of professionals drawing away most of the sea monsters, the path ahead was smooth and unobstructed. Moments later, the two of them, concealed within the bushes, finally spotted their target. It was a colossal creature, and calling it a Jiao Dragon couldn't be more fitting. Its body stretched over 100 meters, its girth thicker than a truck, and its entire form was armored with metallic scales that glinted coldly under the distant flashes of cannon fire. Its massive neck wings flared out, its serpentine head held high as its forked tongue flicked in and out, probing the battlefield's air. Its icy snake eyes scanned its surroundings, while its tail, submerged in the seawater, occasionally lashed out, sending towering sprays of water into the air. Yisu only glanced briefly at the Jiao Dragon before shifting his focus to the sea. The surface was relatively calm at the moment, with the occasional sea monster leaping out and heading toward the park, but not a single trace of a merman was in sight. "Forget about them for now. Let's take care of the Jiao Dragon first," Yisu thought to himself. The letter mentioned that this Jiao Dragon holds the secret to a true king-level life form. That's exactly what intrigues me the most. Evolution is the leap of life itself, the foundation of becoming stronger. You scout the surrounding terrain. I'll handle this." Yisu instructed Mo Xiaoyu. "Got it." In the next instant, Yisu darted out from the bushes, while Mo Xiaoyu moved laterally, positioning herself at the edge to provide healing support, her specialty. Yisu took a deep breath, his energy surging as a blackened aura of blood energy swiftly armored his body. He strode toward the Jiao Dragon, each step covering several meters. The Jiao Dragon's massive head immediately turned toward Yisu. It froze for a moment, as if sensing something, before suddenly opening its enormous mouth to let out a low, guttural roar. As a serpent, even after its evolution, it lacked a fully developed vocal system, producing only this deep, rumbling sound. A foul stench assaulted Yisu, but he paid it no mind and continued forward. However, after just a few more steps, a wave of dizziness hit him suddenly. "Seriously? Poison?" Yisu cursed under his breath. This thing's got quite a few tricks up its sleeve. Fortunately, with the development of his spiritual energy, he had unlocked an ability akin to inner vision. His spiritual energy coursed through his body, quickly alleviating the dizziness. unless the Jiao dragon managed to inject venom directly into him with a bite. This mere poison gas was far from enough to take him down. The Jiao dragon began to move. Despite its massive size, its speed was as swift as a high-speed train, closing the distance to Yi Su in an instant. It opened its jaws wide, unleashing several pale blue energy blades that shot out soundlessly. Anticipating the attack, Yi Su dodged swiftly. Boom, boom, boom. The energy blades struck the beach with explosive force, their sharpness evident. It was no wonder this creature had been able to slice Cui Hu into such a state. After evading the blades, Yi Su seized the opportunity to close the gap, aiming a precise strike at the Jiao dragon's neck, the vulnerable 7-inch spot. Clang! A metallic ring echoed as a flash of light glimmered across the creature's neck. The attack had no effect. Yi Su immediately grasped the situation. Spiritual energy attacks can only be countered with spiritual energy. Magic can only be defeated by magic. Huh? Well played. The faint sound made the dragon narrow its eyes slightly, a trace of mockery seemingly flashing through its gaze. Yi Su's expression shifted subtly, and he thought to himself, well, it seems even this creature has such human-like emotions. Mockery? Then let's see who has the last laugh. Without hesitation, the dragon and Yi Su clashed like two ferocious beasts, instantly entangled in a fierce battle. The dragon no longer relied solely on its massive form to charge recklessly. Its movements grew increasingly precise, exuding a practiced finesse. Yi Su couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This beast has some real skill. It was no longer a mindless brute force attacker. Its strikes now followed a deliberate rhythm. Particularly deadly and efficient was a combination of tail sweeps and light blade strikes. Each swing of its tail forced Yi Su off the ground, immediately followed by a powerful attack. If not for Yi Su's ability to counterattack midair, this devastating combo alone could have placed him in extreme danger. What made Yi Su even more cautious, however, was the dragon's gradually changing expression. The initial mockery in its eyes had transformed into a more serious and focused gaze, as if they were now equals on the same level. Even more unsettling was the fact that the dragon was clearly holding back, refraining from unleashing its full strength. A thought struck Yi Su. This creature was well aware of their proximity to the shoreline. If it made a wrong move, it could easily retreat into the ocean. But Yi Su wasn't here just to defeat it. He was here to ensure its complete destruction. As the battle raged on, the dark red armor encasing Yi Su grew heavier, while black energy, thick as fog, shrouded the once vibrant crimson hue. His power surged, both to match the dragon's increasingly agile movements and to drive it further inland, away from the sea where it could escape. The dragon let out a deep, thunderous roar, louder than before. Its body seemed to undergo a transformation, becoming even more agile. Yet, Yi Su quickly noticed this wasn't mere dexterity, it was the buildup of immense heat within the dragon. After all, it had evolved from a sea serpent. Its cold-blooded nature had initially made its movements somewhat rigid, but now, with the fight dragging on, the heat coursing through its body enhanced its reflexes and actions dramatically. Yi Su's heart sank. So, this thing was just warming up. Its body temperature continued to rise, and the cruelty and savagery in its eyes grew more intense. The dragon's state became increasingly frenzied, as if it had reached the peak of its battle fervor. Yi Su's strength seemed to fuel the dragon's madness, making it even harder to contain its wild instincts. The fight spilled from the sandy beach into the dense jungle, and the battle's tempo grew more ferocious. In the jungle, the dragon was unhindered by the terrain, leveraging the element of surprise and ambushes with ease. The jungle was the domain of beasts, and the serpenturdragon was no exception. Just as the fight reached a fever pitch, a massive walrus suddenly charged into the fray. The dragon paused briefly, then lunged, sinking its teeth into the walrus. Injecting venom, it violently flung the creature toward Yi Su. Yi Su dodged in an instant, but to his shock, the walrus exploded midair. Green liquid rained down like a torrential downpour, leaving almost no space to evade. "Mo Xiaoyu," Yi Su shouted urgently, a flicker of concern flashing in his eyes. In an instant, a stream of water surged forth like a crystal-clear spring, forming a swirling water shield around Yi Su. The green, toxic liquid was completely absorbed by the shield, which then dispersed and fell to the ground, instantly corroding it into a deep, eerie green pit. Nearby trees melted away like butter under heat. This sudden defense left the flood dragon momentarily stunned. It had assumed its deadly venom was unavoidable, only to witness its opponent conjure a protective shield of water out of thin air. But Yi Su had already seized this fleeting opportunity. His entire armor turned jet black, his chest swelled with energy, and his long blade began to radiate a dazzling brilliance as spiritual energy converged upon it. White Ape Slash. A strike from the Ape Fist manual. The blade's light spanned dozens of meters, slamming heavily into the flood dragon's body. The immense impact left the creature unable to deflect or dissipate the force, forcing it into a rolling tumble. Yi Su didn't falter. His steps quickened as he executed his next move, Raging Blade Collapse. Just as the flood dragon attempted to rise, its head still swaying from the previous blow, the ground suddenly trembled. A colossal force descended from above with a resounding boom, slamming its head back into the earth and sending its tail whipping high into the air. Though the scales on its head emitted a faint protective glow to resist the impact, its brain still reeled from the shock. By the time its vision cleared, Yisu was already within arm's reach, dark energy swirling around him, even staining his long blade with an ominous black hue. In Yisu's mind, the heart ape was feasting in delight, signaling the imminent arrival of the third secret technique. This was the true precursor to a devouring skill, and the critical moment for the heart ape to unleash its power. Clashing Calamity Slash. The black aura surged violently, and a pure black blade light erupted with devastating force. The fusion of the heart ape's strength and spiritual energy imbued the strike with both elemental properties and a massive boost in power. Boom! The flood dragon was sent flying by the slash, shattered scales and fragrant blood scattering through the air. The armor-breaking strike had landed. For both demonkind and sea creatures, the appearance of a blood bar signified an inevitable demise. Before it even hit the ground, the flood dragon let out a roar of agony. Since its birth in the depths of the sea, it had risen as a dominant force, consuming its kin and ascending through evolution, eventually transforming into a form resembling a true dragon. Throughout this journey, it had never tasted defeat. This unyielding pride had carried it from a sea serpent to its current state. Yet now, on land, it was being overpowered by a mere mortal and unbearable humiliation. In its fury, the flood dragon's blood began to boil. A crimson glow coursed beneath its scales, and its entire body started to radiate like a translucent, gleaming ruby. Blood flood dragon. Damn it, this is the second phase. Yisu couldn't help but mutter in exasperation. This flood dragon would be extremely difficult to kill. Yisu had mentally prepared himself from the very beginning. In fact, you could even say it was the biggest boss of the rainwater season. Standing in Nanwan Park, Yisu fixed his gaze on the massive flood dragon before him. He wasn't naive enough to think that a sudden burst of strength would be enough to take it down. However, the transformation into its second stage was truly over the top. The flood dragon's entire body was covered in flawless red scales, and its terrifying aura radiated unrestrained in all directions. Even standing dozens of meters away, Yisu could feel waves of heat surging toward him. It's completely leveled up. Yisu narrowed his eyes, momentarily distracted. Does this mean that true king-level creatures actually have a second health bar? Yisu's determination to slay this flood dragon wasn't just about stabilizing Xia. There was an even more critical reason. The letter mentioned that this flood dragon held the secret to true king-level life forms. According to Xia's current classification system, creatures like the giant turtle, dragon wolf, and dragon whale were not considered true king-level beings. Only this flood dragon could truly be deemed as such. Of course, the mountain lord in the Shinnong Forbidden Zone might also qualify. Only by killing and dissecting it in the Research Institute could Yisu truly uncover the essence of a king-level life form. Evolution is about transcendence, and to put it simply, this flood dragon harbored the secret to that leap in life. This was precisely what Yisu had long coveted. You? I. A low, rumbling voice suddenly emerged. The blood dragon spoke. This was beyond absurd. While members of the demon race could speak due to their vocal cords, whether through refining or other means, this blood dragon had developed speech from nothing. It can talk. Does that mean we can communicate? Yisu asked tentatively. Despite his calm exterior, his heart was racing. Die. As expected, the blood dragon had no intention of playing fair. It had barely learned how to speak and already refused to engage in any conversation with Yisu. The blood dragon in its second stage was indeed significantly faster, making Yisu feel somewhat inadequate in comparison. However, its massive size inherently limited its agility, which kept Yisu from feeling an overwhelming sense of danger. At the same time, Yisu entertained the idea of avoiding the blood dragon's second stage attacks altogether. He began leading it around Nanwan Park, mainly to observe what a true king-level life form was all about. Could it really just be the second stage? The battle in Nanwan Park remained uncertain. Yisu kept the blood dragon occupied while other teams of professionals focused on eliminating the sea monsters at the Falling Pearl level. As time passed, the situation grew increasingly chaotic, with an endless stream of sea monsters flooding the battlefield. Fortunately, Yisu managed to eliminate quite a few Falling Pearl level sea monsters while pulling the blood dragon, maintaining a relative balance on the battlefield. How's the data analysis coming along? Li Qing, at the Suang Research Institute, anxiously urged while staring at the screen. As someone with both exceptional intelligence and strategic thinking, he had immediately grasped Yisu's intentions. The flood dragon has transformed into a blood dragon, and its strength has skyrocketed. What kind of technique is this? Some sort of explosive secret skill? Or is it a mutation during the process of life's transcendence? Li Qing's eyes glimmered with excitement. Research it, study it relentlessly. If we can crack this mystery, every professional in Xia will gain a new method of unleashing their potential. Hearing Li Qing's words, the researchers at the institute felt their minds racing to the point of overheating. They could almost shout, "Think faster, analyze faster." Li Qing wasn't the only one. Research institutes in other cities were also intently focused on this battle, which held the key to unraveling the mysteries of life itself. They stared at the battlefield, their eyes filled with a mix of astonishment and delight. Some even found themselves silently thinking, "Yisu, hold on as long as you can. The longer, the better." This is groundbreaking research, a first mutation in the evolution of life. In the past, the path to becoming stronger always left clues to follow. But this method was unprecedented and completely unheard of. Time passed quietly. The dark, blood-like aura around Yisu had become a constant presence. The power of the heart ape began playing an increasingly significant role within him. The blood energy seemed entirely governed by the heart ape's attributes, bringing with it a violent force that gradually seeped into Yisu's body. This ferocity silently began to influence him. Yet deep in his subconscious, Yisu clung to a singular goal: to control the heart ape, to capture it. As the two forces clashed within him, a spark of insight suddenly ignited in his mind. Suddenly, Yisu stumbled, and for a fleeting moment, his blood and energy seemed to freeze. When he recovered and opened his eyes, Imo Xiaoyu in the distance gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Her eyes widened, pupils trembling violently. In Yisu's eyes, a pair of golden pupils gleamed. As Yisu faltered, the blood jiao seized the opportunity. Its blood-red tail lashed out with overwhelming force, an attack powerful enough to shred a steel battle tank into pieces. However, Yisu seemed utterly unfazed. His body underwent a dramatic transformation. His muscle fibers appeared to be infused with some mysterious energy, swelling and expanding with a tearing sound. His figure grew visibly taller at an astonishing speed. In mere moments, Yisu had transformed into a towering giant, standing 2.34 meters tall. His clothes tore apart under the explosive growth of his muscles, which now exuded an aura of primal brutality. Now facing the blood jiao's fierce assault, Yisu's eyes carried an air of defiance. He extended his hand and suddenly grabbed hold of the blood-red tail. The air trembled, and a powerful shockwave rippled outward. Incredibly, Yisu held the tail firmly, his stance unyielding. Then, with a surge of terrifying strength that seemed to erupt from his tree root-like muscles, he swung the massive, 100-meter-long blood jiao through the air. The creature was flung over 100 meters away, its bewildered eyes full of confusion and disbelief. It crashed heavily to the ground with a thunderous impact, sending water and dirt flying in all directions as a thick mist spread across the area. The blood jiao coughed up blood as the violent impact nearly caused its internal organs to rupture. Yisu quickly retreated several steps, and his massive form seemed to deflate, returning to its original size. His eyes were now clear and calm, entirely devoid of the earlier ferocity. Mo Xiaoyu's voice rang out at that moment. "What just happened? How did you become so strong?" Yisu nodded slightly. "I had felt like I suddenly saw something different," he murmured in response. Then, turning to Mo Xiaoyu, he asked, "Did you see how I changed? I saw you suddenly grow huge, with incredible strength. You grabbed the blood jiao's tail and swung it around. At that moment, your eyes were golden, not human at all, more like some kind of primal beast." Mo Xiaoyu blurted out, her voice initially stumbling but growing more fluent as she vividly described what she had witnessed. Yisu nodded silently. In that fleeting moment, the collision of thoughts in his mind seemed to reveal something entirely new. After hearing Mo Xiaoyu's words, his thoughts churned rapidly as he focused inward. Sure enough, the impact force skill had been completely absorbed by the heart ape martial arts. In its place was a golden light point, faintly glowing in his skill slot. Martial arts could lead to the mastery of secret techniques, but what about skills? Could a practitioner, by absorbing a skill, develop a unique ability of their own? No, it's not about mastering a skill. It's more like a reference point, Yisu suddenly realized, a spark of inspiration flickering in his mind. In that moment, I used the heart ape as the core, referencing it, and then manifested it in reality. It felt as if I truly became the heart ape, and my combat power skyrocketed. As Yisu continued to ponder this newfound discovery, it had already caused an uproar in major research institutes. Holy crap, did he just transform? Holy crap, Yisu has reached the second phase? Researchers exclaimed in shock. Even though the footage they had was not high definition, Yisu's astonishing transformation in that instant was unmistakable. His body had grown to an enormous size, and his combat power had surged. It was utterly unbelievable. At this moment, Yisu was entirely focused on capturing the fleeting inspiration in his mind, completely unaware of the events unfolding in the research institute. His thoughts were racing, and a groundbreaking realization was taking shape. The skill implanted by the mind ape in the skill slot was not merely a simple self-comprehension ability, but a seed with the potential to grow. If this seed were to mature, it would evolve into an entirely new form of existence, the mind ape transformation. No, to be precise, it was a temporary leap in the level of life, a method of cultivation that could be replicated. In ancient terms, this was divine ability. Yisu's thoughts became increasingly clear. The path of martial arts held boundless potential, advancing from ordinary martial techniques to secret skills, and then to the materialization of martial intent, just like the mind ape in his mind. Once martial intent materialized, it could devour skills to gain attribute calibration, thereby giving rise to the embryonic form of divine ability. This process was akin to a sophisticated cultivation game, requiring the continuous absorption of skills and insights to strengthen the divine ability, ultimately reaching the level of a king-tier life form. A life form capable of achieving a self-controlled leap in existence. This was the true essence of a king-tier life form. As Yisu gazed at the gradually awakening blood jiao before him, a surge of indignation rose in his heart. Humans had to rely on comprehension, resources, and relentless effort to reach the level of a king-tier life form, while these sea creatures could achieve evolution merely by feeding. However, if the blood jiao were to know Yisu's thoughts, it would undoubtedly express the same sense of injustice. They relied on their bloodline and fortuitous encounters, and among countless sea monsters, only a rare few could become king-tier life forms. Why should humans be able to discover a path they could climb on their own? Two fundamentally different life forms, yet both were roaring in their hearts at this moment. Unfair. The blood jiao sensed Yisu's leap in life level and let out an enraged roar that echoed across 100 miles. From the distance came countless answering roars, and the mockery in the blood jiao's eyes vanished entirely. The birth of a human king-tier life form had utterly infuriated it, and a true blood-soaked battle was on the verge of breaking out. As intelligent king-tier life forms, both the blood jiao and Yisu had their own agendas. The blood jiao sought to lure Xia into deploying nuclear weapons, intending to use its sense of danger to escape back into the sea the moment the missiles were launched, where it would wait to consume the radiation's energy. However, the turn of events had not gone the way it had anticipated. Its plan failed, and instead, Yisu uncovered the secret of king-class life from the blood jiao. All of this was a natural outcome of Yisu's efforts. One milestone after another lay ahead, like guiding beacons illuminating his path. The blood jiao was merely one of the brighter beacons along the way. Yisu's fingers traced patterns in the air as he reflected, and gradually, he understood. At this moment, the battle required no more restraint. Because Yuri no longer of any use. You are useless now. The Baishou Tai Xian scripture surged wildly, and Yisu's combat power soared to its peak in an instant. His heart pounded violently, pumping thick, viscous blood throughout his body, nourishing his rapidly depleting muscles. Mo Xiaoyu. Yisu roared. In an instant, a stream of green energy descended silently like a spring from the heavens, flowing toward him. This was Mo Xiaoyu's new secret technique, a fusion of her innate ability and healing skill. The green spring enveloped Yisu, swiftly replenishing his mental strength and soothing his fatigued body. Within seconds, Yisu had fully recovered. All right, phase shift, Yisu shouted, his aura changing in an instant. With a thunderous roar, the aura of the mind ape erupted, and Yisu's body suddenly expanded. This time, he had truly achieved self-initiated phase shifting. His muscles swelled, his legs grew rapidly, and he transformed into a towering 2.5-meter-tall muscular giant, radiating primal and savage energy. Divine ability, mind ape transformation. Although this ability was not yet fully perfected, it wielded immense power. Despite the heavy toll it took on his body, the healing skills of his allied supporter were enough to sustain him. The blood jiao's eyes glimmered with madness as it let out a ferocious roar and lunged at Yisu. Toxic mist spread in all directions, enveloping the battlefield. Yisu's figure blurred as he swiftly dodged the poisonous fog and swung his blade. A black arc of light slashed through the air, striking the blood jiao. Its massive body rolled violently as its scales shattered, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Yet, this did not weaken the blood jiao. Instead, it unleashed an even more ferocious power. The incredible vitality of a king-class life form was on full display. As expected of a king-class life form. Yisu sneered coldly. The battle between the two had reached its peak, their thunderous clashes shaking the dense forest. Trees fell in all directions, and the shockwaves rippled into the distance. Nearby combatants at the Luozhu realm trembled with fear, retreating hastily to avoid being caught in this earth-shattering conflict. Meanwhile, responding to the blood jiao summons, a tide of sea monsters surged forward, further complicating the battlefield. At the same time, the dragon tortoise, a king-class life form that had appeared earlier in the magic capital, finally arrived. Its colossal form loomed like a moving skyscraper, overshadowing everything around it. Catching sight of the dragon tortoise, Yisu wasted no time steering the battle in its direction. Dragon tortoise? A king-class life form. Yisu chuckled coldly, his eyes filled with defiance. It doesn't deserve the title. With a low growl, Yisu and the Blood Jiao's battle charged toward the dragon tortoise. Along the way, any Luozhu realm sea monsters in their path met their end either poisoned by the Blood Jiao's toxic mist or sliced in half by Yisu's blade. In just 3 seconds, the dragon tortoise was dragged into the vortex of battle and swiftly overwhelmed. Its massive shell was riddled with countless gashes, each wound deep enough to expose bone. Blood and flesh were mangled, and venom seeped into its body. The dragon tortoise succumbed to the excruciating pain and died in mere moments. It all happened so quickly that the dragon tortoise didn't even have time to let out a final wail. Once true king-class life forms clashed, their power transcended the Luozhu and Lucian realms, reaching an entirely different level. Yisu's chest heaved as he maintained his second phase state, the strain on his stamina immense. Each swing of his blade seemed to draw upon the very essence of his life force. Similarly, the Blood Jiao was panting heavily, its energy visibly drained. However, in the next moment, the Blood Jiao's eyes widened in shock. Yisu, calm and collected, reached into his bag and pulled out a vial labeled Formula 3.5. Without hesitation, he drank it in one go. The potion's effects kicked in immediately, stabilizing his aura and restoring his vitality. Heh. Yisu smirked, a playful glint in his eyes. Who said battles have to follow the rules of honor? In the mind-ape state, Yisu experienced a temporary leap in his level of vitality. He could feel the surging power within him, his gaze sharp as a blade. While Agent Number 3 might not fully replenish his stamina, Agent Number 3.5 absolutely could. This distinction could only truly manifest in the heat of battle. Clutching the vial tightly, Yisu fixed his gaze on the blood-scaled serpent ahead. Combat strength is revealed in battle, but logistics are just as crucial to the overall system of warfare. He once aspired to be a lone wolf, but since Su Hang joined him, his perspective had shifted. Indeed, logistics are often a key component of combat effectiveness. The blood-scaled serpent widened its eyes, its vertical pupils gleaming with wariness. From the scent of Agent Number 3.5, it could detect the immense life energy contained within. It was clear that its opponent had been revitalized, while it itself was being steadily drained. Crack! The vial shattered between Yisu's fingers, and the transparent liquid was instantly absorbed into his body. His figure shot forward, muscles taut, his whole body like an arrow released from the bowstring, charging straight at the blood-scaled serpent. Rest time was over. It was time to fight again. His strategy was simple: exploit the serpent's exhaustion, maintain relentless pressure, and ultimately take it down. The blood-scaled serpent quickly realized Yisu's intentions, becoming more cautious in its movements. The tide of battle had visibly shifted in Yisu's favor. He held the upper hand. The prolonged defense would eventually lead to a fatal mistake on the serpent's part. Why don't you run? Yisu suddenly asked mid-battle. The blood-scaled serpent's eyes flickered with a sharp glint, as though the question had struck a nerve. Why indeed didn't it run? The answer was simple. It couldn't. As a king-level creature and ruler of this part of the sea, it was not the ultimate sovereign of the ocean. In recent times, the ocean had developed a strict hierarchy, and it was subject to higher powers. Silence! Kill! The blood-scaled serpent roared in frustration, its voice tinged with unwillingness. If you keep fighting, you'll die. Yisu pressed on, his attacks unrelenting. And the reason you aren't fleeing is because you're afraid to? There's someone behind you, isn't there? They gave you orders, didn't they? Roar! Shut up! The blood-scaled serpent bellowed in fury. While it could speak, its vocabulary was limited, and it could only express itself in simple terms. Its intelligence had indeed grown, but it still lacked cultural depth. As he fought, Yisu pondered aloud. What are you all waiting for? Could it be that humanity has something you want? Is it about eating humans? But for your kind, the only truly appetizing one here is probably me. Beyond that, Yisu was intrigued by the broader situation. The sea monsters had launched their invasion, but the conflict had reached a point where it seemed unlikely they could consume all of Xia. Even if sea monsters could flood Xia, Yisu himself could take down any pseudo-king-level creature that came his way. Without such creatures to suppress resistance, the sea monsters' advance into the inland regions would go against their very instincts. Fish might manage to survive on land for a while, but traversing plains, hills, and forests? Those environments alone would trigger their genetic fear. Are you waiting for radiation? Yisu asked tentatively, hoping to extract information from the serpent. The question clearly startled the blood-scaled serpent. Its movements faltered for a brief moment. Yisu smirked faintly. Lying is an art. It takes civilizations a long time to master the interpretation of such emotions. So, there are merfolk waiting in the distant sea, aren't there? Roar! At this, the blood-scaled serpent nearly lost its mind. Ignoring its injuries and energy depletion, it launched a frenzied assault on Yisu. its claws slicing through the air with piercing shrieks. Intelligence has emerged, but cunning foxes have yet to be born, Yisu mused, effortlessly dodging the serpent's attacks. They have schemes, but they're still too inexperienced. The rainwater season had its time limits. The sea monsters knew they couldn't instantly become the rulers of heaven and earth. Thus, they aimed to seize as many benefits as possible during this period of opportunity. They had maximized the advantage of timing. As for geography, were they waiting for humanity to complete the final piece of the puzzle for them? Wishful thinking. Yisu snorted coldly, his eyes flickering with disdain. With me overseeing the situation here in Daxia, the authorities would never deploy nukes without informing me first. Want to get closer to radiation? Keep dreaming. Unless. A mocking smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Unless the sun rises in the west. As soon as he finished speaking, an intense flash of light erupted from the western horizon over the sea, as though a newborn sun was ascending from the water. The blinding glare made it almost impossible to look directly at it. Two suns now stood on opposite ends of the sky, locked in an eerie standoff. What the hell? Yisu's eyes widened in shock, momentarily speechless. If it's not the east, then it's the west. Daxia might refrain from launching nukes, but it's not the only nation on Blue Star with that capability. Captain Yi. Mo Xiaoyu's urgent voice crackled through the communicator. The Lighthouse Nation has called on every nuclear-capable country to launch a deadly strike against the sea monsters. Every nation except Daxia has agreed. The general from North Stick has already pressed the button 3 minutes from now. A sun will rise over the Sakura Sea. As for the Bohai Sea, Daxia vetoed it. Yisu clenched his fists, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Villains scheming endlessly couldn't compare to fools acting on impulse. The Pacific incident had already given the merfolk a taste of benefits. This large-scale landing? It was largely because of that. And now, someone was actually delivering nukes straight into their hands. Drinking poison to quench thirst. Yisu cursed under his breath. Humanity's strength lies in thousands of years of civilization, a long history birthing countless wise men and an abundance of intellectual treasures. Sea monsters, or demon clans for that matter, could never match that pace of development they could only learn from humanity's wisdom. But the cognitive development of sea monsters dictated their learning speed. And nukes? They were the ultimate accelerators for their intelligence. Once they became smart enough, they would absorb more knowledge at an exponential rate, ultimately stripping humanity of all its advantages. Using nukes to defend against sea monsters, does that make sense? Where's the brainpower? Is anyone even thinking? Yisu gritted his teeth in frustration. You using flesh to trade for wisdom. The blood Jiao stammered, its massive mouth parting to reveal razor-sharp teeth, an expression of uncontained excitement. But in that excitement, Yisu saw nothing but blatant mockery. Momentum was a force in its own right. At that moment, he was deeply struck by this realization. The ability to dominate with momentum made immediate outcomes almost irrelevant. Perhaps it was the blood Jiao's smug grin that truly made Yisu understand the importance of mastering momentum. He'll stay right here. The blood Jiao's speech grew smoother. I won't retreat. If you don't release that wisdom, I won't back down. Will you? Will you release it or not? Sacrificing itself without hesitation? Acting for the sake of its species? Yisu cursed silently. The sea monsters were evolving too quickly. This blood Jiao had suppressed its primal instincts to hold the front line, forcing the mindless sea monsters into relentless attacks. It would fight until its death or until Daxia deployed a nuke. All for the sake of their species. By now, the sea monster's immature plan had been almost entirely exposed. The blood Jiao's choice of South Bay Park as the battleground became clear. It wanted a full-scale battle, targeting the capital and forcing the use of nukes. On a smaller scale, it was a war of extortion. Give us what we want, and we'll leave. On a larger scale, it was a species-wide strategy. They couldn't conquer all the land, so they'd take what they could first. Yisu's gaze turned icy, his voice as sharp as a blade. If that's the case, then you can die. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.